Western-style fantasy academy nobility, multiple heroines, not a wish fulfillment story. The good news is he transmigrated into a character from a game he just perfectly completed. The bad news is he transmigrated into a random passerby. Blake Percival, the eldest son of an insignificant baronial family, is also an insignificant petty thug, constantly courting disaster. First, the male lead ruined his family, and finally, the female antagonist even personally sent him to the incinerator. Blake stared at the female antagonist being sold as a slave, lost in thought. This woman is terrifying. I absolutely cannot buy her. I must stay far away from her. I must survive. Chapter 1: The Fallen Duchess. Do you want to buy this slave? Blake Percival looked at the man in the black suit and gold monocle before him. Don't be fooled by his refined appearance. He's actually a slave trader, a typical civilized beast. Behind him stood a woman dressed in rough linen, her hands tightly bound with thick hemp rope, the other end of which was held by the merchant. Her clothing resembled more of a tattered piece of cloth than actual garment. The man gave a sly, obsequious smile, typical of merchants. As you can see, the quality of this shipment is absolutely top-notch, and only you, as the young master of the Percival family, are worthy of possessing it. Blake sized the woman up. The woman glanced up at Blake slightly. Contrasting sharply with her attire was the woman's stunning face, snow-white skin, red eyes, and arched eyebrows. Her long, black hair seemed unkempt and frizzy, and the curves of her figure, barely concealed by the tattered cloth, and her two long, white legs. Though her clothes were shabby and she appeared utterly destitute, it couldn't change the fact that she had once been a duke. Blake withdrew his gaze, coldly looking at the merchant. You should know who she is, right? What are your intentions in sending such a hot potato to the Percival family? Oh dear, you misunderstand me. You don't need to worry at all. No one dares to express any dissatisfaction. The merchant rubbed his hands together, his face full of flattery. As you know, once one harbors rebellious thoughts against the empire, one will suffer divine punishment from His Majesty the Emperor. The merchant spoke with great emotion and fervor. Even though I was once the head of the Lelouch family, oh my damned mouth, I shouldn't have mentioned that damned surname. I hope His Majesty the Emperor will forgive my mistake. Ignoring the merchant's exaggerated performance, Blake's gaze remained fixed on the woman behind him. Being insulted by someone else's family name should be something no nobleman could tolerate, especially not the former head of a family. But the woman behind him still looked dejected, her head bowed and silent. To others, her current state was pitiful and pathetic, almost evoking pity. But Blake didn't see it that way at all. A joke. Pitiful. She wasn't pitiful at all. Don't let her current appearance fool you. She was the woman destined to slaughter the entire royal family and all the nobles, sparing not even a newborn child. You ask how Blake knew all this. Because he transmigrated. Blake was just the name of this body. In reality, he was unemployed, or more accurately, laid off. Well, it was all pretty much the same. Both were categorized as losers in society. Struggling to survive, he ultimately resorted to power leveling to make a living. He'd take on almost any game, no matter how demanding. Because of this, his peers in the industry called him the hardcore gamer. Just now, after 3 days and 2 nights of perfect completion of a game called The Last Sword Saint of Sias, his electrocardiogram suddenly went straight to normal. He suddenly died from overworking, and then transmigrated into the game he had just perfectly completed. That makes sense, right? He just never expected that this cliched plot, so predictable it made him want to curse, would actually happen to him. This was even more absurd than being randomly transported to another world. Fortunately, he quickly sorted out his thoughts and summarized his situation into 2 pieces of information. The good news was that he knew all the perfect walk thrusts, and, being a perfectionist with a penchant for customer satisfaction, had achieved all the game's endings and achievements, possessing complete knowledge of everything in the game. The bad news was that he had transmigrated into a third-rate villain, and one who was hastily eliminated in the early to mid-stages of the story. In the game, Black was a complete wastrel nobleman, born into the Percival family, whose title was only Baron. Although he was at least a low-ranking nobleman, his behavior could easily be described as that of a thug. From beating up other nobles of equal rank to humiliating commoners and buying slaves as toys, he committed countless atrocities, his crimes too numerous to list, utterly despicable. In the end, he was forcibly expelled from the academy, and even his own father, unable to tolerate him, expelled him from the family to protect its honor. The talentless Blake was forced to wander the streets, begging endlessly, and ultimately, he was even sent alive to the crematorium. It was a truly despairing future. Blake snapped out of his reverie and carefully examined the woman being sold into slavery before him. No wonder, Blake muttered unconsciously. The merchant didn't hear him clearly. What did you say? Nothing. Blake pursed his lips. He wondered if the game's modeling team had some kind of masochistic tendency, making such a ruthless person's face so beautiful and captivating. No wonder later on, a group of morbidly aesthetically minded players chanted slogans like "Beauty is justice," "Down with the villainous protagonist," and "Join the Alice cult." The merchant rubbed his hands together. Young master, the Percival family's mansion is so large, it must require servants to clean it. You seem to know a lot about the Percival family? Blake's voice carried a hint of warning. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Blake ignored him, continuing to stare at the slave with his dark gaze. Alice Lalache, once a noble and aloof woman in everyone's eyes, the iron-fisted duchess, the head of the Lalache family. But because of a sudden rebellion, she fell to this state. Reduced to slavery, even her family name was stripped away, forbidden to be mentioned. Even knowing that the so-called rebellion had a carefully concealed, hidden story, this couldn't change the outcome. The so-called truth is merely the words of the victors, as it has always been. As a loser, even being sold as a commodity by a lowly black market slave trader, and subjected to humiliation to her face, she dared not utter a sound. But this woman before him was none other than the game's true final boss. In the early game, she appeared inconspicuous and cold, until the final scene where she revealed her cruel and ruthless, poisonous beauty. For the first half of the game, she remained low-key and reserved, only gradually revealing her true nature in the latter half. Most importantly, she was also the murderer who threw Blake into the incinerator. In short, one sentence: absolutely avoid anything involving this woman. We have enough servants at home. You can go home now. The merchant hadn't expected Blake to refuse so decisively, but didn't want to have made a wasted trip. Young master, perhaps you could reconsider. Even if not as a servant, but as a toy for your amusement would be quite nice. You see, the merchant said, grabbing Alice's chin and forcing her to look up. Her every trait is that of a rare beauty. She could absolutely satisfy your every desire for conquest. Enough. Blake was disgusted by his behavior and blatantly vulgar remarks. Are you insulting the Percival family? When has the Percival family ever sought pleasure in mere slaves? Blake stood on the moral and family honor high ground, angrily accusing the other man. The merchant was bewildered. But young master, haven't you always been buying from me? Blake paused. He forgot. Morality, family honor, Blake had none of those. But those were the absurd things the original owner of Blake had done. What did they have to do with him? Anyway, you can leave now. Don't make me repeat myself. Blake didn't care about that now. He desperately wanted to keep this time bomb out. Seeing the resistance in Blake's eyes as he looked at Alice, the merchant guessed what was going on and immediately smiled, assuring him, Don't worry, young master. I know the special nature of this item. No one has touched it before. It's been waiting for you. Faced with the merchant's persistent questioning, Blake's expression began to turn cold and unpleasant. Perhaps he should just have the guards throw him out. Why is it so noisy at the entrance? Just then, a rough and authoritative voice came from the mansion behind him. Immediately afterward, a man dressed impeccably and nobly, with features somewhat resembling Blake's, slowly walked out of the mansion. Honorable Lord Cred, this humble commoner greets you. Seeing the man, the merchant's attitude was even more respectful than before when he had treated Blake. This was because the man before him was none other than the current head of the Percival family, Blake's father. Craig glanced disdainfully at the man before him. The most famous slave trader in Lake Yondo. I recognize you. What brings you here? Is it my good-for-nothing son wanting to buy toys again? Craig looked at Blake with disgust. Do you know how much effort it takes to deal with all those broken toys you play with? The honor of the Percival family cannot be tarnished by you again and again. Blake shook his head. I apologize for disturbing you. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I'm about to send him away. Oh, Craig's voice was tinged with doubt, clearly disbelieving. The merchant immediately spoke up, showing off Alice behind him before Blake could, fawningly saying, Master, this time is different. This time the goods are very special. What a greedy bastard. Oh, special. Only then did Craig notice Alice behind the merchant, squinting at her for a long time before finally recognizing her. He then let out a cold laugh. Interesting. Percival held his head high, looking down at the woman before him with a mocking gaze. Even I almost didn't recognize him. Isn't this our once incredibly esteemed Duke? Cled looked at the merchant. You're right. She is indeed quite special. It seems you've brought me an unexpected surprise. The merchant, always adept at reading people, quickly became ingratiating again upon seeing Cled's interest. I only hope the patriarch will like her. Sensing the situation was getting out of hand, Blake tried to speak. But before he could, Cled raised his head. How much is she? The merchant held up 2 fingers. 2 gold coins. So cheap. The once second-in-command, the head of the Laroche family, is now worth only 2 gold coins. Cled spoke loudly, seemingly intentionally, so Alice would hear. But to his disappointment, Alice remained humbly bowing her head, showing no reaction, seemingly already accustomed to this humiliation. Her hair fell down, obscuring her face and preventing her from seeing her expression. "Father, I don't agree with your purchase." Blake hadn't finished speaking when Craig interrupted him, his face beaming with excitement. "The once high and mighty Duke is now a slave in a baron's household. How interesting. If word gets out, the Percival family will be infamous." Blake took a deep breath, prepared to risk his life to remonstrate. "Father, I think this matter needs further discussion." "Shut up, Blake. I can't tolerate being interrupted again and again." Craig seemed angered by Blake's persistence, glaring at him. "You're not old enough to disobey me. You should know that everyone in the Percival family, from top to bottom, should obey my decisions as the head of the family." "Blake, damn it." Chapter 2. Humiliation. As the merchant departed from the Percival estate, his countenance was adorned with a broad smile, coins clutched tightly in his grasp. Within the opulent confines of the estate's grand hall, Creed reclined in his prominent seat, flanked by the head maid. Beside him, Blake stood with a grim expression, silently observing Alice, who stood barefoot at the center of the room. She remained still, enduring Creed's piercing and mocking gaze. It seemed Creed was unwilling to let her off lightly. A year prior, the esteemed Duke would scarcely have spared us a glance. Yet now, here she was, pitiably positioned in the modest abode of a mere baron, wagging her tail in a desperate plea for refuge. Creed relentlessly taunted and humiliated Alice, harboring resentment for her previous dismissal of his overtures at the royal banquet. He was a man who valued reputation, his own and that of his family. In the medieval mindset of nobility, honor and dignity were paramount, often leading to the dramatic act of tossing down a gauntlet. Truly, what a delightful spectacle, is it not? Alice lowered her head, quietly accepting Creed's derision. While Creed laughed uproariously, Blake's expression soured further. "However, how dare you harbor thoughts of rebellion before our great emperor? The misfortune that has befallen your family is self-inflicted." Creed remained oblivious to the pleading gaze of Rod, continuing his mockery. "Since you have managed to survive, you ought to be grateful." Though Alice's survival could be attributed to the emperor's magnanimity, Blake understood the gravity of demoting a duke to the status of a slave. To witness the once mighty Duke, who stood just below the emperor, now paraded in shackles throughout the empire, was a grim spectacle indeed. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Perhaps the emperor believed that such a stark contrast would serve as a more profound humiliation than an immediate execution. Living in disgrace would utterly trample her dignity. The emperor wished for all to witness the fate of those who defy him. His decision seemed to achieve its desired effect, sparing Alice while simultaneously garnering praise for his wisdom and mercy. Yet, having experienced the narrative firsthand, Blake regarded him as a bona fide tyrant. It was only after Alice met her demise at the hands of the protagonist that they learned from some surviving former officials that the La Roche family was merely an innocent casualty of power struggles. This revelation exposed Alice's tragic origins and the brutal rebellion against the empire. Creed, of course, could not fathom such truths. "Your wretched vassals are far less fortunate than you." Creed smirked coldly. At those words, Blake felt a chill run down his spine. In a moment of carelessness, Creed had strayed into treacherous territory. He noticed the slight tremor of Alice's body, if not from fear, then surely from rage. Blake was acutely aware that provoking her would be detrimental for all involved. Yet Creed continued his incessant tirade, reveling in his sense of superiority. They had received their deserved fate on Hod Square, a hanging. Yet, truth be told, even that was too lenient. In an instant, the room fell silent. Creed and the head maid turned in astonishment towards Blake, who had dared to interject. Even Alice, who had kept her head bowed, paused her actions, raising her gaze slightly to cast a sidelong glance at Blake. "What do you mean by that, Blake?" Creed's expression darkened. He detested being interrupted while speaking. "Father, I believe we ought to refrain from continuing this topic," Blake replied, his tone composed. "What do you imply?" "We must extend basic respect to the deceased. Discussing such a grave matter with malice does not reflect the upbringing befitting a noble." As those words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the room grew even colder. Creed's expression soured, teetering on the brink of outrage, while the head maid trembled, too fearful to breathe. Yet Blake held Creed's intimidating gaze with unwavering resolve. Alice observed Blake, her brow slightly furrowed. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?" Creed's glare bore down on Blake, his voice ice cold, as though addressing a stranger. Do not presume that your bloodline grants you the liberty to act with impunity before me. I can bestow upon you everything, yet I can just as easily reclaim it. Father, I do not intend to defy you. My actions are entirely in accordance with your wishes. Oh, when did I teach you to challenge me? Creed narrowed his eyes, awaiting Blake's explanation. If your justification fails to convince me, even as my son, you shall regret today's recklessness. Blake lowered his head slightly, adopting a respectful posture. As the head of the Percival family, you have always regarded etiquette and refinement as the bedrock of our standing and family legacy. You have instilled these values in me, and I have adhered to your teachings faithfully, as I trust you will elevate the Percival name to greater heights. Blake's tone remained steady and low. Upon hearing this, Creed's anger visibly dissipated, gradually giving way to a more contemplative demeanor. After a moment of reflection, Creed nodded in reluctant agreement. You are correct, Blake, as nobles. We must not forsake our basic etiquette and dignity. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Creed's gaze. It seems you have gleaned much from your time at Science Academy. Your performance pleases me. I hope this is not merely a fleeting passion. Blake nodded. I shall adhere to your guidance. Meanwhile, Alice had withdrawn her gaze. Her eyes once again clouded, as she silently retracted her hands. Creed then turned his attention back to Alice. I must admit, I retract my previous remarks. As a form of compensation, I shall graciously permit you to remain here at the Percival estate. Yes, Alice replied. However, Creed appeared dissatisfied with her simple response. A frown returning to his features. Does the Duke not comprehend his position? As a purchased slave, I should not need to instruct you on basic decorum. Creed's voice was hoarse yet authoritative, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Kneel. Blake. Blake quickly glanced at Creed. Indeed, in that instant, a glimmer of icy malice flashed in Alice's eyes. Though she remained motionless, Blake noticed her nails digging deeply into her flesh. He inhaled sharply, realizing he was utterly powerless to intervene. Do you defy the command of your newly acquired master? Creed regarded her with an impassive stare. Or do you wish to return to that wretched dungeon, hanging a sign for someone to purchase you again? After a moment's hesitation, Alice bit her lip, choosing silence. Ultimately, she slowly bent her knees. The iron-willed Duke, once feared even by royalty, now knelt before them. At that moment, Blake took a deep breath. It was over. Completely finished. However, he finally understood. No wonder Alice sought to annihilate his entire family, leaving no one, not even those long since exiled, unscathed. In the original storyline, Blake acquired Alice merely for her pleasing appearance, treating her as a mere toy. Consequently, he subjected her to various indignities, often venting his frustrations upon her. Alice, on the other hand, endured her status as a slave within Blake's household, suffering his humiliations while secretly cultivating her own power, biding her time. Ultimately, she orchestrated a rebellion of national proportions, with Blake's family being the first to suffer her wrath. They were annihilated, and she did not spare even the exiled Blake, who had been reduced to begging on the streets. In a grand twist of fate, she sought him out, inviting him into the furnace as retribution for his past transgressions against her. The mere thought of this sent a shiver down Blake's spine. Yet, Creed remained oblivious to these developments. As he gazed at the woman kneeling before him, he nodded in satisfaction, raising his voice. Why the silence? Are you feeling resentful? The Percival family does not require a mute. Alice, her head bowed and voice faint, replied, No. Then speak up. Proclaim your true identity. At this, Blake felt a chill run through him, and his breath quickened. He feared provoking Alice to the point where she would unleash her secret assassins upon the entire Percival family. An organization she had developed in the shadows, composed of loyal and formidable individuals. This faction revealed itself only at the climax of the game, catching the protagonists off guard. Given the circumstances of the Percival family, their combined strength would likely be insufficient to withstand the onslaught. Blake's mind raced with strategies to salvage his predicament. However, the next moment, Creed's voice pierced the air, Master. Time seemed to freeze. Alice, parched from lack of water, uttered the word with surprising clarity. Blake was taken aback. The iron-willed Duke, who had faced battle without shedding a tear, displayed no sign of weakness even as he met his demise at the hands of the player-controlled protagonist. Yet Creed had managed to elicit such a response. He looked at Creed, who wore a smug expression of satisfaction. Well done. Truly commendable. Taking a deep breath, Blake contemplated running away that very night, telling Creed he wished to venture out for personal development. As for Creed and the Percival family, that was their own folly. Blake merely wished to survive. Just as he resolved this course of action, Creed's next words nailed him to the gallows. Precisely. This is the attitude befitting a servant. Blake, you have come of age, and you still lack a servant. Hearing this, Blake's heart sank, and indeed, Creed looked down at the kneeling Alice. Let her serve you from now on. Blake's thoughts spiraled into disbelief. Father, I must protest. I believe this is unnecessary. Creed interrupted him, sternly stating that as the eldest son of the Percival family, he must cultivate his authority, and a capable servant would assist in showcasing his prestige. Blake grasped the implication. Having a former duke as his servant would elevate his status, likely the very reason Creed had acquired her. However, he glanced at Alice, knowing that this servant would ultimately seek his life once she amassed her strength. Desperate to resist, he pleaded, Father, I think we can postpone this matter. I am still in my studies. Yet Creed, known for his obstinacy and poor listening skills, declared, it is settled. After school begins, she will accompany you. I recall that Sias Academy permits servants to accompany their masters. Additionally, Creed rose, casting a glance at Blake. Prepare well for the duel in half a month's time. The princess will be in attendance. Do not bring disgrace to the Percival name. With that, he ordered, take her to change into proper attire. Creed, regarding Alice with disdain, remarked to the headmaid, it is revolting to see someone in such tattered garb wandering about the esteemed Percival estate. With that, he departed, leaving Blake alone with Alice. Blake watched the immobile Alice kneeling before him, took a deep breath, and prepared for the next chapter of his life. The headmaid, Beatrice, took Alice to change clothes. Meanwhile, Blake stood before the mirror in his room. The reflection that stared back was not the boy he once was, but a striking youth with black hair and eyes. His features sharp and handsome. Name, Blake Percival. Gender, male. Age, 18. Race, human. Strength, 4 spirit, 5 magic, 2 combat ability, none magic skills. Wine blade, basic, LV1. Fireball, basic, LV1. Upon seeing the information box above his head, he could hardly believe his eyes. How he wished it were merely an illusion. A strength of only 4? Even an ordinary farmer would possess a strength of 6 or 7, and protagonists in the games he played typically started with a minimum of 8. How could a member of the Sias Academy's magic department have such low magical prowess? He would likely exhaust himself after just a few casts of basic spells. With these stats, how could he ever stand up to the main character? No wonder he was a mere inconsequential antagonist. Useless Blake. Wait. Blake suddenly noticed a striking line of text at the bottom of the attribute box. Please carry the story to its true conclusion. Huh. Blake rubbed his eyes. This phrase seemed markedly different from the mechanically generated text. It appeared as if someone had handwritten it. Was this from the one who brought him into this world? But what did it mean? He pondered the meaning of true conclusion. Did it imply a perfect ending? But was he not a character fated to die? How could there be a notion of carrying the story to its conclusion? Did this mean that only by following the instructions provided could he return to the real world? Did it imply that his transportation to this realm was a result of someone's design? To attain a perfect ending while altering his doomed fate, was this the challenge laid before him? So many questions tangled in his mind, forming a chaotic knot that he struggled to untangle. Feeling despondent, he sank into a chair, gazing at his reflection while contemplating his next steps. In the face of adversity, taking a moment to think could indeed expedite clarity and analysis of the current situation. Blake quickly reached a conclusion. If this truly was the condition for his progression, the challenges he faced could be distilled into 2 primary objectives. 1. Ensure his survival and alter his fatal outcome. 2. Stabilize the narrative's development and, when necessary, guide it in the right direction. Though this summary was simple, Blake understood that achieving these goals would be far from easy. Firstly, regarding the first point. Regardless of the purpose behind the message left for him, it did not conflict with his goal of survival. To guide the story to its conclusion, he must at least ensure that he remained alive until then. This was the foundational prerequisite for all endeavors, one he had already been striving towards. However, this desire poses quite a challenge for Blake, who is, after all, a man whose story concluded rather abruptly in its first half. His brash and overbearing demeanor has led him to forge numerous adversarial relationships. Yet, what can he say in his defense? Should he run into the crowd and shout, "Hey, I am not Blake. The real Blake is dead. He is gone. Do not mistake me for him. So do not come after me." What a ludicrous notion. While lamenting, he approached the table and picked up a pen to meticulously outline the fundamental interpersonal dynamics surrounding Blake. Despite the multitude of enemies he has amassed, 2 individuals warrant his utmost caution. These 2 have played pivotal roles in shaping Blake's life. One is the male protagonist of the game, and the other is Alice. The protagonist is directly responsible for Blake's exile from his family, leaving him to wander the streets, while Alice is the one who ultimately condemns him to the furnace. The protagonist is less concerning for now, as the main storyline has yet to unfold. We are currently in the prequel DLC, Alice's tale. The main narrative primarily revolves around the adventurous life at CS Academy. With ample time before the academic year begins, he can remain as inconspicuous as possible to avoid animosity with the protagonist. If he cannot confront him, surely he can evade him? Thus, the primary conflict is glaringly evident. Alice. Blake circled her name. His foremost task is to devise a means of surviving her clutches. But how can he achieve this? Thanks to our delightful head of the household, Cled, navigating a cordial relationship with her has become exceedingly arduous. Cled's recent antics likely have Alice contemplating his demise. That arrogant fool. The Percival family is bound to meet its ruin at Alice's hands, a fate that seems immutable. He glanced at the words Percival and Blake on the paper and drew an X between them. After all, Blake is destined to be expelled by Cled, and he can seize this opportunity to sever ties with the Percivals entirely, as long as he refrains from provoking Alice like the original protagonist. Her wrath against the nobles should not ensnare him. This way, he can evade the direct death she brings. But where does that leave him? How can an utterly talentless Blake survive outside the shelter of the Percival family? It is essential to remember that in the original plot, once Blake loses his family's protection, his notorious reputation and the grievances he has caused others lead him to a dismal existence of begging by the roadside. Faced with this dilemma, Blake clutched his hair in anguish, gritting his teeth. Even if he escapes the immediate threat of death from Alice, a slow demise will surely claim his life. With his very survival at stake, who has the luxury to ponder other matters? After prolonged contemplation, he concluded that obtaining a diploma from CS Academy would be his path to salvation. The main storyline comprises 5 acts. Although Alice serves as the final chapter's antagonist, she remains rather subdued until the climax, with players only uncovering details of her secrets through earlier plot hints. According to the timeline, her challenge only becomes available a month after the protagonist's graduation, since he and the protagonist are in the same cohort. Starting their second year upon school commencement means he has almost 3 years left. Therefore, it need not be overly complicated. If he can simply secure his diploma and distance himself from the original death point before Alice's uprising, he will be in a favorable position. CS Academy is a prestigious institution coveted by countless noble families wishing to enroll their progeny. Entrance requires either overwhelming talent, power, or wealth. One of the 3 must be possessed. Blake belongs to the latter category. Given the Academy's esteemed nature, the value of its diploma is unquestionable, regardless of how one gains admission. Possessing a diploma from CS Academy ensures a comfortable and respected life anywhere. To put it in the terms of the original world, it is akin to acquiring a degree from the world's foremost institution. When that time comes, he can distance himself from the Percival family, evade Alice, and escape death. Even if the Percival family perishes and he cannot return to reality, he can still live comfortably. This indeed presents a viable escape route. Thus, his survival issue is resolved. Simultaneously, remaining at the Academy will facilitate his pursuit of the second goal. According to his preliminary assessment, the true conclusion likely refers to the flawless ending he has pursued countless times. Given his familiarity with the narrative, achieving this outcome should not be overly challenging. The real difficulty lies in the execution. It is vital to remember that he is not the protagonist, but rather a minor antagonist whose story concluded prematurely. This identity renders him particularly precarious, compelling him to avoid direct interference in the plot and instead find ways to guide it. His strategy is to refrain from meddling with the narrative's trajectory, allowing it to unfold freely, and only intervene at critical junctures to correct course. His aim is to play his part well and withdraw successfully from the final act's Alice assault. Indeed, it appears that the second objective is somewhat simpler than the first. Yet, one aspect troubles him significantly. Originally, he intended to keep this trouble at bay, but after various twists, she has still been acquired. Does this imply that altering the course of the plot is beyond his reach, or that the pivotal moments in the story are destined to remain unchanged? Blake pondered this for a moment. Perhaps this warrants further investigation later. However, with a plan in place, Blake felt a slight ease in his mood. Yet, his foremost task remains to enhance his abilities. The graduation assessments at CS are notoriously rigorous. He decided to assess the capabilities of this body. Contemplating this, Blake sauntered to the window, softly reciting a spell, and with a flick of his hand towards the outside, a sharp, invisible blade shot forth, accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air. Basic magic, wind blade. The execution felt entirely natural, as if etched into his very muscles. However, casting the spell left Blake with a faint sense of fatigue, a sign of diminished magical energy. He estimated that he could manage only 3 or 4 more uses. After some stretching, Blake dropped to the floor and began doing push-ups. Yet, After barely exceeding 10, his arms grew sore and weak, trembling under the strain. Nevertheless, he refused to relent. Improving his physical condition is of utmost urgency. It is crucial to recognize that magical energy also gradually increases with physical enhancement. Of course, he could consume potions that aid magical growth, but those merely serve as a supplementary measure. Undoubtedly, whether in reality or within the game, possessing a robust physique is paramount. Crack! Blake turned at the sound, witnessing shattered teacups and spilled brown tea on the floor. The young maid stared in shock at the perspiring Blake, then, regaining her senses, lowered her gaze to the fragments. In a panic, she immediately knelt down. "I am so sorry. I slipped. Due to the illness of the maid responsible for cleaning the mansion yesterday, Lady Beatrice requested that I take her place and clean until late. I understand that this may not serve as an excuse. However, I humbly ask for your forgiveness this once." In the trembling gaze of the maid, Blake slowly rose and, with a somber expression, approached her. As he watched her advance, he extended his hand. The maid, aware of the impending punishment, fearfully closed her eyes. Yet, the anticipated blows did not come. When she gradually opened her eyes, she found his hand suspended in midair. "Are you all right?" Blake inquired, looking down at the maid kneeling before him, reaching out to help her stand. To his surprise, the maid disregarded his offered hand, swiftly rising while apologizing profusely and rushing off to fetch cleaning tools, stumbling as she exited before him. "Am I a monster?" he wondered. "What did you say? That dreadful young master is exercising? Are you jesting? Surely, you must have mistaken him. And you broke the teapot without being punished? Is he plotting something again? Perhaps you should keep your distance from him for now." Unbeknownst to Blake, the maids were already buzzing with gossip about him. At that moment, drenched in sweat, he was engrossed in the information panel before him, realizing that a morning of training had only marginally increased his strength by 0.1. The path ahead was daunting. Such a slow improvement was disheartening, especially considering the low baseline of his current physique. As one progresses, it becomes increasingly challenging to advance. Akin to leveling up in a game, it seemed essential to enhance his physical capabilities while also seeking improvement in other areas. Blake shifted his gaze to the skill section below. Combat abilities and magical techniques would play crucial roles in practical encounters. Yet these too depended on the elevation of his strength and magical power. Without adequate power, even acquired skills would remain dormant. What baffled him was the realization that he possessed only a rudimentary wind magic skill. How had he even gained admission to the Science Academy? Most likely, it was due to Kraid's connections. Blake found himself overwhelmed, a seasoned player accustomed to zero spending, now feeling utterly at a loss. This panel offered no actionable avenues. Knock, knock. "Come in." Alice, clad in the Percival family maid outfit, entered, carrying fresh tea and pastries. At that moment, she resumed her icy, expressionless demeanor. Even upon seeing Blake, bare-chested and glistening with sweat, she exhibited no reaction, silently placing the refreshments on the table before picking up a tool to clean the shattered ceramics. Blake merely glanced at her, choosing not to engage in conversation. In the days that followed, Blake isolated himself, dedicating nearly all his waking hours to training, save for meals and sleep. This behavior alarmed the mansion's maids, who, uncertain of what scheme this troublesome young master was concocting, intentionally kept their distance from him. They were unwilling to risk incurring his wrath. Unaware of their apprehension, Blake wiped his brow, wholly focused on the panel before him. Several days of strenuous training had only managed to elevate his strength to 5. Alongside the enhancement of his physical condition, his magical power had risen to 23. It was undeniable that, aside from the low starting point of his body, Blake possessed a degree of talent. The rapid improvement in his physical abilities surprised him. Nevertheless, he was dissatisfied with the rate of progress. Clearly, he needed to devise a strategy. As Blake contemplated, a knock resonated at the door. "Enter." Alice entered with a slight bow. "Master, the Lord is looking for you." It seemed Alice had adapted to her role as a servant of the Percival household, likely due to her noble upbringing, which facilitated her swift acclimatization to the household's customs. However, she still spoke very little. Blake had nearly become the person she interacted with the most, as the other maids were reluctant to approach him, leaving the new arrival, Alice, to navigate the situation. Workplace bullying existed even in medieval Europe, yet this allowed Blake and Alice to forge a closer connection. During this time, he couldn't help but admire her ability to adapt gracefully to her altered circumstances. Her demeanor and actions now epitomized that of a competent and diligent servant. Blake nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 4. Are you aware that she has a fiancé? Father, you summoned me? Blake asked as he entered Kraid's study. Kraid sat before his cherished mahogany desk, engrossed in family affairs. Upon glancing at Blake's entrance, he set down the documents in his hand. I heard you've been holed up in your room for the past few days, diligently training? Blake nodded, maintaining an impassive expression. Indeed, father. He concealed his unease, fully aware that Craig likely deemed his recent behavior quite peculiar. Craig remained silent, fixing Blake with a penetrating gaze for a moment. Is it because you know you've committed a grave error that you wish to feign ignorance? Blake was taken aback, failing to comprehend Craig's insinuation. Without uttering a word, Craig handed him a newspaper from the desk. You'd best have a reasonable explanation for this. Blake took the paper, and his eyes were immediately drawn to the sensational headline. Shocking. The young master of the Percival household publicly defiled the count's daughter at a banquet. It was undeniable that such scandalous reports knew how to attract attention. The image depicted a man gripping a girl's hand tightly, his handsome visage marred by drunkenness, as he appeared to shove a wine glass into her grasp, despite the girl maintaining a smile befitting her noble status. Traces of resistance and disgust were evident as she attempted to break free from his grip. The dark-haired man in the photograph was all too familiar, prompting Blake to glance at the mirror on the desk, where he was confronted with the reflection of his own face, identical to that of the newspaper. I entrusted you to represent the family at the banquet, and you chose to behave in such a disgraceful manner. Blake, have you lost your mind? Did you mistake her for a courtesan? Let me remind you, do you even know she has a fiancé? Craig's expression was dark, teetering on the brink of fury. Indeed. It was maddening. Blake's lips twitched as he muttered, What did you say? Nothing, father. Nothing. Do you consider this a trivial matter? Craig roared, his anger palpable. Do you understand that had I not offered the Percival family's 3 iron industry chains and a trade transport chain as an apology to stabilize the situation, the Morlett family's private army would already be at our doorstep? Do you intend to drag the Percival family down with your foolishness and absurdity? I am deeply sorry, father. I have been tolerating you, but you continue to. Craig paused, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected apology. Blake inclined his head slightly. Thank you for handling this matter. I will personally apologize, and I assure you such an incident will not happen again. His tone was sincere, as if he genuinely recognized his mistake. Craig scrutinized Blake, his astonishment causing the anger in his expression to wane slightly. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I will allow you this last chance. Moreover, as a condition for your amends, you must perform well in the upcoming duel competition. If you achieve a commendable ranking, this incident can be overlooked, and I shall also reward you. Blake was about to nod in agreement, but in the next moment, Creed's tone shifted, his expression darkening. However, if you disgrace the Percival family again as you have in the past, I will rescind all privileges currently afforded to you, including your enrollment at Science Academy. I will not waste resources on someone who shows no promise. Blake's heart sank at Creed's flat tone, which struck him like a heavy blow. The implication was unmistakable. Creed was contemplating the disinheritance of his son. Although Blake was officially the only heir, Creed had numerous illegitimate offspring hidden from public view. He had always prioritized family reputation over personal bonds, and it seemed he had reached the end of his patience with this unworthy son. Other matters could be overlooked, but his enrollment at Science Academy was non-negotiable. Without it, he would face not only survival challenges, but also the loss of insight into the main storyline, jeopardizing all his future plans. Yet, Blake still maintained his composure and responded respectfully. I shall do my utmost, father. Once back in his room, Blake found himself in a quandary, completely disregarding Alice, who was pouring tea beside him as he sat down at the table. He had nearly forgotten about the noble tournament, which was merely mentioned in the prologue DLC, Alice's Tale, prior to the main storyline. However, unlike the main narrative, Alice's Tale felt less like a game and more like a visual narrative. Players did not need to engage in any actions. It felt akin to watching a documentary. Consequently, in pursuit of achievements, he had hastily skipped many scenes, leaving him somewhat oblivious to the events leading up to the main story. How much do you know about this tournament? Blake suddenly turned to Alice and inquired. As a former head of a ducal family, she would undoubtedly be well versed in such matters, making her the ideal source of information. Upon hearing his question, Alice shot him an incredulous glance, as if to say, You don't know about this? This tournament is held regularly among various noble ranks, and participants are typically the designated or appointed heirs or firstborns of families of equal status. She explained. Blake furrowed his brow. Designated heirs or firstborns? Alice elaborated. The purpose of the tournament is to assess the qualifications and capabilities of future heirs from noble families. Assessment? Blake frowned. What happens if one does poorly? There is no explicit punishment, Alice replied, shaking her head. However, the family of the victor or outstanding performers may see an elevation in their noble rank. Blake pondered this. realizing that the tournament bore similarities to the ancient civil service examinations. So this tournament is indeed quite significant? In certain respects, yes, Alice concurred. To underscore its importance, even the lowest-ranked tournaments are often attended by members of the royal family, usually the crown prince or princess. Blake stroked his chin thoughtfully. No wonder Creed placed such weight on it. The presence of the crown prince and princess supervising the event could be interpreted as a commendation of their ability to recognize talent. Blake scoffed, murmuring, "Should we praise them for their discernment?" Alice remained silent, but in the next moment, Blake chuckled lightly, his tone laced with cold irony. "Not necessarily." Alice looked at him in mild surprise, but Blake merely turned away, choosing not to elaborate. Deep down, he understood the reality of the situation. The potential future heirs of the kingdom observing the proceedings would likely leave every participant awestruck, praising the nobility of the royals who recognized talent. Yet, this was merely a tactic employed by the royal factions to cultivate and win over loyalty from those they intended to elevate. After all, only those nurtured from the ground up could be expected to remain loyal. Such is the nature of imperial strategy. The royal family in the main storyline often left an impression of being inept, corrupt, and cruel, although there were a few virtuous individuals among them. Nevertheless, they had not left a favorable impression on him overall. However, these considerations were not his primary concern at the moment. He needed to devise a plan to secure his opportunity at Science Academy. Since Creed had spoken so sternly, it was clear he was serious. Wait, if he recalled correctly, Blake had achieved a commendable rank in the prologue, hadn't he? How had he managed that? Oh, it seemed he had resorted to many unscrupulous tactics, bribing judges, drugging competitors, and even violating rules by secretly using performance-enhancing potions. The original character had truly spared no effort. Unfortunately, before the competition concluded, Blake's misdeeds were exposed, resulting in his disqualification. His scandal had also reached Science Academy, tarnishing his reputation, which was already akin to that of a rat in a sewer. Yet, he had to continue living as Blake Percival. Thus, for the sake of his future, he could not afford to emulate the original character's methods. However, as Blake glanced at his skill set, Windblade, LV2, Fireball, LV1, he realized he possessed only two rudimentary skills, one of which had only just been upgraded. According to the game's mechanics, acquiring new skills required instruction from someone or self-study through books. Both of these options could be easily achieved at Science Academy. But there was still some time before classes commenced. Where could he find a qualified mage to teach him in the meantime? Wait, a mage? Blake suddenly had an epiphany. Wasn't there a prominent high-ranking mage right beside him? He looked up again at Alice. "Master, do you require something?" she asked, noticing his gaze. "You can use magic. Can't you?" Alice hesitated for a moment, her expression tightening. "Master, I am currently unable to wield magic." "Is that so?" Blake studied her thoughtfully. Sensing his suspicion, Alice rolled up her sleeve, revealing a dark symbol on her wrist. The ominous black runes, resembling tattoos, snaked across her arm, evoking a sense of suffocation. This was a sealing spell cast by the three royal court mages, completely binding her magical veins. Unless the casters perished, nearly no one could break it. Very well then. Although Blake accepted this, hidden from his view, Alice's gaze turned cold and vigilant, a glimmer of lethal intent flickering within it. Chapter 5. Are you seeking death? Prepare the carriage and summon Beatrice to accompany me. In response to Blake's sudden decision, Alice merely nodded without protest, placing the tea on the table before turning to leave and make preparations. After she departed, Blake gathered his belongings, which contained some simple self-defense tools to assist him in evading minor troubles, as he was heading to a potentially perilous location. "Master, the carriage is ready," Alice announced upon her return. "Very well," Blake nodded, but then noticed Alice's expression and frowned, asking, "Where is Beatrice?" "Lord Creed instructed that she attend to an important matter, so I will accompany you instead." Blake frowned at her response. To speak candidly, he was not keen on having Alice, this unpredictable variable, accompany him on his outing. Lord Creed had announced his intention to bring all the maids of the household to greet Duke Lancelot. Blake sighed, conceding to go alone. Yet, Alice remained motionless, rooted in place. Lord Creed had expressed that should any harm befall him, she would revert to her status as a slave. Blake reflected on Creed, a man inclined to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Very well, he mused, considering that Alice, aware of the repercussions should he be harmed, would likely refrain from any reckless behavior. "I shall prepare myself." "No need for preparations," she replied. Blake cast a glance at her before descending the stairs and setting off. The wheels clattered over the cobblestone road, producing a dull, rhythmic rumble. Outside the carriage, the imposing silhouette of the estate gradually receded. its tall spires and intricately carved window frames fading in the morning light. However, after traveling a short distance, the carriage began to jolt, causing Blake discomfort. Was medieval transportation truly this intolerable? How did those nobles endure daily travel without suffering? Blake silently criticized, stealing a glance at Alice, who sat across from him. Poised and unmoving, her gaze fixed on the passing scenery. Yet, he deemed this reaction understandable. After all, she had once been a warrior who traversed the land on horseback. Facing far greater tribulations than this, his attention shifted to the sword at Alice's waist. A customary adornment worn by accompanying servants for safety whenever they ventured out with their master. The Percival family had long provided swordsmanship training to their people. And although Alice had initially harbored reservations, considering her ambitious nature, he reasoned she would not jeopardize herself by harming him. In the original narrative, Blake had often placed himself in peril, yet managed to survive under her watch, underscoring this very point. Moreover, with her capabilities, if she truly intended to take his life, she would not need to sully her hands directly. Thus, it seemed futile to dwell on whether she should bear arms. The carriage rattled into the marketplace. Enveloped in a cacophony of sound, vendors shouted their wares. The scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the rich aroma of spices. The carriage halted before a shop selling magical artifacts. Blake and Alice entered. It was a rather ordinary potion shop, with shelves lined with a myriad of potions and magical devices. A kindly old merchant stood at the counter, his fingers deftly manipulating an abacus, producing a rhythmic clicking sound. Blake approached. The merchant lifted his head, squinting, and adjusted his monocle. "Welcome, young Master Blake," he exclaimed. Blake regarded him, offering no pleasantries. "Take me upstairs." At this, the old merchant's formerly gentle demeanor shifted to one of sharp caution. He scrutinized Blake for a moment before glancing at Alice behind him, his gaze wary. "Master Blake is a regular here, of course, but may I inquire about the lady accompanying you?" "Alice is now my servant," Blake stated succinctly, feeling no need to elaborate. The shocking rebellion of the Lalek family, which had stirred the entire empire, was widely known, yet few were aware of the intricacies behind it. Indeed, although the old merchant still harbored some reservations, he eventually nodded. "Please, follow me." He led Blake to the second floor of the shop. It was lined with orderly shelves filled with various magical tomes. The old merchant approached a shelf, gently pulling out a few books. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, a fissure appeared in the wall, gradually revealing a door that swung open. "Please, after you." He gestured, yet he did not intend to follow. Blake, undeterred, stepped into the dark tunnel, with Alice silently trailing behind. As they ventured deeper, the door closed slowly behind them. At the end of the corridor stood another wooden door. Blake pushed it open, accompanied by the creaking of the hinges, revealing a room identical to that of the shop's first floor. However, this time, the shelves contained items that could not be scrutinized. Blake glanced at Alice, who appeared unfazed by the revelation. In the center of the room sat an elderly man, mirroring the old merchant's appearance, studying a document in his hands. Upon hearing the noise, he slowly raised his head. "Welcome, esteemed Master Blake and Miss Alice." Blake nodded in acknowledgement. "What kind of artifacts do you have for me today?" The old merchant, seeing Blake, wore a smile that hinted at opportunity. "We have recently acquired some new items, Master. You might find the latest magical vine whip, pain-amplifying tweezers, or a potion that intensifies the sensation of the star feather most intriguing." Noticing Alice's expression darkening, Blake promptly interrupted. "I need a magical potion." The old man paused, looking at Blake with incredulity. "Are you serious, Master Blake? You can easily obtain potions on the first floor. My brother can assist you." Blake remained resolute, gazing unwaveringly at him. "I require the limit expansion potion." The moment these words left his lips, the merchant's smile faltered, and even Alice appeared taken aback, casting him a look of astonishment. The room fell into an oppressive silence. Blake narrowed his eyes, his gaze and tone sharp. "I know you possess it." The old merchant regained his composure, realizing his faux pas, and nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I do." However, he hesitated. "May I inquire as to the purpose behind your desire for such a potion? Surely it is not for personal use. You have overstepped, old man." Blake shot him a cold glare, his words laced with warning. "Apologies, Master Blake, I have crossed a line." The old merchant quickly backtracked. Though a calculating glint had entered his gaze, he felt a peculiar shift in Blake, as if he were no longer the same person he once knew. After a brief moment, he rose and walked toward a wooden door in the corner of the room. "Since this potion is rarely sought after, I have stored it in the pantry. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it." Once they were alone, Blake suddenly turned to Alice. "What is your opinion on the limit expansion potion? That kind of potion is perilous. Alice cast a glance at him with her emotionless eyes and delivered a blunt conclusion. If you truly wish to consume this, you are likely courting death. Blake nodded, neither denying nor inquiring further. He was acutely aware of the implications of Alice's statements. The reason this potion was banned by the Empire was due to its high-risk nature. Logically, one would expect many to flock to it, as it could enhance magical potency. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Very few dared to partake in it. The reason being, at its core, it was a concentrated essence of magic, pure magic. To be precise, just a single drop equated to the magical essence a normal person could accumulate in an entire day. No one would be foolish enough to drink concentrated sulfuric acid. Once this pure magic potion entered a person's body, it would instantly vaporize into magic, surging uncontrollably into the drinker's magical veins, forcibly expanding them. To put it simply, if a person's blood vessels were suddenly inundated by a torrential flow of blood, akin to a balloon being overfilled with air, it might very well burst. Surviving such a crude method became the most fundamental question. If not for pressing circumstances, Blake would have preferred not to resort to such an extreme measure. Even players in the game would not be reckless enough to consume it, as there was a recorded instance of a user who, against all odds, tried it and found themselves bleeding uncontrollably, akin to being poisoned. During his own gameplay, he had only witnessed a handful of individuals daring enough to use this potion, and it seemed that only 2 had managed to survive. The reason Blake specifically inquired about Alice was that she was one of those 2 who had consumed the potion and lived to tell the tale. Do you think I lack the potential for success? Alice did not respond directly, but remarked that it depended on the willpower of the user. Judging by her demeanor, she seemed unwilling to divulge any more information. Blake sighed heavily. After a while, old Alan returned with a tightly sealed pouch containing the potion. Due to the volatility of magic, precautions had to be taken, he explained, carefully handing the potion to Blake. Blake accepted the vial and looked at the merchant. How much for this potion? Old Alan grinned awkwardly, holding up 4 fingers for gold coins. Blake nodded. 2 for Alice. He retrieved 4 gold coins from a storage ring on his finger and tossed them onto the table before the merchant. Alan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly began pocketing the coins with a jovial smile. We look forward to your next visit. However, Blake ignored Alan's friendly demeanor, collecting the potion and swiftly departing with Alice. Time was of the essence. He still wished to visit the underground auction at the black market. As they turned into an inconspicuous alley, deeper within they soon encountered an iron door unlike any other. It lay flat on the ground, resembling a rectangular manhole cover from a distance, which seemed rather peculiar. Flanking the door were 2 burly men with menacing looks. The black market auction was held beneath the bustling marketplace, a simple tactic to mask the sounds of bidding and trading with the din of the marketplace above. Upon entering, they found the auction hall illuminated with a gathering of light, where a half-orc auctioneer dressed in a revealing outfit banged a gavel. The crowd below raised their paddles, calling out bids in a lively manner. Blake and Alice took their paddles and settled into a discreet corner. With Blake's status as a scion of the Percival family and his previous patronage, they were easily granted entry without a reservation. Blake observed several items up for bid, finding none of them particularly useful to him, which sparked a desire to leave. Just as he resolved to depart, a red feather was presented on stage, illuminated under the spotlight. He noticed the auctioneer's sudden enthusiasm. This item was called the Feather of the Phoenix, said to have been lost by the great Mage Meyer during the sealing of the Phoenix. It had been authenticated to possess properties that rendered it immune to flames, the auctioneer announced. However, due to the absence of historical records or clear applications in the Empire's history, we can only offer it as an exhibit for sale. Therefore, we have set the starting bid at merely 3 gold coins. So, esteemed guests, please feel free to bid. Blake's gaze fixated on the feather, an excitement he could hardly contain bubbling within him. Indeed, very few were aware of its true purpose. In the game, it existed as a hidden achievement, and by sheer fortune, he had learned of its properties and usage. With this in mind, Blake gestured for Alice to raise her paddle, bidding 3 gold coins. He cautiously offered the base price, mindful not to raise suspicion by bidding too high, as it was merely an exhibit. Thus, he only incrementally increased the bid by 1 coin each time. True to his strategy, after a few rounds, no one else contested against him. Let us congratulate guest number 31 for securing this item for a final price of 7 gold coins. With the gavel striking the iron table, a crisp sound resonated through the hall. The feather was ultimately auctioned off to him for 7 gold coins. Subsequently, the feather was taken away by the staff, and Blake would only need to retrieve it from the back once the auction concluded. Having won the feather, Blake exhaled in relief. Now, please turn your attention to the next item for bid. After a few more items of no significance to Blake, the auctioneer clapped his hands, his tail swaying slightly behind him. Immediately following, the staff brought forth a tightly sealed wooden box. Under the gaze of the audience, the auctioneer slowly opened the box, revealing a pitch-black stone before everyone. The stone, reminiscent of coal but with a sheen and crystalline transparency, contrasted sharply with the previous items. Unlike before, the moment this black stone appeared, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The orc auctioneer continued his explanation. This stone is the legendary obsidian, formed naturally over many years under the rare conditions of the northern dark forest, making it exceedingly precious. Possessing it can significantly accelerate the training of dark magic, he stated, before abruptly shifting his tone. However, due to its unique nature, we have not set a reserve price for this item, allowing esteemed guests to bid freely. As the gavel struck, an unusual silence fell over the crowd. No one dared to place a bid. Instead, murmurs began to ripple through the audience. Who would dare use such a thing? Effective for training dark magic? That sounds utterly absurd. They must be mad. Let us hasten past this ominous item and move on to the next one. Observing the murmuring crowd, Blake could empathize with their reactions. The Empire had explicitly forbidden the practice of dark magic, classifying it as taboo not only due to the extreme lethality of its spells, but also because of its inherent dangers. A misstep in its practice could lead to severe repercussions. At best, one might endure excruciating agony akin to being gnawed by venomous ants, and at worst, one could descend into a state akin to that of a mindless zombie. Only a fool or a desperate soul would venture into the realm of dark magic. Reflecting upon this, Black discreetly cast a glance at Alice beside him. At that moment, her gaze was intently fixed on a stone upon the stage. Gripping her bidding paddle tightly, Alice had been secretly practicing dark magic, having been compelled to pursue this perilous form of sorcery due to the sealing of her conventional magical veins. Though it was referred to as magic, it was, in truth, a peculiar force that did not fall within the realm of traditional magical energy. By the end of the game, her mastery of dark magic had reached an extraordinary level, to the point where even 3 royal court mages could not withstand her power alone. Upon the death of its caster, and as the seals on her being were fully lifted, she became an even more formidable entity. The protagonist nearly succumbed to her might. At this moment, gazing at the stone on stage, Alice's eyes flickered with something. She almost forgot her current guise, slowly raising her paddle. 1 gold coin. Although Alice had already raised her paddle, it was Black who shouted first. At this proclamation, curious glances were cast upon him by the surrounding crowd, eager to witness which reckless fool would dare to make such a decision. Even Alice, returning to her senses, regarded him with a look of astonishment. However, Black had his own reasons for this action. It was imperative that the stone did not fall into Alice's hands. Otherwise, she would become a greater threat in the future. Originally, in the main storyline, Alice had not encountered this stone, and if she acquired it now, it would undoubtedly introduce unforeseen complications to the narrative. Meanwhile, Alice regained her composure, realizing the foolishness of her previous behavior, which had nearly exposed her. She lowered her head and fell silent. As expected, the ominous stone was purchased by Black for the price of 1 gold coin. Obsidian is quite dangerous, Alice suddenly remarked after the auction, her voice cold and unexpectedly forthright. I believe you should not have acquired it. Oh, Black shot her a sidelong glance. Are you questioning my decision? That was not my intention, Alice replied. Her head bowed submissively. I am merely concerned for your well-being. Obsidian emits harmful radiation from dark matter. At that moment, she resembled a devoted servant, worried for her master's health. In response, Black smirked. Now that I have purchased it, what do you suggest I do with it? Alice lifted her gaze to meet his, slowly articulating, you could bury it to contain its effects, or I could dispose of it for you. Is that so? Indeed. Is it truly that perilous? Absolutely. Then perhaps I shall forego it. Black shrugged. As a master, I must also consider my servant's health. If my impulsive purchase brings harm upon you, it would tarnish the reputation of the Percival family. Alice's lips moved slightly, but she ultimately fell silent, turning away, appearing somewhat sulky. Observing her demeanor, Black chuckled softly. Give it to you? So you can hasten my passage into the furnace? Do I appear to be someone eager to queue up for cremation? The auction proceeded. After several more lots, Alice abruptly stood. Master, I shall step away briefly to attend to a personal matter. In medieval Europe, nobles would euphemistically refer to using the restroom as attending to personal matters. Black cast a subtle glance at her. I shall allow you the duration of 1 auction item. Understood. With a hint of concern, Black watched her leave, only to have his attention drawn back to a particularly intriguing item on the auction table. Once outside the public eye, Alice did not head to the restroom, but instead slipped behind the stage, away from the gaze of others. Ensuring her surroundings were clear, she remained vigilant, producing a small magical device. Upon activation, a red beam of light emanated from the device's core, gradually engulfing her in its glow. This was a combination of a mid-level soundproofing spell and a high-level miniature barrier magic. Once this was accomplished, she carefully extracted a red, crystal-like stone. With a firm grip, she crushed the stone, which exploded like crystal shards. Subsequently, a red summoning circle began to materialize on the ground before her, naturally forming. Eventually, an apparition emerged from the circle, gradually solidifying into a corporeal figure. "Master," intoned the man draped in a black cloak. His face obscured in shadow as he knelt before Alice. Beneath his mask, his visage was entirely concealed by a goat-like mask. "Intercept him on the road. I require the obsidian he just acquired." "Retrieve it." "Understood." The shadowy figure nodded, then hesitated. "Shall I eliminate him as well?" "That may be unnecessary at this juncture." Alice contemplated. "His death would arouse suspicion towards me. For now, I require the protection of the Percival family. Simply obtaining the item will suffice." "Yes, master." With that, the shadow vanished from Alice's presence. Meanwhile, Black was fervently raising his paddle, bidding frantically on the subsequent items. In short, he was in a fervor. Familiar with the utility of every material within the game, he had altered his strategy, intending to procure everything that might prove useful in the future. As for his finances, he was unperturbed. The Percival family had built their fortune through commerce, and even compared to some noble families, their wealth was formidable. Moreover, the sum he was currently spending paled in comparison to the lavishness of the original owner's expenditures. Black truly is a prodigal son, he mused internally, reflecting on the extravagant life he had once led. As the auction drew to a close, after securing the final item, Alice returned. Once backstage, they encountered the auctioneer, who awaited them. Behind her, a staff member held a wooden tray, neatly presenting a storage ring. "Esteemed guest, this contains all the items you acquired today," she announced, then extended a clear list towards Black. "Here is the inventory. You may review it." Black accepted the list. Glancing over it briefly, Orc King's Tooth, Obsidian, Phoenix Feather, Dragon Scale Cloak, Pen that converts magic into ink. He surveyed the list without comment, then took the storage ring and set it aside. Chapter 7. Do you fancy stealing from me? In the carriage on the way back, Black regarded the mana potion in his hand, its opaque bag allowing him to see the viscous black liquid within. It appeared somewhat unsettling. This was the purpose of his journey. With it, he could enhance his mana regeneration rate by nearly 30%. Given his current struggle to cast even the simplest spells, this would undeniably prove invaluable, provided he could survive the experience. He was uncertain of the suffering that lay ahead. After all, in the original story, consuming this potion directly depleted one's health points. Yet, at this moment, he felt little concern. Adjusting his mana slightly, the storage ring emitted a glow, and a feather, radiant as flames, appeared in his hand. The feather shimmered under the sunlight, seemingly ablaze. Phoenix Feather, gazing at the feather, Black smiled. Across from him, Alice cast a sidelong glance at the boy grinning foolishly at the mana potion, her expression inscrutable. She pondered whether this fellow truly grasped the danger inherent in such a potion. However, she had no intention of revealing it to him. Individuals who recklessly gamble with their lives for mere opportunism cannot endure even a day in the La Roche household. As thoughts of her family consumed her, Alice turned her gaze toward the carriage's exterior, her expression dimming slightly. After Blake retrieved the feather into his storage ring, he produced a garment adorned with dragon scales and donned it after shedding his outer coat. Upon trial, it fit him perfectly. This attire would assist in mitigating a portion of the damage from low-level magical attacks, rendering it a valuable asset for him at present. Just as he contemplated retrieving more items from the ring, the carriage beneath him began to jolt violently, with a sudden and fierce upheaval, accompanied by a deafening crash. The carriage was overturned, spiraling through the air before crashing onto the roadside, sending dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, Blake found himself sprawled on the grass, gasping for breath. When he regained his composure and glanced toward the nearby horses, he saw them writhing on the ground in agony, while the shattered carriage lay abandoned, the driver having fled without a trace. Fortunately, he had managed to leap from the carriage just in time. Otherwise, he might have sustained some injuries. Alice, it seemed, had acted even more swiftly than he, moving the instant the tumult began. Blake turned to see her standing a short distance behind him, her face remaining serene as her gaze fixed upon a small hill in the distance. Following her line of sight, Blake indeed spotted a figure atop the hill. Cloaked in black, appearing from afar like a shadow in the sunlight. Without hesitation, Blake channeled his magical energy, unleashing an invisible blade of wind toward the figure. Since the adversary had made their intentions clear, he felt no need for restraint. However, as the wind blade approached, it was effortlessly thwarted by an earthen wall that erupted from the ground, leaving no trace of its passage. The assault was nullified with ease. In the next moment, the shadow leaped forward, swiftly closing the distance to within mere feet of Blake, peering down at him. "Hand over the storage ring," the figure demanded outright. Blake regarded him coldly. "Who are you? Do you even know who I am?" "I do not. But I am aware that you acquired something at the auction that I desire," the cloaked man replied, advancing menacingly. "Hand it over, or I shall grant you a path to your demise." "And if I refuse?" Blake inquired, stalling for time as he prepared to conjure a fireball for a potential surprise attack. The fireball would possess greater lethality than the wind blade, albeit with a longer incantation period. Thus, he could only seek to divert the man's attention to facilitate his ambush. As the figure approached, sharp earthen spikes began to coalesce around him, levitating ominously. Blake watched the floating spikes, bracing himself for the imminent threat they posed. "I shall repeat myself, surrender the ring, or I will employ these to slowly sever your throat, ensuring you experience the agonizing passage of life before your end." Blake remained silent, yet as the figure drew closer, he caught a clear glimpse of the face beneath the cloak, specifically, the goat mask it wore. The grotesque emblem on the mask struck a chord of familiarity within Blake. Coupled with the figure's attire and their earlier offensive, he finally discerned their identity. Blake cast a sidelong glance at Alice, and indeed, she remained motionless, offering no sign of assistance. His expression darkened. This woman. Taking a deep breath, Blake reached into his pocket for the storage ring. With this, the man's intentions became glaringly obvious. Blake regarded the figure warily, silently abandoning his plan for a fireball ambush as he continued to ponder his options. Regardless of his thoughts, given their respective powers, he possessed no means of resistance. Even a surprise attack would prove futile, as success was implausible. Moreover, he had not anticipated Alice would choose to act against him for the sake of the obsidian, believing her too prudent to resort to such recklessness. And thus he had made no preparations. Just as he was strategizing, the ground beneath him suddenly caved in, forming a mound of earth that ensnared his feet tightly. He found himself immobilized, unable to flee. The cloaked figure continued to advance, step by step. "This is the final time, surrender the storage ring." As the figure loomed closer, Blake felt a surge of urgency. The magically conjured spikes were mere feet from him. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved an object from his pocket and hurled it toward Alice. Instinctively, she reached out to catch it, her eyes widening in surprise as she recognized the storage ring. "Alice," the cloaked man. "It's with her," Blake shouted, pointing toward Alice. Momentarily dazed, she stared at the ring in her hand, her mind struggling to comprehend. When she turned to look back at Blake, he had already severed the earthen binding on his feet with a wind blade, clutching a hastily prepared acceleration charm, and he was sprinting away, waving and calling back, "Hurry. I've entrusted it to you. Guard it well. Otherwise, I assure you, upon your return, you shall face the wrath of your family." Alice's eyes twitched. How could he be so shameless? Fully aware that his target was the ring, he had carelessly tossed this hot potato into her hands, clearly intending for her to serve as a shield. At that moment, the cloaked figure turned his attention to Alice, his hesitance betraying his uncertainty. Alice clenched her jaw and shot him a look. The cloaked man then charged toward her. Blake watched the two engage from a distance. Though Alice could not wield magic, her swordsmanship was of the highest caliber within the Empire. Armed with her sword, she continuously defended against the incoming earthen blades, but could only manage so much. Blake exaggeratedly waved his arms, shouting, "Go, my loyal and valiant servant. Do not lower your sword. Fight until the last moment. I am watching you. Battle on. Huzzah. You wouldn't want to return to face punishment, would you? Trust me, it shall be a punishment beyond your wildest nightmares. So swing that sword with all your might." After bellowing for some time, Blake coughed, his throat aching. Observing the struggle between the two, a smirk crept across his lips. "Enjoying the thrill of stealing from me? Then allow me to reciprocate." Under Blake's watchful gaze, Alice and the cloaked figure remained locked in combat for a full quarter of an hour. Ultimately, the cloaked figure leaped back, drawing a symbol in the air with his hand, and with an incantation. A resounding boom echoed as the ground within a 20-meter radius collapsed beneath him. Alice, positioned at the epicenter, was also drawn into the pit. Dust erupted into the air, accompanied by intense vibrations, rapidly obscuring Blake's view. Witnessing the dramatic conclusion, Blake slowly approached the edge of the massive pit, peering down into its depths. As the dust began to settle, He saw Alice, disheveled and half-kneeling at the center of the pit, looking somewhat disheveled. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure had long since vanished. Blake descended into the pit, casting his gaze upon Alice, who knelt before him, silently taking a deep breath. "I am sorry." Alice kept her head bowed, her tone imbued with a hint of indifference. "I was outmatched. The ring was taken from me." Blake remained silent, as the atmosphere descended into a profound stillness. He finally sighed. "Very well, let us leave it at that for now." It was evident that Alice was the kind of person who would resort to any means to achieve her goals. Aside from the magical potions he had purchased and the thin garment adorned with dragon scales he was wearing, everything else had fallen into Alice's hands along with the ring. However, aside from the phoenix feather, the remaining items were not of immediate necessity, so he did not feel particularly regretful. Blake glanced at Alice, still kneeling on the ground. "We shall discuss the punishment for your failure to safeguard the ring when we return to the Percival estate." He pondered whether this piece of obsidian would significantly impact the main storyline. "Now, if you can still stand, hurry and find a carriage." With that, he turned and left. Chapter 8. Now you shall pay the price. When the nearby royal guard arrived at the scene, they found only an overturned carriage and a vast pit, alongside Blake, who stood with arms crossed, and Alice, whose tattered clothing exposed her skin. Blake surveyed the large pit, and, upon hearing commotion, turned his attention to the approaching crowd. Furrowing his brow, he had initially hoped to handle the matter discreetly, but whether due to the commotion or the fleeing coachman seeking help, the guards had been summoned. Blake cast a sidelong glance at Alice, who was resting behind him. "This is rather troublesome." After hesitating for a moment, he removed his coat and handed it to her. Alice looked up at the coat he offered, then down at her own worn attire, which revealed a portion of her skin. She showed no intention of accepting his garment. Having spent years battling in the wild borderlands, she was indifferent to such matters and held disdain for anyone's charity. "Just cover yourself a little. You are now under my protection, and I am the young lord of Percival. Well, provisionally the young lord, so for the sake of reputation, we must pay attention to our appearance." Alice considered this rationale reasonable and reluctantly took the coat. "I sincerely apologize, Lord Blake." The leader of the guard approached, jogging towards Blake and bowing respectfully. "I am deeply sorry for this incident. Although we rushed here as swiftly as we could after receiving the news, it seems we have arrived too late." Blake nodded impassively. The captain's heart raced. He had heard of Blake's notorious reputation. If Blake were to hold him accountable for this incident, he would surely face repercussions. After all, a baron's heir had encountered such an upheaval under his jurisdiction, and the uproar was quite considerable. At that moment, the captain noticed Alice behind Blake and paused, his previously anxious expression flickering with discomfort. "Rest assured, Lord Blake, we will thoroughly investigate this matter and ensure that the instigator does not escape justice." Blake glanced at Alice again. "Thank you for your efforts. It may prove challenging, and if you cannot uncover anything, it is of no consequence. No. This is our duty bestowed by His Majesty. Such an incident occurring on our watch leaves us with no face to present to the sovereign. We must pursue the truth." The captain appeared indignant, seemingly unwilling to relent until the perpetrator was captured. Blake nodded, unwilling to say more. "Now, we kindly request your presence to accompany us. We have a few questions to ask." Upon hearing this, Blake's demeanor soured. "As victims, do we need to endure the same treatment as the criminals?" The captain hurriedly apologized, explaining, "No, my lord, it is merely a request. This is to better apprehend the culprit, who remains at large, and to ensure your safety." The captain hesitated. Primarily it concerns your servant. She has been in close proximity to the perpetrator and may possess valuable insights." Blake turned to Alice. "Very well." Ultimately, Blake consented. The situation was already complicated enough. It was best not to create further discord, especially since, according to the captain, it was merely a matter of asking a few questions. The captain signaled to his subordinate, who promptly brought forth 2 horses. "Lord Blake, there are no stables nearby, so we cannot procure a carriage. I hope you will understand." Blake nodded, not wishing to make a fuss. He grasped the reins, mounted the horse with a practiced ease. Though the original owner was inept in many respects, he excelled in leisure activities, such as horseback riding and archery. Alice remained composed, simply following Blake as they mounted their steeds. Upon arriving at the guard's headquarters, Blake and Alice were escorted to separate rooms, where the personnel responsible for questioning Blake asked him a few perfunctory questions that yielded little substance. This left Blake with the impression that even if he were to divulge everything, they would still uncover nothing. It was a complete waste of time. After the questions were concluded, the captain's deputy unexpectedly entered with refreshments. "Lord Blake, please enjoy. When can I leave?" Blake ignored the deputy's obsequious smile, directly inquiring. Your actions are no different from interrogating a criminal. The deputy immediately panicked, explaining, Lord Blake, your words alarm us. We have already dispatched someone to inform Lord Creed of this matter. He will send someone to escort you, but until then, we ask for your patience. We have fine red tea from Cold Shield and freshly baked pastries for your enjoyment. Blake shot him a cold glance, feeling an unsettling aura. Yet the deputy's benign demeanor caused him to furrow his brow in skepticism. He offered a non-committal hum, and the deputy retreated, leaving Blake alone in the waiting room with a cup of tea and a plate of golden pastries. Sure enough, before a cup of tea had passed, the deputy returned. My lord, the person sent by Lord Creed has arrived. Blake set down his teacup, nodded, and rose to his feet. The deputy accompanied him, escorting him out of the guard headquarters. Upon exiting, Blake spotted his maid, Beatrice, waiting by the carriage. We have informed Lord Creed and promised to send someone to escort you back to ensure your safety, the deputy explained. It was then that Blake noticed Alice had yet to emerge. What of my servant? Blake inquired of the deputy beside him. She may need to stay a little longer since she had close contact with the perpetrator. We believe she may provide some assistance and identification when the time comes. The deputy's response was meticulous. Once this matter concludes, we will escort her back. We have already discussed this with Lord Creed, and he has agreed. Blake cast a discerning glance at him, then nodded and stepped into the carriage. Beatrice took on the role of the driver. The deputy watched as the carriage gradually disappeared from view before turning back. In the dim, damp space, have they left? Yes. Very well, proceed to lock the door. The captain glanced at his subordinate. No one is to enter without my command, understood? Yes. After the departure of the aide, the captain turned to the woman at the center of the room, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his gaze. Lady Alice, it seems we are now alone. We can have a proper discussion. At that moment, Alice was tightly bound to the chair with shackles on her hands and feet. Her icy red eyes regarded the man before her with unwavering composure. Alice appeared unperturbed, having sensed the impending danger long ago. With her acute awareness of murderous intent, she had already recognized the palpable hostility emanating from the captain of the guard. The captain approached the table nearby, surveying the array of torture instruments laid out before him. He picked up a thorned whip, his voice resonating with an eerie echo in the dark dungeon. I wonder if Our Lady Alice still remembers the name Theodore Morian? Alice offered no response. It is not surprising that Lady Alice does not recall. The man chuckled softly, glancing at the blood-stained instrument in his hand, a hint of self-mockery creeping into his tone. He was once a member of the Royal Guard, my proud son, the honor of our lineage, and I have always taken pride in him. A tinge of sorrow flickered in the captain's eyes, but he sacrificed himself. His voice grew agitated. To die for the Empire was meant to be the highest honor of a knight, yet he should not have fallen victim to the Empire's own infighting. The captain clenched his teeth, the sound echoing ominously, his crimson eyes burning with hatred as they bore into Alice. He perished during the rebellion you instigated, and yet you remain unscathed. You exhibit no reaction upon hearing this news, no remorse. Gazing at the furious man, Alice let out a soft sigh. To express pity for the fallen knight would only tarnish his honor. Then why did you initiate the rebellion? The man shouted, his scarlet eyes wild like an untamed beast. Alice remained silent. Speak. At least let me hear the absurdity of your reasoning. Observing the man's stubbornness and madness, Alice sighed once more. Your son died in the struggle for power, just like La Roche. You lie. The man interrupted, his agitation palpable. He died for the Empire and the royal family. His death was a supreme honor. The Lord will show him mercy. And here you are, still attempting to tarnish my son's innocence and the glory he earned with his life. But it matters not if you speak the truth. It is finally time for you to pay the price. The captain set down the whip and picked up a small hammer and a handful of nails, advancing toward her. His twisted face gleamed with madness as he brandished the nails before Alice. I will drive them into your fingers, one by one. The pain will be excruciating, and this will merely be the beginning of your atonement. Despite the impending torture, Alice remained composed, for she had not yet exhausted her options. She could employ dark magic to free herself, or even summon a formidable ally, yet such actions would disrupt her plans. This was the Empire's territory, and any attempt to escape would expose her completely. If she were to evade the Empire's pursuit, many of her plans would become untenable. Thus, she found herself in a precarious situation. This is unwise, Alice remarked, meeting his gaze. You will ruin your future and find yourself imprisoned. Not necessarily. The captain retorted with a cold laugh. We released Lady Alice half an hour ago. This is a fact witnessed by the entire guard. So what does your disappearance have to do with me? At this point, do you think anyone cares whether you have vanished? That infamous Lord Percival? His carriage departed the moment he arrived, He is known for his ruthless actions. You are merely a lowly maid now. Do you believe he would concern himself with you? The captain grasped a slender nail, aiming it at Alice's finger, then raised the hammer and brought it down forcefully. Chapter 9. The master and servant are quite terrifying. With a sharp crack, blood dripped from the armrest of the interrogation chair, pooling on the floor below. In that moment, Alice's appearance was a gruesome sight. 2 nails were gruesomely embedded in her left index and middle fingers. Truly, God is fair. Observing the waning vitality of Alice, 2 streams of hot tears surfaced on the captain's face, his hand clutching the hammer, trembling with excitement. Now he has granted me the opportunity to exact punishment on you, the murderer. The man's face twisted into a maddened expression. Repent. Now is the time for you to atone for your actions. He picked up a 3rd nail, aiming for Alice's middle finger. Overwhelmed by pain, Alice nearly lost consciousness but still held her head low, silent. This was her remarkable fortitude and her dignity. As she braced herself for the impending agony of the 3rd nail, a sudden and violent metallic crash resonated, akin to a door being forcefully thrown open. Who are you? Hearing the struggle and sounds of a scuffle nearby, Alice slowly opened her eyes. Lifting her gaze, she saw the captain pinned to the ground by 2 figures, futilely thrashing against their hold. At the door of the interrogation room stood a familiar yet indistinct silhouette, gazing at her with a shadowed expression. Alice regarded the man before her with a hint of surprise. With just a glance, the 2 guards accompanying him moved forward to free Alice from her restraints. Meanwhile, Blake lowered his gaze, silently observing the congealed blood on the ground and the nails embedded in Alice's fingers. His expression was calm, yet inscrutable. He turned and, without a word, approached the man pinned to the ground. The captain lifted his head to see Blake crouching before him. His eyes, now bloodshot, reflected a loss of reason, fueled by the recent torment he had inflicted. Let me go? Why do you stop me? Why protect this criminal? I was merely delivering the punishment she deserves on behalf of God. Do you understand the sins she has committed? Do you know how many have perished due to the calamity she initiated? A person like her does not deserve to live, let alone escape her sins. In the face of the man's frenzied accusations, Blake's gaze remained as tranquil as a still lake. He did not respond, instead quietly picking something up from the ground. You just claimed that God is the epitome of fairness, did you not? The captain's face displayed confusion. Yet as he caught sight of the hammer and nails in Blake's possession, a realization dawned upon him. He trembled uncontrollably. What do you mean by that? Wait, what do you intend to do with those? Blake crouched down, looking down at him, his voice unnervingly calm. I cannot respond to your earlier claims. But one thing is certain. He glanced at the pitiful man before him. The truth about the La Roche rebellion had long been meticulously concealed by the royal family. Even knowing the injustices Alice had faced, he could only bury them in his heart. History is written by the victors. Even if he knew the truth behind it all, he could not reveal it. But this man Blake observed the man struggling beneath the weight of his captors, the temperature of his gaze gradually cooling. The foolish man remains oblivious to the fact that his reckless and selfish actions nearly caused the main storyline to collapse entirely, which is the root of Blake's anger. Everyone must face the consequences of their actions, and I wholeheartedly agree with you on this point. As Blake spoke, he aimed a nail at the man's finger. If God is unwilling to exact retribution, then someone must personally ensure he pays the price. Likewise, Alice will also face the repercussions of her actions. The protagonist will surely defeat her. Unbeknownst to Alice, Blake's thoughts were elsewhere as she gazed at his retreating figure, her expression complex. What? Do you intend to seek justice for her? I tell you, if you shield such a sinner, then you are complicit in her crimes. God will not forgive you. Did you hear my words? I will curse you. Keep that filthy nail away from me. Do you hear me? Or else God will not forgive you. Wait. Hold on. Hey, someone stop him. Will you just stand by and watch as they run rampant before you? This is violence. This is an abuse of power. Hurry, stop him. The captain of the guards struggled violently. Don't move. It's normal to feel anxious. Blake remained expressionless, raising the hammer high. Wait, hold on. Stop right now. In that moment, the man finally grasped reality, panicking and shouting uncontrollably, begging desperately, utterly disregarding his dignity. Stop. Please, stop. I can apologize to her. I can make amends. I can compensate. But please, don't. No, no, no. The man's screams echoed in the dark cell. He bit down hard on his teeth, his consciousness fading as the nail penetrated deeply into his mangled fingers. At that moment, although he felt excruciating pain, there was a sense of relief washing over him. It was over. It was all over. But when he saw Blake produce another iron nail, despair engulfed him. Terror and hopelessness filled the man's expression, and he struggled even more fiercely. Blake gestured for silence, his voice remaining calm and gentle. Shoo, just endure a little longer, it will soon pass. However, to the man, Blake appeared as a demon from hell. No, don't come any closer, I beg you. No, no, no. The man let out another hysterical scream. Gradually, the cries morphed into moans, and even the guard holding the man couldn't help but avert his gaze from the brutal scene. Freed from her shackles, Alice stood in stunned silence, watching the man crouched on the ground. In Alice's eyes, Blake discarded the hammer and retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the blood off his hands, stepping forward with a frown directed at her. Can you stand? Alice diverted her gaze, remaining silent, and stumbled to her feet at Blake's urging. Blake cast a glance at her hand, which was a gruesome sight, prompting him to quickly look away. First, let's tend to your wounds. Then we'll head to the nearby church for assistance. Before he could finish, to Blake's astonishment, Alice reached out and grasped the nail embedded in her flesh. Swiftly yanking it out, she merely pressed her lips together and furrowed her brow during the process. Then, she tore a strip of fabric from her already tattered clothing to bandage her wound. Witnessing this, Blake felt a chill run down his spine. Truly, she was a formidable female boss. So ruthless, even towards herself. I deeply apologize, Master Blake. A golden-haired man with a small mustache approached, offering his apologies. Blake regarded him coldly, his voice laced with reproach. Such a deranged follower should belong in a church, not in the Empire's guard. The golden-haired man nodded, acknowledging his role as the local sheriff. A mistake of this magnitude occurred under my jurisdiction. I cannot escape blame. Please forgive my error. Blake merely shot him a frosty glance. The one you owe an apology to is not me. The sheriff turned his gaze to Alice, hesitating for a moment. But upon meeting Blake's icy stare, he bowed deeply to her. I sincerely apologize, Miss Alice. This incident was my oversight. Please grant me some time, and I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. He had witnessed everything that transpired. This duo was indeed somewhat terrifying. One relished hammering nails, while the other reveled in pulling them out. Alice merely regarded him with a fleeting glance, offering no response. I leave this in your hands, Blake waved dismissively, casting a menacing look at the now unconscious captain of the guards. We shall take our leave, and I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation, as you promised. Rest assured, I guarantee that his next life will be spent behind bars. When the time comes, I will personally come to apologize. Blake nodded. The sheriff offered a sheepish smile. Master, what of the Lord's side? Blake understood his implication. Since the matter had been resolved, it was pointless to create further commotion. Upon hearing this, the sheriff finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding. Now, Master, I shall arrange for a carriage to take you and your servant home. After departing in the carriage, the two did not return directly, but instead proceeded to the nearby church to seek treatment for Alice. Although the bleeding had stopped, it would take time for the wound to heal completely. How do you feel? On the way back, Blake rested his head on his hand, gazing out the window while casting a sidelong glance at Alice. Not too serious. Such injuries are common on the battlefield. This is not a battlefield, so do not compare it to that, Blake replied, his mood exceedingly irritable. He regretted bringing Alice out, regardless of the circumstances. Now, not only had he lost valuable auction items, but he had also entangled himself in trouble. A silence enveloped the carriage for a while. After calming down slightly, Blake abruptly glanced at Alice's hand and, in a somewhat nonchalant tone, said, When we return, refrain from handling matters at home for now. Inform Beatrice to temporarily delegate your tasks to others, citing it as my command. Master, it's not an issue. Blake shot her a look. Your injury has impacted your efficiency. I will grant you 3 days to recover. I do not wish for unnecessary trouble to arise due to you. Every piece of furniture at home is custom-made and expensive. Alice nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yes, but why? After a moment of silence, Alice hesitantly posed the question. Blake shot her a glance. What do you mean, why? Why did you come to save me? Alice directly asked. She rarely spoke, but when she did, it was always succinct and straightforward. She genuinely could not fathom Blake's elaborate efforts to rescue her. If I didn't save you, money would have been wasted. Any further questions? No. Truly, a tiresome inquiry. Blake did not wish to elaborate further, turning back to gaze out the carriage window, lost in thought. The reason he saved Alice was simply because she could not die yet. A necessary antagonist was essential for the conclusion. Rescuing you from suffering now is so that you may be defeated by the protagonist at the appropriate moment, allowing the story to reach its resolution. He could not divulge this to Alice. Rubbing his temples, Blake lamented the incessant nuisances. After a series of tribulations, upon entering the territory governed by the Percival family, they finally beheld the grand and imposing architecture of the Percival estate. As their carriage approached the grand gate, Blake, who had been gazing out the window, suddenly froze. Through the glass of the carriage, Blake unexpectedly caught sight of something that should not have been in view, a luxurious carriage. The carriage came to a halt before the grand entrance of the Percival estate, adorned with a resplendent silver crest, the fierce eagle reflecting a noble shimmer under the sun's rays. This emblem signified rank, and only those of the appropriate title were permitted to display such a symbol. The eagle crest represented that of an earl, making its presence at a baron's residence quite unusual. Indeed, as Blake descended from the carriage, Beatrice hurried over, her demeanor suggestive of anticipation, and presented him with a dilemma. "Sir, Miss Lilina has arrived." Upon hearing this, Blake's expression turned grave. Given that he had previously insulted her at a gathering, her unexpected visit could hardly bode well. "Does my father know?" he inquired. Beatrice shook her head in haste, the tension evident in her demeanor. It was clear she was flustered, even resorting to seeking advice from this usually carefree and arrogant young man. Lord Cred had not been informed of her arrival, as he was currently accompanying Duke Lanso on a tour of the territory. Thus, "I took the liberty of inviting Miss Lilina to the drawing room for tea and refreshments." "You did well," Blake reassured her before making his way into the estate, while Beatrice seized the opportunity to call Alice away. Upon reaching the threshold of the drawing room, Blake hesitated to enter, instead choosing to observe quietly. Indeed, seated at the table was a young lady, delicately holding a tea dish, her eyes occasionally fluttering closed as she savored the tea within her cup. Her demeanor exuded grace, with her golden locks neatly cascading over her shoulders. Yet, most striking of all were her azure eyes, imbued with an enigmatic depth. She evoked an impression of being both charming and whimsically spirited. Chapter 10. Blake actually engaging in preserves? "Esteemed Miss Lilina, it is an honor to see you again. And I apologize for the wait," Blake said with a respectful bow. Lilina set down her teacup and offered him a slight smile. "Mr. Blake, I had presumed you were unfamiliar with the etiquette among nobility." It was a predictable jibe. "If you refer to the events from the last soiree, I formally apologize for my indiscretion." With his right hand pressed to his chest, he bowed deeply. "I have come to a profound realization of my absurdity." At this, Lilina's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Do you truly believe that such matters can be resolved with mere words of apology?" "No, but I have already faced the consequences of my actions," Blake replied. "The Moroff family has accepted the compensation offered by the Percival estate." "You are well aware that I am not speaking of that incident," Lilina retorted, her tone darkening. "Are you feigning ignorance?" Blake's confusion deepened. It appeared he had committed an even graver transgression. "What do you mean? If you would be so kind, Miss Lilina, please elucidate. Are you still dwelling on the humiliation you inflicted upon me?" Her cheeks flushed with indignation, her voice tinged with anger. "You expect me to articulate such a matter?" Blake's curiosity piqued, his vigilance heightened. What had the original owner of this body done? Her reaction suggested that it was far more than merely coercing her to drink. Lilina scrutinized Blake's perplexed countenance for a moment before exhaling a deep sigh of resignation. "Go to your room. I have matters of import to discuss with you." Blake furrowed his brow at her request. In the realm of the Empire's nobility, it was often considered improper for an unmarried woman to enter a man's private quarters, which could provoke scandal. Lilina was evidently aware of this, yet still made such an audacious request. To discern her motives, Blake acquiesced. After leading Lilina to his room, he promptly dismissed the attendants. "Now, you may." A sharp crack interrupted him, the sting of a slap resounding against his left cheek. Was this for real? The suddenness of the blow left Blake momentarily dazed. "How dare you act so naively after what you have done? Your hypocrisy is utterly revolting." Before Blake could respond, Lilina hurled a thick stack of cardstock at his face. The impact stung, and he looked down to see photographs scattered like snowflakes across the floor. Bending to pick up a few, he noted the angles were rather dubious, indicating they had been taken from a highly secretive location. In each photograph, a man was seen carrying what appeared to be an unconscious Lilina down an opulently decorated corridor, ultimately entering a room at its end. The profile of that man was unmistakably familiar to Blake. Blake frowned. The implications of these images were all too clear. Lilina regarded him with her beautiful, yet now furious eyes. "Not long after consuming the drink you offered, I lost consciousness. I believe my tolerance was not so diminished." Blake fell silent, the weight of her words striking him profoundly. "Blake, it appears you were indeed indulging in such underhanded tactics?" Though he lacked memories of that time, the character he had assumed could very well have committed such an act. "Where did you obtain these photographs?" Blake asked, regaining his composure and observing Lilina's reddened eyes. "That is unknown to me." She averted her gaze. "The photos were anonymously sent to my home. Fortunately, as they were personal correspondence, the servants did not open them." What exactly transpired? Despite having accepted this reality, he He clung to a shred of hope. Are you still pretending to be oblivious? Leilina's eyes widened, her reddened gaze threatening to spill tears, revealing the depth of her distress. When I awoke, I found myself alone, in disarray, lying on the bed. Had it not been for these photographs, I would have remained in the dark, deceived by your vile actions. You are a blight upon the nobility, a rat in the sewers. Even the roadside brigands have more honor than you. Tears streamed down Leilina's cheeks as she glared at Blake with a mixture of grievance and fury. In the face of her vitriol, Blake remained silent, bearing the brunt of her harsh words. Though overwhelmed, he endeavored to maintain a semblance of calm, to think rationally. If these photographs were taken before he had reincarnated into this body, it indicated that this incident was part of the prelude. However, he possessed scant information. Much of the narrative had been bypassed, and the prelude primarily followed Alice's perspective, leaving little detail on Blake's sordid affairs. After all, which girl would jest about her own purity? Thus, Blake quickly arrived at a conclusion. Blake audaciously dared to drug the Countess's daughter during a soiree, and he has already cooked the rice, so to speak. He must now bear the responsibility of cleaning up after himself, and yet, the meal is not even one he has savored himself. You scoundrel! I shall not let this matter rest easily. Even if it means jeopardizing the reputation and integrity of Lady Leilina Moroth, I will ensure you pay the price, Miss Leilina. What do you intend to do? At this point, are you still attempting to argue? Tears streaming down her cheeks, Leilina cast a look of disgust at Blake. I knew you were savage, but I never expected you to be so despicable. No, Miss Leilina, I shall not argue nor evade responsibility regarding this matter. What did you say? Leilina paused her sobs. Momentarily taken aback, Blake bowed deeply, offering an apology. Even if you do not believe me, I genuinely feel ashamed of my previous actions and sincerely repent. Repent? Leilina scoffed, as if she had heard an absurd joke, clearly unconvinced. What scheme are you concocting now? Regardless of your belief, my words are heartfelt. Yet, if you choose not to believe, I am powerless. Blake spoke earnestly, but if possible, please tell me how I might compensate you. Leilina bit her lip. Do you believe such a thing can be compensated? I understand your fury. Even if you were to imprison me, I would harbor no resentment. Blake maintained a calm demeanor, for it is often in such moments that a tranquil tone proves to be most persuasive. But believe me, this is not the best choice for either of us. Leilina furrowed her brow. Oh, do you think I have reason not to imprison you? That depends on your judgment. Blake did not plead for mercy, for he was acutely aware that such begging would only provoke her disdain. He aimed to persuade her. You currently have troubles that require resolution, and I need an opportunity to rectify my errors. Leilina fell silent. If you truly intended to see me perish, Blake spoke slowly, you would not have come here to meet me privately today. Instead, you would have gone directly to the governor to summon me, or led your private army to besiege the Percival estate. Leilina remained silent. After a long while, she raised her head, regarding Blake with an unfamiliar gaze, letting out a cold huff. You make a fair point, yet I shall not easily accept your apology. You have made a wise judgment. Spare me the flattery. Leilina pointed to the scattered photographs on the floor. You now need to consider how to handle this matter. At this, Blake secretly sighed with relief. This indicated he had successfully navigated the situation, despite her initial hostility. It seemed she did not genuinely wish to sacrifice her reputation for revenge. In truth, she was here to discuss strategies with him. Blake lowered his gaze to examine the photographs in his hands. What could her true objective be? If they were to resolve this matter and capture the perpetrator, they must first understand the motives behind the clandestine photographs. For now, it remained unclear. The envelope contained nothing beyond the photos. A form of intimidation? Indeed. That was the impression it conveyed. It was unsettling. Blake fell into silence. It was no wonder Leilina was in such a state of distress. Holding these photographs was akin to possessing a leverage against a noble family. Furthermore, the absence of immediate demands likely indicated her schemes were far from trivial. Has the Moroth family recently cultivated any political adversaries? Leilina regarded Blake, and after a moment, sighed. You should understand the principle of attracting attention. If an opportunity to control, or even topple a noble family presents itself, I believe no one would refuse it. Blake took a deep breath, scrutinizing the photographs in his possession, when a sudden understanding dawned on him. Miss Leilina, rest assured, I will handle this matter appropriately. Upon hearing this, Leilina looked at him with some surprise. What do you intend to do? I will start with these photographs. Leilina pondered for a moment, appearing hesitant, seemingly weighing whether to trust Blake. In that case, I shall leave this matter in your hands. Ultimately, Leilina sighed, for the engagement with the Pata family has drawn much attention towards me recently. Subsequently, Leilina divulged additional information to Blake, though it seemed to offer little assistance. After adjusting her attire, she turned to leave. However, upon reaching the door, she suddenly halted. She turned to Blake, issuing a reminder laced with a hint of threat. Remember to keep a low profile. Should this matter come to light, the Percival family would face dire consequences. Blake bowed his head. You need not worry on that front. If further correspondence arrives, please inform me at once. Lilina cast him a fleeting glance, nodded, and then departed. Chapter 11. Your survival lies in your own hands. After Lilina's departure, Blake sat at the table, staring at the neatly arranged stack of photographs in his grasp. Since identifying the perpetrator through motive proved futile, he would have to delve into these photographs instead. Fortunately, he had already formed a lead. The key to unraveling the situation lay within the photographs themselves. Of course, he did not refer to the content of the images, but rather the photographs as tangible objects. Blake gently rubbed the smooth surface of the photographs with his fingers. These were captured using a magical camera. The production of such a camera and its corresponding photo paper is highly complex and rare, leading to strict regulations within the empire. Typically, only licensed newspapers or those of noble rank, such as counts or above, are permitted to possess or utilize them. Even newspapers, unless reporting a sensational story, would simply opt for standard printing rather than lavishly employing such expensive photo paper. This implies that purchasing such photo paper would inevitably leave a trace of acquisition records. This is where Blake could find a lead. He promptly summoned a maid. This time, it was not Alice, but rather the head maid, Beatrice. Where's Alice? Beatrice respectfully replied. You granted her a holiday. Have you forgotten? Blake then remembered. Yet, she truly is a woman of action. It seems she doesn't waste a moment. Modern workplace reforms require individuals like her. Young master, would you like me to fetch her? Wait a moment. I have some tasks for you to attend to. I am at your service, young master. Though she did not show it, Beatrice felt a twinge of unease. For this young master often assigned his servants with daunting tasks. For instance, he would periodically require the household staff to orchestrate an extravagant funeral, demanding everyone mourn alongside him. As for the deceased, it was either a beloved goldfish or a cherished houseplant. Or he might suddenly order a servant to capture a neighbor's dog to stew, not out of desire to eat it, but merely because it barked at him while he passed by. To fail in such tasks would invite his wrath. Thus, Beatrice felt a sense of trepidation. As expected, Blake confirmed her concerns with his next words. Please compile a list of those who attended the Chris Palace banquet a few days ago, as entry was by invitation, so there should be records at the palace. Yes. And then check with the Merchant Guild for all transactions related to magical photo paper in the past month. Be meticulous. Do not overlook any details. This seems rather challenging. As she spoke, Beatrice clearly displayed signs of concern, hesitating before she explained. You are aware that while the Chris Palace is manageable, the Chamber of Commerce operates largely independently. Those profit-driven individuals are solely fixated on wealth, showing no regard for trade confidentiality, not even to those of noble status. Blake contemplated for a moment and suggested. Seek out the local sheriff. He owes a few favors. Inform him that once this matter is resolved, his previous transgressions will be overlooked. Beatrice was taken aback. Unlike his usual demeanor where he would bellow, I don't care. If you fail, you might as well perish. How can you not manage something so simple? You're nothing but a pile of worthless mud. It seemed that over the past few days, this arrogant young master had undergone a transformation. His behavior was reminiscent of someone entirely different. Although he had become somewhat serious and humorless, as though burdened by some unseen worry, he had begun to soften, and his approach had become notably more subdued and normal. Ignoring Beatrice's astonishment, Blake continued, act swiftly and remember to maintain discretion. Have the sheriff find a suitable pretext. Perhaps a routine inspection for the smuggling of hazardous goods. He cautioned against drawing too much attention. Understood, young master. Beatrice nodded, preparing to take her leave. And please, summon Alice for me. Certainly. Blake observed as Alice entered, having changed out of her tattered garment, which could hardly be classified as clothing anymore. Master, she addressed him. Stand guard at the door for a moment, Blake instructed, getting straight to the point. No one is to enter my room, regardless of any noise that may arise. Alice met his gaze for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. Once Alice exited and closed the door, Blake retrieved a tightly wrapped foreign object. Carefully peeling away the layers of specialized insulating fabric, a glass vial came into view. Gazing at the viscous, pitch-black liquid within, Blake inhaled deeply. He then opened a nearby drawer and took out a wooden box. Upon opening it, he saw several earth-toned pills and lowered his gaze slightly. This was his original plan. With the absence of feathers, he would have to proceed as intended. These pills could accelerate the evaporation of magic within the body, typically employed to undermine an enemy by hastening their magical depletion. Theoretically, They could also be used to disperse one's own magic when on the brink of collapse. Having made all necessary preparations, he uncorked the vial, and an unpleasant, acrid odor immediately surged forth, a nauseating blend reminiscent of sawdust and paint. He gazed at the potion and sighed quietly. Here goes. Without hesitation, he raised the vial and consumed its contents in one swift motion. The syrupy liquid flowed unimpeded down his throat. He would not indulge his curiosity by savoring its taste. When the vial was finally emptied, Blake forcefully hurled it to the ground, shattering it into a myriad of shards. At this moment, Blake appeared somewhat alarming. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His face flushed like the evening sky at autumn equinox, and the veins in his neck bulged ominously. Damn it, this stuff is potent. Blake instinctively cursed, only to be met with a sudden wave of disorientation. It felt as if someone had struck him from behind with a blunt force. Yet, there was no time for complaints. Steadying himself against the wall, he actively connected his internal magical pathways to enhance the circulation of his magic. In an instant, the pure, rich magic coursed through him, causing him to feel as though every vein in his body was on the verge of bursting. The sheer magnitude of magic within him surged chaotically. He felt akin to a walking nuclear bomb, ready to explode with the slightest provocation. With the flow of magic, he distinctly felt his magical pathways expanding in a brutally aggressive manner. It was as if a fire burned in his chest, searing every corner of his being, each organ enduring a fierce burning sensation. The pain became increasingly unbearable, a deep, penetrating agony unlike any external blow. Yet, he refused to relent. For the longer he endured, the more pronounced the effects of the potion would become. Only a few seconds had passed, but to Blake, it felt like an eternity. His rationality began to dissipate, and he started to wreak havoc on the objects within the room. Teacups, tables, mirrors. When the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, it seemed the maids had arrived in response to the commotion, yet none dared to enter. Alice must have stopped them at the door. After a period of destruction, silence gradually enveloped the room, as there were no longer any intact items left to smash. That's enough. Struggling, he grasped the pills from the wooden box, shoving them into his mouth without hesitation, ignoring their bitter taste as he chewed. There was still some time before the potion took effect. In a daze, Blake staggered and ultimately collapsed onto the floor. He curled up in pain, the pills reacting violently within him as magic began to evaporate in abundance, causing steam to rise from his body as if crushed beneath a great weight. In his agony and weakness, he emitted ragged coughs, saliva uncontrollably dripping to the ground. Suddenly, the world spun around him, his consciousness blurring, and a piercing ringing filled his ears, threatening to split his head apart. His mouth, as if numb, began to utter nonsensical phrases. Damn it, you worthless. Go die? This is torture. Can't you just end it? Despite his turmoil, he persisted in channeling his internal magic. He had to quicken the cycle of magic to expedite its release from his body. Ultimately, under the intense stimulus, his mind suddenly fogged. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. After what felt like an eternity, the tightly shut door was slowly pushed open from the outside. A figure silently entered. Upon entering, Alice surveyed the disarray of the room, her calm demeanor revealing no surprise. Her gaze eventually settled on Blake, who lay motionless in the center. Approaching cautiously, Alice crouched down to examine him. Even she was momentarily taken aback by Blake's condition. His ashen face was smeared with blood, and his dim, hollow eyes were streaming with 2 lines of horrifying crimson tears, while blood seeped from his ears like a fountain. He was a pitiful sight indeed. However, what astonished Alice was that despite his apparent unconsciousness, the veins in his neck and arms pulsed with a dark purple hue, as if something was violently flowing within him. Even in his unconscious state, his body instinctively urged the magic to circulate through his veins. This man was utterly insane. As Blake's breath grew fainter, a flicker of hesitation crossed Alice's eyes. Finally, she sighed softly. After confirming he was truly unconscious, she slowly retrieved an object from a hidden pocket in her clothing. It was a feather of a vivid crimson hue, as brilliant as flames. She gazed at the plume in her hand, then turned her attention to Blake, who lay unconscious on the ground, overcome by pain. In the next instant, she bit into her fingertip, letting her blood drip onto the feather. The moment the blood touched the plume, it was absorbed as if it were falling onto a sponge. In the blink of an eye, the red veins of the feather faintly emerged, only to quickly fade once more. It was insufficient. She retrieved a small knife, gripping its sharp edge in her palm, and swiftly drew it across. Red liquid flowed like a stream from her clenched fist, continuously nourishing the feather until it was consumed. Finally, with the persistent infusion of blood, The feather emitted a dazzling crimson light, growing ever more radiant until it illuminated the entire room, resembling flames in its fervor. Alice regarded the feather with a tinge of regret, yet without hesitation, she pried open Blake's mouth and stuffed the entire plume inside. Blake frowned, letting out a muffled groan of anguish. Alice looked down at him. Kid, can you survive to see yourself? Chapter 12. Memories release him? Are you jesting? Clearly. This man is the culprit. Despite wearing a mask, all conditions align perfectly. What does clear matter? Where's the evidence? A case must be grounded in proof. Evidence requires time. We should detain him first. Is that how you operate in the police station? There is no protocol for capturing a suspect before securing evidence. Release him at once. Can't you see the reporters are already crowding at the door? Haha, you haven't found any evidence, have you? I told you I was wronged. I am innocent. I have always been a law-abiding citizen, yet you inexplicably detain me. Will you not release me soon? Or I shall sue you. Why are you letting that rapist go free? Madam, please remain calm. Now that he has retaliated, my granddaughter is missing. Are you satisfied now? We have deployed all available police resources to search the city. I assure you, we will find your granddaughter. It was him. It must be him. Hurry, arrest him. You must find my granddaughter. ISNT that your duty. Madam, I understand your anxiety, but there is currently no direct evidence pointing to him. I assure you, we will locate your granddaughter. Please, you must find her. Her parents left early. I have watched her grow since childhood. She has always been a good child. Hey, there has been an incident. What happened? Did they find the girl? No, it's the old lady. What? That old woman has committed suicide, hanging in her living room. The neighbors discovered her early today. Do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. Where are you going? You dared to resort to vigilante justice. Had the precinct not arrived in time, you might have killed him. Do you no longer wish to work here? The girl has been found. In a rural latrine in the western part of the city, the stench of excrement masked the odor of death. This is not your fault. Sigh. Return and write a letter of reflection. I will help you leverage some connections. The consequences should be minimal. I want to resign. Have you thought this through? You truly wish to leave? Yes. What a pity. You have the makings of a great officer. Would you not reconsider? No. Do not act rashly. I understand that you are struggling with this moment, but we must enforce the law impartially. Only then can we uphold justice, and you will eventually grow accustomed to it. Is this brand of justice truly justice, or merely duty? Mind your words. I apologize. Very well, let it be. As fragments of memories surged to the forefront of his mind, they flooded his consciousness like the rising tide, threatening to engulf him. When Blake next opened his eyes, he found himself still lying on the bed in his room. As he attempted to sit up, a wave of soreness washed over him, his body feeling as though it were on the verge of disintegration. Young master, you have finally awoken, exclaimed the maid, who had been waiting by his side, hastening to bring him a cup of warm water. After taking a sip and alleviating his dry throat, Blake inquired, how long have I slept? An entire day and night. Did I really lose consciousness for that long? Blake murmured. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the previously disheveled room had been tidied. Some furniture replaced with new pieces, while certain spots remained vacant. Yesterday, we heard a loud commotion from your room, and we wished to check on you. But Alice stopped us, forbidding us entry. The maid explained, seemingly eager to distance herself from the events. It was only after Beatrice, the head maid, returned that we were allowed in, and found you unconscious on the bed. Listening to the maid's account, Blake rubbed his temples, striving to recall everything that had transpired before his fainting spell. Surely, he must have collapsed on the floor. Could Alice have come back afterward? Wait. Blake hastily checked his status list. Strength 51, magic 34. While his strength had remained unchanged, his magical power had surged to 3. He had succeeded. A wave of joy washed over him, allowing him to momentarily forget the pain that coursed through his body. Even the lingering gloom that had weighed on him for days began to dissipate. At this rate, he might achieve proficiency in low-level magic or even attempt mid-level spells before the upcoming tournament. However, confusion crept into Blake's mind. He turned to the maid once more. Have you done anything during this time? At his words, the maid trembled, replying nervously, Young master, seeing you unconscious terrified us. We immediately summoned the best priest from a nearby church, but after examination, he concluded that you had an excess of magical energy. Aside from that, your body showed no issues. Upon hearing this, Blake's expression darkened. This was peculiar. He distinctly remembered losing consciousness due to pain, believing he was at death's door. Yet now, aside from the soreness, he felt no other issues, and the expansion of his magical energy was surprisingly liberating. Could Alice have done something? He could think of no other plausible explanation. Suddenly, Blake recalled something and turned to the maid, furrowing his brow. Where's Alice? She had been the one to interact with him prior, yet he had not seen her since waking. When questioned, the maid hesitated, unable to provide a clear answer. Blake immediately sensed something was amiss. His expression grew serious. "Answer me." The maid promptly knelt, trembling as she replied, She is in the punishment room." Blake frowned. "What is she doing there?" I do not know anything. It was Beatrice who took her there. I truly know nothing." Seeing the maid's panicked demeanor, Blake felt an ominous premonition. He was well aware of the purpose of the punishment room and what lay within. Ignoring the pain that coursed through his body, he rose swiftly, disregarding the maid who remained prostrate on the floor, and pushed open the door to exit. Blake descended the stairs and made his way through the side door to the rear of the Percival estate. After walking a considerable distance, he finally spotted a rusted iron gate in the corner. Approaching it, he grasped the handle and slowly pulled it open, the gate creaking in protest. As the gate swung open, a strong scent of rust assaulted him, causing Blake to instinctively cover his nose. Before him lay a staircase descending into darkness, with faint glimmers of light flickering below. Feeling along the wall, he made his way down the stairs into the shadows. After traversing numerous steps, Blake finally arrived at an elongated corridor, flanked by walls adorned with flickering flames. He surveyed the various iron tools hanging on the walls, rusty pliers, darkened branding irons, and iron whips, resembling trophies on display. This was the former owner's place of amusement, where Blake often derived entertainment and vented his frustrations by tormenting slaves. However, since his reincarnation, he had not set foot here until now. At the end of the corridor, the familiar execution chamber materialized in his mind. Before him knelt Alice, her hands bound tightly by iron chains, disheveled hair obscuring her downcast face. Beside her, Beatrice held a vine glowing faintly with a purple hue, poised to lash it against her back. Yet, upon noticing Blake's sudden entrance, she immediately halted her actions. "Master, what are you doing?" Blake strode forward, and upon seeing Alice's current state, he was taken aback. Her back was already marred with bloodstains, the thin skin cruelly torn open by the whip, fabric and flesh alike rolling back as blood flowed down in a serpentine manner. She appeared far worse than 2 days prior. Blake's heart raced with alarm as he glared at Beatrice, then at the magical vine in her hand. "Who granted you the authority to do this?" Startled, Beatrice dropped the vine and hurriedly explained, "Master, this was the master's command. He is furious that, as your servant, I failed to ensure your safety and instead obstructed it." Enough. Blake cast her a cold glance, then lowered himself to examine Alice, only to find her pale, weakened visage. Yet, her expression remained serene, tranquil as a still lake, betraying no inner turmoil. She merely regarded Blake with that same calm gaze. In contrast, Blake's expression darkened upon witnessing her condition. Beatrice stood frozen, afraid to move as she observed the shifting emotions on Blake's face. "Release the shackles." Only when Blake issued the command did she finally act. The moment the chains binding Alice's hands were removed, she slumped forward like a marionette with severed strings. But Blake caught her with his arm. The intense scent of blood emanating from her made his expression grave. "Contact the nearest priest." "Master, I have been mindful of the limits. The magical vine will not claim her life." Blake abruptly turned, his icy gaze piercing into her. "I said to do as I commanded." "Why, yes." Beatrice flinched at his gaze, sensing an even greater terror emanating from him than before. "Also, it was my order to prevent anyone from approaching. She was merely acting under my instructions." Beatrice, trembling, bowed in apology. "I am sorry, master. It was my mistake. Please punish me." Blake regarded her, recognizing she was merely following orders, and did not press the matter further. "Relay to my father that since she is now my servant, the authority to administer punishment should also belong to me. He is quite busy managing family affairs, so he need not concern himself with such trivialities in the future." Beatrice quickly lowered her head. "Yes, master." Chapter 13. Conspiracy. Blake stood by, watching as the priest employed sacred magic to heal Alice's wounds. This priest, known as Owen, was the most qualified in the county. Golden luminescence, like fine sand, emanated from his hands, and even Blake, standing nearby, felt the warmth radiating from the light. As the sunlight-like glow enveloped Alice's wounds, they began to slowly scab over. Blake silently observed the scene. Frankly, if given the chance, he would have liked to learn such efficient magic. But alas, sacred magic could not be cultivated through mere effort. It was not a matter of diligence. Only a select few were born with the innate flow of divine power within them. These individuals were deemed the favored of the divine and were nurtured by the church from a young age. She has been healed. Now she merely needs to rest for a while. After completing the sacred healing, Priest Owen approached Blake. "I apologize for overstepping, but as a devout follower of my lord. I must correct you on one point. All are born equal. Even if you hail from nobility, you should not harm others indiscriminately. Blake regarded the priest before him, observing the middle-aged man with a few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Despite his warm demeanor, there was an air of solemnity about him. Blake suddenly questioned, "And what if one commits an unforgivable sin?" Without hesitation, the priest replied, "Even if she errs, my lord shall correct and punish her." Blake scoffed at the response. If such an omniscient and omnipotent deity indeed oversees the world, why do some still endure immense suffering? The priest remained unperturbed by Blake's blasphemous words, his expression still tranquil. The hardships people face are merely tests bestowed by my lord. Tests? Blake's lips curled into a cold smile. If the actions of the perpetrator are permitted by God, then will God still punish him in the end? Certainly, the priest affirmed, his conviction unwavering, much like his faith. Blake's gaze bore into him without flinching. And after a long silence, he finally spoke. "Understood, I shall heed your counsel. The Lord shall bless those who are devout and amend their ways." The priest made a gesture of prayer before departing. Blake watched his retreating figure, a flicker of disdain crossing his face. An idealistic charlatan. Turning his attention to Alice, who lay asleep in bed, he approached and poured her a glass of water, placing it on the table beside her. He then called for Beatrice in the living room. "Have my words been conveyed to my father?" Beatrice, visibly anxious, nodded. "I have relayed them." "What did he say?" "The head of the family said he is aware. And he also asked me to inquire about your health." "There are no issues," Blake replied tersely, eager to avoid wasting time. "Have you investigated the matters I asked you to?" "I have," Beatrice replied, producing 2 envelopes from her pocket and respectfully presenting them to Blake. He took them, glancing briefly at the envelopes. "You may leave now." "Yes." Once Beatrice had exited, Blake promptly opened the envelopes and withdrew the 2 papers within, scrutinizing the densely packed black text as he began to compare them. His dark eyes flitted between the 2 sheets, and he furrowed his brow. The empire's territory was divided into various jurisdictions, generally assigned to dukes and earls for management based on size. This was akin to the feudal system of ancient China. Blake's family, the Percivals, along with some surrounding counties, had been assigned to the Malo family of Lilina for governance. Originally, an earl's household would not qualify to manage such an extensive area. However, the previous ruling family, the LaRoches, had fallen into turmoil. Rather than simply turmoil, it was more accurate to describe it as a catastrophic disaster, to the extent that the head of the family, Alice, had sought refuge within a baron's household. The most prosperous part of this region was the commerce hub Blake had visited last time. Due to the high population density, many merchants chose to conduct their transactions there. In the heart of this vibrant area stood a lavishly decorated newspaper office. The Salian newspaper is the largest publication in this region, even esteemed and supported by the royal family. It essentially dictates the direction of public opinion in the area, and Hans, as the president of the Salian newspaper, occupies a position of considerable influence. Yet at this moment, he finds himself respectfully pouring tea for the man seated in what was once his own chair. "My lord, this is freshly arrived black tea. I hope it suits your taste." Despite his elevated status, he remains merely a merchant, while the man before him is an authentic count. The chasm of class is insurmountable. The man lifted the teacup, took a sip, and grimaced before placing it down. "Has the photograph been sent to the Moroth family?" he inquired directly. "As per your instructions, it has been dispatched," Hans replied. "Can you confirm there are no omissions?" "Rest assured. As the president of this pivotal newspaper in the empire, ensuring that is quite manageable. Upon the successful completion of this task, I promise to offer you and your newspaper maximum support." "Thank you, my lord," Hans exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. He, a businessman by origin, has ascended to his current position through diligence and is thus acutely aware of the stakes involved, including the considerable risks he takes by investing boldly in the man before him, driven by the promise of commensurate rewards. "By the way, my lord, I still have some doubts that I am uncertain about whether to voice." Hans appeared hesitant. "Oh, pray, share your thoughts." "I believe there is no necessity for you to act so," he suggested. "Your impending marriage to Miss Lilina is known throughout the empire. Will not the Moroth family's assets ultimately fall into your hands?" "Humph, do you think that old fool values that woman highly?" The man scoffed. "Let me be frank with you. He has already discreetly identified several suitable illegitimate heirs. Since the fall of the LaRoche family, the Moroth family might very well rise in status." His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. "That old man is as cunning as a wily fox. Do you truly think he would bestow a promising future as a dowry along with his daughter? Thus, Miss Lilina was merely a pawn from the beginning?" "A pawn?" The man laughed derisively, as if hearing a jest. A pawn. She is unworthy. She has never even had the chance to enter the game. At best, she is merely a tool. Indeed, that is her sole purpose. Otherwise, how could you have so easily uncovered her scandal? You have only been following her for a month. He was taken aback by the fact that a mere baroness scion had stumbled upon such a grand opportunity. Once I deal with the Moroth family, attending to him and his kin will be a mere afterthought. As for that loose woman, he stroked his chin, licking his lips. Given that she is somewhat attractive, I might keep her as a plaything once I have secured the Moroth family. My lord, you are truly sagacious. Hans began to flatter. But the man interrupted him, gazing out the window. He silently approached the window, pushing it open to peer outside. The sound startled several birds that had been resting among the branches, sending them scattering with a rustle. Aside from that, all appeared tranquil. What is it, my lord? Nothing. The man replied, closing the window once more. Chapter 14. Additional payment. Teach me swordsmanship, would you? Blake sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at Alice, who lay quietly upon it. Alice turned her head slightly to glance at him, unresponsive to his sudden and somewhat audacious request. Since you are currently unable to wield magic, swordsmanship should pose no issue, correct? Blake vividly recalled the last time Alice wielded a sword. The swiftly approaching rock spikes were effortlessly deflected and shattered by her blade, akin to slicing through tofu. While there may have been an element of performance, her swordsmanship was undeniably exceptional. I understand this request may be quite presumptuous, Blake explained, but you must realize, I need to prepare for the upcoming duel. In return, I can offer you compensation or anything else within my means. That is acceptable. If you feel burdened by this, I shall not press. Blake stared in surprise at Alice, who lay upon the bed, seemingly unanticipated by her swift acquiescence. Alice merely cast him a glance before returning her gaze to the ceiling. If this is your command, I will comply. Blake hesitated momentarily. Is she truly so agreeable? Has she lost her senses? Or is it I who has become unhinged? Yet, in a certain sense, both she and I are antagonists. This could be considered a reasonable form of support, no? After all, he is destined to flee in the end. So why not seize the opportunity to gain a bit more? He examined the panel that had appeared before him. Name, Blake Percival. Gender, male. Age, 18. Race, human. Strength, 6. Intelligence, 5. Magic, 42. Combat skills, none. Magic skills, Wind Blade, low level, LV3. Fireball, low level, LV2. Blake gazed at the panel, enveloped in dismay. Even after consuming a magic-enhancing potion, the pace of his magical training still fell short of his expectations. Thus, he was compelled to contemplate alternative means to augment his strength. Hiring a tutor from outside would not be difficult, given the Percival family's substantial resources. Yet locating a qualified and exceptional instructor seemed to entail considerable time costs. He could not deny that, at present, Alice represented his optimal choice. In terms of magic, he had already approached Beatrice for guidance. Despite her role as head maid, she possessed proficiency in intermediate magic, though she had never pursued certification. This piqued Blake's curiosity. What sort of benefits had the Percival family promised her to entice a prospective intermediate mage to serve as a mere head maid? However, even with her assistance, he could not guarantee that he would master intermediate magic in time. The difficulty of mastering intermediate magic escalated exponentially compared to low-level spells. The Empire's Mage Association categorizes numerous spells based on their effects, impacts, and levels of mastery into high-level, intermediate, and low-level magic. Magic cannot be conjured at will. Casting typically involves an incantation and the release of internal magical energy at specific frequencies to manifest the corresponding spell. Under such a complex procedure, intermediate mages are a rarity within a county, and high-level mages are exceedingly scarce throughout the Empire. One of the requirements for graduation from the Scythe Academy is that students must demonstrate proficiency in intermediate magic. However, this power structure is not entirely comprehensive, as certain unique spells exist independently of the established system and cannot be compared. Collectively, they are referred to as forbidden magic, such as the holy magic of the church, the dark magic secretly cultivated by Alice, and the stellar magic invented by Meyer, among others. I can also teach you some magic, in theory. Blake was taken aback, looking towards Alice, whose expression seemed to convey that she was not jesting, despite her general demeanor suggesting she was not prone to humor. However, how much you can comprehend depends on your own effort. Alice's address shifted from the formal you to the more familiar you. It was uncertain whether this was due to Blake's current request or her ongoing state of leisure, but Blake paid little mind to these nuances. Well, I am already grateful for your willingness to teach me, despite Alice's inability to wield magic. The theoretical knowledge of an advanced sorcerer is a treasure that an ordinary person can only aspire to throughout their lifetime. Blake's gaze was fixated on Alice, and he couldn't help but question whether the narrative had gone awry. Was this woman truly the unyielding, ruthless killer from the final act? Had something transpired in the unseen corners of the main storyline, transforming her disposition into something more malevolent? Why are you staring at me? Alice inquired, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Nothing, Blake replied, averting his gaze. Just then, a faint yet rhythmic knock echoed from the door. Blake's expression turned serious. I will step out for a moment. We shall commence your instruction once you have fully recovered. Upon opening the door, he found an empty corridor. Blake did not linger, silently returning to his room and shutting the door. What is the situation? About what you anticipated, came a voice from behind Blake, though he was not taken aback. He turned to see a figure in a black cloak standing at the open window, frowning slightly. Why not use the front door? A sly chuckle emerged from beneath the cloak. In our line of work, discretion is paramount. Blake shot him a disapproving glance and took a seat at the table. Speak. What have you learned? The figure in black recounted everything he had seen and heard. That should be all, he concluded after 5 minutes, clearing his throat. Blake, having absorbed the narrative, fell silent. Are you certain there is nothing omitted? None at all. After all, I am your old informant. Do you still doubt me? The cloaked figure removed his hood, revealing a face adorned with a mongoose mask. When it comes to valuable information, I am meticulous. Otherwise, why would I be called the mongoose? Blake regarded him with a grim expression. Had the circumstances not warranted it, he would have preferred not to contact this individual. The figure's cunning tone and mischievous laughter were as unsettling as his thieving demeanor. I thought you had your sights set on some young lady for me to track. The mongoose shrugged. I never imagined it would be such a hot potato. Enough chatter. Take the money and leave, Blake said, tossing a small pouch from his drawer. Continue to observe and report any news. The mongoose shook the pouch near his ear, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Generous as always. Now go, Blake urged, his patience wearing thin. Hey, no need to be so grumpy. But given your generosity, I won't hold it against you. The mongoose hopped onto the windowsill. Oh, by the way, it seems there are others monitoring Count Quizamber besides myself. Blake paused, turning to him. Did they notice you? Not at all. They were outmatched. And I nearly escaped detection. Do you know their identity? Blake was uninterested in the mongoose's self-aggrandizing. No, that was outside the scope of the commission. I adhere to the principle of doing what I'm paid for. The mongoose's mask bore a sly grin. So, additional funds are required. Leave. All right then. Chapter 15. La Roche sword techniques. Are you truly all right? Blake inquired, observing Alice, who had risen from her bed the day after agreeing to train with him. It's nothing, merely practice. Alice retrieved a wooden sword from the training area and faced Blake. Now, attack me as vigorously as you can. Blake nodded, unsheathing his sword and charging forward. He was curious to gauge the disparity between their skills and to ascertain what level he would need to attain to evade her strikes. However, the ensuing reality left him disheartened, leaning forward to gain speed. Blake had barely approached Alice when he felt a sudden and fierce impact on the inside of his knee, followed by a dizzying spin. He found himself tumbling in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, completely unaware of Alice's swift draw. Lying on the ground, he inhaled sharply, estimating that his calf had already begun to bruise. Was she truly using this opportunity to teach him a lesson? Alice looked down at him, delivering a cold assessment. Your swordsmanship lacks any coherence. Blake rose, brushing off the dirt, and rather than retorting, he asked, how much improvement do you think I can achieve before the competition? Alice sighed softly, choosing not to respond. I will demonstrate a basic sword technique for you. Following that, you must employ this technique to attack and defend against me. Direct sparring? Blake could hardly believe his ears. Time is limited. We must rely on practical experience for you to adapt swiftly. Alice sheathed her wooden sword, slightly repositioning her right foot and lowering her waist into a stance. Pay close attention to my movements, especially the points of exertion in each technique. As her words faded, her right foot made contact with the ground, and her waist, like a taut bowstring, released with sudden force. Alice's entire arm formed a perfect line with the sword, the tip slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. The first move was a basic thrust, yet in her hands, it transformed into a bolt of lightning cleaving through the air. It was at this moment that Blake finally believed she bore no intention of retaliating. Otherwise, he would have been pierced by her sword before he could react, even if it were merely a wooden blade. Control your breathing. Focus on your shoulders. Alice froze at the end of her thrust, her left shoulder blade visibly rising like a bird taking flight. Before Blake could fully comprehend, she spun and changed her stance, her sword slicing through the air in a graceful arc. This time, she deliberately slowed her movements, the blade emitting a series of sharp cries as it cut through the atmosphere. Blake attentively observed every action, every nuance. He ultimately discovered that each of Alice's movements was uncomplicated, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, resembling the purest essence stripped of all impurities. Perhaps this was the true essence of swordsmanship? After concluding her demonstration, Alice exhaled and returned the wooden sword to its sheath. Swordsmanship is a lethal art. Each strike must be effective and fatal. Excessive flourishes only serve to create vulnerabilities. Now, use the technique I just demonstrated to attack me. Blake nodded, replaying Alice's movements in his mind as he advanced with his sword. Once more, he found himself under relentless pressure. For an entire morning, he endured this painful and tormenting ordeal. Despite Alice's controlled force, her wooden sword left numerous bruises across Blake's body. Rolling up his sleeves and gazing at the red marks on his wrist from Alice's strikes, panting heavily, Blake tightened his grip on the wooden sword, preparing for another offensive. Having spent so long in a defensive position, without even grazing her attire, Blake's irritation began to simmer. In simple terms, he was infuriated. Alice immediately sensed Blake's agitation and calmly offered correction. Adjust your breathing. This technique requires an even rhythm. Anger will disrupt your movements. Blake braced himself with the sword. Such a situation demands that I remain composed. It is indeed an unreasonable expectation. Upon realizing this, Alice let out a sigh and sheathed her sword. Let us take a brief respite, she suggested. Finally granted a moment to breathe, Blake approached the lake in the courtyard and splashed a handful of water onto his face, instantly invigorating him. Subsequently, he instinctively opened his attribute panel to take a glance. Name, Blake Percival. Gender, male. Age, 18. Race, human. Strength, 63. Mental power, 5. Magic, 44. Combat skill, Lalash sword technique, novice, magic skills, Wineblade, low level, LV3. Fireball, low level, LV2. To Blake's astonishment, he discovered that his strength attribute had surged from 6 to 63, and his magic had increased from 42 to 44. This left him quite bewildered. It was worth noting that during his days of training indoors, he had only managed to elevate his strength by a mere point. Yet, in less than half a day, he had experienced such a remarkable enhancement. Was it due to Alice's relentless training methods or the sword technique she imparted? Wait a moment. Blake suddenly noticed the combat skills section. The technique Alice had just taught him was the ancestral swordsmanship of the Lalash family. He felt an overwhelming shock. This was a form of swordsmanship he had never encountered before. As an entirely open-world role-playing game, this game boasted a high degree of freedom. Most characters within the game had a section labeled affection level. Once the affection level met certain criteria, players could unlock corresponding hidden storylines, whether it be apprenticeship or the development of closer relationships. Consequently, many players chose to cultivate relationships with powerful mages to learn their formidable spells. However, as the ultimate boss of the game, Alice had always presented a low-key and enigmatic persona in the early stages. Some persistent suitors had attempted to draw closer to her due to her beauty, hoping to establish a more intimate connection, only to find that her affection level remained marked as unkillable. This left many feeling defeated. Yet now, he had actually learned a skill from her? Did this imply that while players could not approach her, NPCs could? With this thought, he discreetly glanced towards Alice, who was tending to her sword with a chamois and sword oil. Sensing his gaze, she turned her head, set down the sword she had been polishing, and picked up a wooden training sword. Have you rested enough? Blake took a deep breath, remaining silent as he picked up the wooden sword and rose. Young master, Miss Leilina has arrived. Just then, Beatrice's sudden arrival successfully extricated Blake from his predicament. Are you implying that all of this was orchestrated by my fiancé? Leilina blinked her green eyes, her innocent and charming face revealing a look of disbelief and confusion. For a moment, she seemed unable to accept this reality. Blake nodded silently, offering no further words. Unfortunately, the truth was as such, and she had no choice but to come to terms with it. Furthermore, through information gleaned from a mongoose spy, Blake unraveled a mystery that had long puzzled him. If the intent was to use this leverage against the Morlet family, then why go to the trouble of sending a photograph to Leilina? It evidently did not suffice to achieve the desired goal. Leilina held far less significance to the Morlet family than the outside world perceived. Should matters escalate, the Morlet family could easily discard her, just as they had done to Blake when he was disowned. No wonder, when rumors of Blake's impropriety with Leilina circulated, the Morlet family merely accepted some compensation from Percival and chose to remain aloof. With this in mind, Blake felt a tinge of sympathy for the girl. He was unsure whether Leilina was aware of her status as a pawn in her family's game, yet he had no intention of disclosing this harsh reality to her. Observing the sorrow and pain etched on her face due to betrayal, he could not bear to reveal an even more brutal truth. This reality was far too cruel for a girl who had yet to reach 20. You mentioned that the other party sent you a new letter? Blake shifted the conversation, inquiring about Leilina's purpose for visiting. Leilina nodded, producing an envelope identical to the previous one and placing it before Blake. He took it, opened it, and after reading through, he lifted his gaze to meet Leilina's. Are you suggesting that you need to find a way to facilitate the affairs of several families during this duel competition? Indeed, that appears to be the case. Upon reflection, these families seem to be affiliated with him. Why delegate such matters to you? Blake asked, puzzled. The Morlet family, as the direct overseers of this region, also served as the organizers of the duel competition. Understanding this, Blake realized that Leilina was essentially the host of this event. How can we ensure the convenience of such a competition? Actually, it is quite simple. One merely needs to turn a blind eye during the drug testing phase. Drug testing? Yes, a physical examination will be conducted prior to the competition to prevent participants from using illegal substances. Blake expressed his confusion. I recall that the competition allows the use of substances to a reasonable extent, albeit somewhat dishonorable. Leilina regarded Blake with a peculiar expression. Originally, that was the case. But due to certain external factors, this rule was added at the last minute. External factors? It was difficult to envision what could influence an official competition of this nature. Leilina gazed at Blake with her sparkling eyes, hesitating as if she wished to say something. Because of you. Me? Blake frowned, questioning whether he had misheard. Leilina nodded. Because during the last competition, you frequently used substances, which was quite concerning. Hence, this rule was implemented. Just follow what was suggested, she advised. After weighing his options, Blake set the envelope down and offered his judgment. Should we truly allow this to continue unchecked? Yes, for now. Let's proceed this way, Blake nodded, acknowledging that he could not confront them head-on at present. So, I ask you to bear this burden of guilt temporarily. That is acceptable, but... Leilina hesitated, glancing at Blake. I remember that you will also be participating. Won't this affect you? It will not. I will manage it myself. Blake observed Leilina's worried expression. What a kind-hearted child she was. Though she had been quite angry during her last visit, and her demeanor towards him had not been favorable. It was ultimately Blake who had acted inappropriately. Moreover, her current predicament was no better than his own, yet even in such circumstances, she still considered the well-being of her assailant. It was remarkable that such a kind and innocent child could endure such hardship. Leilina seemed somewhat unconvinced and, after a moment of hesitation, suggested, perhaps I should also give you a little leeway. No need, Blake interrupted, firmly declining her offer. We already possess leverage over our opponent. If we allow them to seize any further opportunity, our situation will become even more precarious. After some persuasion from Blake, Leilina ultimately acquiesced with a nod. The two briefly discussed their subsequent strategies before Leilina prepared to leave. Lingering too long would arouse suspicion. Please rest well when you return, Blake said as he accompanied Leilina to her carriage, softly reassuring her. Leave the rest to me. Trust that everything will be resolved. I never make promises lightly. Leilina looked at Blake and gently nodded. Despite her lingering feelings of melancholy, he had no intention of continuing to console her. He had more pressing matters to attend to. This duel was a golden opportunity, a chance to achieve two objectives at once. Chapter 16. Blake's decisive victory. The grandest dueling arena in the county, the Hubrian Pavilion, had always served as the venue for combat training activities. Yet, this massive semi-open structure remained closed and off-limits for most of the time. However, today it was abuzz with a crowd. The meticulously designed venue and the tiered seating revealed the royal family's particular regard for the competition. Every wooden seat and cobbled floor gleamed with polish. The exclusive atmosphere befitting the nobility lent an air of opulence even to the training grounds. As Blake awaited his turn, he settled into the audience, observing the fierce bouts unfolding in the arena below. This year's competitors seemed more numerous than in previous years, resulting in a packed schedule on the bulletin board. Consequently, he could afford to watch the proceedings with a leisurely demeanor. Just then, he witnessed a young man from a baronial family being sent flying by a massive fireball, marking the end of that duel. Each participant appeared to be driven by a fierce determination to win, knowing well that the eyes of the powerful were upon them. Blake gazed up at the elevated VIP section across the arena. The vast area, with its excellent view, contained only a handful of chairs, mostly occupied by individuals of noble rank. Yet, among them was a striking presence. A young lady with flowing golden hair sat at the center of attention, her dignified and noble aura overshadowing the others. Blake observed her from afar, recognizing that she was the illustrious Princess Sophia Eiselskloed, the third daughter of the imperial family. Unlike the others, she was a central figure in the narrative. Sophia was also a student at Science Academy, and alongside Blake, she represented the royal faction in the ultimate confrontation against Alice, the antagonist. Speaking of Alice, she had not accompanied him today, considering her status. It was prudent for her to remain hidden from the prominent nobility. Blake surmised that she was likely practicing her dark magic in seclusion. Contestants for the next match, please proceed to the preparation room. Draven Saresider and Blake Percival, please head to the preparation room. After an extended wait, Blake finally made his way to the stage. Following the staff's guidance and undergoing a series of physical checks, he donned the necessary protective gear and was led to the dueling arena. As soon as Blake stepped into view, a wave of murmurs erupted from the audience. Look, isn't that Blake? I thought I misheard. Indeed. What audacity does he have to participate in this competition? With no magical talent, he flaunts his arrogance, but soon it will all be exposed. Do not be so harsh. After all, he single-handedly compelled Princess Sophia to alter the competition rules. Surely, Her Highness must be weary of him by now. It's rare to see someone provoke her renowned kindness and fairness. It doesn't matter. Without his usual tricks, he will likely be sent flying in no time. Of course, his opponent is a prodigy from the Saresider family, a genius unseen in nearly a century. Amidst the clamor, both contestants ascended the stage. With the match yet to commence, Draven turned to Blake with a sardonic smile, offering him a chance to forfeit and save himself. Blake shrugged indifferently at Draven's taunts. Why not give it a try? Does it hold any significance? Merely a desperate struggle, isn't it? No one expects you to succeed, so feel no pressure. Unperturbed, Blake sighed. You might want to save your breath for your incantation. Draven's expression darkened. Then be prepared. Initially, out of respect for their shared noble lineage, he considered sparing Blake. But it seemed unnecessary now. He would unleash his full power and send Blake flying with a fireball. Now prepare yourselves. The duel begins. Boom. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck Draven's chest. His eyes rolled back, and he was sent hurtling through the air like a kite cut from its string. This all transpired in under 2 seconds, accompanied by a cloud of dust that momentarily silenced the world. As the dust settled, everyone realized Draven was embedded into the wall surrounding the arena. Astonishment swept through the crowd. The referee, momentarily stunned, quickly regained composure due to his extensive experience. After confirming that Draven was merely unconscious, protected by his gear, he breathed a sigh of relief. I declare the winner of this duel to be Blake Percival. As the referee announced the result, the audience was compelled to accept this reality. Blake had decisively defeated his opponent. After a brief silence, the arena erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Is this real? Am I seeing things? Is Draven truly that incompetent, unable to withstand even one blow? You think it's easy? Go try it yourself. Is this truly Blake? Could it be someone impersonating him? Look at that sullen, arrogant face. Who else could it be? Not only in the audience, but even the VIP section buzzed with astonishment. Was that a low-level spell, lightning? How could it possess such power? No. Judging by its speed and force, it must be a mid-level spell, Thunderstrike. Are you joking? An 18-year-old casting mid-level magic? Such a feat is rare in the entire empire. And yet, this is the same individual notorious for his incompetence? Regrettably, the evidence was undeniable. Amid the surrounding noise, Blake, standing on the stage, felt far from triumphant. He breathed heavily, his pallid cheeks glistening with a thin layer of sweat, a sign of magical exhaustion. The exertion required to cast Thunderstrike had drained much of his energy due to his lack of mastery over the spell. This strike had nearly depleted him entirely. Under the tutelage of Alice and Beatrice, he had barely managed to grasp the skill before the competition. Thus, in a sense, this was his first practical application in combat. He acknowledged the gamble he had taken. Had this strike failed, he would have found himself in a perilous position. Fortunately, luck was on his side. He gazed up at the VIP section, knowing he needed to demonstrate his prowess for certain compelling reasons. As anticipated, the area was now engulfed in heated discussion. I have reservations about this match. Ronald stood amidst a clamor of discussion, asserting that he must have resorted to dishonest means. Are you suggesting that our Morlet family has faltered in the pre-match inspections? A discontented voice echoed back as soon as Ronald finished speaking. Am I to interpret this as an accusation of our abuse of authority? The speaker was Lilena, her gaze towards Ronald serious and frigid. Ronald, initially poised to retaliate, quickly regained his composure upon noticing the eager eyes of the onlookers, awaiting the unfolding drama. That was not my intention. I merely suspect he may have consumed some undetectable potion or employed a minor magical device. So you continue to question the integrity of the Morlet family's inspections? I have stated that was not my intention. The crowd observed the escalating contention between the two, none daring to interject or take sides. Everyone was aware that these two would soon be celebrating a grand wedding that would captivate the region, making any attempt to take sides seem futile. Enough. At that moment, a gentle yet authoritative voice interrupted the fruitless quarrel. All eyes turned to Princess Sophia, who sat regally. It was evident that only she could so directly quell the dispute between them. Sophia's gaze remained fixed on Blake in the contest arena. For no potion could enable one to conjure intermediate magic out of thin air. Let the competition proceed. Further debate here serves no purpose. Sophia scanned the crowd with her sky-blue eyes. Unless anyone has discerned the means by which Blake has achieved his feats, silence enveloped the gathering. Ronald, unwilling to concede, hastily interjected, "But your highness, you must recall that the last time Blake struggled to cast even basic magic. To think that within a year he could wield intermediate magic seems rather implausible, does it not? Is this just? If we are to ensure the fairness of this competition, we must scrutinize any suspicious elements, must we not?" Upon hearing Ronald's doubts, Sophia remained silent. It was hard to deny that he had a point. Deep down, she too was skeptical of Blake's capabilities. However, given Blake's past, she had been particularly vigilant during this match, yet she had detected no signs of cheating on his part. In that case, let us arrange for him to compete again. After careful consideration, Sophia rendered her decision. "Your Highness is wise." Ronald expressed satisfaction with Sophia's judgment. Regardless of what hidden means Blake might have employed, he believed that soon enough, the truth would reveal itself, and no one would be able to rescue him. With the most esteemed Sophia having spoken, the previously murmuring crowd silently acquiesced. "Your Highness, this seems somewhat out of procedure." To everyone's surprise, a voice rose in open protest. "Blake has clearly exhausted his magical energy. Is this not unfair?" Sophia turned her gaze towards Lilina, who had boldly stepped forward, a flicker of astonishment passing through her eyes. She was aware of Blake's earlier unreasonable demand for Lilina to drink with him at the banquet. Yet now, Lilina stood before her, advocating for his cause. Moreover, Sophia glanced at Ronald, whose expression had soured, feeling perplexed. The impending marriage between these two appeared to have fostered starkly contrasting opinions on how to address Blake's situation. This curiosity about Blake's influence deepened within Sophia. What sort of magic did he possess to incite such public confrontation between two noble betrothals? She lowered her gaze to Blake, who was departing the arena now that the match had concluded. To be candid, her impression of him was not favorable. He had previously struck her as a spoiled youth who found even the casting of basic magic challenging, yet he had unexpectedly displayed prowess that overwhelmed his opponent. At that moment, it seemed Blake sensed her scrutiny, abruptly halting and turning to face her. As anticipated, their gazes collided. However, he met her stare with unflinching courage. "Are you questioning Princess Sophia's decree? I merely present my reasonable opinion. Your concern for that young man seems rather peculiar. Could there be an ulterior motive? I would return that sentiment to you. You appear excessively invested in the outcome of this match. The results of this competition shall remain recorded as Blake's victory," Sophia interjected, diffusing the argument between them with a calm demeanor. "Should Blake secure further victories, I shall personally bestow upon him additional rewards." "Your Highness is wise." Lilina quickly bowed in response. Ronald wished to voice his objections, yet the weight of royal authority silenced him. Chapter 17. Are you not human? You cannot leave just yet. Staff members obstructed Blake's path as he prepared to depart. "We have some additional arrangements for you, so please remain patient." In the face of their unreasonable insistence, Blake refrained from protest. Anticipating this, he merely nodded and returned to the spectator area to continue watching the ensuing matches, revealing no signs of doubt or inquiry. "Blake, please follow me." After several bouts, the organizers finally remembered him and summoned him. Blake rose, stretching his stiff limbs, and followed the staff member backstage. However, this time, instead of leading him to the preparation room, they brought him to the door of a lounge. The staff signaled for him to enter while they remained quietly at the entrance. Frowning, Blake opened the door to find Lilina seated on the sofa, seemingly having been waiting for him. This surprised Blake, as a representative of the Morlet family and the event organizer. Lilina should have been enjoying the honor of sitting with Princess Sophia in the VIP area. Yet here she was, confronting him in the contestants' preparation room. This did not bode well, and Lilina's anxious expression seemed to confirm his unease. She hurriedly explained the current situation to Blake. "In the upcoming match, claim that you cannot continue due to exhausted magical energy. Understood? I will persuade Princess Sophia on your behalf. Miss Lilina, please remain calm. You cannot win the next match, especially since your opponent is. Miss Lilina, I think you need to sit down and have some water. Water? Do you think I am in the mood for that? Are you not aware of the gravity of the situation? Lilina expressed her frustration at Blake's nonchalant demeanor, feeling foolish in contrast. But this is already Princess Sophia's decision. Is it not? Besides, I need this match to vindicate myself, do I not? Blake's words left Lilina momentarily speechless. Ultimately, she sighed and shook her head, conceding that winning was essentially impossible. Why do you think that? Blake inquired, puzzled. Lilina sat down with a worried expression, explaining, your opponent is Ronald, my fiancé. And he specifically chose you. Is he strong? Lilina nodded affirmatively. Very strong. Not only does he wield intermediate magic, but he also hails from a family of swordsmen. Based on the previous match, his prowess is likely to rank among the best in this competition. Since even Lilina has expressed such sentiments, it appears that the forthcoming matches may not unfold smoothly. Furthermore, given my current depletion of magical energy, it is indeed unjust to label this situation as fair. Lilina voiced her grievances on behalf of Black. Shaking his head, Black sought to soothe her, assuring her that she had done her utmost and need not bear any guilt. Perhaps you should simply excuse yourself from the situation by citing your own poor condition to Her Highness. Thank you for your insight. I shall proceed accordingly. Observing Lilina's troubled demeanor, Black interjected, urging her to return to the VIP stand, as her prolonged absence as the event organizer might leave a negative impression on Princess Sophia. Although Lilina wished to voice more, the resolute expression on Black's face compelled her to ultimately depart. Once Lilina had left, Black removed the sword from his waist and began to wipe it slowly, his gaze lost in thought. Presently, everything still seemed to be progressing as he had anticipated. However, there were unforeseen circumstances. He had presumed that, due to his overwhelming display of strength on stage, Sophia would choose to confront him directly out of suspicion. Yet, for various reasons, he found himself unexpectedly thrust into an uncalled-for overtime match. Nevertheless, disregarding the process, the outcome remained within his control. Lilina had just informed him that as long as he emerged victorious in the upcoming additional match, he would earn an extra reward directly from Sophia, thus granting him the opportunity to meet her. This meeting would be pivotal to his plan. Once he encountered Sophia, his endeavor would be half accomplished. Hence, he must devise every possible means to secure victory in the forthcoming competition. Knock, knock. At that moment, the door to the preparation room was rapped upon. Black initially assumed it was a summons for him to ascend the stage, but before he could speak, a guard clad in a full uniform entered. Black scrutinized the newcomer with a wary gaze. The room was empty save for himself, making it evident that the guard had come specifically for him. The guard approached directly, producing a wooden box from within his garments and extending it toward Black. Please accept this. Black did not take it, but instead regarded the guard with a vigilant stare, hiding beneath the helmet. What is this? This is a gift prepared for you by Miss Lilina. The guard opened the box, revealing a glass vial resting within. What is this? Black inquired, frowning as he gazed at the blue, transparent liquid inside the vial. This is a potion for magical restoration, the guard explained. Miss Lilina remarked that this potion is quite precious and assured that it would not have any adverse effects on your body. Consuming a potion before the match, That seems to contradict the competition rules, does it not? Miss Lilina stated that this matter is known only to the two of you. Surely, you are still human? He jested lightly. I hope you do not mind. Black chuckled, accepting the potion along with the wooden box. I am truly humbled. Please convey my gratitude to Miss Lilina. After receiving the items, Black noticed that the guard remained stationary, showing no intent to leave. Do you have any further messages to convey? For precautionary measures, I will need to retrieve the box and vial once you have consumed the potion. Black cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing silence as he uncorked the vial and tilted his head back, downing its contents in one swift motion. This is far more palatable than the limit break potion. After placing the empty vial back into the wooden box, he returned it to the guard, who accepted it and tucked it away before silently departing. Black observed his retreating figure without uttering a word. Now, may the two contenders take the stage. Upon stepping onto the platform, Black gazed at the man approaching him with furrowed brows. Though he had heard from Lilina that his opponent was formidable, he had not anticipated that it would be this individual. The situation had suddenly grown complicated. The upcoming match was set between Black Percival and Delaney's holder. Black scrutinized his opponent's imposing physique and the enormous sword sheath at his waist, his shoulder-length curls swaying in the gentle breeze. The face before him was undeniably familiar. This was Delaney's, a significant character in the main storyline. He was a year younger than Black and was expected to join Xia's academy this year, where he would forge a deep bond with the protagonist. Delaney's formidable strength would later prove to be a crucial asset in overcoming various bosses faced by the protagonist. However, Black had not anticipated that he would encounter him here ahead of time. Clearly, this was the first butterfly effect brought about by Delaney's appearance. Originally, Black should have been disqualified and expelled from the arena due to his underhanded tactics, and thus there would have been no additional match. Naturally, there would be no intersection with either Sophia or Delaney's. It was surprising to find that all these major characters from the main storyline were now intertwined with Black. This third-rate antagonist was enjoying a rather extraordinary privilege. "I just watched your match," Delaney's remarked, his deep, magnetic voice resonating throughout the arena. "Had it not been for overconfidence, Dallin would not have fallen to you so easily." Black nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I concur." Delaney's, gripping the hilt of his sword, squinted slightly after a moment of surprise. "You are more humble than I expected. The rumors do not convey such a notion. Rumors are often mere whispers, far less reliable than first-hand experience." Delaney's fell silent for a moment, then relaxed his grip on the sword hilt, bowing respectfully. "I am enlightened." Black regarded him without a word. Delaney's was known for his straightforward nature. "Your magical energy has yet to fully recover, has it?" Delaney's observed Black, stating, "For the sake of fairness, I shall refrain from using intermediate magic. You are truly benevolent. I merely uphold fairness." As the referee signaled the beginning of the match, the two competitors shifted from casual conversation to a state of readiness. Delaney's promptly assumed a combat stance. Unlike Dallin's arrogance, Delaney's exhibited considerable caution and respect towards Black from the outset, honoring the integrity of each match. In an instant, several earth spikes rapidly formed beneath him, aimed directly at Black. Without granting him a moment to react, the incantation concluded, and all the spikes shot toward him with great speed. While appearing casual, this maneuver effectively sealed off all of Black's escape routes, compelling him to confront the assault head-on. The initial strike was merely a probe to gauge his opponent's strength. Delaney's was particularly adept at earth element magic and excelled in launching surprise attacks. Such an offensive was indeed challenging to counter. However, Black was not without experience in dealing with such attacks. Thanks to Alice, he had sparred with a formidable earth mage before. Drawing his sword swiftly, Black gripped the hilt tightly, his blade shimmering like silver as it traced arcs in the air, effortlessly neutralizing the barrage of earth spikes. This display left Delaney's with a preliminary assessment of Black's capabilities. His opponent had not squandered much energy. Instead, he had utilized the rebound force of the earth spikes to swiftly sever all incoming projectiles, effectively blocking them. This prompted a satisfied smile from Delaney's. Perhaps this would prove to be a worthy adversary. Just as he felt a surge of enthusiasm to launch his next offensive, Black surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, sword drawn, and aimed directly at him. Blake's intentions were unmistakably clear. He aimed to close the distance and engage Reincarnated in close combat, thus evading the latter's relentless assaults from all directions. Reincarnated quickly discerned his opponent's strategy. However, rather than react with haste, he let out a sigh, bemused by Blake's audacity and recklessness. His earlier enthusiasm waned significantly. Engage in a duel of melee skills? What made Blake think he held the advantage? He unsheathed the sword that hung at his waist. Unlike Blake's slender blade, his was broader and heavier, yet he wielded it with remarkable ease due to his strength. As he gazed at Blake, who was merely 2 steps away, he sighed deeply. It appeared this contest would be more fleeting and tedious than anticipated. Initially reluctant to partake in this additional challenge, he had altered his mind upon hearing that his adversary was the one who had effortlessly vanquished his opponent with a single intermediate spell. He relished the opportunity to spar with formidable foes and enhance his own abilities, yet it seemed this encounter would likewise end in disappointment. As Blake approached, sword in hand, Reincarnated finally moved. His grip around the hefty hilt tightened, the veins in his hand standing out prominently as he swung the nearly 20-kilogram sword with the ease of a mere twig. At that moment, Blake's inertia from his sword swing left him no time to evade. The observing referee, witnessing this unfolding scene, immediately activated a speed-enhancing spell, preparing to intervene. In the arena, the white giant crocodile soared through the air with a piercing, slicing sound. To Reincarnated, this signified the curtain falling on a farcical performance. Suddenly, a sensation of emptiness in his hand jolted Reincarnated into realization. He clearly saw that just as his sword was about to make contact with Blake's shoulder, the latter deftly evaded his heavy strike with an uncanny, almost ghostly agility. The tide of the battle shifted. With successful evasion, Blake launched his counterattack. Unlike Reincarnated's powerful blows, each of Blake's strikes was executed with remarkable swiftness, targeting vital points to incapacitate his opponent. Deprived of the initiative, Dorinus found himself forced into a defensive stance, parrying Blake's relentless onslaught. What style of swordsmanship is this? Dorinus pondered, bewildered as he swung his massive sword. Each of Blake's attacks appeared deceptively simple and riddled with openings. Yet he could not land a hit. Blake moved like a specter, seamlessly shifting positions, resembling a dancer brandishing a sword. He unleashed strikes from every angle, overwhelming Dorinus' defenses. The audience, witnessing the spectacle, erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Is this real? Am I seeing things? What kind of attack is that? It seems almost reckless. Yet Dorinus merely defended without retaliating? Is he holding back? In stark contrast to the audience's reactions, the atmosphere among the VIPs grew peculiar. Hey, don't you think that kid-ass sword techniques seem oddly familiar? Familiar? If you're saying that, wait, I remember now. That swordsmanship is. A perceptive onlooker identified the inconsistency, but refrained from continuing, instead glancing discreetly at Sophia, who was fixated on Blake, her brow furrowed in concentration. Chapter 18. Summon him to my chamber. The situation in the arena became increasingly tense. Dorinus swung his giant sword repeatedly, yet the forceful blows failed to touch Blake, who seized every opportunity to deliver rapid slashes. Dorinus found himself defensively relying on the thick silver gauntlets on his wrists to withstand the impacts of Blake's strikes, the sound of their clashing ringing out like the hammering of iron. Despite his strenuous efforts, Blake's relentless assaults forced Dorinus to confront a harsh reality. He needed to create distance and regain an advantage through magic, as he had no means to decipher Blake's elusive swordplay. This time, Dorinus opted not to attack. Instead, he deflected Blake's sword with his own. Seizing the moment Blake's blade was repelled, he inhaled deeply, stepped back with his right foot, and with a sudden surge of power from his well-muscled waist, he spun his sword, transforming himself into a whirlwind intent on cleaving through anything that approached him. As the giant sword sliced through the air with a howling sound, Blake was forced to leap back to evade the oncoming strike. Dorinus immediately seized this opportunity to chant a low incantation. By the time Blake realized Dorinus' intent, it was too late. As he landed, his feet sank deep into the ground, ensnared by a sudden rise of earth that imprisoned him. Dorinus, unwilling to allow any chance of escape, lunged at Blake, his giant sword poised to strike. At this moment, he fully acknowledged his opponent. Blake appeared to have resigned himself, standing still with no signs of struggle. It's over. Just as Dorinus was about to secure victory, he sensed an anomaly. Blake slowly raised his hand, a fireball gradually coalescing in his palm, swelling in size. He had not given up. He was merely casting a spell. Even as Dorinus realized this and halted his advance, it was too late. At such close range, he could not retreat to a safe distance in time. The massive fireball illuminated Blake's face as it erupted from his palm, forcing Dorinus to cross his giant sword defensively while leaping back to mitigate the impending damage. The fireball collided with the hurricane of energy and the giant sword, generating such a force that Dorinus gasped in shock. Boom. Thud. The fireball detonated, enveloping the arena in a thick cloud of smoke, plunging the venue into a profound silence. Every spectator held their breath, their eyes fixed on the aftermath of this climactic battle. Clearly, this haze served as the curtain call for the contest. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a somewhat towering figure emerged. Truly a madman. As the explosion's remnants cleared, Dorinus, covered in soot and burn marks, knelt on the ground. Had he not retreated in time, his injuries would have been far worse than mere burns. Despite this, he had been flung far from the blast's epicenter. He brushed off the embers from his clothing and looked up at the silhouette emerging from the smoke. Are you so reckless as to cast a fireball at such close range? When the smoke cleared entirely, Blake, his clothes singed and blackened, stood resolutely in place, gazing calmly at Dorinus. You have lost. What? Dorinus froze, suddenly aware of his predicament as he lowered his gaze to his position. He realized he had been thrust from the contest stage by the force of the explosion. Understanding dawned upon him as he lifted his gaze again, focusing on Blake, whose feet remained trapped in the earth. Only then did he grasp his opponent's intent. Blake had exploited his own magic. Had it not been for the earth binding he had cast, Blake's form would have likely soared even further. Can we declare the results now? Blake ignored the bewildered Dorinus, turning to the distant referee. The referee snapped back to reality, glancing at Dorinus, who bowed his head in self-doubt, then at Blake, who still stood on the stage. The outcome was unmistakable. I hereby declare that the contest has been won by contestant Blake. As the words fell, the venue momentarily succumbed to silence, soon followed by an eruption of cheers and shouts from the stage. What a spectacle! This was truly worth attending. I am grateful I did not leave, for this unexpectedly added match proved to be exhilarating. Is this truly the Blake we know? Surely, he has not been possessed by some malevolent spirit? In stark contrast to the fervent applause from the audience, the VIP section was engulfed in a peculiar silence. Lelina, seated on the stage, should have been elated. Yet she dared not speak freely, as anyone could sense the strange atmosphere permeating the VIP area. She discreetly glanced at Princess Sophia, whose countenance was shrouded in gloom. Sophia's demeanor had been somber ever since Blake and Delinquent engaged in close combat. After a prolonged silence, Sophia slowly rose from her chair, supported by the armrest. Summon him to my chamber. Indeed, the usually dignified and courteous Sophia abruptly abandoned the gathering. Lelina hesitated, torn between words, ultimately turning back to observe the unfolding events of the match, pondering whether to offer a cautionary word. Meanwhile, on the now dust-free arena, Delinquent steadied himself with his massive sword. After a lengthy pause, he finally lifted his gaze to the tattered Blake before him. I concede, you handled yourself admirably. Blake silently sheathed his sword, yet this simple action elicited a pained groan from him. Not only Delinquent, but he himself bore some burns from the explosive confrontation, albeit within tolerable limits. It is futile. Had you employed intermediate magic, victory would have been yours. I would have had no chance in close quarters from the onset. Delinquent smiled and shook his head. I have always upheld my commitments and valued fairness. Accept your honor with grace. I acknowledge your triumph and accept my defeat as a valuable experience. Upon hearing this, Blake respectfully nodded to his esteemed adversary. The same applies to me. Your adept manipulation of magic and exquisite swordsmanship have left a profound impression on me. I have learned a great deal. Delinquent chuckled softly, suddenly turning his gaze aside. It seems you have other matters to attend to. Following Delinquent's line of sight, Blake noticed a guard ascending from the audience, approaching him directly. He recognized the guard's distinct attire and embellishments, realizing this individual was one of Sophia's personal guards from the VIP section. Congratulations, contestant Blake. Princess Sophia wishes to summon you. Please accompany me. Blake nodded but made no further movement. The guard turned back. Did you hear what I said? Blake shrugged. Mr. Delinquent seems reluctant to let me go. What does that have to do with me? Delinquent raised an eyebrow. Blake remained silent, merely indicating his bound feet. Oh, my apologies. Allow me to free you. I would be most grateful. Once liberated, Blake adjusted his tattered attire before following the guard towards the lounge. Upon returning to the lounge, Sophia exhaled deeply. This space had been specially prepared for her, a privilege reserved for the esteemed third princess of the Claude royal family. The room was off limits to anyone without permission, thus allowing her a brief respite from her facade. Maintaining a guise of dignity and decorum for an extended period was exhausting. After all, she was merely a girl of under 20. Unlike her two sisters, she had never harbored a desire for the throne. Her current actions were entirely motivated by a sense of duty. Yet perhaps it was this very sense of responsibility that had garnered her a reputation rivaling that of her sisters. The splendor perceived by the outside world was merely a veneer. The reality of royal life was rife with unending intrigue and treachery. Although she harbored no ambitions for power, her sisters had already begun to view her as a rival. Meanwhile, their father remained oblivious, adhering to the doctrine of survival of the fittest, remaining silent amidst the open and covert conflicts between his daughters. What a cruel man he is, Sophia sighed wearily at her desk. However, today she had observed certain matters of concern. Firstly, the unusual behavior exhibited by Lelina and Ronald. The soon-to-be wedded couple displayed a lack of the expected intimacy, instead appearing somewhat antagonistic. Secondly, the center of contention between Lelina and Ronald was none other than Blake Percival. It was no exaggeration to say that his influence during this match seemed to eclipse the contest itself. The Percival family held merely a baronetcy, and she still recalled his reckless behavior during the previous competition. Yet this time, he presented many points of intrigue. Her gaze drifted to the window, her mind replaying all she had witnessed. The swordsmanship Blake had displayed, there could be no mistake. She was certain of it. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door of her exclusive lounge. Enter. Following her cue, the door creaked open. Blake, his attire disheveled from the recent battle, stepped inside, with the guard who should have waited outside now silently trailing beside him, ever vigilant to ensure Princess Sophia's safety. Despite Blake's remarkable performance in the match, it did little to overshadow his notorious reputation. Upon seeing Sophia, Blake knelt respectfully. Your Royal Highness, I beg your pardon for presenting myself in such a disheveled state due to circumstances beyond my control. In just a year, you have changed remarkably. You are almost unrecognizable from my previous impression of you, Sophia remarked, gazing at Blake with curiosity. Is it due to your newfound adherence to etiquette? Blake remained kneeling. As a subject in the presence of the esteemed princess, such decorum was essential. Oh, Sophia chuckled lightly. You were not so composed when I had you escorted out last year. It was evident that he had not left a favorable impression on her. For that, I am sincerely grateful to your highness, Blake replied earnestly. You were timely in correcting my missteps. Are you expressing gratitude? Frankly, that is somewhat hard to believe, Sophia said, slightly raising her shoulders. Nevertheless, that is of little consequence. To be candid, your performance today has genuinely surprised me. Your approval is a commendation in my eyes, your highness. You are laying it on a bit thick. Your flattery borders on insincerity. I speak only the truth. You may judge for yourself. Sophia scrutinized him for a moment, ultimately opting not to engage further. That being said, are you aware of the purpose of my summons? Blake shook his head. To be honest, I am uncertain. I came simply because you called for me. Sophia's gaze lingered on him for 2 seconds before shifting to the guard standing beside Blake. You may leave now. I trust our etiquette-trained Mr. Blake will behave himself. Understood. Once the guard departed, Sophia began to speak slowly. As per our agreement, I should bestow upon you an additional reward. However, before that, there is a matter I must clarify. Sophia's expression suddenly turned serious and icy. Whom did you learn your swordsmanship from? In response, Blake replied, It is my maid who has imparted her skills to me. There was no hesitation in his voice. Your maid? Sophia furrowed her brow, her expression darkening as if she believed Blake was mocking her. Indeed, your highness. It is undoubtedly my maid. Blake lowered his head and spoke in a calm tone. Her name is Alice. The moment those words left his lips, Blake felt the atmosphere in the room plummet to an icy chill. Chapter 19. Another day of life. How wonderful. Her name is Alice. Alice, the princess, known for her benevolence, now cast a rare, frigid glare. This name seemed to strike a forbidden chord within her. Yes, yet, Blake maintained his lowered gaze, undeterred by Sophia's unfriendly demeanor. Though his tone was subdued, there was no hint of timidity. He continued, As for her surname, I cannot divulge it. I trust your highness is already aware of this. Since you are aware of this, why do you dare to utter her name in my presence? Sophia's expression was grim, filled with anger and disgust, all stemming from that forbidden name. It appears I must have a serious discussion with the head of the Percival family. Your highness, if I may be so bold, I believe such a discussion is unnecessary. Oh, Sophia narrowed her eyes, curious about Blake's next words. She has already paid her dues, stripped of her title and surname. What could be more cruel than this? Sophia clearly disagreed. Even so, do you believe that this suffices to atone for her past sins? Far from it. Blake shook his head, swiftly changing the subject. Thus, she is currently serving as a maid in the Percival household to alleviate her feelings of guilt. Sophia remained silent. Blake slowly knelt and continued. Therefore, I dare to implore you to grant her appropriate clemency. Sophia scrutinized Blake, the only sound in the room being her steady breathing. Since you have voluntarily confessed to sheltering her, and she has faced punishment, I see no reason to pursue the matter further. Thank you for your grace, your highness. After expressing his gratitude, Blake showed no intention of rising, which puzzled Sophia. I have granted your request. Why do you remain kneeling? Blake replied, Your highness, I have another wish I hope you will consider. I have promised you one condition as a reward for winning the additional competition. Do you not think you are being rather greedy? Sophia felt a flicker of anger and dissatisfaction at Blake's avarice. I do not deny this. Blake lifted his head, gazing directly into Sophia's azure eyes. It is precisely why I endeavored to secure an audience with you, for only you, embodying both mercy and justice, can fulfill my desire. Upon hearing this, Sophia fell into silence, the room enveloped in an air of stillness. Ultimately, this silence was broken by a long sigh from Sophia. You truly are. Gradually regaining her composure, she restored her dignified and compassionate demeanor. Speak plainly, what else do you seek? Fairness. What did you say? Sophia furrowed her brow, momentarily doubting her own hearing regarding Blake's request. Your highness, as I have stated, aside from the mercy of clemency, what I desire is fairness. Blake reiterated. What do you mean by that? Elaborate. The fairness of this competition. Is there a lack of fairness in this competition? Sophia looked at Blake, her brow knitting further. Or are you merely expressing dissatisfaction because of the additional event I arranged for you? That is not the case, your highness, Blake asserted. There are indeed individuals attempting to sully this solemn and sacred competition. Upon hearing this, Sophia's expression shifted, her concern peaked. Who? At present, it remains unclear. Your comments are utterly incoherent. Sophia's demeanor grew increasingly displeased. The individual before her was skillfully manipulating her emotions, akin to fishing, always maintaining the upper hand. Please, first take a look at this. Blake, unhurried, retrieved a meticulously preserved envelope from his pocket and stepped forward to present it. Sophia accepted it and slowly opened it. A stack of photographs appeared in her hands. After examining a few, she frowned, casting a puzzled glance at Blake. What do these photographs signify? Do you intend to confess? Blake neither confirmed nor denied, simply stating, I suspect your highness might think the same upon viewing these photographs. Am I wrong? What else could it be? Your highness. In truth, these are not my incriminating evidence, but that of another. Who? Your highness, as I mentioned, it is those who seek to interfere with this competition. Who are those individuals? Your highness, I have already stated, it is still unclear. Sophia was exasperated by his evasiveness, letting out a deep sigh. Fortunately, today is not my second sister's turn, or you would certainly not be leaving this room unscathed. Blake nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Princess Christine had a reputation for being quite stern. Now, please explain the circumstances surrounding these photographs. If you continue to keep me in suspense, even I will become irate. Your highness, the situation is as follows. Recognizing that he had successfully captured Sophia's attention and curiosity, Blake began to reveal the truth. 5 minutes later. So, you were saying that you fortuitously rescued Lilina, who was on the verge of being framed. After listening to Blake's account, Sophia stroked her pale chin, her gaze filled with skepticism. Indeed, Blake affirmed. According to your account, you requested Lilina's company merely because you noticed something unusual about the drink in her hand and wished to advise her to switch cups? Yes, Blake nodded again. And the other party seized this opportunity to capture these photographs as leverage, intending to coerce Lilina, the responsible party for this event, to act in their favor? Your highness, you are astute. And what of the evidence? Sophia's gaze bore down on Blake, unsure whether she was skeptical of his claims or trying to assess his honesty. Your highness can confirm with Miss Lilina, as the victim, she has no reason to shield me, does she? After a moment of contemplation, Sophia nodded and extended her delicate hand to lightly tap the table. The next moment, a guard promptly entered the room. Blake, please summon Miss Lilina. She should still be present. Yes. After the guard left, Sophia continued to observe Blake, seemingly reflecting, you have changed remarkably. In what regard, your highness? While aware of Sophia's meaning, Blake chose to feign ignorance. Sophia leaned on her arm, scrutinizing her appearance. Your current behavior is so drastically different from your conduct at school that it seems as if you have become an entirely different person. Blake then recalled that Sophia also attended Science Academy, being in the same year as him and the protagonist. However, due to safety considerations, she had always resided in the specially provided royal dormitory in the academy's central area, rarely crossing paths except for classes and drills. I never imagined your highness would notice me, an ordinary student. Sophia seemed to recall something amusing, covering her mouth with a soft laugh. Is this truly surprising? Your negative news has spread throughout the entire academy. To say you are famous would not be an exaggeration. You are far from ordinary. Am I being ridiculed? Blake thought. Blake scratched his head in confusion, as I continued to learn and rectify my past mistakes. Observing Blake's comically helpless demeanor, Sophia felt a sense of regained control, her mood unexpectedly lifting. Indeed, if I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would hardly believe it, yet it seems to be the case. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Your highness, Miss Lena has arrived. The guard accompanied Lena inside before stepping back. Lena gracefully bowed, addressing Sophia, Your highness. You summoned me? Sophia nodded. Miss Lena, I have just heard some information from Blake. Blake quietly listened to their exchange, having already shared part of his plan with Lena, which naturally lent credence to her remarks. Once the truth was confirmed, Sophia sighed. I never anticipated this. It is truly my oversight. Lena hastily waved her hands. This has nothing to do with your highness. Sophia shook her head, looking at Lena with sympathy. You must have endured considerable pressure because of this, haven't you? It hasn't been too bad, Lena replied. Indeed, that is the case, Blake interjected. Miss Lena has felt immense pressure due to the significant challenges she has faced during this time, often seeking my counsel. Hearing this, Sophia's gaze toward Lena deepened with guilt. Then, to Lena's astonishment, Princess Sophia, the third daughter of the Empire, actually bowed before her. I appreciate your efforts, and I would like to formally express my apologies. I will ensure you receive appropriate compensation later. Faced with such a noble gesture from the Imperial Princess, Lena appeared utterly bewildered, ultimately turning to Blake for assistance. Blake simply turned away. Don't look at me. Your Highness, please do not do this. It puts immense pressure on me, Lena implored. Upon hearing her plea, Sophia straightened up, regaining her serious demeanor. Rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this matter, and I guarantee that the perpetrators will face severe consequences. Sophia's expression clearly indicated that Ronald was in for serious trouble. Then I will rely on your highness. Lena wanted to say more, but Blake interrupted. By the way, do you have any leads at the moment? Sophia suddenly inquired, looking at both of them. Lena hesitated, glancing at Blake. Regrettably, the only leads we have are these photographs, Your Highness, Blake replied. I see, Sophia said, contemplating the photographs in her hand. So, did Princess Sophia not make things difficult for you? Not at all. Our third princess is very gracious. Then why didn't you simply state the truth directly? Why did you want me to say it? Lena asked as they exited Sophia's lounge. Blake scratched his head. My reputation has not been the best. You should be aware of that, so the princess might not fully trust me. Moreover, having you as his fiancé to vouch for him would enhance your impartiality. This left Lena even more confused. Then why did you stop me from simply stating his name? Because what the princess discovers herself is more credible than what others tell her, Blake replied, shaking his head. Every worthy ruler possesses this quality. They would never hastily suspect someone without cause, and our benevolent Princess Sophia is no exception. Thus, in the end, after the dark remnants of the former royal family had been nearly eradicated by Alice, during a time of national turmoil, Sophia stepped forward to take charge. Under her leadership, a new and radiant empire was rebuilt. I believe that with Princess Sophia's abilities, she will soon trace the leads back to the newspaper, thereby uncovering the involvement of Count Ronald. After hearing Blake's words, Lena lowered her head in thought before turning to Blake. By the way, your strategy is truly impressive. It serves two purposes. Not only does it compel Princess Sophia to investigate this case herself, but it also renders the photographs that Ronald holds as leverage worthless. Lena smiled at Blake, her expression laced with playful teasing. Should I say you have a knack for manipulation? If possible, I would prefer to avoid that characterization. It is rather inappropriate. Lena chuckled softly. It was evident that her mood was quite pleasant as she walked with a lightness reminiscent of a cheerful neighbor girl. Meanwhile, Blake gazed up at the sky, taking a deep breath. With all matters momentarily settled, he too felt a sense of relief. Another day survived. How wonderful. Yet, this feeling of ease did not last long. Just as Lena had departed to preside over the closing ceremony, Blake froze upon reaching the exit. A familiar figure stood at the entrance of the Hobelian Hall, leaning against the wall. Noticing the large sword sheath at the person's waist, it was clear that their intended target was none other than himself. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. Delaney's approached Blake like a tiger stalking its prey. Chapter 20. Delaney's, you finally emerged. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. A rather poor opening line. Blake wished to avoid any further entanglement with this individual who was deeply intertwined with the main storyline. In the original narrative, he should not have been encountering him this early. Hello, are you listening to me? The situation was clearly becoming complicated. I am listening. May I ask why you are waiting for me? Speaking of which, do you always insist on addressing me with such formalities? Delaney's remarked with a wry smile. It feels somewhat awkward for a defeated opponent to be addressed in such a manner. It is basic etiquette, unrelated to the outcome of our duel. Blake regarded him, momentarily at a loss for words. He was uncertain of Delaney's purpose in waiting for him and now blocking his path. He did not believe Delaney's was the type to seek revenge after losing in public. Delaney's gazed at Blake with his brown eyes, letting out a resigned sigh. Let us skip the formalities. You may simply call me you. It feels more comfortable that way. Although Blake was somewhat bewildered, he nodded in agreement with Delaney's suggestion. In truth, I have been waiting for you. This was clearly a redundant statement, but Delaney seemed intent on using it to segue into his main topic. I have several questions to ask you. Please go ahead. Noticing Delaney's somewhat displeased expression, Blake immediately corrected himself. I would like to inquire, Delaney's began, looking at Blake. Why I lost. At that moment, Blake was taken aback. I should have mentioned that if you had utilized intermediate magic from the outset. No, that cannot be an excuse. Delaney's interrupted Blake, countering, did you not also fail to use intermediate magic due to a depletion of your magical energy? Although I too participated in a duel, my magical energy was far less consumed than yours. Moreover, I believe I have honed my swordsmanship for a longer duration than you. Your technique, while peculiar, is clearly newly acquired. Apologies, I do not mean to belittle your abilities. I merely, Blake observed Delaney's hesitance and understood his meaning. He could not comprehend why he had lost. Despite having the advantage in both magical power and swordsmanship, the undeniable fact remained that he had lost. In simpler terms, he could not convince himself of the outcome. Blake regarded Delaney's, who was staring at the ground. Although the original work portrays Delaney's as a relentless figure striving for progress in battle, Blake was taken aback by the extent of his humility and eagerness to learn. It was truly remarkable that he could set aside his pride to seek counsel from the very opponent who had just defeated him. Such an act is not something most individuals could accomplish. Regarding your earlier statement, While I have some thoughts, I cannot guarantee their applicability to your situation. Blake has always held great respect for those who pursue their goals with determination, and thus felt no reason to decline the request. Please, speak, he urged. Delaney suddenly lifted his head, his gaze flickering towards Blake. After a moment of contemplation, Blake began to articulate his observations. First and foremost, with regard to your magical abilities, I must say that your prowess is commendable. Both the speed at which you cast spells and their potency are exceptional. However, let us forego flattery, please. Direct me to my shortcomings. Delaney's appeared increasingly impatient. Blake paused, continuing, your deficiency lies in a lack of sufficient judgment, which rendered you unable to make effective decisions when I closed the distance between us. Furthermore, after binding me, you had the opportunity to employ long-range spells to secure your victory, yet you opted to engage me in close quarters, granting me the chance to counterattack. As a seasoned player who had navigated this game countless times, he understood its combat mechanics intimately and could respond swiftly. Upon hearing Blake's analysis, Delaney's found himself enveloped in a haze of self-doubt. After a lengthy pause, he raised his head once more. What about my swordsmanship? Concerning your sword skills, Blake replied, I fear I cannot provide you with much insight, as, indeed, I have only recently begun mastering this technique, and my understanding of swordsmanship is rather superficial. Suddenly, Blake turned his gaze towards the distance. Perhaps someone else may be able to enlighten you. Following Blake's line of sight, Delaney's observed a carriage approaching. Shortly thereafter, a tall woman with black hair descended from the vehicle. She seemed to notice the two men and slowly made her way towards them. As she drew nearer, Delaney's was struck by her features. Her long black hair was tied simply at the waist, with a few stray strands cascading down. Her delicate facial contours were striking, but what truly captivated him were her deep crimson eyes. Even from afar, he could sense the air of nobility surrounding her, an impression that starkly contrasted with the servant's attire she wore. For reasons unknown, Delaney's felt a sense of familiarity with her, as if he had encountered her before. Master, the woman said, approaching the two men. She completely disregarded Delaney's and offered a slight bow to Blake. I recall that today was meant to be your day off. Lady Beatrice has gone to fetch your school uniform from CS Academy, and she has entrusted me with your escort. I see, Blake replied, glancing at Delaney's. Mr. Delaney's is currently discussing insights on swordsmanship with me. He smiled at Alice, although a look of confusion crossed his face. Moreover, I am curious about the techniques you imparted to him. If possible, could you assist him in clarifying his queries? Alice hesitated for a moment before turning her gaze towards Delaney's, furrowing her brow. Are you a scion of the Hodler family? Yes, Delaney's nodded. Have we met before? How did you discern my lineage? Few families choose to wield a great sword as their weapon of choice, she explained. I have witnessed the swordsmanship passed down through your lineage. Really? What insights do you have regarding our family's techniques? Delaney's inquired eagerly. Given the current context, it seemed Blake's swordsmanship was influenced by this woman. The skill he displayed, albeit in its infancy, suggested that Blake had already reached an impressive level of competence, likely surpassing the woman before him. In response to Delaney's expectant gaze, Alice merely glanced at the sword at his waist. While your family's swordsmanship is unique, its longevity indicates distinct characteristics and practical applications. Its strengths lie in its formidable lethality, which, when coupled with Hodler family-specific physical training, allows for the overcoming of its cumbersome nature. At this juncture, Alice shifted the focus of her discourse. Nevertheless, its shortcomings are equally apparent. Your adherence to tradition has rendered your techniques lacking in adaptability and innovation, rendering you vulnerable to opponents who employ unorthodox tactics. This rigidity could lead to fatal consequences on the battlefield, where the swordsmanship you take pride in may merely serve to intimidate rather than ensure survival. Alice, Blake interjected softly. Admonishing her, Alice lowered her head, murmuring an apology. I misspoke. Blake turned to Delaney's, whose expression had soured, indicating his displeasure. I sincerely apologize. Regardless of your perspective, I assure you that Alice's words, though blunt, were devoid of malice. He sought to alleviate Delaney's anger. If her comments have offended you, I apologize on her behalf. I hope you can overlook it. Delaney's inhaled deeply, nodding gravely at Alice. You make a valid point. I have sensed this as well. In truth, I feel that my swordsmanship has reached an impasse, a barrier that seems insurmountable. I had a premonition that this technique had its limits. After hearing your candid observations, I finally grasped this reality. I shall seek ways to break through this stagnation. Thank you for your guidance. Delaney's bowed in gratitude. Alice merely regarded him in silence. Upon my return, I shall endeavor to persuade my grandfather, the head of our family, to seek new advancements in Hodler swordsmanship. Humph. merely a futile endeavor. Alice turned her face away. That arrogant old fool is notoriously resistant to external advice. Delaney's, clearly caught up in excitement, appeared oblivious to Alice's disparaging remark. Very well. We should return, Blake suggested to Alice. Remaining any longer could risk Alice inadvertently provoking Delaney's again. Alice nodded, noticing the tattered state of Blake's attire from their earlier skirmish. New garments have been prepared for you in the carriage. Thank you, Blake replied, as Delaney's watched Blake and Alice board the carriage. A radiant smile spread across his face as he gazed up at the sky. The outcome of this sparring session had exceeded his expectations. In addition to encountering a formidable opponent, he had also met someone with profound insights into Hoteler's swordsmanship, despite her not belonging to the family. Did this imply that her mastery of the blade surpassed even that of his grandfather? However, what astonished him most was that such an insightful individual was merely a maid from Blake's household, addressing him as master. This revelation prompted Delaney's to reassess the black-haired man he had just encountered. What an intriguing character. I hope to have the opportunity to meet him again. Wait, he recalled. Did she mention CS Academy? Watching the carriage depart, Delaney's lips curled into a subtle smile. Chapter 21. Are you confused about your identity? Sitting in the jolting carriage, Blake wore a sullen expression as he gazed at Alice, who sat opposite him. Do you realize that you nearly brought significant trouble upon yourself and the Percival family? Alice understood precisely what Blake was referring to, yet, lacking a valid reason to retort, she merely turned her head away. What do you presume your current status is? To dare to point fingers at someone of noble standing? Blake's countenance darkened. In front of his grandson, Alice audaciously played the role of a provocateur, displaying a remarkable talent for inciting others' ire. He was aware that many harbored animosity towards her due to his prior actions. Consequently, in an effort to avoid further antagonism, he had been cautiously mindful of every word and action since his reincarnation. Yet here was Alice, almost inviting trouble upon herself, which irked him considerably. I shall permit you this mistake only once. Should there be a next time, I assure you, you will face severe consequences. Blake intended to utilize this threat to compel her to acknowledge her error, ensuring she would not repeat it. However, this approach evidently bore no fruit. Alice continued to gaze out the carriage window, indifferent to Blake's admonition, choosing to respond with a chilling silence. Ironically, Blake found this tactic ineffective. The more she remained mute, the more he felt compelled to speak. He recognized this might provoke her, yet he felt it necessary to address the issue. At such moments, he often likened himself to a nagging old man. Initially, Alice had merely turned her gaze to the window, maintaining her composure in the face of Blake's relentless reproach. However, as time went on, her patience waned, and a flicker of irritation crossed her features. It seemed she was becoming somewhat vexed. Noticing this, Blake finally sighed, ceasing his tirade. He had long felt like a failure in his role as a master, and this conviction was only reinforced in the present moment. In the beginning, Alice had held him in complete respect, yet in less than a month, his ability to instill fear seemed to have dissipated entirely. Exhausted, Blake reclined in his seat, closing his eyes and reflecting inwardly. Perhaps he was inherently unsuited for a managerial position. Every leader must possess the capability to command respect and even instill fear in their subordinates. He had to concede that Creed might possess exceptional talent in this regard. The former director had once remarked, "You are a natural-born detective, but unfortunately, not cut out for office work." Perhaps he had seen through this truth long ago. It proved evident that even after inhabiting the body of this audacious individual, nothing had changed. With this thought, Blake sighed once more, shaking his head, his expression involuntarily revealing a hint of dejection. "I apologize." Blake slightly opened his eyes, looking at Alice across from him with a hint of confusion. The space contained only the two of them. Had he merely imagined it? Yet, it was apparent that this was not the case. At that moment, Alice, having sighed while gazing out the window, turned to him. "I apologize. This time it was my mistake." Alice looked at Blake, offering a respectful apology. Faced with her unexpected humility, Blake found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that his so-called threat had taken effect? There existed such a possibility, especially considering she had already endured the Percival family's disciplinary measures once. Just be more mindful next time. Ultimately, Blake aimed merely to keep Alice alert. The sea occasionally stirred with gusts of wind, accompanied by surging waves and even fierce storms. For sailors accustomed to life at sea, this was a commonplace occurrence. However, following such brief turmoil, the ocean would typically return to a state of calm. This was the norm. Life mirrored this pattern. After navigating a series of troubles, Blake finally encountered a moment of respite. Half a month had passed since the duel competition, and during this time, everything had been rather uneventful. devoid of any matters warranting his concern. If one were to highlight something of importance, it would be Alice's inexplicable disappearance for several days. Initially, Beatrice approached Blake in a state of agitation, reporting the situation, but Blake merely claimed he had entrusted her with certain tasks that might take a few days to complete. Thus, he easily dismissed the diligent headmaid. Despite feeling a twinge of guilt for lying, Blake understood that, like himself, Alice had her own trials to endure. As a principal character in the Prelude's narrative, she would undoubtedly face challenges far more daunting, perhaps even life-threatening. Considering the timeline, the Prelude storyline was likely nearing its conclusion, with less than half a month remaining until the commencement of the new term at Science Academy. After a 3-day absence, Alice returned to the Percival estate on the 4th day, seemingly prepared to face the consequences. However, upon hearing from Beatrice that the tasks assigned by the young master had been completed, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. When Alice entered Blake's chamber, he was engrossed in a tome of magical tutorials, only glancing up momentarily at her arrival. Was everything executed smoothly? Alice paused for a moment before responding. Yes, quite smoothly. Next time, inform me before you depart. You caused Beatrice unnecessary trouble. I apologize. Yes, ensure you properly apologize to her. Understood. Alice pondered briefly. Shall we engage in training now? Blake, still absorbed in his book, shook his head. No need. I shall study the textbook material today. In truth, he had noted the fatigue in her eyes upon her entrance. Understood. Alice refrained from further comments, turning to leave. Yet, as she reached the door, she paused, glancing back with a slight inclination of her head. Thank you. Blake continued to peruse his book, offering no response. Aside from this minor exchange, it appeared that no other disturbances would ripple across the tranquil surface of his life. With the new term approaching, he found himself devoid of pressing tasks, thus opting to lead a reclusive existence akin to his previous life. Using this term might be a misnomer. Yet his activities remained confined within the boundaries of the Percival estate. Most of his time was spent sequestered in his room, diligently studying the foundational texts on magic, all of which he had specifically requested Beatrice to select for him. Upon delving into these works, he discovered that the knowledge contained within was far more intricate and convoluted than what he had encountered while playing the game. After all, textbooks and academic materials tend to articulate simple concepts with profound depth and logical coherence. This necessitated a greater investment of time and energy on his part for study and exploration, apart from the hours devoted to reading. The remainder of his time was spent engaging in swordsmanship training with Alice and practical magical instruction with Beatrice. Alice's training was rigorous, bordering on harsh, primarily conducted through direct combat scenarios to enhance his skills. Yet, she was indeed a competent instructor. While Beatrice taught practical magic, she would occasionally stand by, offering suggestions, only to vanish without a trace at other times. During his breaks, he would take the opportunity to sit in the meticulously manicured gardens of the Percival estate, basking in the sunlight. He relished this busy yet leisurely existence, secretly hoping that such days could continue indefinitely. However, the winds upon the sea would not quiet simply because the captain was in good spirits. Chapter 22, Blake's Accusation. On a typical morning, Blake sat at the table sipping steaming coffee while holding the newspaper just purchased by a servant. This particular edition of the newspaper was anything but ordinary. Due to the usual trivialities filling the pages of the newspaper, it is surprising to find a series of pressing current events featured this time. Ronald Sutherland has been arrested. Behind this lies a plethora of criminal activities. The head of the family has been apprehended. Does this spell the end for the Sutherland lineage? Shockingly, the champion of the recent tournament turned out to be him. Hans Braun, the president of the Salian News Agency, has been dismissed and detained for the abuse of power. Princess Sophia, the embodiment of justice, personally investigated the case, restoring fairness and equity. A remarkable honor. Lilina Morit received a personal commendation from Her Highness the Princess. The results of the tournament were to be evaluated by several royal-appointed and certified judges based on the contestants' performances on stage, which is why it took several days for the rankings to be published. Observing the sensationalized headlines, Blake felt disheartened and tossed the newspaper aside, losing interest in reading further. Nevertheless, this at least signifies that recent events have finally reached a conclusion. Young master, the master is looking for you. Cled's personal maid appeared at his bedroom door. Blake rose and followed her to Cled's study, then knocked on the door. Enter. A voice soon responded from within. Blake slowly pushed the door open. This study is where Cled typically conducts his business, and even Blake is not permitted to enter freely while he is working. Yet this time, Cled lifted his head from his desk instead of burying himself in work. The opening day of Xia's Academy is just a few days away, isn't it? Have you prepared everything? It was rare to hear Cled express concern for him. Most of it is ready, father. Beatrice has retrieved the custom uniform. Indeed. A new term ought to be heralded with a new outfit, for it marks a fresh beginning. It was evident that Cled was genuinely pleased, engaging in conversation with a naturalness that was truly a rare occurrence. At that moment, Blake's peripheral vision caught sight of the newspaper on Cled's desk. It seemed he had already perused the reported news. It was no wonder he wore such a cheerful smile. I have seen the news, you rascal, Cled remarked, tapping his fingers lightly on the newspaper, narrowing his eyes. You performed so brilliantly in the tournament without my knowledge. What are you scheming? My apologies, you misunderstand. I had no intention of hiding it from you. No need to be so formal, Cled waved his hand, interrupting Blake. I summoned you to commend your achievements. After all, you have brought considerable honor to the Percival family. Is there anything you desire? Speak freely, and I shall endeavor to fulfill it. I have no wishes to voice. None. Do not be shy, just articulate it. Knowing how to decline is commendable, but excessive modesty can become irksome. Cled frowned. Even the most extravagant desires should be voiced when I am in a good mood. Cled instinctively assumed Blake was concocting something. Father, you already provide me with ample material wealth, so I am quite content as is. Cled's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed he was taken aback by his son's newfound contentment. I shall ask you one last time. Truly nothing? Even if you desire a new servant, I would acquiesce. Hearing this, Blake lowered his head in contemplation. After a moment, he raised it slowly and spoke. If it is indeed possible, I would like to request something from you. Father, go on. I wish to ask for the tears of Fenrir. At this, Cled's previously warm demeanor stiffened, transforming into a grave and somber expression. His gaze fixed intently upon Blake's face. Are you not aware of what it symbolizes? I am aware, father, Blake replied respectfully. The tears of Fenrir is a treasured heirloom of the Percival family, typically bestowed by the outgoing head to the new head as a symbol. However, it also serves as a magical artifact with special properties. Essentially, it is the only valuable possession of the entire Percival family. Who would have thought that a mere barren family would possess such a treasure? Alice had unexpectedly obtained this artifact after annihilating the Percival family, causing considerable trouble for the protagonists. Since you know, can I interpret this as you seeking the position of head of the family? Cled's expression darkened considerably. It is far too early for you to be demanding the headship. No, father, I harbor no such ambitions regarding the headship. Blake shook his head. I am not coveting your position. I request it solely for its aid in my magical training. Oh, Cled's expression softened slightly. I have indeed heard from Beatrice about your progress in intermediate magic. Frankly, I am pleased with your remarkable advancements and should support you. However, Cled sighed. Its significance to the Percival family is profound, so I must consider this matter carefully. You may return for now. Yes. Blake refrained from saying anything further and prepared to leave. Not good, master. Suddenly, an anxious maid burst in, colliding with Blake, who was about to exit. What is the matter that has you so flustered? Cled furrowed his brow, displeased with her unannounced intrusion. Several members of various news agencies, as well as prosecutors, constables, and judges, have gathered outside. What? Cled froze for a moment, astonished that as the head of the Percival family, he had received no prior notification. What brings them here? It is unclear. They have explicitly requested your presence. Lady Beatrice is currently addressing them. The maid hesitated, glancing nervously at Blake, as if she believed they had come for him. Blake, Cled suddenly comprehended, excitement bubbling within him. It seems the news of my son's victory has spread rapidly, and it has attracted so many officials to offer their congratulations. Ha! Cled could hardly contain his excitement and stood up eagerly. Let us go. It is time to bring honor to the Percival family. We have received an anonymous tip regarding your son Blake. Someone has accused him of using prohibited substances prior to the competition. Cled's smile instantly vanished, his eyes blinking in bewilderment as he faced a multitude of magical cameras. Momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 23. I say you are a fool amidst the bright lights of numerous magical cameras. Cled reached out, trembling slightly as he accepted the envelope handed to him by the prosecutor. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the photographs within, flipping through them, his fingers pressing down so hard that they crumpled the images. Meanwhile, a crowd began to gather around the Percival estate, drawn by the unfolding drama. Upon hearing the event's details, they began to murmur amongst themselves. See, I told you there was something fishy about the outcome of this competition. This morning, as I perused the newspaper, I found myself questioning the validity of my own eyesight. Surely, the achievements in question stem from deceit. I suspected as much, given the individual's prior indiscretions. Where there is one offense, there will inevitably be another. Alas, it seems that the Percival family's reputation will be tarnished by this individual. Hush. Keep your voice down and focus on the unfolding drama. Have you not noticed the ominous expression on Clade's face? Do you suppose he might act against his own kin? At that moment, after thoroughly examining all the photographs, Clade lifted his gaze toward Blake, his expression dark and foreboding. Blake, you had better provide me with a plausible explanation. He uttered, each word dripping with a sense of barely contained rage, as if he were poised to strike. Father, may I see the photographs? Blake, in contrast to Clade's fury, remained composed as he took the images from Clade's hands and began to scrutinize them one by one. The photographs captured the moment in the lounge when a guard handed him a potion of magical enhancement, along with several close-ups of him consuming the elixir, meticulously chronicling the entire event. After a brief moment of reflection, he returned the photographs to the chief constable and the judge. This is a misunderstanding. You claim this is a misunderstanding? Are you attempting to insult my intelligence? The prosecutor, a weathered elder, spoke in a low, gravelly tone. Indeed, I too believe this to be a misunderstanding. Perhaps there is some conspiracy at play. Although Clade voiced this sentiment, his tone betrayed a lack of conviction. In truth, with the existence of these photographs, he harbored doubts about Blake's innocence. Yet, with such a crowd gathered at the Percival residence, many of whom were from the press, he felt compelled to uphold a facade for the sake of appearances. The prosecutor furrowed his brow. So you are suggesting that these photographs are fabricated? Blake shook his head. Such a notion was clearly implausible. It would be unrealistic to produce such convincing evidence in such a short time frame. These photographs are genuine, and the events depicted did indeed transpire. Does this imply that you admit to your transgressions? Blake remained silent, merely regarding his interlocutor with a cold smirk, as if mocking their intellect. Given the authenticity of these photographs, do you find this reasonable? What is unreasonable about it? The prosecutor glared at Blake, his anger ignited by the latter's derisive smile and gaze. In a competitions lounge, a setting that should staunchly defend the privacy of the participants, to have cameras surreptitiously documenting such moments, do you all consider that acceptable? The prosecutor was momentarily taken aback. Just as he began to question his own stance, the judge interjected. Even so, that does not alter the fact that you consumed the potion prior to the competition. It must be said, the judge was far more adept at passing judgment than uncovering the truth. Let us not divert the topic. The regulations clearly prohibit participants from consuming any substances before the competition, and now, with irrefutable evidence, you fool. What? The judge's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that someone would dare to so brazenly insult him in front of such an audience. Clade and Beatrice were equally taken aback, while Alice maintained her composure, observing Blake as a mere bystander. I declare you a fool. Your every action reveals that truth. Blake's voice, laced with scorn, echoed at the entrance of the Percival estate, rendering the onlookers speechless, save for the incessant clicking of cameras eager to capture the scene. He was incensed. This marked the first instance since his rebirth that he felt genuine anger, provoked by the presence of those he despised most. These individuals often clung to the concept of evidence. In their eyes, the absence of proof equated to innocence, and they would go to great lengths to defend their compatriots. Yet, once evidence emerged, they treated their opponents as mere prey, arrogantly believing they could dictate their fates. Such individuals expertly adjusted their positions according to the circumstances. As a judge, one ought to focus solely on delivering verdicts. The role of divine judgment should not rest upon your shoulders. Blake approached the man, lowering his gaze to meet the judge's eyes, his tone calm, yet ominous. Or are you merely serving Ronald? You slander me. I shall accuse you of defamation. The judge's face flushed crimson, a mixture of fury and disbelief. As a figure accustomed to wielding power over the fates of many, he had grown used to the sycophancy of those around him. Yet here he stood, publicly chastised by a mere 20-year-old in front of a throng of witnesses, a reality he found intolerable. Just as he prepared to unleash a tirade, he was restrained by the chief constable. With so many eyes upon us, do you intend to behave like an uncouth ruffian, shouting and raging? I suggest you silence yourself. The judge, somewhat calmed by this admonition, ceased his outbursts, though he continued to glare at Blake with smoldering anger. The chief constable turned to Blake. We shall investigate the truth of the matter. However, the fact that you consumed the potion prior to the competition is indisputable, along with your offense of insulting the judge. Ignoring Blake's sour expression, the chief constable continued. Thus, we ask that you accompany us. The guards prepared to advance and take Blake into custody. At that moment, even Clade found himself at a loss. To intervene would be tantamount to defiance. Yet to remain silent would mean the complete disgrace of the Percival name. Journalists hastily aimed their cameras at Blake, eager to document the moment of his arrest for tomorrow's headlines. In that instant, a commotion ensued among the crowd. Meanwhile, Alice, her expression impassive, clutched a crimson crystal in her hand. She could summon Unicorn amidst the chaos to rescue Blake. None present possessed the power to thwart her abilities. However, such an action would undoubtedly lead to complications, as erasing evidence later would require considerable effort. Just as she wavered in her decision, she noticed that, despite the impending arrest, Blake exhibited no signs of panic. Quietly, she concealed the crystal. Blake stood firm, his calm and profound gaze surveying the crowd, his disdainful expression dismissing the guards advancing to shackle him. I will present additional evidence to substantiate my innocence. The declaration reverberated through the assembled crowd, eliciting shock from all, even the guards who halted in their tracks. Journalists once again raised their cameras, intrigued by the potential twist in the tale. Is there to be a reversal? Where's the evidence? If it exists, why not reveal it now? The chief constable inquired. Proof of my innocence is en route, Blake replied, casting a glance at him. Can you not wait a few minutes? I am more than willing to remain here with you, he added. The chief constable scoffed. If this is merely a ploy to buy time, I advise you against it. I have witnessed too many criminals concoct various excuses when facing arrest, yet none have escaped their fated confinement. I shall not engage in futile endeavors. Struggling at the brink of demise is a dishonor to me. I will acknowledge my transgressions, accept responsibility for my wrongdoings, and atone for the harm I have caused. But one thing is certain. Blake's dark eyes, devoid of emotion, brimmed with a hint of arrogance. I will not tolerate any baseless accusations. The chief constable stared, astonished, at the young man before him. Despite holding the upper hand, Blake's gaze exuded an overwhelming sense of disdain and pressure. For a moment, neither he nor the guards moved, as the scene was enveloped in tension. The sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed through the air. Blake raised his gaze towards the carriage that had halted at the entrance of the estate, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence that will vindicate my innocence has arrived. The crowd turned their attention to the carriage, from which a maid of the Percival family gracefully descended, accompanied by an elderly gentleman, easily identifiable as a clergyman by his attire. The duo navigated through the throng, making their way directly towards the eye of the storm. The previously dense crowd surrounding the Percival estate instinctively parted to provide them passage. Have you brought the items? Blake inquired. Yes, they are here, the maid replied, handing him the contents while casting a glance at the clergyman behind her. I have also brought Pastor Owen. The pastor inclined his head slightly. I was informed that Mr. Blake might be wrongfully accused, and I hastened to offer my assistance. I appreciate your presence, Blake acknowledged. Sensing the moment was ripe for revelation, he stepped forward to address the expectant crowd. Thank you all for your patience. Allow me to clarify the situation. As Blake began to speak, a hush fell over the assembly. Before the competition, I was alone in the lounge, preparing for the forthcoming event. At that moment, a self-proclaimed staff member approached me, presenting a vial of potion. He claimed it was a special concoction prepared by Her Highness, Princess Sophia, to address my depleted magical energy, which could compromise the fairness of the competition. In my gratitude, I unwittingly consumed the potion. Blake directed the focus towards Sophia. However, as soon as I realized something was amiss, I sought the expertise of the professional clerical team on site, imploring them to purge the substance from my system. They conducted a thorough examination to ensure no remnants of the potion remained. Blake raised a document, signaling the crowd's attention. This is the report from that inspection. And the clergyman who performed the purification magic is also present. The pastor turned to face the crowd, performing a solemn gesture of oath. I can swear before God that Mr. Blake indeed approached us for assistance before the competition, and we have completely eradicated any effects of the potion from his body. This declaration sent shockwaves through the gathered journalists at the Percival estate. Is it possible? Did he truly achieve victory on his own merit? Did you not see the pastor swear? These individuals hold their loyalty to God above all else. I told you, he can already wield intermediate magic. There is no need for deceit. Amidst the murmurs, the sheriff and the prosecutor accepted the verification documents from Blake. Upon observing the royal seal in the lower corner, their doubts were finally dispelled. We deeply apologize for this incident, which was due to our oversight. Our unannounced visit has caused you distress, for which we express our sincerest regrets. The sheriff bowed his head, his heart racing with anxiety. He feared that his impulsive actions might be reported to the Duchess, especially having heard of Miss Lilena from the Morlet family visiting the Percival estate multiple times. Though this caused some disturbance, it is not your fault. After all, we are all simply fulfilling our duties to the great royal family. Craig placed a reassuring hand on the prosecutor's shoulder, his expression one of heartfelt appreciation. In truth, with diligent officials like you, I consider this a fortunate affair for the Empire. Crade's words were impeccably crafted. He would not miss the opportunity to cultivate goodwill. Knowing that once this matter resolved, the Percival family would likely advance further, necessitating future dealings with these individuals. Your understanding means a great deal to us. We are truly grateful. The prosecutor and the judge were visibly moved by Crade's sentiments, almost wishing to embrace him on the spot. Crade then turned to the crowd, particularly addressing the journalists wielding their magical cameras. Ladies and gentlemen, the matter has been clarified. It has been proven that this incident was entirely a malicious slander and defamation against the Percival family. I will not rest until I uncover the perpetrator behind this, and I vow that they will face dire consequences. My son Blake, like the Percival family, is a complete victim. His achievements in this competition are devoid of any fraudulent elements. I have unwavering faith in this. Observing Crade's impassioned speech beneath a throng of cameras, Blake remained silent. He had to concede that while Crade's character might not be impeccable, he undeniably possessed the qualities of a leader. Chapter 24. A Troubling Woman, Part 1. Once the sheriff and prosecutor departed, the journalists and onlookers who had crowded at the entrance dispersed, seemingly recognizing that this dramatic interlude was but a theatrical performance. As the curtain fell, the Percival estate returned to its usual tranquility, as if the entire farce had never transpired. Blake turned to the pastor who had come to his defense, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for making the effort to come here. The pastor made a gesture of pious prayer. My Lord does not wish to see anyone wronged. I am grateful for your willingness to take time from your busy schedule to testify on behalf of my unworthy son. In a few days, I shall make a donation to the church in the name of the Percival family, Crade stated. There is no need for such actions, my lord. What I have done is not for the sake of monetary gain or reputation, but merely to fulfill the teachings of my Lord. You misunderstand. In my spare time, I often visit the church to pray. My actions are simply a token of gratitude for the blessings bestowed upon your son and the Percival family, the pastor replied respectfully. So I implore you, do not refuse. Seeing this, the pastor refrained from further protest, acknowledging Crade's generous offer on behalf of his lord. Crade wished to invite him to stay at the Percival estate for a while, but the pastor declined, citing other commitments. Crade did not insist, instead arranging a carriage to escort him back. After a moment of contemplation, as Blake watched the carriage depart, he felt Crade's large hand firmly slap his shoulder, nearly causing him to stumble. Crade regarded him with an expression of utmost importance and trust. Perhaps you truly need the tear of Fenrir. I shall temporarily entrust it to you for your use. At this, Blake felt as though he had been struck by a stroke of unexpected fortune. Thank you for your acknowledgement and trust. Crade nodded. But remember, it is merely for your use. It does not belong to you. You may consider it a gift from me to you. Therefore, do not disappoint my expectations. Observing Crade's earnest demeanor, Blake began to ponder. Did this signify that Crade had officially recognized him as the heir to the Percival family? Yet, this held little significance for Blake. As he had previously stated, he had no interest in the Percival family. To be blunt, he felt no attachment or affection towards them. While the Percival family had risen through commerce, they were also involved in various illicit dealings, underground gambling, usury, and even slave trading, all shadowy enterprises associated with their name. He had no desire to engage in such trades. Even if they were commonplace in medieval Europe, he would find it challenging to navigate them. Moreover, most importantly, in his plans, he intended to undertake actions that would incite Crade's wrath, leading to his expulsion from the Percival family. This was the desired trajectory of the narrative. Rest assured, father, I shall strive to bring glory to the Percival family. While he spoke those words, he understood that he must still maintain the appearance of compliance. At that moment, the sound of hurried hoofbeats echoed at the entrance, drawing the attention of several individuals. A carriage came to a slow halt before the estate, causing quite a stir. Ordinarily, anyone daring to create such a commotion at the doorstep of the Percival residence would undoubtedly face repercussions. However, Blake remained silent, gazing at the carriage adorned with the emblem of a soaring eagle. As expected, the door of the carriage gradually opened, and a girl clad in a silk robe descended with the assistance of the butler. Upon spotting Blake, she hurriedly made her way toward him. Miss Lilina, I sincerely apologize for failing to greet you in person during your last visit, Clade said, bowing respectfully. It is indeed an honor for Percival to receive you once more. Awash with surprise at Clade's formalities, Lilina quickly waved her hand. Uncle Clade, please, it was not your fault. I arrived unannounced. Are you here today regarding Blake? Clade noted that her gaze lingered on Blake, indicating her concern. Yes, Lilina replied, nodding. After surveying her surroundings, she turned to Blake. I rushed over upon hearing the news. But it seems I arrived too late. Thank you for your concern, Blake said respectfully. The matter has been resolved safely. That is a relief, Lylena sighed. And the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. It appeared that Lylena had genuinely come solely to assist Blake, but with the trouble now resolved. They found themselves at a loss for words. Clade's keen gaze flitted between Blake and Lylena, and an understanding smile crept upon his lips. Although he yearned to personally attend to Miss Lylena, he had pressing matters to attend to. Turning to Blake, he patted him on the back. In that case, Blake, you shall entertain Miss Lylena on my behalf. With that, he departed without allowing for any retort. Alice cast a glance at the two before also turning to leave. The once crowded doorway now stood barren, leaving only Blake and Lylena, which rendered the scene rather desolate. Goodness, how could such an incident occur? Lylena said, her eyes reflecting a hint of worry as she gazed at Blake. I wonder who could be behind this, especially under my name. Rest assured, I have dispatched someone to locate the guard from that day. I will surely uncover the truth behind this matter, Blake assured her. I may have some leads on that individual. Really? Lylena's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, I will share everything I know with you. So may I invite you to my room? Oh, what? Please, follow me to my room, Blake insisted, despite the abruptness of his invitation, which might have seemed presumptuous. Yet, to his astonishment, Lylena complied and followed him to his quarters. This marked her second visit to Blake's room. Yet she was perplexed to find that the furnishings were entirely different from her previous visit, as if everything had been replaced in one sweep. Curiosity piqued. She wished to inquire about the changes, but upon entering, Blake merely stood behind his desk, gazing out the window, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Well, I never expected Ronald to resort to such insidious tactics. However, I must accept my share of the blame for allowing such a dubious character access to the lounge, Blake said, suddenly closing the window. But that was not the end. In Lylena's astonished gaze, he drew the curtains shut as well. Seeing this, Lylena's cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively took a small step back, her fingers nervously twirling a strand of hair. Ronald has been apprehended, correct? I read about it in the newspaper. Lylena paused, then nodded. Yes, he was actually captured a couple of days ago, but the news had been suppressed by Her Highness until the investigation was complete, Blake remarked, his expression darkening. But how did he manage to manipulate public opinion to release that information? He should be in the interrogation room. Are you suggesting he had accomplices? No, I doubt it. But how shall we address the betrothal between our families? Blake glanced at Lylena and shifted the conversation. Naturally, it will be annulled, Lylena shrugged, sighing. Their family is finished, and my father believes there is no longer a need to seek another suitable match. Congratulations. Thank you. Although your sudden congratulations on such matters feels rather forward. Yet I believe this is a fortuitous turn of events for you. Perhaps you think so too? Indeed. There is merit in that perspective. The two fell into silence once more. In the dimly lit room, the clock on the wall ticked away, and for some reason, the atmosphere felt tinged with a hint of ambiguity. Blake inhaled deeply, appearing ready to speak, and Lylena sensed this shift. I apologize. Even so, this does not imply that I am prepared to engage in romance once more. I truly regret that your plans have been disrupted. They spoke simultaneously. Blake, standing by the window, turned to face Lylena and uttered a perplexing statement. Huh. Lylena blinked, puzzled. What are you saying? In response to Lylena's confused expression, Blake simply regarded her quietly. You must understand. Understand what? Understand that you have been favored by Lady Luck. Why do you say that? Lylena felt a flicker of displeasure at Blake's cryptic words. From our first meeting at the banquet, where you fortuitously captured incriminating photographs, to the threats you faced to cheat, culminating in Her Highness clearing your name. Ultimately, Ronald's arrest has led to the dissolution of your betrothal. You appear to have consistently occupied the role of the victim. Yet you have endured no harm. Rather, you have been the one to benefit. Thus, the truth is evident. You have been perpetually blessed by fortune. Blake regarded Lylena with a calm demeanor, seemingly intent on revealing the hidden machinations orchestrating everything from the shadows. From the very beginning, this was all part of your plan, including drawing me into it. Lylena's expression turned to one of confusion, her innocent eyes gazing at Blake in disbelief. Is this truly what you believe? Indeed. Why? Faced with Lylena's pitiful, aggrieved gaze, Blake maintained his tranquil demeanor in response. The two exchanged intense glances, their eyes locked for what felt like an eternity. Honestly, Lylena sighed, a hint of vexation creeping into her tone as she rubbed her temples. In the next moment, her innocent demeanor vanished, replaced by a pair of keen eyes that sparkled with shrewdness in the darkness. How did you uncover this? I reviewed the banquet registration records from the Crisp Pavilion, as well as the transaction records for photographic paper over the past 2 months, Blake replied, leisurely retrieving 2 lists from his drawer and sliding them toward Lilina. The results revealed only 2 overlapping points. Lilina cast a glance at the lists on the table and inquired, which 2 points? One pertains to Hans, the newspaper director, acting in a personal capacity, while the other relates to family-related acquisitions. Oh, the Morlet family had ordered a batch of photographic paper 2 weeks ago, and due to the Earl's status, they easily disregarded the restrictions. After listening to Blake, Lilina narrowed her eyes at him. Is it merely because I attended the banquet? Or perhaps because my family purchased photographic paper that you suspect me? You have been sending people to follow Ronald. Lilina was not surprised that Blake had noticed this. Why would you think it was I who sent them? Few dare to track someone associated with an Earl, and the same principle applies to Ronald. Lilina smirked, intrigued. So, what else have you discovered? The newspaper's president, Hans, is also one of your people. Why do you think so? Blake lowered his gaze. He lacks the courage and cunning to orchestrate such schemes. Isn't it Ronald who supports him? This left Lilina puzzled. On the surface, yes. But assisting one Earl against another is a gamble too perilous for him to undertake unless he has the consent of both parties involved. Blake regarded Lilina. From the very beginning, this has been a trap set for Earl Ronald by you. Yet ultimately, you betrayed him, for the sake of your own plans. You intend to dispose of him once your objectives are achieved, just as you plan to do with me after you've utilized me. From the outset, you have been leading me, steering me towards investigating the newspaper. You know Ronald harbors ill intentions towards you and the Morlet family. Yet his status as an Earl prevents any repercussions against him. However, the impending duel presents you with an opportunity, hence you deliberately left him a flaw to exploit. The royal family will not allow anyone to lay a hand on a duel, which symbolizes their authority and grace. That is his fatal error. After Blake's revelation, Lilina lowered her gaze and fell into a prolonged silence. Eventually, she revealed her charming yet deceitful smile once more. She said, lifting her head to meet Blake's eyes. Why do you think I chose you? The term chosen seems somewhat inappropriate. Well, it's close enough, as I personally selected you. Allow me to correct you, Lilina chuckled. Hans is not, strictly speaking, my person. Blake frowned. Ronald's judgment in people is indeed lacking. He chose such a clumsy individual to follow me. Lilina sighed exasperatedly. Moreover, this fellow confessed everything as soon as I caught him, then promptly sought to ally with me. Since he has said as much, I shall certainly leverage this to require him to report Ronald's situation to me regularly. Lilina twirled a strand of hair around her finger. However, I have never trusted this opportunistic fellow. Is that why you felt compelled to send another group to track Ronald? Indeed, which makes you my personally selected first choice. Lilina smiled ambiguously. How does it feel to be honored? If you truly trusted me, then there would be no officials arriving at the Percival estate today. Blake directly punctured her deception as Lilina's smile faltered. Given your expression, I assume you are not entirely sincere, she remarked, crossing her arms while scrutinizing Blake. Whether you believe it or not, Blake replied, everything I do is for self-preservation. I have no intention of courting trouble. Lilina narrowed her eyes at him. You indeed have a basis for your words. You detected the truth early on, yet instead of confronting me directly, you chose to feign weakness. Much like I did with Ronald. Blake remained silent. You had the opportunity to expose me during your private conversation with Princess Sophia, but you opted to clear your own name instead. You claimed that asking me to drink was merely to prevent me from consuming the drugged beverage, while your intentions in bringing me to the room were distorted into a rescue. In that context, I was unable to refute you, and I had to comply with your wishes to allow Princess Sophia to continue her investigation into Ronald. Thus, I completely lost any leverage over you. Such a clever scheme. If not for your awareness of my plans, it only signifies that you have never fully trusted me. Lilina lightly tapped her chin, her expression reflecting dissatisfaction and frustration. Either way, it leaves me feeling defeated. I have a question for you, Blake suddenly spoke. Oh, Lilina paused, her tone playful. You have maintained such composure throughout. I had thought you were all-knowing. Thus, now is the time for you to reveal your purpose for summoning me to your room, is it not? I do not deny that, she replied. It couldn't be merely for the sake of vanity in uncovering the truth. The build-up has been rather lengthy. With a light step, Lilina approached Blake's desk and plopped down into a chair. Resting her arms on the table, she cupped her face with her hands, grinning like a cunning fox. Go on. I am quite curious to know what questions you will pose. I wish to know about that day. Blake hesitated, realizing it might be an awkward subject to broach, scratching his face and turning his head away. That day in the hotel room. Well, what exactly? Lilina initially appeared taken aback. The next moment, a burst of laughter erupted from her as she clutched her stomach. The sound reminiscent of a mischievous child reveling in a successful prank. Blake's expression turned uncomfortable as he watched Lylina continue to chuckle. He had anticipated that once she finished laughing, she would address his inquiry, yet to his surprise, she wiped away tears from her eyes, adjusted her appearance, and headed straight for the door. Realizing she intended to leave, Blake hurriedly called out to her. "Well, leave that for you to ponder," said Lylina, turning her head, her palm gently covering her mouth, casting a flirtatious glance at him. "This is the price for your teasing, Blake." Thud. Gazing at the tightly shut door, Blake pressed his aching forehead, letting out a weary sigh. What a troublesome woman. After Lylina departed, Blake sat at the table, his fingers lightly tapping against the surface as if deep in thought. "I don't recall assigning you to monitor me." A sly, amused voice drifted in from outside the window, followed by a shadow leaping into the room, stretching languidly before Blake. "Oh dear. I merely didn't want to interrupt your little rendezvous with the lady." Every encounter with this unconventional character left Blake feeling exasperated. Are you hoping to gain control over the Morlet family through Lylina? Are you planning to be the next Ronald? Perhaps due to her profession as an information broker. She was perpetually filled with an insatiable curiosity. However, this method is likely futile. After all, that vase is already teetering on the edge. Enough. Don't think to pry information from me. Blake's gaze turned icy. The mongoose raised his hands in surrender. All right, I understand, I'll be cautious. What about the matter I asked you to investigate? I have results. The mongoose produced a folded piece of oiled paper from his pocket and handed it to Blake. Blake examined the densely packed list. Is this all of them? Yes, nothing has been overlooked. You can trust me to handle things, he boasted, his confidence in his professional competence bordering on excessive. There are so many families affiliated with Ronald S. House, and even a few with the title of Viscount. Although several had been arrested due to the recent events, those were merely surface-level casualties. The mongoose nodded. Did you think his past misdeeds would go unnoticed? He truly understands the intricacies of human relationships. Ronald may not be the most astute individual, yet his adeptness in social dealings was vividly illustrated on this paper. Blake set the list down, suddenly recalling something. By the way, what did you mean earlier? What do you refer to? The mongoose feigned ignorance. Blake's expression soured. What did you mean by the vase is teetering? Every conversation with this individual felt like a struggle against an unnameable frustration. Perhaps it was a consequence of his previous identity. Well, that's a private matter, and I'm not too clear on it. The hesitant yet cunning laughter echoed from beneath the mask. Blake shot him a glance, remaining silent as he opened a drawer and tossed a small pouch of pre-prepared gold coins at him. The mongoose caught it as before, bringing it close to his ear and shaking it, then revealing a satisfied grin. Actually, I do know a bit about the Morlet family. Spit it out, Blake interrupted, his impatience evident. Dealing with this character was always a drain on both his energy and resources. The mongoose's methods mirrored those of a merchant. Although Lylina is the eldest daughter, her situation within the Morlet family seems quite precarious. The mongoose tucked away the coins and delved into the subject. Blake listened intently. Her father, or rather their entire family, harbors a severe gender bias. The mongoose shrugged. In their eyes, women should dutifully remain at home, perpetuating the lineage. Oh. Blake simply responded with a slight murmur. The mongoose blinked in surprise. You don't appear the least bit curious? You've already told me this last time. Share something I don't know, or return my money. The mongoose hurriedly clutched his wallet, treating it as if it were a lifeline. Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. Well, since that's the case, I suppose I must bring out some of my more obscure information. Did you know? The Morlet family has been quite unstable internally of late. Unstable? Yes, how does that saying go? Ah, right, the calm before the storm. The mongoose explained that while the recent incident had elevated the Morlet family's prominence, it had simultaneously ignited ambitions among certain internal factions. After all, the current head of the Morlet family has 3 brothers. This thought plunged Blake into contemplation. Indeed, with Sophia's public commendation of the Morlet family, it was likely that they would ascend further, prompting those with designs on the headship to become more eager to seize control of this promising lineage. What did you mean by teetering earlier? It shouldn't be the case. Lylina's public acknowledgement should have solidified her position. Blake had little impression of the Morlet family, likely only active in the prelude, with Lylina being his sole connection. Oh, judging by your expression, you must think Miss Lylina's recent recognition guarantees her a smooth path within the Morlet family? Does this fellow possess mind-reading abilities? Despite her current noble status, she was not particularly well regarded at home, especially by her stepmother, who was wholly focused on elevating her own illegitimate son while undermining Lylina. Oh, what a greedy noblewoman. Moreover, did you know? Recently, the Morlet family's caravans have begun frequent trading with the black market, entrusted to her uncle, Lylina's second uncle. It remains unclear whether the family head is aware of this. The mongoose shrugged. Yet Lilina is an ambitious schemer. She surely wouldn't remain idle. The recent competition is a prime example. At this, Blake felt overwhelmed. The seemingly illustrious Morlet family was rife with internal strife. In comparison, Crade was, to some extent, a reassuring head of the family. Oh, and there's an even more explosive piece of news, the mongoose recalled, though this comes at a different price. However, considering you are my regular patron and this tidbit is still unverified, I'll treat it as a gift for you. Oh, Blake's curiosity was piqued. The fact that even this mercenary information broker couldn't confirm the veracity of the news made it all the more intriguing. It said that Lilina's brother, the illegitimate child brought in by her stepmother, the mongoose leaned in, lowering his voice, is rumored to be the child of her stepmother and her uncle. Blake was taken aback. Just as he had said, this could potentially ignite a scandal that would shake the entire noble circle, even undermine the foundations of the Morlet family. Oh dear, I did say it's unverified, so don't take it too seriously. Just view it as entertainment. Blake bypassed this interlude, unwilling to deliberate its authenticity, and tapped his finger on the list before him. All right, investigate these families thoroughly, especially the viscounts among them. Oh, are you planning to usurp Ronald? Blake chuckled. Unlike Ronald, he intended to seize control over them. Observing the smirk creeping upon Blake's lips, the mongoose shuddered involuntarily. You are indeed a terrifying man. Chapter 26. The Seus Academy. As the jolting carriage rattled over the uneven ground, Blake felt a sharp ache in his backside. He had maintained this seated position for nearly 7 hours. However, such discomfort was unavoidable. Tomorrow marked the opening ceremony of the Seus Academy, yet due to the long journey, he had to embark a day earlier. He glanced across at Alice, who sat poised and serene, her eyes closed in rest. She seldom spoke or expressed herself, seemingly intent on diminishing her own presence. However, he could slightly comprehend her, as her identity might be somewhat sensitive. This also allowed her to develop her influence more discreetly. As he pondered, Blake found himself contemplating the extent of Alice's power. Given that the Prelude's narrative had concluded, it implied that Alice had acquired that particular object. Consequently, her strength might have nearly reached the level of the first act's boss. It was a daunting thought, especially considering her magical veins were sealed, preventing her from wielding magic. One could only imagine how terrifying her peak power would be. This notion sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. While he was lost in thought, Alice slowly opened her eyes. Do you wish to take a brief respite? Blake was momentarily taken aback, meeting her deep crimson gaze. Why do you say that? Because you seem somewhat restless. No need. It should be nearly time. Though he felt a pang of hunger from their continuous journey, there appeared to be no one nearby to rest, so he opted to continue waiting. Suddenly, as boredom set in, Blake remembered something and retrieved a palm-sized wooden box from his chest pocket. Upon opening it, a crystalline teardrop pendant lay quietly inside. The crystal appeared indistinguishable from ordinary glass. But that was merely an illusion. Blake glanced up at the ethereal blue information box that materialized before him. Fenrir's tier rarity, epic description. It is the only monster foretold to possess the power to slay the Lord of the Gods, feared by all deities. They lured it into the realm of alchemy and bound it with magical chains, piercing its lower jaw with a great alchemical sword, causing it to weep painful tears. When the venomous dragon hog gnaws at the roots of the world tree, it shall break free from the chains of the gods, bringing chaos to the world. Effect: it can store a certain amount of magical energy for the user to utilize in battle. After reading the description, Blake attempted to channel a small amount of magic into it. Instantly, a wisp of purple smoke floated into the crystal, quickly dissipating and merging with the entire gem, much like a drop of ink dissolving in water without any visible change. Clearly, this minuscule amount of magic was insufficient to fill it. It was said that when fully charged, it would turn a deep purplish black, capable of unleashing a high-level spell in one go. The destructive potency of high-level magic came at a tremendous cost, as even a master mage could only cast it 3 to 4 times a day. Essentially, it was akin to a glass vessel. When Blake raised his head, he noticed Alice was also gazing at the Fenrir's tear in his hand. He said nothing, merely closing the lid and stowing it away. He felt genuinely apprehensive. Before long, the bumpy ride ceased as the carriage crossed a vast stone bridge. Blake looked out the carriage window to behold an ancient city emerging in his view, though towering walls obstructed his line of sight. This immense academy resembled a city in itself. Established in the desolate northern expanse of the empire, it boasted a vast area, yet its interior was almost fully equipped, with shops, inns, and even small farms, operating under a comprehensive independent system. This made it exceedingly difficult for external forces to intervene. Even the imperial royalty had to temper their authority and regulate their behavior upon entering, solely due to its unparalleled influence. The students it educated were scattered across the globe, many of whom served the royal family. After crossing the bridge, the carriage halted before a massive archway resembling a city-state. Blake and Alice disembarked. From this point onward, the carriage was prohibited from entering. They were truly stepping into the realm of Sias. Alice followed behind him, wheeling her suitcase as they ventured deeper into the city-state. The cobblestone streets were infused with the aroma of freshly baked bread and the scent of oils from leather workshops. Spice merchants piled saffron and nutmeg from the east into small mounds, while a nearby tavern's ornately carved wooden door stood ajar, laughter mingling with the melodies of a lute drifting through the air. 3-story stone buildings rose in layers, the sound of ironwork emanating from the ground floor, where various weapons and protective gear were displayed. At a street corner, a crystal ball belonging to an alchemist shimmered with a ghostly blue light in the twilight. As an apprentice stood on tiptoe, polishing the zodiac motifs on a stained glass window. Walking along this thoroughfare, Blake felt as though he were meandering through a bustling market. As a commercial facility provided by Sias Academy, the diverse daily needs of students were met here. Thus, the southern part of the academy had the highest density of students. Most teaching facilities and lecture halls were concentrated in the central region and southeastern part of the academy, while recreational, welfare, and commercial facilities were located in the southwestern area, where they currently found themselves. The place they were headed to was the dormitory assigned to students. Aside from the royal dormitory specially established for members of the royal family, and the Amber Hall reserved for the exceptionally gifted few in Class A, the dormitories for other students were situated on the periphery of the commercial facilities. After exploring the commercial facilities, they encountered 2-story buildings resembling villas. These yet-to-be-opened structures were designated as activity venues for students, equipped with various facilities they required. Most often, they served as venues for club activities, though some were used for specialized course instruction. For instance, the Kendo Hall was utilized for physical education classes. The alchemical workshop contained facilities for students to concoct magical potions. And the illusion simulation chamber, designed to enhance mental fortitude, was employed in magical sensitivity courses. The exterior display walls showcased portraits and photographs of outstanding representatives in these fields, all of whom were graduates of Sias Academy. Indeed, a significant number of individuals who achieved prominence in the empire had studied here. Sias Academy offered a multitude of disciplines. Aside from the most populous magic department, there were also physical arts, business studies, and magical engineering, among others, all dedicated to nurturing talent across various fields. This was the reason for its graduates being found everywhere. After nearly an hour of walking, a vast 6-story building finally appeared before them. This was the Bronze Hall, the accommodation provided for students by Sias Academy. As its name suggested, the building was adorned in an ancient bronze hue, its weathered texture resembling the marks of time etched upon it. This structure had existed since the Academy's inception. Nearby, a smaller 4-story building stood, serving as housing for accompanying attendants. Blake took the suitcase from Alice. "You should go and organize your things as well." Although he said this, Alice had little luggage. Her belongings could easily fit into a small carry-on, especially since she had arrived at the Percival household with nothing to her name. Alice nodded in acknowledgement and walked toward the distant smaller building with her suitcase in hand. After Alice departed, Blake entered the dormitory with his sizable suitcase. Ascending the stairs, he reached the 5th floor, where his room was located at the end of the corridor. He could hear the sounds of footsteps from the 6th floor above, where the maids of the Bronze Hall seemed busy preparing rooms vacated by graduated students for the incoming freshmen. Blake arrived at the door, gazing at the unadorned entrance without a keychain. He set his suitcase down and extended his hand, releasing a hint of magic towards it. Miraculously, the door swung open as if responding to an unspoken summons. Blake picked up his suitcase and stepped inside. Each door here was enchanted with a magical circuit, only yielding to the corresponding magical essence. Quite ingenious, indeed. Once inside, Blake surveyed his surroundings. The room was a simple single accommodation, furnished with only basic items like a desk, a bed, and a wardrobe, yet impeccably clean. This was more than sufficient for Blake. He placed his suitcase down and approached the window, opening it wide. Standing there, he let the fresh air fill the room while he admired the view outside. As the sun set, the remnants of twilight cast a warm glow over the school, resembling an ancient town, with students carrying their luggage meandering through the alleys. A new semester was about to commence, heralding a fresh chapter in the main storyline. Chapter 27. The protagonist's debut the new semester traditionally unfolds amidst the eager anticipation and lively atmosphere of students. The Student Union Hall of Siaz was already teeming with people. Resembling a grand auditorium, its seating arranged in 4 tiers, from distant to near, and from high to low. According to the arrangement, first-year freshmen occupied the first tier, while second-year students sat on the second level, and so forth. Blake, seated among the second-year students, sipped his coffee while observing the first-year students in the front row, laughing and chatting. These children, filled with dreams of a bright future, were blissfully unaware of the harsh trials that awaited them in their upcoming placement exams. This would be their first test, and our protagonist would also face his initial tribulation. Speaking of our protagonist, where might he be at this moment? Blake twisted his neck, glancing around, yet he could not spot the protagonist. Instead, his actions startled the surrounding students, who quietly edged away. Although they were unsure of what this bully was up to, they feared that he might spill his coffee on them if he were displeased. They regretted arriving late and having no choice but to sit next to such a character. Hey, keep your distance. Can't you see who he is? Ugh. What bad luck to see his face on the first day. Seriously, why hasn't the school expelled him? What benefit is there in keeping such a nuisance? Hey, have you heard? He seems to have won first place in the Baroness competition. I heard that too, but it sounds like a rumor. Keep your voices down. It would be troublesome if he hears us. Blake absorbed the hushed whispers of the surrounding students. Alice had trained him to fight blindfolded, honing his auditory senses, which significantly heightened his awareness beyond sight. He paid little mind to the murmurs around him. Instead, he contemplated what Alice might be doing at that moment. Realizing she would not need to stay by his side constantly with classes about to begin, she likely had opportunities to engage in her own pursuits now. As the discussions gradually quieted, the principal of Siaz, modern Siaz, ascended the stage to the enthusiastic applause of the students. The elderly man, with his white hair, commanded respect and admiration in the eyes of the students. A hero's lineage is destined to produce heroes. Those favored by history remain under its watchful gaze. And history bears witness to this truth. For instance, our protagonist, as a descendant of the first sword saint, possesses the bloodline of greatness, destined to walk a path of glory, though he remains oblivious to this fact. The elderly man, a descendant of the dragon-slaying hero Ziggur Siaz, had mastered various complex high-level magics by the age of 30. It is said that his current prowess has reached an unfathomable level, with rumors suggesting he now rivals the legendary Archmage Meyer. Blake could not attest to this, as Meyer had passed nearly 2 centuries ago, and the two could never have the chance to compete. However, there was no doubt about the elderly man's strength. He had repeatedly come to the protagonist's aid during insurmountable challenges, earning him the reputation of a reasonable cheat among players. As the new semester commenced, Blake recognized many familiar faces alongside vibrant new ones. Witnessing the determined expressions of his peers filled him with joy. I am delighted to see so many familiar faces and eager newcomers. Modern Siaz addressed the students with his raspy yet profound voice. Yet, regardless of the world, a leader's speech is invariably tedious, prompting Blake to stifle a yawn. He merely wished for these formalities to conclude swiftly so he could attend to his own affairs. Next, we invite the second-year student representative, Leonardo Salian, to the stage. Upon hearing this name, Blake, who had previously felt disinterested, suddenly perked up. He lifted his gaze to the familiar face on stage, a wave of excitement coursing through him. Our protagonist had finally taken the stage. Dear fellow students, it is my pleasure to represent the second year and extend my greetings for the new semester. With his handsome visage and a voice imbued with masculine magnetism, Leonardo captivated many first-year girls as he began to speak. In contrast to the whispers about himself, the murmurs surrounding Leonardo were filled with admiration. It was a stark contrast. Could this be what they call the protagonist's halo? Blake felt no envy. He harbored no ambitions, merely wishing to graduate quietly, which was his sole objective. Drawing excessive attention was not his desire. However, he was not entirely devoid of heroic sentiment. Accepting the mantle of the protagonist, stepping onto the glorious path of a hero amid the admiration of the masses, held a certain allure for him. Yet, having completed the game Descendants of Siaz, Sword Saint countless times, he was acutely aware of the trials and tribulations that lay ahead. Many critical setbacks could only be overcome by Leonardo, who bore the bloodline of the Sword Saint, particularly the final boss of the third act, the bloodthirsty Dracula, whom only Leonardo's 7th sword technique could vanquish. Therefore, since it was known that someone would endure all the hardships, why should he seek unnecessary suffering? Such a notion was foolish. Adhering to his prior plan, he intended to follow the storyline precisely. By doing so, Leonardo would resolve all crises through his own trials and tribulations. Blake merely needed to diminish his presence, quietly obtain his diploma, and wait for it all to conclude. While Blake was lost in thought, Leonardo concluded his speech, and the response from the audience was even more fervent than that for Principal Modern. Blake joined the applause with the throng of students. Following him, the next speakers were Howard Elphus, the head of the third-year magic department, and Elio Rolla, the head of the fourth-year alchemy department. Without exception, only the elite from each year could represent their classmates on stage. Our protagonist, Leonardo, also stood as the chief of the second-year combat department. The college's programs were broadly divided into combat, magic, and alchemy, each of which could be further subdivided into various fields. However, the annual assessments were unified, encompassing all three categories. The heads of each field not only received additional resources and privileges from the college, but also enjoyed waived tuition fees along with extra scholarships. In any world, exceptional students are afforded special treatment. Next, a representative from the royal family would take the stage to speak. After Leonardo stepped down, Sophia, with her cascading golden waves, gracefully ascended the stage amidst the resounding applause of the students. The royal family, being a significant patron of this institution, indeed received special treatment. Setting aside her identity as the third princess, her academic achievements and exemplary conduct truly warranted her presence as a representative to deliver a speech. Esteemed guests, it brings me great joy to see you all at this juncture, filled with both challenges and opportunities. I am honored to stand here and share in the anticipation of a new semester with you. Sophia's gaze swept across the audience, where she also recognized many familiar and cherished faces, eliciting a sense of joy at their reunion. Unbeknownst to her, Blake felt as if Sophia's gaze lingered in his direction while she spoke. Yet, with the crowd so dense, it was likely merely his imagination. He rested his chin on his hand, observing Sophia as she donned the uniform of Science Academy, standing before them as a representative of the royal family. Although I stand here as a royal representative, I urge you not to perceive me as a member of royalty in our daily interactions within the school or classroom. Here, I am just like you, adorned in the same attire, sharing the same identity, a regular student of Science Academy, nothing more. The applause thundered, resonating throughout the vast hall, with some emotionally charged individuals rising to call out Sophia's name in hopes of capturing her attention. It must be noted that Sophia possessed a remarkable charisma and innate leadership qualities. Her benevolent and just political ideals easily resonated and garnered support from the audience. Meanwhile, Blake pulled out a notebook and began recording key plot points and significant timelines pertaining to the main storyline. The first act comprised 6 chapters, where, apart from the final boss, the protagonist Leonardo would face 3 chapter bosses, known as elite foes. The first adversary would emerge during the initial chapter, freshman placement exam. The examination format was quite intriguing, with each team comprising 1 second-year student leading 2 first-year students. Leonardo's group would unexpectedly encounter unforeseen challenges, marking his first opportunity to shine at Science Academy beyond the relatively subdued first-year experience. As Professor Clyde from the Ministry of Magic concluded the opening remarks, the lengthy and monotonous opening ceremony finally drew to a close amidst rounds of applause. Many students opted to greet the professors present to leave a lasting impression. However, Blake preferred to quietly gather his notebook and slip away unnoticed. Hello. Just as Blake immersed himself in organizing his notes, a familiar voice broke through. It's wonderful to see you again. For Blake, notorious for his erratic temperament, receiving a greeting from anyone, especially in the esteemed Science Academy, was a rarity. He raised his gaze slightly, spotting the familiar yellow locks and instantly recognizing her. This was troublesome. He lifted his head to find Sophia, who had just addressed the audience as a royal member, now standing before him, greeting him as if they were old friends. Was my speech so dull that it failed to pique your interest? Blake struggled to suppress a frown. Around them, some individuals who had planned to depart halted and turned their attention toward them. He could feel the weight of their gazes fixated upon him and Sophia. Chapter 28. An awful start to the new semester as an inconspicuous minor antagonist destined to exit the narrative hastily in the second act. It seemed prudent to maintain a respectable distance from pivotal characters to subtly alter his fate. Elevating intimacy would require considerable effort and meticulous planning, whereas maintaining distance appeared far simpler. But was it truly so? Blake pondered as he regarded the striking girl before him, filled with deep suspicion. Had he inadvertently done something to warrant Sophia's personal descent from the stage? It must be so. He often found himself embroiled in trouble. Now, it seemed Sophia was here to collect him. What was that saying? Ah, yes, to rid the world of harm. The glances and murmurs from the surrounding crowd made Blake feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles. This was the sensation of being under scrutiny. He gazed at Sophia, contemplating the purpose of her approach. I heard about your report. I'm sorry such an incident occurred, Sophia said, her gaze steady upon Blake. Although I dispatched someone immediately upon hearing the news, they informed me that the issue had been resolved by the time they arrived. Blake expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much for your concern over such a trivial matter. Fortunately, it did not cause you any distress. Sophia sighed. You clearly didn't listen to my speech attentively, did you? I apologize, Blake replied, failing to grasp her implication. I mentioned on stage that my identity is merely that of an ordinary student at the academy, did I not? Sophia continued. Thus, I shall forego your formal titles and address you as you instead. Well, thank you, Blake responded, puzzled by the similarity of her words to those of Draenei's. Did the main characters favor altering titles to express the distance between them? Yet, such gestures seemed unnecessary for him. He had no intention of fostering closer ties. At that moment, two attendants navigated through the crowd, parting the sea of onlookers to reach Blake and Sophia. They whispered something in Sophia's ear, prompting her brow to furrow before she turned her attention back to Blake. I apologize, but while I have more to discuss with you, it appears I must attend to some matters. Given Sophia's role as the student council president at SAIS Academy, balancing her studies with numerous responsibilities often prevented her from lingering in one place for too long, a fact for which Blake was grateful. If you have matters to attend to, please do so, do not mind me. All right, then farewell. Sophia smiled and waved before turning to leave with her attendants. The students who had gathered, having experienced a brief shock followed by murmurs, began to disperse. Blake sighed. What a dreadful start to the new semester. Meanwhile, in the attic beside the professor's building, the towering and peculiar structure offered a panoramic view of SAIS Academy. The modern principal, who had just delivered a speech to the newcomers, was now slowly ascending the spiral staircase. Upon reaching the top, an old wooden door appeared before him. He pushed it open, which creaked and groaned as it swung wide. Why not lock the door? Is it necessary? Each time it opens, it's as if an alarm has been triggered. Few students would suspect that the top of this normally off-limits attic housed a modest room. Aside from a single armchair, a bed, and a narrow wardrobe, the space was cluttered with various alchemical materials. It was unclear whether it was a room or a storage area. Perhaps originally intended for storage, but now forcibly occupied by someone. As the door swung open, the modern principal was met with a wave of oppressive heat, infused with the pungent scent of rust, prompting him to furrow his brow. What peculiar experiment are you engrossed in now? A disheveled middle-aged man sat at a table by the window, intensely focused on superheating a piece of bronze-colored bone. It's an innovative attempt to fortify the skeletal structure. Can you be certain it won't produce a ticking sound, akin to a clock, upon movement? The man poured the molten bone into a vessel, acknowledging the possibility but asserting that only trials would provide clarity. Please refrain from experimenting on the students. Not at all. I intended to ask for your assistance. I refuse. I fear my old bones will be rendered to pieces at your hands. The modern principal sighed and settled onto the sofa, observing as the man cautiously brought the vessel containing the metallic liquid to his nose for a careful sniff. Perhaps having him reside here was prudent. At least it mitigated the risk of him conjuring hazardous inventions that could endanger the students. He silently regarded the man, choosing not to interrupt. Eventually, once the man concluded his task, he finally acknowledged the principal who had been waiting patiently on the sofa. Which one would you like to try? The man presented 2 teacups before him. When did you acquire tea? The principal inquired, somewhat astonished. It's not tea, the man replied, shaking his head. This cup enhances magical circulation, while that one slows it down. Since you're here, why not help me test? For safety's sake, I suggest you consume both. You madman, why are you so intent on experimenting on this old body of mine? Rest assured, with your abilities, you will face no danger. Didn't you just mention safety? Despite his complaints, the principal accepted the 2 cups and drank from both simultaneously. He had no room for refusal. After all, the condition for inviting this madman to teach at the academy was to fully support his alchemical pursuits. In the entire academy, perhaps only one individual dared to speak to the most formidable sorcerer of the age in such a manner. That would be Professor Odiles, the esteemed professor of alchemy at the SAIS Academy. His renown in the alchemical realm resonated as profoundly as the principal's in the magical community, though unlike the principal, his reputation was not solely laudatory. The alchemical madman, as he was dubbed by the outside world. In a sense, it was a notorious label, yet he reveled in it, believing it to be a testament to his unwavering dedication to alchemy. The principal returned the 2 empty cups to him. It was said that his prowess was the closest to the legendary sorcerer Meir. Yet he felt that this fellow's obsession with madness and pursuit was even more akin to that lunatic. Have you found the anomaly yet? To prevent further mischief from this character, the principal chose to steer the conversation back to business. O'Deals pulled a chair and sat across from the principal. Not yet. The barrier spell I've developed is centered around me. While it can encompass the entire academy, it lacks the precision for swift localization. His presence here was not solely for the convenience of his frantic research, nor was it for the scenic view atop the tower. Can we ascertain who the intruder is? The fluctuations of magical energy resemble those of the tribes from the northern plains. They typically operate like a pack of wolves, and their infiltration techniques are remarkably sophisticated. O'Deal's tone darkened, aligning with their stealthy hunting style. Are there many of them? There should be quite a few. After all, their forte lies in concealing their magical presence, making them nearly indistinguishable when gathered. The principal's expression grew grave. What could compel them to travel such a distance to the academy? Especially at the onset of the semester? As you mentioned, time is indeed of the essence. O'Deals nodded. I suggest postponing the placement exams or altering the examination location. The forest environment would allow them to thrive. The principal pondered briefly before shaking his head. No, the traditions of centuries cannot be altered, and the southern forest has already been prepared. Setting aside the time constraints, a sudden alteration would also incur immense resource expenditures. Then you should prepare yourself. Should any student encounter misfortune as a result, the pressure will be monumental. The principal acknowledged this with a nod. At that time, I will ensure that all capable professors are on standby in the shadows to safeguard the examinees. O'Deal sighed. Very well. I shall temporarily reduce the magical coverage to the vicinity of the southern forest during the examination period. This should afford us greater precision. Agreed. Let us proceed with that. In the cramped attic, the two lapsed into a brief silence. Suddenly, O'Deals lifted his gaze to the principal. What sensations are you experiencing now? What do you mean by sensations? O'Deals scrutinized the principal intently, as if observing a laboratory rat. What do you feel after consuming my concoction? Given the time, it should have taken effect. The principal furrowed his brow. Well, I intended to mention that I've been experiencing alternating chills and warmth, and my body feels somewhat swollen. O'Deals diligently noted this down in his notebook. Anything else? That's all for now. Oh, once he finished recording, O'Deals looked up, as if suddenly recalling something. I trust one need not worry for your life. The principal was infuriated by this fellow's lack of foresight. Did you not consider this before I drank? Without a word, O'Deals silently retrieved another vial of an unknown potion from the shelf. Here, drink this. Is this an antidote? The principal took it and downed it in one gulp. Fortunately, this man retained a modicum of basic humanity. Theoretically, it should be. Oh wait, what do you mean by that? The principal's hand trembled slightly as he held the empty vial. Realizing that this man was once again observing him with the keen eye of an experimental subject, O'Deals rubbed his chin. This is my third concoction. It temporarily solidifies the magical energy within your body. What? With that, the principal felt a wave of rigidity seize his entire being, collapsing back onto the sofa. Chapter 29. The southern forest. Blake sat on a stone bench by the campus pathway, rubbing his face with his hands. The pain and sensation from his cheeks revived a flicker of spirit and vigor within him. Well, although it deviates from expectations, it remains within a controllable range. What a stretch. Blake raised his head to regard the towering figure before him, taking a deep breath. We truly are fated to meet. The hulking man, nearly 2 meters tall, smiled and greeted him, leaving Blake somewhat uncertain of how to respond. Was this truly fate? Knowing beforehand that this individual would enroll this year, he exhibited no genuine surprise. However, the man's initiative to approach him was somewhat unexpected. Trelawney still bore the massive sword at his waist, treating it as merely an accessory, akin to a pin on a garment. I didn't expect to encounter you here, Senior Blake. Why refer to me as such? Because you are my senior, are you not? If you are upset over our previous sparring match, I apologize. Trelawney's noticed Blake's grim expression and instinctively presumed it was related to him. Blake shook his head. I am not angry. It was merely a fair contest. In truth, Trelawney's assumption was not entirely unfounded. Blake instinctively touched his wrist. Truth be told, he had felt sore all over for 2 days following his duel with Trelawney's. Aside from the burns from the fireball at close range, each time he blocked the man's colossal sword, it felt as though his entire body was on the verge of collapse. It would be impossible to claim he bore no resentment whatsoever. That's good, Drain sighed in relief. So, Senior Blake, what brings you here? Just taking a brief respite. The atmosphere in the student council hall is rather oppressive. Indeed, I share that sentiment, Drain nodded, feeling that the speeches were somewhat tedious. Rather than listen to those chiefs speak, I would prefer to engage in a bit of sparring with them. Wait, Why are you here? Blake suddenly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Drain. Huh. Drain was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected intensity of Blake's stare. But Blake was unwavering, his eyes locked onto Drain as if determined to uncover the truth. Just a moment ago, upon hearing the mention of Leonardo's name, Drain realized a significant issue. The person before him should have been at the training ground, having his first meeting with our protagonist. Yet here he was, idly conversing with Drain instead. I merely noticed you sitting here and thought it necessary to greet you. Drain scratched his head, recalling that he had seen Her Highness Sophia conversing with Blake in the hall, which had prevented him from approaching earlier. Please, don't come any closer, Blake interjected. He needed to devise a way to redirect Drain back to where he belonged. Just as Blake was about to speak, something caught Drain's attention. Miss Alice. Blake turned to see Alice approaching from a distance. Miss Alice, it is a pleasure to see you again. Drain bowed deeply, resembling a devoted student before a revered mentor. Such grand gestures were inspired by tales he had heard from his grandfather, the head of the Holder family, about Alice. These legends were hardly exaggerated. Alice's accomplishments remained etched in the collective memory, though discussions about her lineage had become taboo since the name LaRoche was shunned. Alice glanced at Drain but chose to ignore him, turning instead to Blake. I have arrived. Yes, Blake nodded. Let us go. Earlier that morning, he had informed Alice to meet him here after the opening ceremony of the semester, so he was merely awaiting her arrival. As the two prepared to leave, Drain hurriedly inquired, Where are you two headed? To the training ground. Blake did not take offense at Drain's somewhat rude question. However, unlike Blake's cool demeanor, Drain's eyes lit up at the mention of the training ground. Then may I observe and learn? Drain asked eagerly. Rest assured, I will not disturb you. No. Blake decisively and coldly refused. Drain felt a pang of disappointment and turned to Alice, who had not even glanced at him throughout the exchange. You may go to the training ground and observe, Blake suggested unexpectedly as Drain's spirits began to wane. I've heard many chiefs prefer to train there. You might encounter a few of them. They often enjoy engaging in sparring. Tempting him to go there seemed prudent. Hopefully, he could still meet Leonardo. It was best to let things unfold naturally. Unsurprisingly, Drain's enthusiasm reignited upon hearing Blake's words, and he adjusted his sword at his side. Then I shall take my leave for now. I will seek you out later, Senior Blake. Blake nodded. Please, do not come looking for me again. Watching Drain hastily head towards the training ground, Blake finally exhaled in relief. Let us proceed, he said, and Alice nodded, following him southward towards the school. Their destination lay within the forest at the southernmost boundary of Xia's academy, for it was the only place that could facilitate his purpose. Blake loosened his collar slightly, feeling the weight of the crystal pendant hanging around his neck, and raised it to his eyes. The crystal shimmered with a soft lavender hue. He had been diligently infusing it with magical energy, but it seemed only half filled at this point. For him, this reservoir of energy was quite substantial. Along the way, Blake stopped at a shop by the roadside to purchase some bread. After hastily filling the pendant with magic in his room that morning, he had rushed to the student council hall, which left him somewhat peckish now. After a considerable walk, they finally reached the southern edge of Xia's academy, where the hustle and bustle of the academy faded into near silence. Rarely did anyone venture here, which suited Blake's intentions perfectly. Continuing along the dirt path, they soon encountered a gentle brook flowing down from a small hill, leading them into a dense forest. Venturing further in could be perilous. After delving a short distance, Alice abruptly halted and addressed Blake. Blake, too, paused and glanced back the way they had come. Satisfied with their progress, he had no desire to venture deeper. Alice's perceptiveness had always been keen. If she sensed danger, it was wise to heed her instincts. The southern forest sprawled expansively, with only half of it falling under the academy's jurisdiction. Even seasoned professors rarely ventured into its depths, for that was where various fey creatures concealed themselves, some of which posed significant risks, especially in the forest's core region. Blake gazed up at the towering ancient trees in the distance. Despite the many trees obstructing his view, he easily spotted the colossal tree that marked the territory of it. For the time being, it was best not to tread there. Blake averted his gaze. In essence, this forest was rich with mysterious unknowns and challenges. This was precisely why professors at Xia's academy often selected it as a testing ground. Although they would clear a safe area for students beforehand, Blake surveyed his surroundings, absorbing the tranquil atmosphere of the forest and the rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze. He cast a sidelong glance at his attribute panel. Strength 7, Mental Power 5, Magic 5, Combat Skill, LaRoche Sword Technique, Basic, Magic Skills, Wineblade, Low Level, LV3, Fireball, Low Level, LV3, Lightning, Low Level, LV2, Thunderstrike, Intermediate, LV1, The LaRoche sword technique had progressed from novice to basic, with further tiers of proficiency, expertise, and mastery beyond that. Unlike magic, which some exceptionally gifted individuals could swiftly grasp, swordsmanship required relentless practice and refinement through real combat. Thus, he decided to focus his efforts on enhancing his magical abilities for the time being. This time, he intended to attempt casting 2 intermediate spells simultaneously. Many adept mages possessed the capability to achieve this, and some powerful mages could even unleash multiple spells at once. In combat, the simultaneous chanting of multiple spells could yield tremendous benefits, not only shortening the casting time, but also allowing for synergistic effects that maximize their potency. Of course, his current magical energy levels rendered this feat unachievable. However, with a hidden reserve of energy, he might just be able to attempt it. Blake gazed down at the lavender crystal pendant in his hand. This could certainly cause quite a stir, due to the explicit regulations at Science Academy. Private duels or the use of magic are strictly prohibited outside of official schedules and designated training grounds. The training area was currently overcrowded, and obtaining a personal training room would require time. Hence, he had journeyed a considerable distance to this secluded forest, which, due to its vast expanse and dense foliage, would muffle any disturbances, likely causing passers-by to assume it was merely the sound of some large beast. This was precisely why he chose this location. Although the initial placement exams for new students posed a significant risk due to fierce competition and the intrusion of outsiders, it remained relatively safe for now. Nevertheless, he had invited Alice to accompany him, just in case. Chapter 30. What are you doing here? Blake gradually raised his hands, channeling 2 streams of identical magical energy that coalesced in his palms. The energy transformed into 2 blazing fireballs that rapidly formed within his grasp. Seizing the moment, he swung his arms vigorously, sending the flames hurtling towards a towering boulder in the distance. A resounding crash echoed as the fire struck, creating fissures in the stone. Blake exhaled in relief, reflecting on how just 2 months ago he had struggled to cast even the most basic spells. Now, he not only wielded intermediate magic, but could also execute lower-level spells simultaneously. Anyone would find this transformation astonishing. However, this was far from achieving Blake's ultimate goal, for the real challenge lay ahead. He gazed at the pendant in his hand, preparing to attempt the simultaneous casting of 2 intermediate spells. Before utilizing the pendant, he discreetly glanced back at Alice, who stood a few meters away, observing him silently, seemingly devoid of any intention to move. On their way here, he had made a concerted effort to leave a lasting impression on passers-by and shopkeepers, ensuring they would remember both his and Alice's faces. This strategy was intended to deter Alice from making any rash decisions against him. Should he disappear, she would be the first suspect. Despite Alice's recent compliance and the noticeable easing of their previously tense relationship, he could not afford to disregard the fact that in the original storyline, he would meet his demise at her hands. He was not one to easily suspect others, but she had a history that warranted caution. Recalling how she had pilfered many precious materials he had acquired at the auction, he felt a pang of regret. Alice furrowed her brow. Was it just her imagination? Or did he regard her as if she were a bandit? As she pondered this, Blake had already wrapped the pendant's cord around his left palm. Once again, he lifted his hands, violet energy emanating from his fingertips. Just as he sensed his magical energy waning, wisps of power began to drift from the pendant, enveloping his entire being. Unlike when he had previously cast lower-level spells, he could distinctly feel the vibrations of the magic gathering in his palms, as if weights were being attached to his wrists. Gradually, as the energy solidified, the sensation intensified to the point where his arms trembled uncontrollably. Blake took a deep breath, steadying himself while continuing to chant, deliberately slowing his incantation to avoid any mistakes. At last, the magic began to take shape. He merely needed to maintain his focus and release it. Boom. Contrary to his expectations, the spell did not launch. Instead, it detonated violently in his hands. A brilliant burst of purple light erupted, accompanied by a tremendous noise, sending the birds in the forest scattering in terror. Blake was propelled away, the force of the explosion striking him as if he had been hit by a truck, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Witnessing this spectacle, Alice remained unfazed, standing still without taking any action. It wasn't until she heard a thud from the distant trees, followed by the rustling of falling leaves, that she began to follow the trail Blake had left in his wake. You failed. Beneath a tree that had been knocked askew, Alice gazed down at Blake, sprawled on the ground, as if she had anticipated his failure. TSK, I know. You were too eager for success. Blake lay on the ground, his face blackened, pushing aside the leaves that obscured his vision to stare at the azure sky and Alice's pale chin, letting out a deep sigh. It appears I still cannot do it. Alice sighed, turning her gaze toward the area devastated by the explosion. Simultaneously casting 2 intermediate spells requires more than just double the magical energy. It demands constant familiarity and practice, much like swordsmanship, akin to writing with both hands at once. Well, even so, perhaps I could try again. Alice shook her head. Although your progress is indeed remarkable, you are still merely human. But time waits for no one, Blake muttered, lost in thought as he gazed at the sky. Is something pursuing you? A terrifying fate. I thought you were an atheist. Indeed, I am. I suspect your brain may have been damaged in the explosion. Honestly, I cannot rule out that possibility. Alice looked exasperated, asking somewhat sarcastically, aside from your brain, do you feel any other discomfort? Fortunately, I have this. Blake extended a hand to pull open his shirt, revealing a lining adorned with gray scales. Observing the smug smile on his face, Alice sighed in resignation. Perhaps you should consider purchasing a helmet. Yes, I shall heed your advice. Perhaps their growing familiarity stemmed from Alice becoming his half-instructor in swordsmanship since their relationship had evolved, allowing for a more casual rapport. Their conversations became increasingly candid and straightforward, although they still maintained an air of caution towards one another. The absence of the typical master-servant decorum granted them an ease that had previously eluded their exchanges. After rising and brushing off the dust from his clothing, Blake examined his hands. At the moment of the explosion, he had felt a surge of electricity coursing through his body, leaving his hands with a lingering tingling sensation. A handkerchief was offered to him. After a brief moment of surprise, Blake accepted it and began to wipe his soot-covered face. Just then, Alice, who had handed him the cloth, suddenly turned her gaze towards the distant woods, her expression icy and sharp. What is it? Blake halted his actions, following her line of sight. There was nothing there except for a few closely clustered trees. Nothing, Alice replied, retracting her gaze. We should leave. Blake nodded in agreement. He lowered his head to observe the pendant still entwined around his hand, which had returned to its crystalline clarity. It appeared he could not proceed further. Perhaps next time he should replenish its magical energy before attempting again. He untangled the cord and hung it around his neck once more. After the two departed, 2 shadowy figures began to stir in the spot where Alice had been watching. What are you up to? That woman almost discovered you. Damn it. I merely let out a brief gasp at the sight of that student. Who knew she would notice from so far away? Enough. When we return, you must practice your concealment skills diligently. If our plans are disrupted because of you before the operation even begins, you shall face the consequences. Understood. Very well. The signal from the boss has been given. Preparations have been made on his end. We must hastily inscribe the magical runes here as well. Understood. Just watch me. Be careful not to let any magical energy leak. That individual possesses an alarming sensitivity to magic. The moment we entered the school, we fell within his line of sight. And given the commotion we just caused, he certainly noticed us. By the time the 2 returned from the southern forest to Sias Academy, it was already afternoon. I have some matters to attend to, Alice remarked. After casting a glance at her, Blake nodded. He was not entirely aware of Alice's clandestine activities, as the narrative did not explicitly reveal them. However, from her ability to unleash the Empire's grief in the last chapter, it was evident that her schemes were both long-term and meticulously prepared. After Alice departed, Blake wandered into the commercial area, contemplating a bite to eat. The array of peculiar foods and snacks piqued his curiosity. The cuisine of the Percival family had always consisted of luxurious items like steak and bread, making this his first encounter with the game's street food since his arrival. In this world brimming with magic and fantasy, it was also replete with an assortment of culinary ingredients. For instance, before him lay a slime pie, which, despite its apple pie appearance, was adorned with a layer of gelatinous substance. Although dubbed slime, it was merely a concoction of puffed powder, wind orange flower powder, and various other ingredients. Its name derived solely from its resemblance to slime. Unexpectedly, as he studied this odd delicacy, a voice called out to him from behind. Turning around, he recognized the familiar tone. What a coincidence. It's been quite some time since we last parted ways at your estate. What brings you here? Chapter 31. Utter chaos, what a strange flavor. Do you truly enjoy such bizarre foods? The girl inquired, having taken only a single bite of her slime pie. Noting Blake's somewhat grim expression. Senior Blake? Please, spare me that title, he replied, feeling less than pleased to hear it again within a single day. The innocent smile that adorned her face only served to leave him feeling dazed, his vision slightly spinning. Chaos had ensued, complete and utter chaos. Why was Lilina Morlet appearing here? Forcing himself to regain composure, Blake contemplated the implications. A character who had never appeared in the main storyline was suddenly standing before him. What could have prompted this anomaly? Senior Blake, are you unwell? She asked. Why do you say that? Because your brows have been furrowed since just now. No. It's just. Why the sudden use of honorifics? Blake regarded her warily, pondering whether she was plotting against him once more. Well, you are a senior now. It's not unusual for a junior to address a senior with respect, is it? Lilina maintained her characteristic smile. Didn't Princess Sophia mention that we should set aside our noble identities at school? Without that context, we are merely senior and junior to one another. The phrase private relationship felt somewhat inaccurate. Blake scrutinized her, remaining on guard. Meeting here at such an hour, it felt coincidental, yet somehow off-kilter. Lilina feigned a pout. Your words are quite hurtful, senior. We helped each other through numerous troubles. I have always wanted to express my gratitude. And who brought about those troubles? Blake's retort left Lilina momentarily speechless. Let us avoid using you in that context. It feels strange. Lilina nodded. Since you insist, I am more than willing to accommodate. It seems she too found the title odd. With a warm smile, Lilina continued. Given that you're here at this time, you must not have had lunch yet. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Before Blake could respond, Lilina summoned the waiter and ordered a dozen dishes in one breath. That's enough. Ordering so much would be wasteful, Blake interjected hastily. Lilina paused, smiling at him. I was uncertain of your preferences, so I decided to order a variety. I've heard the Academy's food is plentiful. Blake sighed in resignation. If there is something you wish to discuss, you might as well state it directly. Upon hearing this, Lilina slowly set down the menu, a victorious smile gracing her lips as she leaned in, gazing at him with a mischievous glint. Actually, I do have a favor to ask of you, Senior Blake. Your assistance would alleviate many of my troubles. If it lies within my capacity, I shall consider it. Blake refrained from providing an immediate answer, aware that doing so could place him at a disadvantage. Before this cunning girl, akin to a fox, he knew he must tread carefully to avoid falling into her pre-established traps. I assure you, my request is not unreasonable, Lilina grinned, finally revealing her intent. I simply wish to join your team. Blake raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? At that moment, their coffee was served, and Lilina lifted her cup. For the class division examination in 2 days, as you must know, I hope to join your group, Senior Blake. After a brief moment of hesitation, Blake quickly grasped her purpose for seeking him out. The class division examination would serve as the first assessment for new students, with results that would directly determine their standing and treatment for the following year. Those few exceptional students would be placed in a Class A, gaining access to the prestigious Amber Hall and additional resources and privileges. Conversely, those assigned to the lower Class D would find their only recourse in striving for excellence in their final grades to secure a better placement in the second year. To ensure fairness, the examination content varied annually. This year, the task involved a second-year student leading 2 first-year students to locate hidden magical orbs in the southern forest. A precautionary measure owing to the myriad dangers that lurked within. It was no wonder Lilina took such an interest. I recall that groups are assigned randomly on-site through a draw. No? Lilina chuckled softly, setting down her coffee with a knowing look. Many things can be arranged with the right offer. Hans is a prime example. It appeared she intended to leverage her connections again. Why choose me? Surely, with your qualifications, you could find a more suitable team. Lilina took a delicate sip of her coffee before responding. Since this exam will impact our long-term future, selecting a fitting and familiar teammate is indeed essential. Your prowess was evident in the sparring match. Blake remained silent. Rest assured, you need not see me as a shameless opportunist. In return, I can offer certain support from the Percival family. You are likely aware that Uncle Crade has been preoccupied with matters of promotion lately, and he is now just one step away from achieving it. A task I can assist in facilitating. Noticing that Blake remained silent, Lilina continued, if this does not move you, feel free to state other requests, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Blake shook his head, apologizing. I'm afraid that even with your plea, I find it difficult to comply. Lilina, puzzled, inquired, what does that mean? Has someone else entrusted you? No, Blake replied. Lilina frowned. Then why not? Because I do not intend to participate. What? Lilina exclaimed in confusion. Why? It seems that no justification is necessary, Blake replied, having never contemplated entering the examination, despite the enticing additional credits offered to second-year students who volunteered to lead the team. For Blake, who was eager to obtain his diploma, the allure was undeniable, yet considering the imminent dangers associated with the exam, he had no desire to invite trouble upon himself. All of this should be left for our protagonist, Leonardo, to face alone. He is sure to overcome it. Are you truly not planning to sign up? I was looking forward to teaming up with you, Senior. Despite Lilina's imploring expression, Blake remained resolute. I'm sorry, but I currently have no such intentions. He firmly declined. Well, all right. Leilina's face betrayed her disappointment at the thwarted plan. At that moment, the restaurant door swung open abruptly. The wind chimes hanging by the entrance chiming melodiously, interrupting their conversation. A young man and woman entered, enveloped in the twilight, causing Blake to momentarily freeze. Positioned directly opposite the door, he could not help but see their faces. Leilina seemed to sense Blake's unusual reaction and turned to look. Isn't he the senior who was giving a speech this morning? What was his name again? Leonardo. Yes, that seems to be it. By the way, how do you remember? Are you too close? And do you know the lovely girl beside him? Blake remained silent. His conspicuous position meant that as he noticed them, they had evidently noticed him in return. Leonardo frowned, subtly tugging at the girl's hand and whispering something in her ear. She turned to glance at Blake, then grasped Leonardo's arm as if to deter him, but our protagonist seemed resolute. Here he comes, here he comes. He is walking this way. Hey, you despicable fellow. Why would you do this? A stunningly bold accusation. Chapter 32. Confrontation with the protagonist. You despicable man. Why have you treated Sarah this way? Do you possess no conscience? The girl anxiously tugged at Leonardo's sleeve, attempting to pull him away. All right, Leonardo, I am fine. Let us just leave quickly. No. Since we have crossed paths, I must clarify this. You worked hard for an entire semester, yet because of this guy. Leonardo's voice burned with anger as he turned to confront Blake. Isn't it enough that you deceived her during the class placement exam? Why must you also engineer her elimination in the final exam? Leonardo's eyes were filled with disdain and fury. There should be limits to bullying. Does tormenting others truly bring you joy? Blake remained silent, merely scrutinizing the girl beside Leonardo. She had short, slightly curled black hair resting on her shoulders, and her clean, oval face bore a certain charm. Her seemingly delicate demeanor evoked a pure and carefree vibe, distinct from Leilina. In a moment of recognition, Blake identified her, Sarah. She is a pivotal character in The Last Sword Saint of Sias, recognized as the foremost female lead and a childhood friend of the protagonist hailing from the same village. In times of hardship, she steadfastly supports him, possessing prophetic abilities since birth. As she frequently appears beside the protagonist, Blake had surprisingly overlooked her in his plans. As Blake continued to gaze in her direction, Sarah, feeling apprehensive, retreated behind Leonardo. What is happening? Based on Sarah's reaction and Leonardo's words, Blake mentally retraced the events leading to this outcome and swiftly found the answer. Blake and Sarah indeed shared a history mentioned in the original work. During the class placement exam, they were paired for a cooperative task to search for hidden magical orbs in the forest while ensuring their survival to earn points. Sarah and Blake were assigned to the same group, while Leonardo was placed in another. Blake exploited Sarah's innocent and kind nature, tricking her into handing over all the magical orbs she found. However, achieving his goal was not enough for Blake. In a callous act, he abandoned the exhausted Sarah deep within the complex forest. When the professors found her a day later, she had collapsed under a tree from fatigue and disorientation. Fortunately, the professors had cleared the area of any dangers before the exam, sparing her from peril. Yet, lacking any magical orbs to submit, she was relegated to the lowest-ranking D class. Nonetheless, she did not succumb to despair. Determined to catch up with Leonardo in a class, she worked diligently, excelling in numerous subjects. As she neared a class, the final practical exam loomed, a group task of hunting beasts, where Professor Stanfield would distribute scores evenly based on the carcasses of the hunted creatures left on the field. This should have been a test of individual combat abilities and teamwork among students. However, it appeared that Blake had fixated on the notion of average scoring for those remaining. On the final day of the competition, he lured Sarah into a trap he had set, ignoring the approaching beasts. Ultimately, thanks to the professor's intervention, Sarah lost her chance to qualify for the exam. Thus, under Blake's machinations, Sarah was once again assigned to be class, separated from Leonardo in a class. Clearly, Blake stood as the main obstacle between them, and his actions towards Sarah could hardly be construed as anything but deliberate malice. It was no wonder that Leonardo reacted so passionately upon encountering Blake. Seeing his childhood friend treated in such a manner would be intolerable for anyone. Reflecting on this, Blake's gaze towards the two was tinged with a hint of guilt. Hey, what insidious schemes are you concocting again? Leonardo shielded Sarah behind him. There is no need to keep exploiting her kindness to bully her, is there? I apologize. He was thoroughly tired of apologizing on behalf of the original character. Yet, he had no outlet for his grievances. Blake's sudden apology left Leonardo momentarily speechless. He looked incredulously at the man before him, pondering whether he had misheard. In the astonished gazes of Leonardo and Sarah, Blake rose and bowed deeply to Sarah. For my past actions, I can only offer you my sincerest apologies. If possible, I will do everything within my power to make amends. This unexpected scene startled both of them, exchanging glances as if questioning whether they had mistaken the individual. Are you really apologizing? I believe my intentions have been made abundantly clear. Leonardo glanced back at Sierra, then turned to Blake, hesitating as he contemplated his words. In that case, let us seek out Professor Stanfordy and restore the score that rightfully belongs to Sierra. I'm afraid that may be beyond my capabilities. What? Blake was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Although he had successfully maneuvered his way into Class B, just one tier below Class A, through deceit during the entrance examination. His lackadaisical attitude and subpar performance had left him failing many assessments. Consequently, it seemed that he had once again resorted to trickery against Sierra for the end-of-term practical exam. A desperate measure to cling to the precious credits. Losing those credits would mean failing the course, and with it, his academic credentials would slip through his fingers. Thus, despite the moral quandary, he was determined to keep that ill-gotten credit tightly grasped. He felt compelled to uphold Blake's selfish demeanor, as he had no other choice. What did you just say? Leonardo's eyes widened as he stared at Blake. I sincerely apologize, but due to the delicate nature of the situation, I may not be able to comply at this time. Indeed, your character remains as despicable as ever. Leonardo's expression reflected the disdain he felt upon hearing Blake's words. I do not intend to pretend this matter never occurred. I will do everything within my power to rectify it. Enough, Leonardo interjected suddenly. If that is the case, then please accompany me to see Professor Stanfordy and let him make the judgment. Blake lowered his head, stalling for time as he pondered a strategy to navigate this predicament. Following Leonardo's suggestion could yield no favorable outcome for him, regardless of how the professor decided. Even if, out of respect for the truth, the score were to be awarded to him, the professor's fierce and uncompromising nature could leave a lasting negative impression. Please, do not delay any longer. Join me, and it will bring us both peace of mind. With no other options, Blake took a deep breath, preparing to acquiesce to Leonardo's wishes before contemplating his next move. Wait a moment. Everyone halted and turned to the quietly observant Leilina, who had been silently listening to their conversation. I have been wanting to interrupt you since the beginning. Do you not see that I am currently discussing matters with Senior Blake? To call him away so abruptly seems rather impolite, does it not? After all, I have gone to great lengths to arrange this meeting with him. Leonardo was at a loss for words. He had been so focused on reprimanding Blake that he had overlooked Leilina's presence entirely. I sincerely apologize, he stammered, clearly flustered, particularly in the presence of a formidable figure like Leilina. I truly did not realize you were, on a date with him? Do you lack even the most basic awareness? Leilina retorted, her tone sharp. Your sudden intrusion not only interrupted our conversation, but also left this table of food growing cold. Blake regarded Leilina's assertive demeanor with surprise, pondering if this was yet another layer of her facade. What is your true nature? All right, Leonardo. Let us discuss this matter later, shall we? Sierra gently tugged at his sleeve. Have you forgotten that we came here to eat? You must be quite hungry, no? Leonardo shot her a glance and sheepishly scratched his head. You are right. His presence here had indeed been unexpected. Earlier, while practicing in the training grounds with Sierra, a burly student had barged in like a bull charging at a red flag. Upon spotting him, the student had looked at him with the ferocity of a wolf catching sight of its prey. The student's enthusiasm had been overwhelming, and before he knew it, Leonardo had found himself engaged in a sparring match that lasted the entire afternoon, leaving him both exhausted and famished. He rubbed his sore wrist, recalling the student's immense strength, especially with a colossal sword that stirred up fierce winds with each swing. Even his own swordsmanship, which he took pride in, had struggled to gain the upper hand. I sincerely apologize. This is our fault, and I, on behalf of Leonardo, extend my apologies to you. Sierra approached Leilina, offering to cover the bill as restitution. Leonardo opened his mouth to protest, but was silenced by a gentle yet firm glance from Sierra. He acquiesced and fell silent. In that case, allow me to take care of this, Leilina replied, offering a sympathetic smile to Sierra. No, I hope you won't hold Leonardo's blunder against him. After Sierra settled the bill for Blake's table, she and Leonardo prepared to leave. Why are we not going? Were we not supposed to eat? After stepping out of the restaurant, Sierra noticed Leonardo had suddenly stopped in his tracks. I'm sorry, Sierra, it was my fault. That meal must have cost quite a bit, didn't it? Leonardo kept his head lowered, unable to meet her gaze, resembling a child who had misbehaved. He felt a deep sense of guilt for making Sierra pay. Both hailed from humble rural backgrounds, without titles or wealth to back them. They had gained admission to Xia's academy solely through their talent and hard work. Thus, both their academic pursuits and daily life at Xia's posed substantial challenges. Although the cost of living at Xia's was not exorbitant, it still bore a significant disparity compared to their hometown prices. For Sierra, a table laden with food must have been a considerable burden. This was all a result of his rashness, and guilt weighed heavily on his conscience. Sierra observed him thoughtfully before stepping closer. With a gentle and tender hand, she ruffled his hair. When he looked up, he found her standing on tiptoe, her face adorned with a warm smile reminiscent of spring. "It's all right. I just received my scholarship for last semester, which Professor Cyprian's from the Ministry of Magic specially arranged for me." "Wait, you mean that strict fellow?" "Actually, he is quite a good person." Sierra took Leonardo's hand and led him toward a nearby diner. "So don't worry. Instead of fretting over your wallet, focus on your stomach. I'm already quite hungry." "Thank you, Sierra. No need for such formality between us." At the restaurant, the atmosphere at the table felt exceptionally quiet, almost awkwardly so. "Thank you." Blake broke the silence, glancing at Leilina, who was elegantly savoring her steak. He expressed his genuine gratitude for her intervention. Leilina merely tilted her head and smiled. "Now we are even." Blake pondered for a moment, his head bowed. "You've already heard about my reputation, and I believe you've also noticed that my social relationships are not particularly strong. To be precise, they are abysmal." Leilina nodded in agreement. "Your words can be quite hurtful," Blake sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Given that, you should understand that I possess little of value that would warrant your investment." He spoke candidly to the mature girl, who seemed to measure worth at every turn. Similarly, his words clearly hinted at a desire to sever ties with the other party. Yet, Leilina leisurely brought a small piece of steak, tinged with blood, to her mouth, chewing it slowly. Indeed, it was less palatable when cold. However, due to the quality of the meat, it was still somewhat acceptable. It seemed she intended to convey her indifference towards Blake's remarks through this act. "By the way, Senior, what did you just say?" "Oh, nothing." Just then, the school's magical broadcast system unexpectedly activated. Hello, wonderful news. The adjustments have finally been completed. Ahem, please pay attention. There is an announcement. Blake Percival, from the second-year Department of Magic. Please proceed to the Academic Committee office upon hearing this message. Thank you." Chapter 33. Your current situation is quite dangerous. The Academic Committee. This department at Science Academy functions similarly to the Registrar's office at a conventional university. As a vital independent branch within the Academy, it is responsible for the formulation and implementation of various academic endeavors. It collaborates with the Discipline Committee, which oversees teaching regulations and student conduct, to jointly manage all affairs of the school. However, in contrast to the Discipline Committee, which focuses solely on maintaining decorum, the Academic Committee's functions are far more extensive. It possesses the authority to make decisions regarding educational administration and to allocate the Academy's human and material resources, even overseeing and managing all student records. As the head of the committee, Cruston, who has served the longest among all department heads, occupies a position that straddles the line between vice principal and professor. Yet, this bearded man, appearing rather unkempt, now looked at Blake with a rather unfriendly gaze, holding a pipe between his lips. It was supposed to be the Discipline Committee to have a word with you, but they apparently deemed it unnecessary. Cruston picked up the tea served by his assistant and glanced at Blake. "Would you care for a cup to calm your nerves?" Blake remained silent, contemplating the motive behind this summons, which even warranted the use of magical broadcasting. Noticing Blake's lack of response, Cruston said nothing further, took a sip of his tea, and turned to retrieve a piece of paper from his drawer. It was densely filled with black text, and Cruston began to read it aloud. "Bullying classmates, defying professors, deliberately disrupting classroom order, maliciously damaging alchemical instruments, disregarding discipline." I feel I can't continue reading the rest. As he listened to the litany of accusations being recited, Blake realized that the entire page seemed interminable. Cruston eventually laid the paper down, rubbing his forehead. "Enough. I can't go on. You know, even the reports from the inspectors never gave me such a headache. Those Discipline Committee fellows certainly know how to complicate things. Yet you seem to have become quite docile." Blake lowered his brow, listening to Cruston's impatient complaints without a word. In truth, he felt quite overwhelmed himself. Just how many messes had Blake left behind? Was he truly a calamity incarnate? He couldn't help but wonder if the game's creators had lazily attributed all minor infractions to Blake. "Do you know what reasons they've thrown at me?" Blake shook his head. "I have no idea. Stop wasting time searching through school regulations for corresponding punishments. Just go ahead and announce my expulsion," they said. Blake, this is quite terrible. Although he was aware that he would confront numerous challenges and messes upon returning to school, this seemed excessive. The relentless waves of trouble were suffocating. Do you have any defense to offer? Cruston took a deep breath regarding Blake. Or is there any point you wish to dispute? I can patiently hear your explanation. But if you claim it's all a misunderstanding, then you're treating me like a naive newcomer. If it were an ordinary student, being summoned to the office by someone of Cruston's stature and then leisurely confronted with their various transgressions would likely induce a state of panic. However, Blake's years of experience and innate talent allowed him to quickly regain his composure. I have no objections to raise. He was uncertain which allegations were legitimate and which were mere fabrications, but he needed to find a way to escape the rhythm of Cruston's control. The higher one's status and the deeper one's experience, the more adept one becomes at cultivating an oppressive atmosphere to maintain control. I didn't expect you to admit it so readily. Cruston pinched the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers. Honestly, I find myself in a difficult position. Although the discipline committee's remarks are somewhat harsh, they are not without merit. Your numerous infractions could indeed initiate the expulsion process. Rarely does anyone accomplish such a remarkable quantity of misconduct within just a year, leaving one utterly astounded. To a certain extent, Blake was indeed a rare talent. Hearing about the potential punishment of expulsion, he momentarily lost focus. Can you accept such a resolution? In that regard, I wish to express my opinion. Oh, how could such an outcome be acceptable? He could not simply surrender. Even in struggle, he must attempt to persevere. All for the sake of surviving in this familiar yet unknown world. I believe my actions do not warrant expulsion. Do you not understand the gravity of your actions? According to school regulations, your penalty points have already reached the threshold for expulsion. The so-called rules are often ambiguous. Even offenders have room for defense. Blake met Cruston's gaze without flinching. As you mentioned, even if I have reached the point of expulsion, I am still sitting here conversing with you. Cruston regarded Blake, took a sip of his tea, and said, even if I were to expel you, what could you do? As I stated, even those condemned to death retain the right to defend themselves, and I am clearly not at that point. Though Blake's demeanor was calm, there lay an unwavering determination beneath, a struggle to fight with all his might. I will do everything in my power to advocate for myself, even if it means traversing the entire school, visiting every professor, and even knocking on the principal's office door. Cruston furrowed his brow, evidently perceiving Blake's words as a subtle threat. Causing such a commotion will only bring you disgrace. Even so, I will not easily concede. Blake chose to confront the pressure Cruston created, meeting his gaze directly. The two maintained their stare for a lengthy moment, during which Cruston's tea had grown cold. Oh, you troublesome little brat. A sudden sigh escaped Cruston, who then averted his gaze, smiling wryly as he shook his head. I now understand why Princess Sophia would come to plead for you. You mean Princess Sophia? Blake was taken aback. From Cruston's implication, it seemed that his ability to remain in this debate was, in some way, thanks to Sophia. Cruston poured the now-cool tea into a nearby plant pot and rang the bell on the table for his assistant to refill his cup. He then spoke slowly. Princess Sophia mentioned that you have undergone an incredible transformation and hoped I could witness it for myself. Initially, I was skeptical, as I believed a person's character could not change so swiftly. However, since she expressed such sentiments, I felt it prudent to witness the situation firsthand. It appears her judgment remains, as ever, remarkably astute. This revelation left me quite astonished, Black remarked. Sophia has always possessed an uncanny ability to perceive the true intentions of others, rendering many falsehoods utterly transparent in her gaze. The moment you entered this room, I sensed your distinctiveness. Many students become excessively reserved upon entering, proceeding with extreme caution. Black hesitated, parting his lips as if to speak, but refraining. Could it be that he insinuated I was being too casual? He glanced at Cruston hesitantly, tentatively inquiring about my situation. Although he had already discerned that the other had no intention of expelling him. In the original narrative, Black, despite committing numerous misdeeds, continued to strut before the protagonist in his second year with impunity. This indicated that the purpose of being summoned was merely to issue a stern warning. After all, despite his infrequent appearances, Cruston had always left an impression of a benevolent middle-aged gentleman, albeit with a somewhat unkempt appearance, leading many to misunderstand him upon his initial introduction. What will be the outcome of my punishment? Black sought further clarification. To say expulsion seems rather exaggerated, Cruston replied with a smile. Nonetheless, your previous dismal performance cannot simply be dismissed as if nothing had transpired. Furthermore, due to your prior negligence, your current academic standing teeters on a precarious edge. Should you falter even slightly, your graduation certificate may elude you. Cruston regarded Black, offering this caution. It is essential to remember that even at Science Academy, a few students each year are denied their diplomas due to insufficient credits. Your situation is indeed precarious. Chapter 34, Class Division Examination, Prologue, Senior Black. I never anticipated you would ultimately choose to participate. It seems we are indeed fated, a voice chimed. Black, observing the friendly smile on the speaker's face, instinctively averted his gaze. He could hardly believe that, in the end, he had become one of those who would abandon principles for the sake of credits. He glanced around, noting that all incoming freshmen had assembled at the entrance to the Southern Forest, alongside several second-year students. The stark contrast in uniforms between the first and second years made identification effortless, unlike the first-year students, who gathered in jovial clusters. The second-year students wore serious expressions as they conducted inspections. Members of the combat department polished their weapons. Those from the magic department discreetly scanned the surroundings with their magical abilities, while alchemy department members rummaged through their pockets to check their alchemical items. Unlike the naive freshmen, the second-year students, having undergone the class division examination, were acutely aware of the severity and potential dangers of this test. The competition among peers intertwined with external threats, creating a veritable maelstrom of internal and external strife. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated. Everyone, assemble immediately. Cease your chatter. Gather here at once if you wish to avoid an early dismissal. The crowd halted their activities and moved closer. Once everyone had assembled, Professor Stanverdy from the combat department began outlining the rules of the examination. This imposing figure bore numerous scars on his arms and face, each a testament to his valor on the battlefield, instilling a sense of reverence among the students. This examination will consist of a 3-day field simulation training, he proclaimed. All students will be evenly divided into groups of 3 through a lottery system, each group led by a second-year member. Your objective is to survive while locating the magical orbs that Professor Cyprins and I have concealed within the forest. At the conclusion of the 3 days, I will evaluate each group based on the number of magical orbs retrieved and their magical potency. He added with a sinister grin, of course, competition among you is both anticipated and allowed. So, if you believe you can do so, feel free to plunder at will. What a nefarious individual, murmured Leilina, rolling her eyes. Black shot her a glance. On this matter, you may lack the authority to criticize him. Now, all first-year students, please proceed to the lottery station to draw your group assignments. I shall go draw my lot. Leilina waved as she made her way toward the grouping area. Once the freshmen had congregated, they could easily spot the remaining second-year students, including our protagonist, who was currently donning his armor. Apart from him, Black noticed few familiar faces related to the main storyline. It seemed they had opted out of this event for various reasons. Sarah was not a character endowed with formidable combat prowess like Leonardo. Her role within the team was more akin to that of a support character, alerting others to danger or foreseeing dilemmas. Thus, there was little need for her participation in such an activity. As for Princess Sophia, her unique status naturally precluded her from engaging in an endeavor fraught with uncertainty. Even if she wished to participate, it was unlikely the institution would grant permission, as any injury to a noble princess during a school-organized event or examination would undoubtedly lead to royal repercussions. He had initially intended to express his gratitude to her, but it seemed he would have to wait until their next encounter. He reached for the pendant hidden beneath his collar. The crystal now emanated a deep purple hue, bordering on black. Earlier that morning, Alice had unexpectedly appeared at his door, inquiring whether he intended to partake in the event at the Southern Forest. Upon receiving his affirmative response, she appeared momentarily hesitant before simply requesting to see his tears of Fingal. After he cautiously handed over the pendant, she unexpectedly pricked her finger and pressed the wand against the crystal. As droplets of crimson blood fell, the rich magical energy mingled with the essence of the crystal. Due to the constraints of her seal, she was unable to channel her magic directly, resorting instead to this exposed method to nourish the crystal. Once it was thoroughly filled, Alice returned the pendant to him. This is merely a precaution, she stated, delivering her straightforward, yet subtly meaningful words before departing. Black examined the dark purple crystal in his hand. Had she discerned something during her last visit? That seemed unlikely. One would assume their actions were not so swift. Even if they had discovered something, it would not make sense from Alice's perspective. She had no reason to consider him to such an extent. Or perhaps she was concerned that should he encounter misfortune, it might implicate her and invite retribution from Kraid? Yes, that would make sense. If he were to suffer an accident, she would not only face inquiries, but would likely be urgently recalled to the Percival household. Under the watchful eyes of the Percival family, she would undoubtedly lack the time and freedom to discreetly execute her plans and schemes as she did at Science Academy. This realization clarified everything. However, she appeared to be overly anxious. Even though this examination harbored numerous unforeseen events and dangers, they were of no consequence to him. He had no intention of becoming entangled in them. His original plan was to avoid all peril temporarily, allowing the protagonist to resolve all troubles before reappearing unobtrusively. At that moment, Lelina descended from the lottery stage, shaking the wooden stick in her hand, flashing a triumphant smile in his direction. Black could only manage a wry smile in response. Is this the confidence that comes from openly flaunting the underbelly? Senior Blake. It seems we are in the same group. What a coincidence. There is a hint of pride in his tone. Before we proceed, there are a few matters I need to clarify with you. Blake regarded Lelina with a serious expression. Lelina paused for a moment. What matters? You are free to move about as you wish, but once we enter, you must follow my lead. If you cannot accept this, now is the time to request a change of groups. He did not wish to introduce unnecessary risks due to unforeseen circumstances. Rest assured, I vow to obey your commands. Lelina replied almost without hesitation, her promise unwavering. Blake glanced toward Leonardo in the distance, who was oblivious to Blake's gaze as he was entangled with a large figure. Hey, Leonardo, what a coincidence. I never imagined we would be in the same group. How about we take this opportunity to continue our previous competition? Please don't say that. We are on the same team. Then let us meet at the training grounds after the competition. All right, big guy. Let us refrain from discussing anything that might undermine our unity before the match, shall we? Who are you? A girl with short brown hair waved a wooden stick. I am Kate Wood from the alchemy department. Unfortunately, the draw shows I am in your group. Delaney stared at her and the enormous satchel filled with alchemical potions she carried, realization dawning upon him. Oh, you are the girl who offended half the grade with your sharp tongue just 3 days into the semester. To say such things in front of the person involved. Aren't you equally at fault? I merely speak the truth. And all that I have said is also factual, albeit hard to hear. It's best it remains that way. Enough of this bickering. Let us discuss our upcoming plans, Blake suggested, relieved that the situation had not deviated significantly. With the help of these two, Leonardo would successfully navigate this crisis, and his skills would ascend to new heights as he grasped the fourth form. The so-called Holy Sword technique consists of 9 forms. This swordsmanship is akin to a memory etched in one's bloodline. Through continuous setbacks and trials, our protagonist will instinctively uncover new techniques. As a descendant of the Sword Saint, Leonardo possesses a natural talent for swordsmanship, a fact he stumbled upon towards the end of his first year. Though he remains unaware of the Sword Saint's blood flowing through him, it is only in the 3rd act of the narrative that the mysteries of his lineage will begin to unfold. Senior, do you dislike him? Blake turned his head. I could help you teach him a lesson. Observing her innocent smile sent an inexplicable chill down Blake's spine. She always wore such a smile when scheming. No, please don't do that. Let us not burden our protagonist with more troubles than he already faces. Lelina added, I thought you disliked him. By the way, was your sudden call over the intercom because of him? Blake shook his head. It has nothing to do with him. It was merely a minor issue elsewhere. He felt embarrassed to admit, I almost got expelled due to my past misdeeds. That's all. Being summoned by the academic committee surely indicates a significant problem. Doesn't he? Lelina seemed skeptical. Do you need me to assist you in any way? Who are you planning to bribe this time? Blake already understood her methods well. This seemingly innocent girl was, in fact, quite adept at manipulating others. Lelina covered her mouth with a light laugh. Oh, how can you call it bribery? What do you take me for? I merely propose a mutually beneficial arrangement. What do you say? Just one word from you, and I could be at your service immediately. I appreciate your kind offer. I will seek your assistance when needed. Blake declined her offer outright. This girl's favors were not so easily repaid. Compared to nobles, she resembled a merchant more closely. When one receives a benefit from her, she inevitably seeks something of greater value in return. Merchants are always ashamed of incurring a loss. By the way, aren't there 3 members in each group? Lelina suddenly recalled something. What about our 3rd member? Upon her remark, Blake finally took notice and scanned the surroundings. I'm here. Blake suddenly turned around to find a petite girl standing behind him. She had messy hair and a rosy face speckled with freckles. Who are you? I am Catherine, and I am in your group. The girl produced a wooden stick from her pocket and extended it towards Blake. He did not take it. His brow furrowed with a hint of caution as he regarded her. When did you arrive? The girl lowered her head under Blake's gaze and pointed at Lelina, explaining softly, I arrived while you were talking with that young lady, but I don't like to disturb others. Facing such an evidently socially anxious girl, Blake remained vigilant. As she claimed, she had indeed been standing there behind them all along, yet both Lelina and Blake had failed to notice her presence. She was almost like a specter. Chapter 35, Group Examination, unexpected changes, in a dense forest where the foliage nearly obscured the sky. The only sounds to be heard were the occasional bird calls and the crunch of leaves underfoot. Despite the enormous and intricate nature of this forest, the responsible professor had distributed a magical map to each group, stipulating that they could only operate within the designated area. Blake scrutinized the leather map in his hand. A small purple dot blinking at the entrance of the forest. This marked their current location. This spot would also appear on the professor's map, should any emergencies arise. They need only signal, and the professor and staff responsible for the examination's safety would locate them via the coordinates on the map. For now, Blake was intent on venturing deeper into the forest. Has everyone dispersed since we entered? We can hardly see any signs of others now, Lelina remarked. Noticing that the students who had previously clustered together had vanished, seemingly adhering to a shared understanding. Blake concurred with Lelina's assessment. They too were operating under this principle. After all, with 3 days of competition ahead, everyone was keen on conserving their energy, thus avoiding conflict. Such was the prudent approach. Blake observed the map while surveying his surroundings. The so-called ceasefire was merely temporary, so they were not yet free from danger. Lelina pondered for a moment. Indeed, once others accumulate more magical orbs, they will begin to make their moves. I understand the principle, fatten the sheep before slaughter, but how do we find the magical orbs? The forest is so vast, it's akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Blake shook his head. There's no need to search specifically. If you pay a little attention, you will sense their presence. Lelina appeared puzzled by Blake's implication. All the magical orbs prepared by the professors possess unique properties. They emit a faint magical aura, Blake elucidated. He was well acquainted with the professor's methods. Every action they took was underpinned by a specific purpose. These seasoned individuals always devised challenges for the students. So, this examination is, in essence, a test of one's sensitivity to magical perception? Catherine, who had been trailing behind the two, pointed to the path they had just traversed, remarking that it seemed there were numerous magical points along their recent route. Blake glanced at her, but remained silent. Upon hearing this, Lena made a slight attempt to sense the surroundings, and then dashed toward a tree in the distance, as if she had made a significant discovery. Indeed, there was something here. Lena picked up a pale purple glass orb and presented it to Blake. It appeared there were many more around, which they had overlooked on their journey. Should we retrace our steps for a more thorough search? Blake observed the magical orb in Lena's hand, slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated Lena's acute perception of magic. It seemed she was not merely a schemer, but also quite proficient in the arcane arts. The lighter the color, the less magic it contained, making it harder to detect. Thus the more insipid the magical orb, the higher its corresponding score. Remarkably, from such a distance, Lena had accurately pinpointed the orb's location. Senior, why are you silent? Lena tilted her head, looking at Blake, who seemed lost in thought. She waved her hand in front of him. There is no need. Gathering a multitude of magical orbs will undoubtedly be more easily sensed, making us targets for others. Oh, I apologize. I indeed overlooked that aspect. Lena comprehended Blake's implication. While the magical orbs represented scores, they also served as a double-edged sword. A large collection of orbs could easily attract the attention of other competitors. The phrase having a treasure brings trouble applies universally. It feels quite dangerous. Should we proceed deeper? Noticing Blake's determination to advance into the forest, Catherine, who had been lingering at the back of the group, expressed concern. I have had this nagging feeling that something has been following us. This creature had been trailing behind since they entered the forest, striving to minimize its presence. Akin to a hamster on a hunt. That must be your imagination, Lena replied, casting a glance at her. I have been using my magic to sense the magical orbs while remaining vigilant of my surroundings. I have confidence in my magical perception. If anyone were to approach or follow us, I would surely detect it. Is that so? Catherine shrank her neck, still feeling a sense of dread. However, Senior, I am genuinely curious. Lena directed her gaze at Blake, who was focused on the map in his hands. Why are we venturing so deeply? It feels as though we are deliberately distancing ourselves from something, rather than conserving our strength and avoiding the spotlight. Blake continued forward without pause, merely glancing at Lena, acknowledging her keen insight. I have my own plans. All you need to do is trust me. I can assure you that you will achieve commendable scores in this examination. His gaze swept over the two of them. If you rank highly, I will also receive additional credits. Hence I have no reason to jeopardize your success. Understanding this is sufficient. As he finished speaking, Lena stared at Blake for a moment, then broke into a resigned smile. Senior, you are quite something. Going so far as to explain. I merely inquired without any suspicion of your intentions. I have complete faith in your abilities throughout this journey. I have not questioned your decisions, have I? Blake regarded her. This cunning girl always managed to adopt the appropriate demeanor at the right moment. He had not intended to elaborate so much, but if he chose to deflect casually, Lena's perceptiveness would likely catch on immediately. However, it seemed he had successfully navigated the situation, or perhaps Lena was simply uninterested in pursuing the matter further. Following Blake's lead, their objective appeared to have shifted entirely from collecting magical orbs to embarking on an expedition deeper into the forest. Blake slightly lifted his gaze towards the crimson-tinged horizon, estimating that dusk was nearing. He glanced down at the map in his hands. It indicated they were approaching the boundary of the examination area. With just half an hour of walking, they would reach the edge. At this point, he finally exhaled in relief. Let us take a short break. Hearing this, Catherine plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath, while rummaging through her bag for some bread. Lena leaned against a tree, sipping water. Since the examination began, they had scarcely had a moment to replenish their energy. In contrast to the two, Blake appeared disinterested in resting. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. If I recall correctly, it should be around here. At that moment, an ancient tree in the distance caught his attention. Are you not resting? We are nearing the edge of the examination area. Is there something noteworthy nearby? Lena appeared beside him. Let us check that tree. It should yield something. Blake pointed towards the ancient tree. All right. Lena expressed her confusion, but followed Blake's suggestion nonetheless. How strange. What could possibly be in such a secluded area? Moreover, my magical perception has not detected anything. Upon reaching the tree Blake indicated, she crouched down and began to rummage, and to her surprise, she indeed found something. It was 3 nearly transparent magical orbs, with a faint shimmer of magic inside. Even upon close contact, it was difficult to perceive. Senior, you're incredible. I hadn't noticed at all, Lena exclaimed with delight, handing 2 of the orbs to Blake and Catherine. Blake offered no explanation. He merely accepted the magical orbs, glancing at them briefly before stowing them away. He understood that the professors had placed the highest-scoring magical orbs at the edges of the exploratory areas to encourage a spirit of discovery. An outstanding magician must possess a continuous spirit of exploration. Opportunities often lie within danger and the unknown, a principle that the Science Academy emphasizes greatly. Regardless of the world, innovative individuals who dare to attempt new things are highly valued. Catherine examined the magical orbs before putting them away, eager to leave. With these, we should achieve good scores. Right? Even if they are on us, they are hard to detect. Let us hurry back. No, Blake replied, his gaze fixed on the forest ahead. We must continue forward. Catherine immediately panicked at these words. Why? We are about to exit the examination area, aren't we? Why must we venture deeper? Catherine shrank her neck, gazing into the deep, silent forest, increasingly anxious. Blake merely cast a glance at her. I believe I instructed you that after entering, you would follow my lead. Alternatively, you may choose to detach from us and act independently. Whether you remain here or return, I shall bear no responsibility for your safety. Seeing that she could not sway Blake, Catherine turned to Lena, seeking her assistance to persuade him. Well, Senior, I trust your judgment. To her disbelief, Lena chose to align herself with Blake without hesitation. Hey, are you serious? Lena shot her a cold glance. You are free to refuse to accompany us. In fact, it would be easier for us if you chose to act independently. Please don't. Catherine exclaimed, her panic escalating. I was just asking. I want to speak out of turn again. Please, don't leave me behind. Blake said nothing further and continued deeper into the forest. After they had covered some distance, he noticed that the small purple that had been flickering on the map had completely vanished. This signifies that they have completely disengaged from observation. He halted his steps. It was sufficient now, although he was unaware of the precise moment of the upheaval. He had a clear understanding of the approximate range of the barriers set by his opponent. To ensure safety, rather than remaining in the examination area as sitting ducks, it was wiser to venture deeper to evade danger. Are we to stay here for 2 days? Lalina glanced around. Their current position was likely on the transitional edge of the southern forest, indicating they had entirely exited the safety confines of the examination area. However, they had not encountered any noticeable hazards. In fact, it was quieter here compared to the outskirts of the southern forest, perhaps due to the rarity of visitors. The ecosystem here was remarkably rich and vibrant, and one could even hear the distant sound of a stream. Blake nodded, observing that the moisture level suggested a nearby water source, and acquiring food would merely require hunting a few wild rabbits, of which they had seen plenty on their way. Finally, we can take a break. Blake's words nearly brought tears of relief to Catherine. However, I still lean towards returning to the safe zone, even though it does not seem perilous here. Just then, the ground beneath them trembled without warning, startling the group. Blake's pupils dilated sharply. Crouched down, Lylina reacted swiftly, bending low to lower her center of gravity and minimize the impact. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Catherine screamed loudly while crouching and covering her head. The rumbling of the ground, the startled cries of birds, the rustling leaves, and the cacophony of screams intertwined, creating a chaotic scene. Blake steadied himself against a nearby tree, casting a distant gaze. It is finally beginning. Gradually, the frequency of the tremors began to diminish, waning until it eventually ceased. The once tumultuous forest regained its tranquility. After confirming their safety, Lylina slowly rose, knitting her brows in confusion. What is happening? Why did it suddenly, huh? Turning around, Lylina was taken aback. The scene before her made her doubt her own eyes. The path they had just taken had vanished. More accurately, a massive green barrier now stood before them. This colossal barrier obstructed their route, completely enveloping the examination grounds. What on earth is this? Chapter 36, Class Division Examination, Camping, at night, amidst the symphony of insects. A dim campfire flickered in the forest, swaying precariously in the continuous breeze. 3 individuals gathered around the fire, warming themselves while roasting some wild rabbit meat. Before them lay a yellowed piece of paper inscribed with peculiar symbols, which they had just replicated from the ground at the barrier's edge. The runes were strange. I have never read about them in any book, yet they undeniably serve as the medium for the barrier, Lylina mused, taking small bites of the fragrant roasted rabbit leg. The most astonishing aspect was that no magical energy could be detected from it. Otherwise, such a vast range would surely be sensed. This appears to be a form of runes, Catherine interjected suddenly. You recognize them? Lylina turned her head. I am not entirely certain. Catherine scratched her head. But they bear some resemblance to the mystical symbols of certain northern tribes. I once read about similar runes in a book belonging to a smuggler. Such a peculiar technique. To manifest such a grand barrier without any magical fluctuations, Lylina glanced back at the immense barrier, which emitted a faint glow at night. Moreover, low-level magic left no trace upon it. I wonder if advanced magic could breach it? It likely cannot, Blake reflected, as the professors responsible for examination security are all capable of casting advanced magic. Lylina murmured to herself. However, the fact that they had yet to decipher it implied they were at an impasse. If the northern tribes had indeed intervened, what could their motives be? Why go to such lengths to trap all the examinees? As Lylina pondered this question, Blake remained silent. He actually knew the answer. The original work explained that their intent was to use the lives of all the newcomers as leverage, aiming to coerce the Academy into surrendering the Grand Grimoire. This tome, authored by the Grand Sorceress Meyer, was said to contain the culmination of her life as studies and had been gifted to the Science Academy. Thus, it was a treasure coveted by many. It was protected by layers of advanced barriers within the Academy, regarded as the institution's property, and even the principal, Morden, could not access it without permission. Generally, the Academy would resolutely safeguard it at any cost. Yet the northern tribes seized the opportunity presented by the new student examination. However, as many among the newcomers held noble titles, this placed immense pressure on the Academy. Just as the institution was about to compromise, our protagonist intervened. With the assistance of the martial artist Draeneyes and the alchemical prodigy Kate, Leonardo successfully defeated the barbarian sage controlling the core of the barrier, creating a breach for the professors to initiate a rescue. The professors entering the barrier worked to save the students while eliminating the barbarian invaders. Therefore, with the knowledge that events would unfold smoothly according to plan, he merely needed to await the protagonist's triumph over this difficulty. At that moment, Catherine suddenly suggested, "Do you think if we walk along the perimeter of the barrier, we might find a way out?" "It's possible, but based on the examination area's expanse. It could take us a day and a night," Blake replied, turning the skewered meat over the fire. Lylina agreed. The school's teachers must have already taken action. Rather than wandering aimlessly in uncertainty, it would be wiser to set up camp here and await rescue. In truth, she felt somewhat unsettled. But seeing Blake's unconcerned demeanor gradually eased her worries. Simultaneously, she felt an increasing curiosity towards the man before her, who was stirring the fire with a stick. There was an inexplicable sense that he had anticipated such an upheaval, which is why he had led them deeper into the forest. Could he truly possess the ability to foresee the future? That was impossible. Only the Church's saintess could achieve such a feat. And even she could only glimpse the future vaguely. Yet, he exuded an aura as if everything were under his control. "The hour was late. You should rest now," Blake stated, setting down the stick. "Are you not going to sleep? I will keep watch outside." Lylina nodded and rose, saying, "Well, I will rest for a while, and then take over for you. Then, I will also go to rest," Catherine added, getting up and heading towards the makeshift tents. Blake had constructed 3 rudimentary tents from felled branches and some fabric. Although they were somewhat crude, they sufficed as temporary shelters. After the two departed, only Blake remained by the fire, keeping watch. He gazed down at the glowing embers of the campfire. Seizing this moment, he could finally calm his mind to reflect on certain matters that had been troubling him regarding survival in the coming days. In terms of food, the nearby stream and hunting posed no significant issue, but for shelter, Blake had to dig into the earth to secure the supporting poles as he lacked rope, thus constructing a makeshift tent. However, should it rain, the water would easily seep in, and in this forest, becoming soaked and losing body heat could prove fatal. Perhaps tomorrow, I should search for a cave, but that would necessitate further exploration into the depths of the forest. His plan was merely to escape the confines of the outer barrier. He was acutely aware of the dangers that lay deeper within. It was indeed a difficult choice. Watching the flickering sparks of the flames, he sighed and rose to encircle the campfire with stones and earth once more. This would effectively prevent the glowing embers from being swept away by the wind, thus avoiding potential disasters. After completing this task, he felt his eyelids growing heavier with fatigue. As the night wind rustled through the trees, he leaned against a nearby tree, closing his eyes slowly. Perhaps due to its location at the junction of the periphery and the transitional zone, there were few signs of animal activity here at night. All that could be heard were the sporadic chirps of cicadas and the crackling of the burning wood. Everything seemed to proceed in an orderly fashion, enveloped in tranquility and stability. In this serene atmosphere, the long silent tent flap was quietly lifted. A petite shadow emerged, having surveyed the surroundings. Her movements were light, evading any notice. It seemed the moment for her to act had arrived, and indeed she intended to do so. She lifted her gaze to the moon above, discerning the approximate direction based on its face. Passing by the campfire, the shadow glanced back at Blake, who was resting beneath the tree, before turning away to continue her journey into the distance. Suddenly, the shadow halted, sensing something, and turned her attention toward a nearby thicket. There appeared to be something there that piqued her interest. She stood still for a moment, contemplating, and just as she decided to head in that direction, a voice broke the silence. "What are you doing?" The figure in the darkness trembled slightly, turning to find Blake quietly observing her from beside the tree. His dark eyes glinted ominously in the moonlight. I seem to have lost my magic orb, probably during the earthquake this evening," Catherine said, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Blake continued to watch her silently, the night obscuring any expression on his face. "Have you found it?" he inquired. Not yet. I will search again tomorrow. Nighttime is when many wild beasts emerge." "Oh, all right," Catherine murmured, her head bowed in disappointment as she retreated back into the tent. Watching her depart, Blake did not return to the campfire but instead moved toward the thicket that Catherine had previously observed. He had noticed subtle movements here moments ago and, upon releasing a bit of magic, detected faint magical fluctuations. It was not Catherine who had roused him. He reached for the sword at his waist, his other hand slowly parting the bushes. Before him lay a rabbit curled within the foliage. He frowned. Were it an ordinary rabbit, he would not have given it a second thought, but this one emanated a soft, luminous glow, its silver patterns shimmering in the light. Could it be a sprite? What was it doing here? At that moment, the previously slumbering sprite startled awake, casting a quick glance at Blake before leaping away swiftly. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, Blake followed the direction it had fled, navigating through the dense woods until he felt a gentle breeze brush against him. When he raised his head, the sight before him caused even his pupils to involuntarily widen. In the clearing stood a myriad of sprites. Moonlit bats perched on branches, a two-headed wolf curled up in slumber, a crystalline fox as transparent as water, and a fiery horned elk. Undoubtedly, these were sprites, and their numbers were astonishing. What could this possibly mean? Blake inhaled deeply, pondering the scene before him. Most sprites were wary of humans, particularly these lesser sprites, who typically refrained from appearing in areas marked by human habitation, preferring the isolation of deep, untouched forests, places where humans seldom tread. Yet here they were, congregating in large numbers in the transitional zone of the southern forest. Blake gazed towards the towering trees at the forest's core. What had transpired within? Chapter 37. The sprite uprising. This fantastical continent was perpetually adorned with an array of peculiar phenomena. Magic was a commonplace occurrence, with nearly any gifted individual capable of wielding it. Beyond magical energy, this world also harbored a type of ethereal gas, imperceptible to the human eye. This gas existed in a liminal space between the biological and the material, constantly active in the air, though invisible to humans. Some scientists had already confirmed its existence. Its true marvel lay in its creativity. It could mimic various creatures of the world, replicating their forms and behaviors, thereby giving rise to entirely new beings, the birth of sprites. The scene before him, reminiscent of a zoo, testified to this phenomenon. As Blake observed the sprites congregating in the clearing, he pondered the reason for their exodus from the depths of the forest. At that moment, he noticed the rabbit sprite that had narrowly escaped, darting towards a crystalline leopard that lay poised and still, seemingly attempting to convey something. A sense of foreboding washed over Blake. Sure enough, the next instant, the water sprite turned its gaze towards him. With a roar, the sprites that had been resting abruptly awakened, responding in kind. One by one, all the sprites fixed their eyes upon him. Yet Blake remained still, knowing that most sprites were gentle beings, rarely attacking unless provoked. However, the situation unfolded contrary to his expectations. Despite their diverse forms, each sprite's eyes glimmered with aggression. They began to encircle him. Blake, now alert, questioned the strange turn of events. It was odd. Sprites typically refrained from attacking humans. Yet here they were, launching a collective assault. This was nothing short of a riot. Why did they harbor such animosity towards him? But he had little time to ponder, as the sprites had already initiated their attack. Fireballs, water spheres, and gusts of wind were hurled toward him with reckless abandon. Blake nimbly evaded the barrage, moving swiftly to dodge the magical onslaught. Unlike humans, the sprites relied on ethereal energy rather than magical power, drawing from the abundant, invisible gas in the air. This meant their offensive would not cease until it struck him. Blake maneuvered through the woods, evading attacks from all directions. Fortunately, they were mere lesser sprites, posing little threat individually, but their sheer numbers could become troublesome. Just then, a fiery horned stag charged at him, its momentum rivaling that of a bull. Blake drew his sword, its blade reflecting the moonlight, swiftly carving a crescent arc along its neck. The fiery stag collapsed, lifeless. He had hoped this would deter the others, but witnessing this scene seemed to incite a frenzy among the sprites, who responded with renewed roars and charged at him with even greater fervor. Blake frowned. What was happening with these sprites? He leapt into a tree, taking to the branches to effectively evade the melee-oriented sprites. He understood their attack patterns. As lesser sprites, they typically adhered to a fixed set of strategies, making it relatively easy to dodge their assaults. However, completely freeing oneself from them may prove somewhat challenging. Moreover, one must not draw them towards the camp, where Lilina, Catherine, and all the supplies remain. Fleeing deeper into the forest is equally unwise. Thus Blake can only continue to move around the periphery, striving to distance himself from them as much as possible. However, the pursuers remain closely on his heels, which is likely to demand considerable exertion and time. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Blake turned to investigate the sound, and then noticed the small creature perched upon his shoulder. It clung to his clothing with its tiny claws, striving to avoid falling amidst the jostling. At that moment, it began to chirp excitedly towards a nearby direction, seemingly attempting to capture Blake's attention. Following its gaze, Blake spotted a dark shape illuminated by the moonlight within the forest. It appeared to be a cave. As Blake entered the cave, a damp atmosphere enveloped him, mingling the scents of earth and moss in a surprisingly pleasant manner. He surveyed the cave's interior, noting how the walls glistened with moisture, droplets sliding down the rough stone, producing a crisp echo in the stillness. It seemed adequately concealed. Blake glanced behind him. The group of sprites appeared to have lost his trail, temporarily escaping danger. Blake leaned against the cave wall and observed the small sparrow in his hand. Its body shimmered with flecks of blue bioluminescence, and its large eyes blinked continuously, its petite frame radiating a moonlit hue. However, one of its wings bore a sharp scar, a stark reminder of human-inflicted harm. Speculating on how it had come to rest upon his shoulder, Blake deduced that it must have been startled from its perch in the trees during his hurried movements, leading to its unfortunate fall, thereby compelling the poor creature to cling tightly to him for safety. Contemplating this, Blake retrieved a strip of cloth and a twig, fashioning a rudimentary splint for the injured wing. It would serve as a small token of gratitude for the creature's earlier assistance in his escape. The little one seemed to perceive Blake's benign intentions, obediently accepting his makeshift bandage. Once bandaged, the sparrow stood on the ground, flapped its wings, and circled around Blake while chirping cheerfully. Blake watched it intently for a moment. Well, it seems to be all right now. Rising, Blake approached the cave's entrance to survey the surroundings. Noting that the frantic sprites had retreated, he cautiously stepped outside. Time for me to leave. However, just a few steps away, he heard the persistent chirping behind him. Turning back, he saw the little sparrow trailing him, awkwardly trotting to keep up as it could not fly. Don't follow me. Blake thought it could understand him. After speaking, he turned to leave. but the chirping compelled him to glance back once more. The creature remained steadfastly at his heels. Blake rubbed his temples in frustration. So, it seems it cannot understand human speech after all. He pointed towards the sparrow, then gestured back at the cave, his intention clear. Chirp, chirp. The sparrow appeared to grasp Blake's meaning, yet its reluctance to part from him was evident. After all, without the ability to fly, it was wiser to stay close to Blake amidst potential dangers. In response, Blake unsheathed his sword, adopting a fierce demeanor to shoo it away. The sparrow trembled and obediently retreated into the cave. Blake sheathed his sword, sighed, and turned to leave. This was the best he could do. Keeping a sprite by his side would yield no benefits. At night, it would merely serve as a beacon. As he moved forward, Blake endeavored to tread lightly, remaining vigilant against the lurking sprites. Fortunately, he did not lose his way. Upon returning to the camp, everything remained as tranquil as when he had departed. The campfire had extinguished, so he gathered some twigs to rekindle the flames, setting his sword aside as he settled beneath a tree. Stretching his weary limbs, he gazed up at the sky. This vantage point afforded him a clear view of the moon. The moonlight, entwined with the flickering firelight, danced in Blake's eyes, and he felt his gaze grow distant. If he followed the narrative's progression, surely he would find his way back to that familiar single-room apartment, where he could resume his former existence. Despite the potential for criticism from others, it was nevertheless a means of survival, much like his current endeavor to carve out a living in this strange world. If not burdened by the fate of a villain, remaining here wouldn't be so bad after all. Chapter 38. A turn of events. As dawn broke, Blake emerged early from the tent. After stretching his limbs, stiff from a prolonged sleeping posture, he glanced at the now cold fire pit, where only a pile of gray ash remained. The morning chill in the forest prompted him to pull up his collar for warmth. You rise early, he remarked, observing Lilina, who was curled up against a tree, draped in a large coat, smiling as she greeted him. Yes, I need to prepare some food, Blake replied. As Lilina stood, she carefully returned the coat to him. Thank you for the coat. It kept me quite warm, Blake said, accepting the garment. You could rest a bit longer, Lilina suggested, yawning and shaking her head. I've rested enough. But you've only slept for 3 hours since the shift began. I managed to rest my eyes a bit during the night watch, Blake responded, choosing not to engage in further morning pleasantries with Lilina, instead lifting the nearby bundle. Inside, besides a sharpened dagger, lay some tools he had crafted the previous day. Since we cannot gather food, we must rely on hunting, he declared. Are you planning to go fishing? Lilina observed keenly as Blake retrieved his fishing gear. Indeed. Early morning is prime fishing time, he affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Lilina suggested, I'll accompany you. Really, it's not necessary, Blake insisted. Please don't refuse me. I can lend a hand, she interjected, taking the bundle from Blake's grasp. Accepting your kindness and care makes me feel guilty. Blake regarded Lilina thoughtfully, weighing the sincerity of her words. Very well. Should I wait, Catherine? 3 of us might work more efficiently. Blake halted her, glancing at the still tent. Let her stay here. Someone needs to guard the camp. All right. But is it truly safe to leave her alone? Lilina questioned, recalling Catherine's performance the previous day with some doubt. She regretted not offering the administrator a few favors to select a more reliable teammate. This one had proven utterly useless. The duo navigated through the forest, heading south, as Blake had already scouted the area for water the previous day. As the sound of the stream grew more distinct, Lilina realized they were nearing their destination. Anticipation welled within her, having only sipped a couple of gulps of water the previous night due to anxiety. She felt quite parched now. Wait, Blake suddenly halted, raising a hand to stop Lilina. Then without further ado, he grasped her wrist and pulled her behind a tree. What's wrong? Shoo, Blake signaled for silence, turning his face towards the direction they were about to traverse. Lilina followed his gaze, furrowing her brow. At first glance, she assumed they were merely 2 ordinary tree trunks. However, upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. These were not trees at all. Rather, they were 2 figures cloaked in dark brown capes. The color of their cloaks blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, and the fabric that covered their faces enveloped them entirely, making it easy to mistake them for trees if one did not look closely. This caused her to momentarily overlook them. Alas, having gone all night without rest, she felt utterly exhausted. It was indeed a laborious task. Yet, the search must be conducted thoroughly. After all, what if a student had been overlooked? Was it not a futile endeavor? This was certainly not part of their examination area, and who in their right mind would venture deep into the forest? It was a waste of time indeed. But wait, did that sound like someone from the school? Should we seek their assistance? Hearing their conversation, Lilina felt a flicker of hope amidst the pressure and unease that had been building within her. even she was nearing her limit. At the very least, they ought to ascertain what was happening. However, in the next moment, Blake pulled her back forcefully. Is there something moving over there? The cloaked figures had noticed the disturbance on their side. I'll go take a look. One of the cloaked figures approached the spot where Blake and Lilina had just been, scanning the surroundings. Finding nothing, he directed his gaze to a nearby thicket that could conceal a figure. As he crept closer, something suddenly shot out from the underbrush. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black dagger flew forth. The object that had just emerged was struck directly by the dagger, which pinned it against a tree with a resounding thud. Upon inspection, they discovered a rabbit-like sprite firmly affixed to the tree, its legs twitching a few times before it succumbed to death. How trivial. Just a low-level sprite. No need for such alarm, remarked the cloaked figure, lifting the sprite's lifeless body. Stay alert. Let us not forget the boss's orders. If any living soul passes through here, we want to live to tell the tale. Understood. Let us continue our patrol. As their voices faded into the distance, a faint rustle emerged from the thicket. Blake pressed Lilina down, covering her mouth with one hand while gripping the hilt of his sword with the other, peering through the gaps in the foliage to observe the situation outside. Once he confirmed their departure, he slowly released his hand from Lilina's mouth. Fortunately, the sound of the nearby stream masked some of their noise. Otherwise, they might have been discovered. It seemed that the cloaked figures would not heed her cries for help. Who are these people? Lilina rose, brushing the dirt from her clothes. She glanced at the tree, now marked by a hole that almost pierced through it, sending a chill down her spine. Had Blake not intervened, that dagger might very well have struck her. They were likely the instigators of this entire incident. That was truly a close call, and she was grateful to Blake. But what were these individuals planning? Blake remained silent, deep in thought. The situation felt amiss. Wasn't their purpose to oversee the examination? Why then were they stationed at the perimeter of the barrier? Moreover, from their conversation, it seemed they were guarding this area to prevent anyone from venturing deeper into the forest. What could their objective be? Beyond that barrier lay the central zone, a place of obvious significance. Could it be that their aim was the it? What should we do now? Lilina surveyed her surroundings, refraining from making any hasty movements. Uncertain if the cloaked figures still lingered nearby. We should return and gather our things. This area is no longer safe, Blake advised. The two remained vigilant as they stealthily made their way back to camp. Upon their return, they found Catherine seemingly gnawing on a piece of bread. Upon spotting them, she quickly hid the bread behind her back. Why are you back so soon? She stammered, attempting to conceal her hidden stash. Blake ignored her, focusing instead on packing up their belongings. We need to leave immediately. Now. So suddenly, Catherine watched as they began to gather their things, realizing the gravity of the situation. She glanced in the direction they had come from, and then rose to assist in the packing. Blake stuffed the fabric for the tent back into their pack and carelessly discarded the stakes into the nearby underbrush. After completing these tasks, he remembered to bury the charcoal with dirt. Otherwise, they might alert the cloaked figures to their presence. In less than half an hour, they had packed all their belongings and erased any trace of their stay. Where do we go now? Lilina inquired, glancing back at the unyielding barrier. Should they continue deeper or retrace their steps? Returning seemed improbable. Blake quickly assessed the situation. Let us see if we can circumvent the barrier. Although this had been a discarded idea of his, given the current circumstances, it was their only option. What on earth happened? Catherine, still bewildered, asked. What were you doing all morning? Time is of the essence. We must leave this place first. We can explain on the way, Blake replied. Oh, all right. Just then, Blake suddenly turned, alarmed. Oh no. Indeed, the two cloaked figures that had previously departed in the opposite direction now stood directly in front of them. I told you. Let them escape, and they might lead us to other stragglers, one cloaked figure boasted to the other. Enough chatter. It seems this is their hiding place. I can't believe someone actually managed to escape the barrier. What do we do now? Lilina whispered to Blake, clearly prepared for battle, ready to chant a spell. Blake remained silent, gripping the hilt of his sword with his right hand, his left poised to cast a spell, adopting a defensive stance. The fact that the adversaries had managed to shadow them undetected hinted at their formidable strength. A preliminary assessment indicated that they were likely not opponents that the three of them could handle at this moment. Hey, kids, this place is dangerous. Come with us. I'll get you out of here. A low laugh emanated from the cloaked figures as they approached. Your words lack credibility when you're wielding a dagger, Blake retorted, his grip tightening on his sword as he eyed the encroaching figures. In an instant, Lilina waved her hand, sending a bolt of lightning toward one of the figures. She had been quietly chanting all along. Almost simultaneously, Blake unleashed a similar bolt toward the other. The two acted in perfect synchrony. They had hoped for a successful ambush. But to their surprise, the adversaries seemed to anticipate their attack, effortlessly sidestepping the strikes. The discharged lightning left charred marks on the distant tree bark. The two figures, having evaded the attack, chuckled beneath their hoods. Too naive. It would be best for you to remain still. This will all be over soon. At that moment, the two figures flanked Lilina, Blake, and Catherine, effectively blocking any escape routes. Catherine trembled, shrinking behind the two, her voice quaking. What do we do now? Are we doomed? Blake paid no heed to Catherine, who clutched at his sleeve in desperation. His gaze remained fixed upon the two individuals, fingers gripping the hilt of his sword. Yet he refrained from unsheathing it or invoking any incantations, seemingly biding his time. It soon became evident that these two were far from ordinary. They effortlessly evaded Lilina's ambush. Considering that the speed of lightning is only surpassed by that of Windblade. Although they appeared relaxed and self-assured, their movements revealed no discernible vulnerabilities, attesting to their wealth of experience. Abandon any thoughts of resistance. Futile endeavors will only amplify your suffering before the end. At this juncture, the cloaked figure had approached within mere 3 meters of the trio, not neglecting to mock his prey. Blame yourselves for failing to adhere to the examination rules and running amok. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Blake swiftly unsheathed his sword, driving it into the soft earth laden with charcoal, and with a vigorous thrust, he sent a cloud of dust soaring into the air, obscuring the vision of the two adversaries. In an instant, several wind blades sliced through the dust, hurtling toward them with ferocity. However, the opponents, relying solely on their acute perception, deftly drew their daggers and effortlessly thwarted Blake's surprise attack. How pitifully futile, they mused. It would be wiser for us to conserve our energy. As the dust settled, the three figures that had stood there moments ago had vanished without a trace. Curse it. They've escaped. I am aware. I am not blind. The man roared, his fury ignited by the realization of being toyed with as the hunter. Damn it. Pursue them. Capture them alive. I want to torment them slowly. Meanwhile, the trio that had seized the opportunity to flee was hastily distancing themselves, their pace unwavering. First, we must flee deeper into the forest. Chapter 39. Predicament. The three darted swiftly through the trees, discarding all unnecessary items to enhance their speed. Even so, they dared not relent, for the two pursuers could close in at any moment. With their escape route irrevocably severed, they had no choice but to delve deeper into the woods. Yet Blake understood all too well that this strategy was unsustainable. They would inevitably be caught. Their pursuers were adept at navigating the thickets and plains, and in the forest, their ability to discern traces of prey and their speed would undoubtedly surpass that of Blake and his companions. A solution must be found. Suddenly, a fork in the path emerged before them. Which way should we go? Lilina inquired, opting to heed Blake's judgment in this dire circumstance. To the right, Blake decisively declared. He had previously traversed this area for a side quest and was familiar with its paths. The left route led to an expansive plain, which, while convenient for signaling for help, would likely render them live targets before assistance could arrive. Conversely, the right path led toward the secret instance known as Howling Southern Wind's Grey Wolf, where the intricate environment could aid in concealing their presence. Damn it! Where have those individuals run off to? Have they simply allowed those students to escape? The cloaked figure surveyed his surroundings, puzzled by the absence of the members who were supposed to be stationed nearby to intercept the fleeing trio. I don't know. I just sent out a regional signal. But no one responded. These unreliable fools during critical moments, the cloaked figure cursed. The two men ultimately halted at the fork. Which direction did they take? The man crouched down, feeling the ground beneath him. There were unmistakable footprints on the left path, freshly made. The right path bore traces as well. So you mean they split up? It seems so. What shall we do? Should we chase the right path? After all, if they disrupt our plans, no? We must pursue both sides. The man interrupted his companion. If the other side escapes, they could potentially alert others, thus jeopardizing our plans. You take the left, and I'll take the right. Understood. The two separated, each pursuing a different path. At last, they arrived at a clearing, and upon confirming that no one was following, they paused to regroup. Surely, we haven't been followed? Blake shook his head, uncertain, but it was only a matter of time. However, one thing struck him as peculiar. Peculiar? Yes, it feels a bit too easy. What do you mean? Throughout our flight, Blake had observed that aside from the two who pursued us, we encountered virtually no obstacles. Lilina pondered for a moment. Indeed, although their objectives remained unclear, it was evident that their pursuers operated as a coordinated group, yet thus far, they had only encountered two of them, which seemed illogical. Most critically, having been preoccupied with fleeing, I didn't have the chance to mention something that has been troubling me. Lelina suddenly recalled a matter of concern. Turning to glance back in the direction they had come from. During our escape, I maintained my magical perception and sensed a rather strange magical trace. I'm unsure if it should even be called magical. What do you mean? Lelina sighed. I am not certain either. It was merely a faint fluctuation, so I can't tell if it was a mere illusion. Blake contemplated this for a moment. What about Catherine? She fled in another direction at the fork. Lelina finally remembered. Blake rubbed his head. It was too late to go back for her, for it appeared that they had stumbled into some trouble as well. As he spoke, a figure emerged slowly from the trees. Why have you stopped running? Are you prepared to accept your fate? The cloaked figure removed his mask, revealing a rugged face twisted in a sinister grin. The prominent scar running from his temple to his chin rendered him even more menacing. Catherine halted, glancing back. It seems you finally arrived. You are quite slow. The cloaked figure, seeing Lelina cease her flight, assumed she had surrendered. How considerate. If only you had done so earlier, we could have spared each other the waste of time and energy. As the figure advanced, Catherine gradually extended her arms, exhaling a sigh of relief. Finally, I am no longer under observation. At this moment, Catherine had shed the panic and fear she previously exhibited, adopting an air of detached nonchalance. She appeared as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. The cloaked figure regarded her with confusion, incredulous that she could so leisurely move her limbs in his presence. This infuriated him. Hey, are you belittling me? In response to the enraged man, Catherine merely cast a languid glance in his direction. Oh, I apologize. Your cloak blends so well with the surroundings that I inadvertently forgot about you. You insolent. The man furiously produced a vial, pouring the viscous green liquid over his silver dagger. The corrosive substance emitted a foul, acrid odor as it made contact, and the dagger began to bubble with corrosive vapors. As for the price of your disdain, I shall make you experience a fate worse than death. Catherine remained motionless, gazing at him with her murky, vacant eyes. Prepare to die? The man lunged forward with his dagger. Are you from the Lalic family? The man glanced at Blake's torn sleeve, then raised his gaze to meet Blake's, frowning. At this moment, Blake appeared far from optimal, covered in various wounds, bloodstains obscuring half of his face. Beside him, Lelina was in no better condition, although Blake had shielded her from much of the damage. Her continuous use of magic to assist Blake had left her nearly depleted of energy. She appeared pale, breathing heavily, yet her magic left no trace upon the adversary, which was exceedingly strange. As her magic approached the adversary, it felt as if it encountered an invisible barrier, causing her power to diminish significantly, rendering the opponent capable of easily deflecting her attack. Lelina surmised that this phenomenon was likely linked to the dark brown cloak draped over her foe. She observed the emergence of intricate runes shimmering with light on the cloak as her magic drew near, just as she intended to alert Blake. He appeared to have already sensed the peril. Do not waste your magical energy just yet. We must reserve enough strength for a potential escape, she urged, her concern for Blake's injuries evident. I can endure, he replied, though his focus remained unwavering on the formidable enemy, who had ceased his assault. His piercing gaze fixed on Blake, laced with confusion. But I thought that powerful clan had been annihilated? Blake remained silent, his grip on the sword tight, maintaining distance from his opponent, acutely aware that any lapse in vigilance could be fatal. He was both cautious and contemplative, refusing to abandon his search for a way out of this dire situation. Against an opponent of superior strength, the most effective strategy would be a surprise attack. Should he utilize the Tears of Fenrir? The magically charged crystal could potentially unleash 3 to 4 mid-level spells. However, Blake quickly dismissed the thought. No. Not only is there no guarantee of hitting the target, but even if I do, if it doesn't incapacitate him, subsequent attacks would be futile. His opponent was an experienced hunter, meaning they would have only one chance to strike when a weakness presented itself. Reluctant to respond. No matter. I am quite certain that your swordsmanship originates from that clan. I cannot be mistaken, the man said, stroking his short beard, seemingly in no hurry to harm Blake. To be honest, their kind has caused us considerable trouble in the past. He shrugged, continuing, but thanks to the absurd actions of your great ruler, who severed his own arm, I find it rather amusing to encounter you again. With a swift motion, the man tore off his cloak, revealing garments stitched from animal hide. He drew a curved dagger from his waist, excitement gleaming on his fierce visage. I have a premonition that today I shall avenge past humiliations. In an instant, with his muscular legs coiled, he launched himself forward like a cannonball. Get out of the way. Blake barely had time to react, pushing Lelina aside and instinctively raising his sword in defense. The impact was tremendous, akin to being struck head-on by a freight truck. causing his insides to jolt violently. The force of the man's charge sent Blake careening backwards into the woods behind him, both of them spiraling out of control. "Senior," Raylena called after Blake as he disappeared, but received no reply. All that remained was the sight of trees toppled in the wake of their passage. Just as she prepared to assist, she hesitated, realizing this moment presented an extraordinary opportunity for escape. The man's attention was entirely focused on Blake. She glanced back toward the path leading to the forest's edge, noting that another adversary had been diverted by Catherine. Now is the time to flee. This opportunity is unparalleled and will not present itself again. Should either Blake or Catherine fall, this chance will vanish. Yet, as she contemplated the nearby escape route, her gaze drifted back to the unseen duo. The memory of Blake's instinctive push to protect her surged in her mind. His actions had been so immediate and unhesitating, as if driven by sheer instinct. "Am I mad?" she whispered, biting her lip as she wrestled with her decision. Finally, she turned and dashed toward the direction Blake had taken. Chapter 40. The little mouse Catherine toyed with a dagger smeared in a viscous liquid, bringing it to her nose for a whiff, only to recoil at the acrid scent. "What poor taste, wouldn't you agree?" No one answered, as the man before her was bound tightly by a slender iron chain, his legs contorted in a grotesque manner. He emitted muffled cries of agony, reduced to writhing on the ground like a worm, struggling for breath amidst the restrictive bindings. "Silence. I am not addressing you," Catherine remarked, glancing at a nearby tree, though it revealed nothing. "Are you merely going to watch?" A gust of wind stirred, and the ground beneath the tree cracked, heaving upwards as a figure emerged from the earth. Dressed similarly in a cloak, but unlike the man on the ground, his garment was pitch black, resembling a shadow rising from the soil. "Your concealment skills are impressive. I spent considerable time searching for you. Spare me. You could not trace my path, let alone his," Catherine retorted, kicking the struggling man. "Behave yourself, or I'll shove this dagger down your throat." She aimed the blade menacingly at him, prompting an immediate silence. "Do not kill him," the shadow interjected, glancing at the man. "Spare his life. My master has questions for him." "Understood," Catherine replied, though she showed no inclination to loosen the man's bindings. The shadow sighed. "You remain as ruthless as ever. It's a wonder you can disguise yourself so timidly." Catherine shot him a glare. "Enough chatter. State your purpose for being here." "My mission should not yet be concluded." The shadow's tone grew serious. "You missed your meeting last night. The master is displeased." At this, Catherine pressed her forehead. The master's insight was surprisingly keen. He had likely sensed her unease and had kept a watchful eye on her. "You'll need to explain that to the master yourself," she said, frowning. "Now, he seems to be in a bit of trouble." The shadow finally raised his head, revealing a goat-headed mask beneath the cloak. "That matter need not concern you. The master requires your immediate return." He tossed a mask into Catherine's hands. She took it, but did not hastily don it. Instead, she ran her fingers through her disheveled hair, smoothing it before forcefully wiping her face. The freckles that had adorned her features vanished as if erased by paint. Now, her visage, delicate as porcelain, was laid bare to the sunlight. Without pausing to admire her reflection, she promptly put on the mask, concealing her true appearance. "Your masked visage suits you far better," the shadow remarked. "Your face and your demeanor are starkly mismatched." Catherine ignored him. "Where's the master? Take me to her." "No need," the shadow replied, shaking his head as he gazed in a particular direction. "The master has already arrived." Catherine turned to follow his gaze. Amidst the sparse sounds of movement, a figure emerged from the nearby woods. Dressed in a black operational cloak, Alice appeared, her long black hair cascading down. Her cold gaze emanated an ominous aura, imbued with an unsettling magical presence. What is even more chilling is that at this moment, she clutched a barely alive man, dragging him by the collar as if he were merely an object. Approaching the two, Wei Yong and Catherine immediately knelt. Alice carelessly discarded the man, akin to tossing aside refuse, onto the ground beside the struggling figure. The kneeling figure, referred to as Mouse, lifted his head. "What have you discovered?" Mouse reported earnestly. "Initially, I believe their target was the candidates, but it appears that this is not so straightforward. The candidates seem to serve merely as a diversion." "Oh, and what of your surveillance, Wei Yong?" Wei Yong responded, "As per your instructions, I tracked several of their members and found that they linger around the entrance to the heart of the forest. However, since you specifically ordered not to disturb them, I could not delve deeper." After listening to the reports, Alice lowered her head and contemplated for a moment before raising it once more to gaze at Mouse. "You have spared a survivor?" "Yes, he is right here." Mouse indicated towards the man who had just been discarded on the ground. But the next moment he froze in shock. Not only the man he had captured, but even the one Alice had dragged over showed no signs of life. Their eyes, Noses and ears bled profusely, their wide eyes fixed in a desperate stare, both having met a similar fate. Wei Yong hurriedly approached them, crouching down to assess their condition. It appeared they had some form of poison implanted in their teeth. Once they bit down with force, they would ingest the toxin. Wei Yong remarked, observing the shattered teeth in their mouths. Mouse immediately apologized. I am sorry, it was my oversight. It matters not. Their intentions are quite evident, Alice remarked, her gaze drifting towards the distant ancient tree. Let us proceed. Yes, indeed. A swift blade of wind was deftly evaded by the man, who then wielded his curved dagger, seeking opportunities to close in on Blake. This nearly undetectable wind attack posed a challenge for him, necessitating a heightened state of vigilance. As the adversary dodged and advanced, Blake discerned that, compared to the opponent's sharp physical reflexes, they appeared less adept at magic. At this juncture, he had begun to grasp the assailant's method of attack. Thus he continuously utilized rapid wind blades to wear down his opponent. The curved dagger, glimmering with a hint of white light, arced through the air. Just as it was about to touch him, Blake leveraged inertia to create distance once more, where he had stood moments before. The dagger embedded itself into an adjacent ancient tree, leaving a 2-inch deep gouge. It was evident that a single hit from the opponent would be fatal. The man withdrew the blade from the tree. Impressive agility. Such ghostly movements are reminiscent, yet still lacking in many aspects. Suddenly, the man felt a warm sensation at the corner of his left eye. Puzzled, he reached up to touch it. Upon seeing the viscous liquid on his hand, he was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze to the sword in Blake's grip, where droplets of blood were cascading down the sharp blade. Realization dawned on him, and he swiftly used his finely honed dagger as a mirror to examine himself. A laceration, extending from the corner of his eye to his ear, was oozing blood. Staring at the wound, he momentarily lost focus. Chapter 41. Have you lost your mind? Rain washed away the numerous corpses, mingling with blood to turn the plain into a pool of crimson. The silver longsword emitted a piercing shriek accompanied by thunder on the battlefield, as the creature seemed intent on slaughtering all within sight. Those who approached her were toppled by the gushing blood. The remaining individuals howled as they surged forward. The man, pinned beneath the body of a comrade, could only observe this scene through a blurred vision. The creature's crimson eyes shone vividly in the rain-soaked night, appearing as pure blood-colored glass cleansed by the downpour. Rain cascaded from her obsidian-like hair, while her longsword dripped with warm blood, intertwining with the cold raindrops to create an eerie mist in midair. The man regained his senses, reaching towards the long-healed scar on his right cheek. Truly, this brings back that unforgettable and loathsome memory. Ha 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 ha. In Blake's watchful gaze, the man erupted into a fit of mad laughter. Seizing the moment, Blake quietly began chanting a mid-level spell. After the laughter subsided, the man tightened his grip on the curved dagger. This time, I shall not flee. With that declaration, he charged at Blake like a frenzied beast, moving with such speed that Blake was compelled to cease his unfinished spell and resort to swift wind blades to impede the man's advance. However, the beast chose to directly disregard the wind blades Blake unleashed. The sharp, invisible blades left numerous marks upon his body, yet he exhibited no intention of evasion or even defense. In this almost suicidal charge, Blake found himself unexpectedly captured. Ugh! The man's large, rough hand instantly clamped around Blake's throat, dragging him backward. Blake's body crashed forcefully against a tree, causing it to lean precariously. In this entanglement, a closer look revealed that it was the man's dagger that connected them. Blake was forcibly impaled against the tree. Blake! At that moment, the newly arrived Leilina witnessed the scene and cried out his name. Do not come any closer. He seemed to expend his last ounce of strength to deter her approach. Oh, even on the brink of death, you still worry for others? The man sneered, twisting the dagger in his grasp. Blake coughed violently, expelling a thick glob of blood. His hand clutched desperately at the man's wrist, attempting to push it away, but he lacked the strength to do so. Do you have any last words before you perish? The man taunted, observing Blake, who was pinned against the tree, his struggles now rendering him a defenseless prey in the man's eyes. He decided to toy with his victim a moment longer. How about begging for mercy? Speak, and perhaps I shall spare you. Due to the blood loss from his abdomen, Blake's eyes gradually dimmed, and his lips trembled as if he were attempting to utter something. Have you lost your voice? The man, caught off guard, leaned closer to Blake's lips, eager to discern what the young man might wish to express in his final moments, relishing the prospect of hearing his last words. Blood continuously spilled from Blake's mouth. As the man leaned in, he finally caught the words Blake spoke. You seem rather cold. Allow me to warm you. Blake directed his other palm towards the man, tendrils of magic emanating from his collar as two arcs of lightning rapidly coalesced in his hand. Even as the blade pierced him, the pain did not halt his incantation. He continued to cast his spell at the utmost speed. The notion of surrender seemed entirely absent from his lexicon. At that moment, the man sought to withdraw, but Blake's hand clutched his, like a rusty clamp, refusing to let go. In an unexpected twist, Blake's simultaneous casting of two mid-level spells failed again, resulting in an explosion. Perhaps this was his true intent. A blinding light illuminated the two, the intense heat instantly evaporating the moisture from their bodies as they began to dissolve within the brilliance. Hey! Boom! Lylina's shout was completely drowned out by the explosion. The overwhelming wave of heat forced her to shield her face and eyes with her arms, as she struggled to maintain her balance amidst the colossal gust. As the tumult that had swept through the vicinity gradually subsided, Lylina, disregarding her injured leg, stumbled towards the spot where Blake had just been. Upon reaching the epicenter of the explosion, she was met with the harrowing sight of Blake, severely burned. His face was charred, and particularly his left hand, which had been used for casting spells, appeared grotesque, with layers of skin seared away, exposing raw flesh. Lylina knelt beside him, assessing his condition, momentarily unable to discern whether he was still breathing. She glanced towards the man who had been nearby. He too bore the marks of severe burns. The immense force of the blast had propelled him several dozen meters away, where he lay unconscious against a tree. The man was paying the price for his arrogance, having foolishly removed his protective cloak to engage Blake in close combat. "How are you?" A weak voice broke the silence. Lylina jolted, quickly turning to support Blake's head, removing her clothing to use as a cushion. "Don't speak. You're gravely injured." She retrieved a small vial of green potion from her pocket, uncorked it, and administered it to Blake. Lacking knowledge of divine magic and unable to seek external aid, she relied solely on the healing potion to alleviate his suffering. Evidently, the potion had a modest effect, though Blake remained weak. His breathing had steadied somewhat compared to his previous near-lifeless state. "It hurts." Blake gritted his teeth, the pain escaping through clenched jaws. "You're aware of that?" "I thought you were devoid of pain," Lylina exclaimed incredulously. "Is it not monstrous to extract nails with bare hands?" "Who? What nails?" Blake remained silent, and Lylina ceased her inquiries, hastily tearing open his school uniform to tend to his wounds. Removing the blood-soaked clothing proved laborious, despite its already ravaged state. Beneath the outer layer, a lining adorned with gray scales was revealed. The fabric was smooth overall, yet exceptionally tough, resembling armor composed of myriad small scales. It seemed this inner layer had absorbed much of the explosion's force, yet Blake's body was still riddled with injuries. Most concerning was the wound on his abdomen, which continued to bleed profusely. A dagger had pierced through the protective layer and into his flesh. "I need to remove this garment. Otherwise, I cannot bandage the wound." Blake nodded, struggling to sit up with the aid of his arms, attempting to peel off the thin layer of clothing. However, it clung tightly to his body, and even the slightest movement sent jolts of pain through his injury. The simplicity of this action caused him to gasp sharply. "It truly hurts." "Are you mad?" Lylina exclaimed, alarmed, swiftly restraining him. "If you move recklessly, the bleeding will worsen. Let me assist you." With a knife in hand, she carefully cut away the fabric near the wound. Due to its peculiar texture, it took her considerable time to make a small incision. The wound was now fully exposed. After clearing away the surrounding blood, she gently lifted Blake's arm and helped him remove the garment. After examining the wound, Lylina stood and said, "Wait here. I shall return shortly." Blake did not inquire about her intentions. He simply closed his eyes to rest, enveloped by a profound sense of pain and fatigue. It was not until he heard footsteps that he slowly opened his eyes. Lylina was beside him, crouching with a simple earthen bowl crafted from magic, diligently stirring a concoction. Upon completion, Blake observed the viscous green liquid within the bowl and realized she was preparing herbal remedies. "Do not worry. I have studied herbal medicine," Lylina assured him, applying the mixture to his wounds. Blake gasped as the unground herbs stung like coarse salt upon his injuries. Given the limited resources, this was the best they could manage. They still needed to find a way to contact the academy for proper treatment. Lylina tore a strip from her skirt, wrapping it around Blake's waist to secure the dressing. "Done," she sighed, wiping the sweat from her brow. "What about that man?" Blake suddenly inquired. "He's likely dead, but," she began, only to stop short, her body shuddering. The man who had been unconscious beneath the tree was now nowhere to be seen. Instantly on high alert, she scanned their surroundings. "We should leave this place," Blake suggested, signaling her not to worry. The fact that the man had not seized the opportunity to ambush while Leilina tended to him indicated that he lacked the confidence to confront her in her current state. Compared to Blake, the man was probably not in a better condition. Is it not wiser to await rescue? The professors must have noticed the commotion. And your injuries do not permit immediate movement. Blake leaned against a tree, slowly rising, a grave expression on his face as he surveyed the still intact barrier in the distance. The professors are likely preoccupied with rescuing students from the exam. They would not anticipate anyone being trapped outside the barrier. Though harsh, it was evident that they might not receive any aid in the near future. We should find a place to hide until the turmoil subsides, then seek assistance, Blake proposed. With Odil's extensive and sensitive perception magic, any noise we make could attract attention. Yet, since he remains inactive, it suggests he is currently focused on dismantling the barrier outside, leaving us unobserved. If we linger here and wait for him to return with allies, our current state offers no possibility of escape, despite their differing opinions. Leilina moved closer to support Blake, preparing to leave. Allow me to assist you, she offered. Throughout this ordeal, Blake's judgments had proven rational and accurate, so she chose to heed his advice this time. She was not obstinate. She merely adapted her plans as needed to achieve her objectives. Chapter 42. Encountering a madman. Damn it, I've truly encountered a madman. The man leaned against a tree, unsteadily navigating through the woods. Although he had covered some distance, he continued to curse under his breath. To have fallen into the hands of such a wretched child. This is akin to a hawk being blinded by its prey. Suddenly, he noticed movement nearby, halting in his tracks to turn and look. Through his blurred vision, he discerned 3 cloaked figures emerging from the adjacent thicket. You bastards! Where have you been? What else with this leisurely pace? Are you out for a stroll? He shouted, his voice laced with anger. Yet the figures seemed unperturbed, offering no response as they approached him. Hey, are you deaf or mute? If you aren't blind, hurry and come help me. As they drew nearer, he noticed something amiss. Their cloaks were not the same as the specially designed ones they typically wore. This was pure black. Who are you? He realized something was wrong. The 3 figures continued to remain silent, stepping directly in front of him. Hey, if you don't identify yourselves, don't blame me for being rude. The man brandished a dagger from his waist, pointing it at them. The leader of the dark-clad individuals appeared unfazed, ignoring both his warning and the weapon in his hand as he approached him directly. She slowly lifted her head, revealing a pair of crimson eyes beneath her cloak. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the man was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by an uncontrollable tremor. It's you. It's truly you. You are still alive. He would recognize those eyes anywhere. At that instant, he felt as though he were gazing upon a howling beast. Dropping the knife from his hand and retreating in a panicked shout, the cloaked figure did not hinder his escape, seemingly allowing him to flee unimpeded. However, just as he dashed away several meters, a hand beneath the cloak twitched slightly. A blade, forged from swirling black mist, sliced through the air with a fierce wind. The man fell instantly, silenced. In his final moments, he looked at her, and the scene before him eerily overlapped with a rain-soaked night from years past. That day was known among the tribes of the plains as the Night of the Blood Moon. The cloaked figure appeared certain of his demise, showing no inclination to check for his pulse. At that moment, another shadow approached from behind her. He was the one who had chased after Blake. Should we investigate the situation? Alice glanced in the direction the man had come from. Just moments ago, there had been a commotion from this side. Why was there no one here? The leader approached a tree ravaged by the explosion, touching its still warm trunk. Traces of magical combat lingered here. They could not have gone far. Why are there only these individuals? It's unclear. I attempted to contact others using the communication runes, but many have gone silent. What should we do now? Let us disregard them. It seems there are troubles at the examination site. Inform the remaining members to disperse and gradually compress deeper into the forest. We must eliminate potential threats. The leader, a barbarian, lowered his cloak, revealing his white beard. Slightly curled. Everything is proceeding according to plan. We have temporarily contained it. We cannot afford any mistakes at this crucial moment. In a secluded cave, Leilina placed some foraged wild fruits on a bed of leaves before Blake, then proceeded to examine his wounds. This place was one Blake had guided her to find. Suddenly, the barrier of the examination site weakened significantly, but unfortunately, those individuals had blocked the escape route. Leilina began to change Blake's bandages. They seemed to be tightening the encirclement, and it was only a matter of time before they would be discovered. Blake picked up a red fruit that Leilina had found and popped it into his mouth. It was somewhat astringent. However, he needed to find a way to replenish his hydration and stamina, so he could not be too discerning. Not daring to stray too far, he could only search for anything that could barely be considered food nearby. Watching Blake consume the fruit, Lylina also took one and bit into it. The water source had been cut off by the enemy. They seemed intent on dragging them to their demise. They now faced the most fundamental issue of survival, suddenly. She felt that the slime faction was not so bad after all. Lylina grimaced at the bitterness of the wild fruit. Blake remained silent. It must be said, Lylina's analysis held merit. Compared to the external dangers, they might perish from hunger before any rescue arrived. The two of them had hardly eaten since their journey began last night. Blake watched as Lylina tore another strip from her skirt to use as a bandage for his wound, though it was not the time to be concerned about such matters. He wished she would avert her gaze if possible. I apologize. Blake turned his eyes toward the cave's entrance. Everything was slipping out of control. He recalled his promise to ensure her safety. Lylina sighed and shook her head. Compared to those trapped within the barrier, whose fates were uncertain, at least their lives were still in their own hands, were they not? Perhaps. Blake's gaze remained fixed on the cave's mouth. What is that? Chattering. A small creature familiar to Blake suddenly appeared at the cave's entrance. This little sparrow, with whom he had once crossed paths, was now reunited with him. It seemed equally excited to see him, flapping its wings and flying toward him. It appeared that the wound he had bandaged was not yet fully healed. Now, it flitted about in the air, circling him and chirping. The sparrow's frantic demeanor seemed to indicate it was trying to guide Blake towards something outside the cave. Is it a sprite? Lylina assessed the sudden appearance of the creature, and upon identifying its nature, turned to Blake. Do you know it? Yes, let us follow it. As a creature residing deep in the forest, it was more familiar with the surroundings than they were. Last time, it had saved him considerable effort. Weighing the pros and cons, Blake decided to follow it rather than wait for an uncertain rescue. Blake and Lylina ventured deeper under the guidance of the sparrow. It seemed well acquainted with the terrain, and with its lead, they encountered little obstruction along the way. Senior, why not discuss with it? Lylina suddenly had an idea, covering her mouth as she leaned toward Blake. Since it is so familiar with this place, why not let it guide us out? As soon as Lylina spoke, the sparrow shot her an indignant look. Chatter, chatter. Although she could not understand, it was clear that it was not expressing friendly sentiments. Blake sighed. Let us follow it for now. It seems to have some fixation. He recalled its anxious demeanor and the wound it bore from their last encounter. Blake had an inkling. He was nearing the truth of a plot that the game had not alluded to. Eventually, upon arriving in a grove of pine trees, the sparrow suddenly halted. Blake and Lylina were taken aback by the scene before them. Horrific. Perhaps this word was most fitting. The area was strewn with the brutal scars of battle. Trees lay broken, and numerous corpses littered the ground, including both barbarian and elf bodies. The sparrow alighted on Blake's shoulder and pecked at him. Blake and Lylina exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to move cautiously forward. Until they heard a noise and arrived behind a tree, the sight before them left them in shock. Amidst the devastation, 6 cloaked men stood in a circle, surrounding a green hemispherical barrier. The green energy emanating from them immediately revealed their sage identities to Blake. They stood motionless in their respective positions, their magic flowing continuously into the runes on the ground, seemingly striving to maintain its stability. The hemispherical barrier bore a striking resemblance to the one enveloping the examination site, except that, unlike the vast expanse, it was only the size of a room. Yet it appeared more robust, the dense green completely obscuring what lay within. The violent sounds of impact from the barrier evidently indicated that something formidable was imprisoned inside. Even the enormous barrier surrounding the examination was merely sustained by 4 sages, yet this one, only room-sized, had 6. The heart of the forest, elves, barrier. Upon witnessing this scene, Blake seemed to grasp something. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a wind blade toward the barbarian sages maintaining the barrier. However, several waiting barbarian warriors leaped out from seemingly nowhere, blocking the attack in front of the sages. Do not let them approach. The barrier is weakening. Its power is fading. This is a crucial moment. With that command, the warriors stationed there surged toward Blake and Lylina. You should have at least informed me. Lylina expressed her dissatisfaction with Blake's sudden assault without prior notice. Break that barrier. Blake offered little explanation, merely shouting at Lylina, though she was unclear about the circumstances. She understood the gravity of the situation. While Lylina's words conveyed her displeasure, she promptly unleashed her magic to attack the enemy. The hem of her garment was lifted by the scorching winds, and the flames coalescing at her fingertips swelled dramatically as she chanted the incantation, surging towards her foes. Without granting them a moment's respite, she invoked her ice magic. The crystalline formations in her palms reflected a chilling light as massive ice shards erupted from the ground, impaling the frontline barbarians in place. Although she did not exhibit extraordinary close combat skills, Her mastery and comprehension of magic rivaled that of Blake. Fortunately, none of these adversaries resembled the man with the scar in their madness. Be cautious. Their weapons are poisoned. Blake dodged a flying bone blade. Observing the situation, he immediately moved in, forming a defensive stance back-to-back with Lilina. Together, they raised their hands, merging their differing magical attributes into a brilliant protective shield, temporarily obstructing the oncoming horde of enemies. The relentless arrows and magical projectiles were thwarted by the barrier, which was composed purely of magical energy. However, due to the continuous consumption of power, it could not endure as long as a conventional barrier spell. Blake's gaze swept across the enemy ranks as he silently noted their positions. Create an opportunity for me. You truly put me in a difficult position, but I shall do my utmost. At the moment Lilina dispelled the magical barrier, Blake dashed forward with his sword drawn. Lilina quickly cast a fire spell to cover him. But her target was not the enemy. It was the ice shard she had just conjured. As the fireball made contact with the massive ice crystal, dense steam erupted, shrouding the area in a mist that obscured Blake's position from the adversaries. Now is the time to counterattack. Blake, utilizing the elusive movements of the La Roche sword style, navigated through the enemies, invisibly dispatching them as he approached the sage maintaining the barrier. As he drew near, Blake swiftly hurled a dagger glinting with cold light amidst the steam. Stop him! The guards cried out, but it was clear they were too far to intervene in time. Success! Both Blake and Lilina sighed in relief. However, just as the dagger was about to strike one of the sages, a hand suddenly grasped it midair. You are too late, the sage complained. Humph, but not too late to prevent disaster, the bearded elder chuckled. He had finally arrived, accompanied by other barbarian members who had been patrolling outside, now surrounding Blake and Lilina completely. The two had lost their opportunity. The elder regarded them with a mocking gaze, akin to that of a predator observing its prey. Ah, the fleeing rodents. While one must admit their cunning, they are ultimately inconsequential, aren't they? The elder had been arrogantly twirling the dagger when he suddenly frowned. Why is it warm? He looked down, noticing something amiss with the dagger's handle. Gradually, the handle began to heat up and turn red. Boom. The dagger exploded. The elder instantly realized that Blake had previously cast fire magic on it. But it was too late. The sage closest to the dagger was thrown back by the blast. As one sage vacated the rune's position, the barrier weakened significantly. The concentration of the barrier diminished, revealing a massive silhouette flickering within. Not good. Maintain it. Despite the sage's urgent calls, they were evidently overwhelmed. In an instant, cracks began to form on the weakened barrier. Gradually, the fissures multiplied and widened until they spread throughout the entire barrier. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The barrier shattered into fragments. The sages maintaining the barrier were blasted away by the tremendous force. The ground trembled violently, as though something formidable was breaking free from its restraints. Everyone was compelled to halt, trembling in fear. What is that? Lilina shielded herself from the winds of the explosion, straining to gaze towards the barrier's remnants. However, as the smoke cleared and the wind subsided, she found nothing but emptiness. What on earth? Lilina furrowed her brow. Before she could finish her thought, the ground quivered slightly, as though something lurking beneath was awakening. Then, the fallen leaves began to stir. Initially, only a few twirled in the air, but soon, all the withered leaves of the forest were lifted by an unseen force, weaving into a fluttering golden net. Damn it! Retreat! The leading barbarian elder dismissed Blake and Lilina's presence and issued a retreat command, seemingly in fear of something. Yet, it was evidently too late. A colossal shadow streaked across the sky like lightning, too swift to discern its form. The next moment, an unexpected gale surged forth, uprooting trees and sending stones flying like bullets. The barbarians surrounding Blake and Lilina were swept away by this overwhelming force, tumbling through the air like kites with severed strings. They ultimately crashed to the ground, motionless. Blake and Lilina stood, stunned by the unfolding scene. Is this your backup plan? Lilina looked at Blake, who shook his head. Indeed, it is. Who? At that moment, Lilina followed Blake's gaze and focused her attention on a massive wolf appearing in the distance. It radiated a ghostly blue light, its eyes gleaming with icy malice, sharp fangs glinting ominously. It raised its head towards the sky, and a thunderous howl echoed throughout the forest. Chapter 43. King of the South Wind Wolves 1 has escaped. The giant wolf seemed indifferent to Blake and Lilina, slowly approaching while surveying the corpses on the ground. Blake inhaled deeply, sensing the gravity of the situation. As a highly exploratory open-world game, The Descendants of the Sias Academy, Sword Saint conceals numerous hidden rewards and storylines alongside a plethora of unknown dangers. For players solely focused on the main storyline, the most significant threat invariably emanates from the final boss behind the scenes. However, for those driven by exploration, the continent harbors numerous perilous entities beyond the final bosses of each narrative segment. Unlike the inevitable confrontations that arise as the story progresses, these threats can only be encountered by meeting hidden prerequisites or triggering corresponding hidden narratives. They are shrouded in enigma, some possessing power rivaling that of the main bosses. The massive wolf before them, glowing with azure luminescence, is one such entity. King of the South Wind, Codilis, Blake and Lylena gazed at the towering wolf, its emanating breeze offering a peculiar comfort while simultaneously exuding an intangible pressure. The mere aura of dominance it projected left them hesitant to act recklessly. Should we run? Lylena whispered. Do not move. Unlike Lylena's uncertainty and wariness in response to the evident danger, Blake was acutely aware of their precarious predicament. Although the wolf had yet to attack them for reasons unknown, any hasty actions could lead to dire consequences, similar to those surrounding them. As one of the hidden bosses of this game, it had once haunted many players' dreams. The novice players who have just completed the first act find themselves facing an almost insurmountable challenge. Consequently, many choose to progress through to the third or even fourth act, amassing sufficient strength before daring to confront it. Yet, even then, the difficulty remains immense. Thus, for those who, while navigating the first act's narrative, inadvertently tread into its territory, being sent back to start anew may indeed be a prudent choice. Did you rescue me? It inquired. Indeed, replied Blake. However, this did not alleviate the wariness and hostility exhibited by Codilis. Are you akin to those who came before? The colossal wolf's gaze fixated on the two of them. Though its mouth remained still, a voice emanated from its being, articulating human language. Only high elves possess the ability to comprehend humanity, and among them, few can learn and utilize human speech. As a distinguished high elf, Codilis was capable of such feats. Answer me, human, before I obliterate you with a tempest. Codilis's voice was raspy yet resonant. With its words, a fierce wind accompanied by an invisible pressure radiated from its form, suggesting that they might share the same fate as those who had come before. Clearly, we are not. Or else there would be no reason for us to have rescued you, Blake countered, bracing against the oncoming gusts. Yet this does not absolve you of the suspicion that you came here with ulterior motives. We did not intend to intrude upon your territory. We were merely pursued and sought refuge in haste, chased from the outskirts to the depths of the forest. As you can see, we are students of Science Academy, and we mistakenly wandered here due to an examination. Codilis scrutinized the uniforms worn by Blake and his companion, seemingly assessing the veracity of his claim. Blake maintained a calm demeanor while confronting this majestic creature, which exuded a formidable aura. Within the game, Codilis, as the sovereign of this forest, possessed an acute sense of territoriality, rendering it particularly averse to intruders encroaching upon its domain, the massive tree that loomed behind it. The underlying reasons for this were not explicitly delineated in the original narrative, leading many players to subconsciously assume that Codilis guarded this place due to the concealment of some world-shattering treasure. Historically, numerous individuals had sought to traverse this land, each invariably driven by some form of greed. Consequently, it is an indisputable fact that Codilis would unleash indiscriminate and ferocious tempestuous assaults on anyone daring to enter its private domain. However, at this moment, it exhibited no immediate inclination to attack the intruders, Blake and Lylena, granting them the opportunity to explain themselves. Suddenly, a small sparrow emerged from Blake's sleeve, fluttering toward Codilis while chirping animatedly. Ah, I see now. I merely wish to confirm their identities. You are aware that the current circumstances are rather dire, with many of our companions having perished. After conversing with Codilis for a brief moment, the sparrow made its way back to Blake's shoulder. Blake was taken aback by the revelation that the sparrow was acquainted with Codilis, and it seemed they shared a bond that transcended mere kinship. Did it seek his assistance upon realizing Codilis was in distress? My sincerest apologies, benefactor, Codilis said, lowering its head before them. Due to the incursion of outsiders, I must maintain a vigilant stance. Nevertheless, we were the ones who rescued you. Is this not somewhat impolite? Lylena, arms crossed, expressed her dissatisfaction with Codilis's earlier behavior. Given that most who venture into the depths of the forest harbor ulterior motives, I must ascertain your identities and intentions, Codilis elucidated. If we cannot prove our innocence, would you indeed attack us? Blake asked directly. That possibility cannot be dismissed, Codilis stated candidly. Is it not rather offensive to feel as though we have been wronged? Blake frowned, expressing his discontent with Codilis's seemingly ungrateful demeanor. even if it stemmed from a desire to remain cautious of unknown intentions. Suddenly, Cordelis's brow furrowed, and it leaned closer. The immense wolf head neared Blake, and under Blake's wary gaze, Cordelis observed him with its gleaming eyes, its nose slightly sniffing the air. I sensed a familiarity in your essence. Blake paused, then recalled something and retrieved a crystal pendant from his collar. Cordelis gazed at it for several moments, as if coming to an understanding. It is the tear of Fenrir, no wonder. Blake had just then remembered that the colossal wolf Fenrir was revered among the wolf clan as an ancestor, despite being merely a creature of legend. Yet this did not diminish its status as a symbol of faith, akin to how the devout regard their deities. While the initial interaction had been somewhat unpleasant, the crisis had indeed been averted. Come inside, benefactor. You are gravely wounded. As for apologies, we must first ensure your survival. Cordelis turned to lead the way into its sanctuary. The sparrow perched upon Blake's shoulder, chirping insistently as if urging him to follow. Blake nodded at Lylina, and with her support, he followed the great wolf into its dwelling. Chapter 44. The blessing of the southern wind. As they stepped into the secretive forest, the damp aroma of moss mingled with the scent of pine needles enveloped them. The hidden paths were flanked by trees, their vines cascading like curtains, while shafts of light danced among the intertwined branches. Each secret realm lay concealed in corners untouched by outsiders, often blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment to obscure their existence. This very nature incited an unwavering quest for exploration among players. This particular secret realm, situated at the heart of the expansive forest, followed suit. Only after traversing the dense foliage could one glimpse its true visage. At the center of the compact forest lay an open area encircled by trees, resembling a naturally formed basin. On an island at the lake's heart, a towering ancient tree, surveying the entire forest, unfurled its bronze-hued, intricately patterned branches. Its crown appeared to merge with the clouds, and the bark bore the markings of ancient totems. How astonishing! Such a place lies hidden within this forest, Lylina exclaimed, gazing up at the magnificent tree. Although it had been visible from afar, approaching it revealed a wholly different perspective. Indeed, it is truly breathtaking, Blake remarked. Perhaps it remains so pristine due to the scarcity of visitors. He recalled experiencing a similar epiphany during his first visit. Well, how unusual it is for you to invite humans here. Shouldn't you be out driving intruders away? Why have you lingered so long? A sharp voice interjected. Both Blake and Lylina looked skyward, where the sound originated. A massive shadow loomed over the ground, and upon raising their heads, they beheld an eagle-like spirit soaring above them. It gradually descended onto a branch, its folded wings adorned with flowing green patterns. Two guests at once. Though an eagle, if one were to close their eyes and solely listen to its voice, it could easily be mistaken for a parrot. He is injured. You should assist him. After Cordelis finished speaking, he leaped to rest beneath the colossal tree at the center of the lake. Having been trapped for an extended period by a barrier that could weaken him, he felt somewhat drained. Hey, don't start ordering me around as soon as you return. Although the eagle grumbled, it flapped its wings and flew over to where Blake and the others were. With its keen, eagle-like eyes, it scrutinized Blake's wound for a moment. It seemed he was not in immediate danger of death, so it suggested they sit beneath the tree over there. Lylina supported Blake as they made their way to the tree, where the soft grass felt like a layer of cotton beneath them, providing a great deal of comfort. Lylina examined Blake's injury. The recent bandaging had been followed by intense combat, causing the wound to reopen. I'm beginning to doubt whether you can feel pain at all, Lylina remarked, casting him an odd glance. How could that be? To be honest, it still hurts quite a bit. It's impressive that you can say that with a straight face. Shouting one to alleviate the pain. Indeed, you are quite the stubborn one, clinging to your pride. The latter comment seemed unnecessary, yet Lylina appeared to be attempting to engage Blake in conversation to distract him from the pain. After a while, the eagle returned, clutching several uniquely shaped herbs in its beak. Crush these and apply them to the wound. They can staunch the bleeding. I'll prepare something else. When it mentioned preparing, it merely stretched its wings slightly before awkwardly approaching Blake and slowly unfurling its wings. As the feathers fluttered, a green luminescence emanated from them, and Lylina noticed that it was a fine, dust-like substance reminiscent of phosphorescent powder. Honestly, it has been quite some time since I treated a human, but fortunately, my magic can still be effective on you. The eagle chattered on, seeming to have much to say, even to those it had just met. Your wound isn't too severe, but given the fragility of humans and your healing capabilities being inferior to ours, you are at a disadvantage. The ambient spirit energy helps us recover from injuries. Oh, have I not introduced myself yet? My name is Gooderly, and you may simply call me that. Please don't look at me with such strange eyes. I don't dislike humans, just those who are rude, like the invaders who just attacked Cordelis. Listening to the eagle's ramblings, Blake managed to extract a useful piece of information. So, the so-called threats posed by the barbarians to acquire the Great Grimoire were merely a guise. Their true objective lay elsewhere. And he gazed towards the massive wolf in the distance. I just heard Cordelis mention everything. First, I must express my gratitude to you, Gooderly noted, as Blake glanced at Cordelis. Also, I apologize for the trouble he has caused you. To be honest, his temperament has always been rather unpleasant. And I am one of the few who can tolerate him, Gooderly chuckled heartily. Blake and Lylena could not dispute that. Gooderly then noticed the small sparrow resting on Blake, and added, "And I've heard you saved Sister Hunter. I must express my gratitude once more for that." Sister Hunter? Blake and Lylena exchanged glances, looking down at the tiny sprite. Noticing their confusion, Gooderly emitted a lively laugh. Don't let her appearance fool you. She is actually 400 years old. In fact, she is older than both me and Cordelis. Hard to believe, I assenti it. Hunter hopped up and chirped at Gooderly, seemingly expressing her displeasure with his words. Blake and Lylena exchanged peculiar expressions. They glanced at the sprightly sparrow chattering away at Gooderly, and then at the enormous wolf in the distance. This little creature had existed longer than Cordelis. No wonder Cordelis had shown her a degree of respect earlier. You mentioned causing trouble? Lylena suddenly recalled something and furrowed her brow, asking, "Could you clarify what you meant by that?" Lylena had been puzzled about the invaders' intentions, but it seemed Gooderly had some insight. While channeling magic to heal Blake's wound, Gooderly explained, "In a sense, you are victims caught in this situation." Gooderly glanced at Cordelis, who was crouching beneath the tree. After all, their target is Cordelis. In just 2 days, they have invaded the core area of the forest no less than 10 times. Their persistence is remarkable. Gooderly observed some injured sprites resting on the grass in the distance. For the safety of our kin, we have evacuated most of the sprites, leaving only a few with sufficient combat abilities to protect our home. Yet, even with that, they have managed to corner Cordelis into a precarious situation. Blake lowered his gaze. So, that's why so many sprites appeared in the transition zone, harboring such strong animosity towards humans. Are they also after that tree? Blake looked at the towering tree, which Cordelis guarded. Every individual who comes here seems to have that intention, even if they are unaware of whether any treasures truly exist there. Gooderly shook his head. No, their focus is on Cordelis himself. Otherwise, why would they go to such lengths to entrap him? But why would they target Cordelis? Blake ventured to voice his curiosity. Despite the scarcity of high-level sprites on the continent, they are not so rare as to warrant this level of attention. The elaborate schemes to infiltrate the school, the subtle deployment of magic barriers, the elaborate distractions aimed at students. If all of this is for Cordelis, what could he possibly possess that draws their interest? Blake pondered, recalling that in the game, defeating Cordelis yielded no tangible rewards aside from an achievement, except for an unexplained benefit. If players could vanquish Cordelis before the final act of the Alice's campaign, they would receive assistance from the Cius Academy when facing Alice, who had instigated a rebellion. In the face of crumbling defenses, the royal family had urgently requested support from Cius Academy, which, due to years of funding, should have dispatched professors from the combat department to aid them. However, they were intercepted by Cordelis. No one would have anticipated that this colossal wolf, long hidden in the depths of the forest, would suddenly appear and assail them without warning. Many dedicated players striving for achievements in multiple playthroughs had discovered this anomaly. Yet none could provide a definitive explanation. Could it be that he knows Alice? Cordelis should have limited interactions with the outside world. Is there something about him that warrants their attention? Blake furrowed his brow, tentatively posing this question. Gooderly glanced at Cordelis resting beneath the tree and, after some contemplation, revealed the reason to them. Perhaps they wish to summon him back. Summon him back? Gooderly nodded. The northern plains are his true homeland. What? Blake's expression revealed his astonishment. The Wolf King of the South Wind hails from the northern plains? This is a narrative I have never encountered in the game. Gooderly cast a glance at Cordelis and continued. That fellow actually arrived here less than 200 years ago. Prior to that, he was regarded as a guardian by the tribes of the north. Since returning to the grasslands warrants such esteemed treatment, why remain here? Blake inquired, puzzled. If one could receive veneration akin to a sacred belief in the north, what compels one to dwell in the secluded forests of the south, away from the world's affairs? Gudley's tone seemed to carry a hint of difficulty. That I cannot disclose. Blake refrained from pressing further. The events of this occasion, fraught with peril and the tales he had heard, had finally illuminated a crucial truth for him. He had long regarded this world as a game he had already completed. Yet, he was mistaken. This realm was not merely a scripted stage unfolding its drama. It was, in essence, as real as the world he knew, undergoing ceaseless transformations, with myriad happenings beyond his perception. At this moment, he was immersed in a narrative he had never before witnessed from the perspective of a protagonist. Everything he had encountered since his reincarnation had eluded the confines of any recorded storyline. He was a constant variable influencing the plot, which, in turn, propelled him forward. This world, too, pulsated with life, concealing boundless mysteries, its rhythm unpredictable and ever-changing. He was not a deity privy to all knowledge, merely an observer who had once gazed upon it from the vantage of a fellow named Leonardo. That should suffice. Gudley withdrew his magical energy, exhaling wearily. Oh dear. This is indeed a strenuous task. My wings feel stiff. Blake moved his body slightly. Though he still felt some pain, the bleeding had ceased. Our elven magic does not rival your so-called divine sorcery. Thus we can only achieve this much. Thank you very much. No need for gratitude, Gudley replied, shaking his head. This is the treatment you rightfully deserve. It appears the healing is complete. At some point, Cordelis had approached the group. Yes, I feel considerably better, Blake remarked. Now that your wounds are healed, please accept my formal apology. Cordelis stepped forward, seemingly having contemplated a form of compensation during Blake's recuperation. I shall grant you the protection of the south wind. With that, Cordelis' vertical pupils narrowed slightly, emitting a deep, resonant sound. Immediately, fine silver-blue particles of light streamed from its mane, swirling around Blake and Lelina, enveloping them. Extend your hands. Blake and Lelina complied. The wind shall remember your scent. Cordelis gently touched the backs of their hands with its snout, its breath infused with the fragrance of incense. When the storm consumes reason, call my name, and the wind as protection shall cleave a path for you. As soon as the words left its mouth, a cerulean whirlwind enveloped Cordelis, dissipating in an instant amidst the dappled light, leaving behind a few floating, gradually descending silver-blue feathers. Attribute panel. Blessing of the south wind. Concealed deep within the forest is the Wolf King, said to summon a storm upon its appearance, purging all who dare to trespass upon its domain. Effect 1. Wind attribute attack effectiveness increased by 20. Effect 2. Affinity with elves and nature enhanced by 10. Effect 3. This blessing allows for the temporary summoning of Cordelis' phantom, requires a vast amount of magical energy to maintain its existence. Blake regarded the panel. It seemed Cordelis' blessing would indeed augment his attributes. However, the third effect appeared akin to a contract, albeit distinct, as he could not directly summon Cordelis' true form. Lelina, unable to see the panel, marveled at her surroundings. Do I sense an illusion? The forest suddenly feels incredibly comforting, a sensation I did not have before. It must be the effect of the blessing. The blessings of high elves are always wondrous. Have you experienced this before? No, but I have seen those who have been blessed. Oh, I see. Blake quietly stowed the panel, gazing at the now vanished barrier. It seems the troubles outside have been resolved. Our protagonist has completed his trial. Next, they merely needed to retrace the path brought forth by Hunter. What a tumultuous examination this has been. Lelina stretched her arms, weary. I shall sleep soundly upon our return. Using stones as pillows is indeed too taxing. Blake lowered his head, lost in thought. Is something amiss? Lelina's keen eyes picked up on Blake's expression, instantly alert. Whenever he bore such a countenance, it often heralded danger. However, after a moment of silence, Blake merely shook his head. I can't shake the feeling that I've forgotten something. Forgotten what? Lelina tilted her head, her gaze revealing her confusion as she pondered. Surely not, as the examination rules prohibited us from bringing much in, aside from some survival tools. It was just the three of us. As she spoke, Lelina's expression froze, stunned. Blake, too, recognized the issue. They exchanged glances. Where is Catherine? Is it her? After Blake and Lelina departed, Gudley approached Cordelis. No. Cordelis lifted its gaze slightly, staring at the towering ancient tree. She did not guide me. Gudley huffed, exasperated. Is this tree truly reliable? It hasn't seen a human in years, and now that one finally arrives, yet. No, if it were true, it would inform me. Enough. Are you treating this tree as her? For that elusive promise, how long do you intend to remain hidden here? Cordelis caressed the gnarled bark of the ancient tree, its voice imbued with obstinacy until the foretold individual arrives. Gudley, incensed, retorted, You insufferable creature. At that moment, Cordelis seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting its head toward the entrance. Gudley's words halted as they followed Cordelis' gaze. 3 figures cloaked in black gradually approached. Another group arrives after sending one away, Gudley muttered. I must say, it It has indeed been rather lively of late. Cordelis paid no heed to Gudley's murmurs, rising to confront the newcomers. Humans, depart, or I shall bury you here beneath a tempest. Make your choice. The trio remained motionless. It appears you have chosen the latter. With that, Cordelis wasted no time. Its fur bristled, and a tempest erupted around it, countless blades of wind hurtling toward the three, who stood at the epicenter, with no room for evasion. However, just as the wind blades were about to strike, a pitch-black magical barrier suddenly rose before them. The runes swirling as the wind blades shattered upon contact, dispersing like stardust. Witnessing this, Cordelis furrowed its brow. Is that magic of calamity? Who are you? As the barrier dissipated like smoke, one of the figures lowered its hood, revealing a pair of eyes akin to rubies. We have come to negotiate a deal. Chapter 45. I hope I haven't offended her. Outside the southern forest, Blake and Laelina sat wearily among the other rescued candidates, observing the busy professors. Blake chewed on a piece of bread. While it was somewhat dry, it was far more palatable than the bitter, unidentifiable wild fruits. Indeed, the memories of these past 3 days feel like a dream, an experience that seems rather unreal. Laelina draped a robe over her shoulders, as her dress had nearly been torn to shreds while tending to Blake's wounds. Why do you say that? Blake contemplated the blessing he had just received, responding nonchalantly. Laelina shrugged, perhaps dazed by hunger. However, she had not anticipated such an unforeseen turn of events, as that vile individual insisted on inspecting the magic orbs we had gathered. Blake remained silent. Perhaps the Academy wished to seize this opportunity to observe how students cope with unexpected crises. While this may seem unfair to the students, it undoubtedly provided a chance for those with remarkable skills and experience to stand out. Professor Stanfield of the Combat Department was currently reporting the situation to Principal Moden. Reports indicated that 15 individuals were injured during the exam, 2 of whom were severely wounded and had already been taken to the infirmary for treatment. 6 others were still unaccounted for, but Professor O'Deals had located their approximate position, and we dispatched a team to assist them. Upon hearing the report, Principal Moden let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there had been no fatalities, a stroke of luck indeed, confirming that appointing second-year students as leaders was the right decision. This incident was my oversight, Stanfield admitted, bowing his head in acknowledgement of his error. I should have stationed other professors in the shadows with me. However, the opposing team sent a suicide squad to stall us, allowing their sage to swiftly activate the barrier. Principal Moden shook his head, patting Stanfield on the shoulder. Hey, my friend, don't shoulder all the blame. The number of rescue professors was vastly outnumbered by the students. Regardless, it was certain that some students would fall victim to being hostages. I should reflect on my own actions. Stanfield looked at Principal Moden, touched. It was difficult for him to reconcile the benevolent old man before him with the brutal figure who had just vanquished their foes. If not for his concern for the students' safety within the barrier, this elder could have shattered the barrier and swept away their adversaries in one fell swoop. By the way, where are our heroes? Principal Moden scanned the surroundings. I recall hearing that several students performed exceptionally well, attempting to rescue the trapped students while trying to break the barrier. Yes, their performance was indeed remarkable, Stanfield replied, suddenly pointing toward 3 individuals emerging from the forest. Not only Principal Moden, but also Blake followed his gaze. The newcomers were indeed the protagonists of our tale, albeit looking somewhat disheveled. Leonardo bore various wounds, with a bleeding cut on his forehead that had yet to be bandaged. Beside him, a weary Delanis, wrapped in bandages, carried the unconscious Kate on his back. They appeared to have endured quite a bit of hardship. Wow, wow, wow. A sudden scream drew Blake and Laelina's attention. Following the sound, they spotted a familiar figure. The long-lost Catherine was clinging to a rescue worker, sobbing uncontrollably. Wow, wow, wow. You scared me to death. If I hadn't run fast, I would have lost my life. Wah. The rescue professor attempted to pry her off, as her tears and snot had soaked into his clothing. Yet Catherine clung to him like a sloth hanging from a tree. Wah. This exam is too dangerous. I don't want to live anymore. Living is so good. Blake and Laelina exchanged glances, realizing their concern for her had been entirely unwarranted. After the turmoil subsided, a pleasantly warm day arrived. Blake made his way to the school library, where he found a book regarding elven blessings. After retrieving it, he settled into a sunlit and comfortable spot to slowly peruse its pages. He wished to delve deeper into the blessing bestowed upon him by Cordelis. Generally, the effects of blessings from elves become more pronounced as their ranks rise. As a guardian of the southern winds, Cordelis held a prominent position even among high elves. Its blessing would likely not be so simple. For the past few days, he had immersed himself in the library, studying not only elven blessings, but also delving into the intricacies of magical energy. After the tumult, everything seemed to proceed in an orderly fashion, reminiscent of the history Blake was familiar with. The class placement exams had concluded, and our protagonist would soon receive accolades for his achievements, becoming increasingly prominent in the eyes of his peers. Shortly thereafter, the main cast would be assigned to Class A, meeting other significant characters in the narrative. Although he had modest hopes of being placed in Class A due to his previous performance, he at least avoided the risk of having his diploma revoked for insufficient credits. Lalina, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would likely join Class A. Just 2 days prior, she had brought him a gift, claiming that the magic orb he had guided her to find had earned her commendable results. As for Catherine, since that day, he had only seen her a few times in public spaces. She seemed particularly adept at diminishing her presence. However, he did not need to dwell on such matters. After the brief conclusion of the first chapter of the first act, the protagonist was set to enjoy a prolonged period of tranquility. During this time, he would encounter other pivotal characters in the main storyline, developing relationships in accordance with the plot. This also signified a brief respite for him. As he navigated the primary storyline, managing his life would be of utmost importance. Yet, something peculiar lingered in his mind. Despite the abundant sunlight, he could not shake the chill creeping down his back. Turning to look, he found Alice standing behind him like an emotionless automaton, her cold gaze fixed on the book in his hands. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he felt a sharpness in her stare as she watched him from behind. Blake stole a glance at her, instinctively rubbing his wrist where remnants of pain still lingered from their recent spar. Every strike from her carried an unmistakable hint of malice. Several times, her wooden sword had grazed his face, underscoring the reality that this was likely not a mere illusion. Alice's mood has seemed rather dismal lately. It appears she has been in this state since the class placement exams concluded. Could it be that she encountered some setbacks in her recent plans? Or is it solely directed at me? I don't believe I have provoked her in any way recently, have I? Are you curious about this subject? Blake noticed her gaze transfixed on the book concerning elven blessings in his hands. Alice naturally withdrew her gaze. No, your tone lacks conviction. Initially harboring hopes of fostering a better relationship with her, he now sensed it was a mere fantasy. Alice's gaze drifted toward the window. The bright sunlight failed to dispel the shadows within her heart. She had once believed that assisting the great wolf in resolving its troubles would allow her to negotiate terms with it, as her ultimate plan required Codelus's assistance to some extent. However, reality had deviated from her expectations. According to the intelligence from the sheep, those barbaric individuals should have already subdued the wolf, yet it had escaped before their arrival. This left her at a disadvantage, leading to her direct rejection. Initially perplexed by this outcome, her understanding crystallized upon witnessing Blake and that girl from the Morlet family adorned with blessings. TSK, should I say this is all self-inflicted? However, Blake's performance had indeed taken her by surprise. Wait, why do I care about his performance? Have I truly come to regard him as my student? Alice, irritated, averted her gaze, casting aside her tumultuous thoughts. She realized she should have simply let the mouse abandon him. Taking a deep breath, she compelled herself to regain her composure. Now was not the time to lament her mistakes. News arrived from the serpent side, indicating that some troubles had emerged which necessitated a personal visit. Indeed, everything seemed to be going awry. Black sensed the faint sighs and the oppressive atmosphere behind him, and he lost the inclination to continue reading. He rubbed his temples in frustration. What on earth was troubling her? Chapter 46. I finally found you. A mere fortnight had passed since the opening ceremony of the new semester, and once more, this somewhat antiquated edifice was graced with a sense of grandeur. Among the crowd, Black sat amidst the tiered seating, propping his head as he gazed at the meticulously adorned stage. Amidst the applause, 3 individuals, splendidly dressed, ascended the platform. However, their expressions appeared somewhat awkward, particularly that of the burly figure, who scratched his head and displayed an unexpectedly bashful smile. In stark contrast stood a slender girl beside him, who, despite being under the scrutiny of many, merely crossed her arms and huffed quietly. Observing the two beside him, Leonardo wore an embarrassed smile. Today marked a special awards ceremony organized by the school to honor the outstanding performance of these protagonists during the recent examinations. The event had been arranged specifically to acknowledge their remarkable achievements. The trio stood somewhat uncomfortably on stage, but fortunately, a member of the student council, tasked with hosting the event, addressed the audience, thus averting any potential awkwardness that might have arisen from their silence. As the elder slowly approached the stage, the trio received accolades directly from the principal of the academy. Black's eyes glimmered with desire as he beheld the items presented to them by the dignified Modin. They were medals of significant symbolism, adorned with the formidable sigil of a sword and a dragon, emblems of the Sias family. Such items stirred envy in the hearts of all within the academy, and indeed, the entire empire. Possessing one granted the holder the privilege to make a request to Modin Sias, the principal of Sias Academy and known as the mightiest across the continent. This treasure stirred Black's interest. In his former life as a player, he would have viewed it as an application for a cheat code. It was known that apart from this occasion, one could only obtain such a medal by elevating Modin's favor to over 80. Clearly, the three protagonists had indeed resolved considerable issues for the Academy, safeguarding the Great Grimoire and averting further disputes. It should be noted that many students at Sias Academy hailed from noble families or held significant positions within the royal court. Additionally, the trio had earned the right to enter Class A, along with access to a corresponding array of educational facilities and resources, truly befitting of their status as protagonists. As Modin concluded the award ceremony, the auditorium erupted in thunderous applause, enveloping the three figures on stage. How absurd. We made such a ruckus. Yet no one seems to notice, Lena remarked, seated beside Black, munching on a slime pie, her lips puckered adorably with remnants of the treat. Black chuckled. Some things did not need to be known by everyone, as they could invite unnecessary complications. After some contemplation, Lena nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had attracted too much attention. Black gazed at the honored individuals on stage, silent, for they were the protagonists. They had endured trials, surmounted adversities, and thus earned their acclaim and glory. By the way, which class were you assigned to? Lena suddenly turned her head, a glimmer of slime still adorning her mouth, making her look rather charming. Class B, Black replied. The class assignment had been posted the previous day, and he was quite content with the outcome. Oh, I had thought we would be in the same class, Lena said, though her expression did not betray any deep regret. By the way, what about your maid? Lena inquired suddenly. Maid? Black was taken aback by the abrupt shift in conversation, pondering why she would bring up Alice. Well, I often see her trailing behind you after training, she explained. Coincidentally, she had sat beside Black today after they had crossed paths when he exited the training ground, just as she was returning from purchasing slime pies. She is on leave. Oh, I see. Black turned his gaze towards the expansive windows of the hall. Just yesterday, Alice had approached him unexpectedly, and upon hearing her request for leave, he was initially taken aback before readily acquiescing. He suspected it was to address some hindrance to her plans. However, he was pleased at the prospect of her being temporarily distant. Alice's recent melancholy had weighed on him, creating a subtle pressure. Black pinched his brow. The original character had been rather oblivious or perhaps stubborn, as Alice's gloomy demeanor had often been evident, yet he had continued to impose upon her. No wonder she harbored such resentment towards him. You should be careful, Lena said after a moment of contemplation, suddenly looking at Black with a serious expression. Your maid might have some issues. Black concealed his surprise, yet internally he was astonished. Lena had not interacted much with Alice, nor had they exchanged words directly. Yet she had discerned this accurately. Why do you say that? Well, she hesitated, seeming to struggle with her words. It's just that during the last exam, her gaze toward you felt somewhat unfriendly. Regardless, you should remain vigilant, Lena advised, shaking her head. She does not appear to be someone to be underestimated. Though I am unaware of your motives for taking her as a maid, you must be cognizant of her background. Even in the interest of upholding the dignity of the Percival family, this might not be wise. After all, why would a baroness household purchase her? Black interrupted her. He comprehended Lena's intent. Rest assured, I appreciate your warning and will remain attentive to this matter. He preferred not to delve deeper into this topic with Lena. Her perceptiveness was too acute, and probing further might reveal more than he wished. Seeing Black's response, Lena nodded finally, sensing that he was already aware of the situation. In their brief time together, this man had repeatedly reshaped her understanding, leading her to instinctively trust him. Yet, upon realizing this, a shiver ran through her, and a warning bell rang in her mind. This was unacceptable. Such cowardice should not manifest within her. Next, Professor Stanfield, responsible for the event, took the stage to address the audience and apologize for the unexpected incidents during the examination. Well, this is rather dull. I think I shall take my leave, Lena declared after finishing her slime pie, rising with a lack of enthusiasm. Black remained silent, merely glancing as she exited through the back door, which opened and then slowly closed behind her. He returned his gaze to the stage, intending to find ways to pass the time, as speeches often accompanied tedium and monotony. Suddenly, the front door of the hall burst open, in stark contrast to Lena's silent departure. This entrance was marked by a forceful shove. Yes, this is the place. There can be no mistake. A disheveled madman burst in, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The initial uproar quickly subsided, and all eyes turned towards the madman who had so abruptly intruded. Unlike the students, who were taken aback, the professors present seemed to avoid eye contact as if they had encountered a plague, with only Principal Moden displaying a countenance akin to one who had just tasted a particularly bitter dish. The dish, known as Sudan sauce in reality, was a peculiar food discovered by Blake upon his reincarnation. It involved taking a cow's intestines, roughly cleaning them, stuffing them with the tart fruit known as kellen, and then steaming the concoction until cooked. It was said to possess a rather extraordinary flavor. Blake had always harbored doubts regarding the validity of its existence, which illustrated the extent of Moden's current discomfort. "Why have you barged in here, you lunatic?" Moden attempted to intervene, yet the intruder disregarded him entirely. Eyes fixed on the sea of students below. "Step aside. There is no mistake. I have pinpointed him. That individual is right here." At that moment, Blake furrowed his brow. This scene was not part of the original award ceremony, was it? Could it be yet another deviation of the narrative caused by his presence? As Blake considered observing this farce as a mere bystander, the intruder's piercing gaze, akin to a radar, swiftly honed in on him amidst the crowd. The man excitedly pointed a finger at Blake. "Yes, it's you. At long last, I found you." In the adjacent loft of the teaching building, Blake was seated on a cramped armchair, warily observing the man rummaging through a locker. It was unclear why this individual had forcibly brought him here from the student union. The term kidnap might be a stretch, but it aptly conveyed the essence of the situation. Even Moden had not intervened, merely watching with a look of guilt. "What would you like to drink? Black tea or bitter gentian tea?" "Oh, forgive me, I seem to lack those options. How about a magical potion? It's sweet, much like soda." The man, having found nothing, presented two vividly colored potions to Blake with an awkward grin. "Thank you, but I am not particularly thirsty," Blake promptly declined. It was wise to exercise caution. This man was not known for his amiable demeanor in the narrative. Although uncertain as to why he had been brought here, Blake was certainly familiar with the man in question, Odals, the alchemical madman. However, players often referred to him by another moniker, the Walking Black Market. This title arose from the fact that he offered items far more outrageous than those available in the black market, and he never accepted currency. Players could only acquire goods from him in exchange for bizarre and rare items. "Are you really not tempted to try?" Odals seemed a bit disheartened as he returned the potions to their box, meticulously putting everything away. It appeared he had genuinely been searching for something to host him. This was not a favorable sign for Blake. If this madman was adopting a more courteous demeanor, he would need to remain vigilant. At that moment, Blake's attention was captured by a plant on the table beside the sofa. It was a closed flower bud, its curled shape resembling a slumbering butterfly, with pale purple petals layered delicately and droplets of water clinging to the edges like a swaddled infant. Curiously, Blake reached out to touch it. In that fleeting instant, he noticed the petals of the closed flower quiver slightly before parting just a fraction, allowing a beam of light to filter through, reminiscent of moonlight. "Is this the blessing bestowed by Cordelis?" Blake turned to find Odals observing him, stroking his chin as if studying an experimental specimen. "This is a rare moonflower I painstakingly acquired. It blooms only at night, emitting a light akin to moonbeams. I usually utilize it as a lamp." "How fascinating. Besides its natural affinity, does your blessing possess any other effects?" Odals queried, jotting down notes with a tone of curiosity. Receiving no response, Odals raised his gaze to meet Blake's vigilant stare. "Ahem. My apologies. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Odals, the alchemy professor at this academy. I had hoped to be recognized, but it seems even second-year students are unfamiliar with me." Blake chose to overlook Odals' ramblings. Upon hearing the mention of Cordelis' blessing, he had already surmised the man as possible intentions. "I have a question," Blake began. "How did you come to know I received Cordelis' blessing?" It was not just him. Even Lilina had been specifically instructed to keep the matter confidential. Yet, Odals not only knew but had also pinpointed him amid the crowd. This warranted his attention. Odals scrutinized Blake for a moment before sighing and explaining, "It seems you are not well versed in the knowledge of elven blessings. Allow me to enlighten you. The essence of an elven blessing is a spiritual link. The blessed parties, as linked entities, can share certain traits. By channeling my magical energy and directing it towards your palm, I can perceive this connection embedded within the blessed individual's blood and magic. Thus, I can easily discern it. Besides you, there exists another similar magical fluctuation within the academy. I suspect it belongs to the girl who was rescued alongside you." Blake nodded, finding this explanation sufficiently persuasive. Odals' magical detection ranged broadly across the entire academy, allowing him to effortlessly discern details by concentrating on a small area. This capability enabled him to identify Blake amidst the throng of students. However, how could you determine that it was indeed Cordelia's blessing? Blake asked, astonished. Odals seemed to have already identified the recipient of the blessing. The higher the elven tier, the more pronounced the fluctuations, Odals replied with a shrug. You may not realize this, but my magical detection can encompass the entire academy, even extending to parts of the southern forest. Of course, I noticed the commotion you caused there before the exam, but I chose to overlook it. At that time, your magic bore no traces of a blessing. But that changed after the exam. Odals had gleaned the truth of the events from various details. You ventured into the southern forest twice, each time causing quite a stir. From an academic standpoint, it would be unusual for me not to take note of it. Blake fell silent, realizing he had forgotten that such sharp eyes existed within the academy. His attempts to simultaneously cast multiple intermediate spells had already drawn attention. He had been too careless. However, it seems you have not divulged this information to others? Odals scrutinized Blake before steering the conversation back to its earlier topic. Let me guess, as a high-tier wind elemental, your blessing likely pertains to wind, influencing wind-based magic, though it must encompass more than that. Faced with Odals' conjecture, Blake refrained from responding. For the madman had accurately surmised nearly everything. While he was often labeled as insane, no one ever questioned his capabilities. Why are you silent? Blake inhaled deeply, shaking his head. To be honest, I am unclear about the effects of this blessing. Upon realizing this, Otters sensed an opportunity. In that case, allow me to assist you in your exploration, shall we? Blake hesitated, pondering the unexpected kindness of the proposal. He needed time to weigh the pros and cons. Otters remained patient, quietly observing Blake lost in thought, awaiting his consent. He believed Blake would not refuse his offer. As a paragon of rationality, he was confident that even he would struggle to find a reason to decline. What do I need to do? Blake gradually raised his head, responding as anticipated. Otters proudly lifted his chin. You need not feel pressured. Simply visit me once a week for a physical examination and to extract a small amount of magical energy. Is it really that simple? Indeed. Trust me, Otters assured, nodding emphatically, his eyes brimming with a thirst for inquiry. Observing Otter's enthusiasm, Blake contemplated. With Otter's assistance, the efficiency would surpass his daily toil in the library poring over tomes. This would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. With that thought, he gradually set aside his apprehensions and nodded. Otters beamed with delight. Then let us commence at once. He rubbed his hands together with excitement, retrieving a glass vial he had prepared in advance. Come, release some magical energy into this special alchemical bottle. I have painstakingly crafted it. There is no other like it in the world. Blake extended his palm towards the vial, beginning to release his magical energy. The energy flowed into the vessel, quickly filling it with a dark purple mist, indicating its limited capacity. Blake withdrew his hand. Is that sufficient? Wait, what is that around your neck? Otter's gaze fixed intently on Blake's throat. He had just keenly observed a glimmer emanating from Blake's neck as he released his magic, drawing a trace of energy towards it. Though subtle, he would never doubt his eyesight. Are you referring to this? Blake revealed the necklace known as the Tear of Fingal. Otters squinted at the pendant for a prolonged moment, then glanced at the inefficient alchemical bottle, his eyes suddenly widening as a tremor of excitement coursed through him. So it is this. You truly continue to surprise me. My admiration for you grows ever stronger. With a smile, he reached for the pendant. Blake disregarded Otter's outstretched hand, effortlessly retracting the pendant. Otter's hand hovered awkwardly in midair, caught in an uncomfortable pause. Blake chose to ignore him, were it not for his understanding of Otter's character. He might have been swayed by the man's flattery, yet he was acutely aware of the kind of person Otters was. It was nearly impossible to hear genuine praise from his lips. His fervor was solely directed toward his alchemical pursuits. You, my friend, Otters withdrew his hand, inhaling deeply. How about you let me study it for a while? Without a moment's hesitation, Blake declined. I'm afraid it holds significant value for me and my family. Knowing Otters, he feared the man might conduct perilous experiments or even resort to dissection to uncover its secrets. I only need it for a month. No, just a week. Absolutely not. Are you not curious about its origins? Though it bears the name Tear of Finral, it is a legendary creature. If it were artificially created, who possesses the capability to do so? Otter's eyes gleamed with fervor for alchemical research. I am not curious. Then what if I offer other resources in exchange? I assure you, you will not be at a disadvantage. I'm sorry, but as I mentioned, it holds special significance for my family, and strictly speaking, it does not currently belong to me. He still needed it to enhance his magical skills, and thus could not entrust it to such an unstable individual. Then I I'm afraid if you persist in this matter, there may be no further topics for us to discuss. Blake stood up, preparing to leave. Wait. Otters quickly positioned himself in front of Blake. I apologize for my earlier impertinence. Please forgive me. If Modern were present at that moment, witnessing such a scene, he would surely be infuriated. This arrogant individual was actually apologizing, and to a second-year student no less. How could this maintain his dignity as the principal of Sias and the continent's foremost power? Is there something else you require? I have already agreed to your terms, and will come weekly. You are too hasty. I have yet to finish speaking. Otter shot him an exasperated glance. You must understand that patience is paramount in alchemical studies. Do you have more to say? Seeing Blake's dwindling patience, Otters boldly proposed. How about joining my alchemical research group? Blake paused, taken aback by the unexpected invitation. But I am already a member of the magic department. This is not in conflict. Otters clarified. You may consider the research group akin to a club, albeit under my auspices. I lack expertise in that area, and I fear I may not contribute meaningfully. Blake attempted to decline, but Otters interjected, not an issue. It is primarily for convenience. Given the cramped space of this attic, much of the research equipment is stored in the group activity room. Investigating the blessing within you will require those tools, but only members I approve can access it. You may come directly to me there. Noticing Blake wavering, Otters seized the moment. Of course, you will have free access to all the equipment in the group, and you will receive your share of the corresponding resources. Should you have any questions or uncertainties, I will fulfill the role of guiding professor. As Otters gazed expectantly, Blake finally nodded in agreement. After Blake departed, Otter's eyes remained fixed on the tightly shut wooden door, a glint of near-manic fervor shining in his gaze. Such talent must be harnessed. Not only would it facilitate research into elven blessings, but he also sensed that this man harbored secrets even he could not yet fathom. He had a premonition that this second-year student would undoubtedly provide him with further inspiration in the future. Chapter 48. The Alchemical Research Institute amidst a veritable mountain of books. Blake sat at the center, engrossed in frantic reading. He turned page after page, and the fervor of diligent study transported him back to his school days, evoking a nostalgic sense of immersion buried within his desk. However, as he delved deeper, he found himself beset by headaches. Many theoretical concepts felt dry and obscure. In the realm of gaming, every book's content was distilled into accessible language, requiring only a simple click to grasp the main ideas. Yet now, he was compelled to invest considerable time and energy in contemplation and understanding. Apologies, but the library hours have come to an end. A gentle voice pulled Blake's thoughts back to reality. He raised his head, only to discover a smiling librarian standing before him. Noticing the identical attire, he realized she was also a second-year student, though she wore a badge denoting her as a library staff member. As he surveyed his surroundings, Blake recognized that apart from his solitary spot, the place was utterly deserted. Gazing out the now pitch-black window, he realized that he had lost track of time. Absorbed in his reading, and had failed to notice the library lights being turned on. He regretted not having had dinner beforehand. Just as he pondered whether to head to the tavern for a bite, a piece of bread was suddenly offered to him. The hand that extended it was pale, almost frail. Blake frowned at the bread, and then looked back at the librarian. She smiled with narrowed eyes. You must not have finished your meal, considering you've been sitting here since this afternoon. If you don't mind, you can use this to tide you over. Blake hesitated before accepting it, his mind searching for memories of this quiet girl. Regrettably, she was not a significant character in the plot. At best, she might merely be a background figure. Gradually lowering his guard, he took the bread and expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks, she replied, tilting her head and showing no intention of leaving. Do you know who I am? Blake suddenly posed this seemingly abrupt question after receiving the bread. Did she not recognize him? For Blake, Percival. His name was one that everyone seemed to avoid. During the early days of the semester, no one ever chose to converse with him. Her friendliness compelled him to take her seriously. The girl gazed at him for a moment before shaking her head, her expression apologetic. I've been on a 2-year hiatus from school due to special circumstances and just recently returned, so I'm not familiar with many faces. Ah, I see, Blake replied, understanding the situation now. Her absence from school for 2 years explained her unfamiliarity with his notable first-year achievements. Did I frighten you? She asked, a hint of embarrassment in her smile. 2 years apart made my former friends seem somewhat strange to me, and I felt a bit anxious. So I wanted to talk to someone. Not at all. Blake shook his head. I'm Blake Percival, and I truly appreciate your gift of bread. Acting contrary to his usual demeanor, Blake initiated friendliness, partly because she was not a character likely to disrupt the storyline, and partly because, with time and experience in this world, he had come to realize that not everyone, even in a realm filled with wonder and magic, had a life adorned with glory. There were ordinary individuals who also faced their own struggles and joys, leading quiet yet unique lives. The girl clasped her hands in delight at Blake's response. I'm Hills. Hills Ismail. I work part-time as a librarian here, so it's not strange for me to be around after school hours. To ease any concerns Blake might have, Hills added this final note. You are quite diligent, Hills observed, glancing at the books before Blake. Every time you come, it seems you are studying materials on magical power? Her insight was indeed sharp. Yes, my performance in that area is rather poor, Blake fabricated a reason. Really? It's puzzling that despite your hard work, your grades aren't reflecting it, she replied, clearly intrigued. That is correct, Blake said as he rose, slowly closing the book and preparing to return it to its rightful place. You can leave it here, Hills interrupted. I'll put it back later. After closing. I need to organize everything anyway. It's just a matter of convenience. Upon hearing this, Blake did not decline but instead arranged the books into neat stacks. Then I'll trouble you with it. No problem. Just be careful on your way, she replied. Descending to the library's first floor, Blake found the area sealed off, devoid of students, with only a few staff members counting and categorizing books. After a quick glance, he prepared to leave. What an enthusiastic girl she was. Though she spoke a great deal, she never made him feel uncomfortable. This reminded him of Gooderly from the Southern Forest. You are Blake Percival, right? Yes. Finally found you. The phrase felt familiar. Previously, no one would approach him, yet recently, people seemed to seek him out with unusual frequency. Standing at the library's entrance, Blake looked up at a girl in glasses, breathless as she leaned against a column outside. Judging by her uniform, she appeared to be a fourth-year student. I just went to your dorm to find you, but there was no one there. Then Professor O'Deal said you were here, so I rushed over. Blake observed her panting state and hesitated, considering whether to let her catch her breath before asking questions. However, she seemed too impatient, grabbing Blake's wrist. There's no time. We need to go. With that, Blake was led in confusion to a brightly lit two-story building, where 5 neatly arranged characters hung above the entrance. Alchemy Research Institute. Chapter 49. The Dark Essence. Why did you arrive so late? In the vast space, aside from 2 tables in the center, an array of unidentifiable equipment surrounded them, with not a single chair in sight. O'Deal stood before a device, not even glancing back at the commotion but clearly displeased. To him, every minute spent waiting was a waste. Apologies, Professor. I rushed to the library as quickly as I could, just managing to arrive before closing, the girl explained, bending slightly at the waist, unable to find a place to sit and rest. It was evident she hadn't paused for a moment. Blake watched this somewhat absurd scene, beginning to question whether joining this so-called research institute was a wise decision. I still have some preparations to make. You should help him familiarize himself with the place, O'Deal's instructed, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Upon hearing this, the girl straightened up like a robot receiving orders. Okay, goodness, my legs are so sore, she murmured under her breath, but still led Blake to observe the nearby alchemical apparatus. You should have seen some of this equipment in the alchemy lab for your major, so I won't go into detail. If you have any questions, just ask. Apologies, but I haven't taken the alchemy major courses, Blake replied. I've only attended the general alchemy classes. Huh. The girl turned around, astonished, as if she had heard something incredible. Aren't you from the alchemy department? I'm from the magic department. Oh, I see, she said, intrigued. By the way, what prompted you to join this research group? After taking a few steps, she turned back, curiosity gleaming in her eyes as she inquired further. Blake paused for a moment, contemplating his response. I need Professor O'Deal's assistance in certain areas. Really? The girl blinked, seemingly incredulous at Blake's explanation. Is there anything particularly special about it? She mused, resting her chin in her hand, surprised that he was willing to proactively assist a student. Observing her astonishment, Blake chose not to elaborate. O'Deal was not the type to take his teaching responsibilities seriously, and thus, the relationship between him and Blake resembled more of a transaction. Oh, by the way, I seem to have neglected to introduce myself, the girl suddenly remembered, feeling a bit sheepish as she scratched her head. I am Emily Thistleton, a 4th-year student in the alchemy department, and I also happen to be the head of this research group. The head? What about Professor O'Deal? Blake was taken aback to learn that the leader was a 4th-year student, as it would seem more fitting for the professor to hold that position. Emily cast a discreet glance at O'Deal, who was adjusting some equipment in the distance, and quietly remarked that he was merely a nominal figure. He rarely appeared unless it was necessary to use the equipment. Assigning a corporate head to someone else certainly fits his style. Are there many members in our research group? Blake noticed the diverse array of apparatuses around them, realizing that the maintenance and upkeep alone would require considerable funds. Not particularly. Emily hesitated, seemingly reluctant to disclose the number. Including you. Our group consists of 4 members. How should I put this? I suppose it's a bit shocking, as she mentioned this. Emily appeared somewhat troubled because gaining entry to this place required an interview with Professor Oddles, who seldom showed his face, leaving many unaware of the department's existence. So, in a sense, this research institute is essentially tailored for Oddles by the Academy? Yet, given Oddles' capabilities, he certainly warranted such recognition. However, you need not worry. We genuinely do not require many people, Emily reassured, noticing Blake's silence. We primarily assist the professor, and beyond that, he seldom assigns us tasks. Then why do you choose to follow Oddles? Blake inquired suddenly. Did you just use the word follow? She responded, seemingly caught off guard. This question required her to organize her thoughts. Could it be for the purpose of acquiring alchemical knowledge? Although the professor can sometimes seem negligent, his abilities are undeniably impressive. Emily leaned closer, covering her mouth as she whispered, to be honest, we all tolerate him for that reason. Which is why I was a bit surprised to learn you weren't from the alchemy department. Blake nodded in understanding. The conversation then fell into a comfortable silence as he listened attentively to Emily explain the functions of the various instruments. Eventually, Oddles called out to them, signaling that he had finished adjusting the equipment. Before them stood a massive apparatus resembling a mountain, with tubes of varying thickness connecting 3 large transparent containers. The leftmost container was filled with a faintly purple gas. I have already infused your magical energy, Oddles stated, producing a power containment bottle he had developed. And I also procured a portion of magical energy from that little girl from the Morlet family. Blake observed Oddles as he transferred the magical energy into the right storage tank, contemplating the nature of the transaction with Laelina. Given Laelina's character, he found it hard to believe she would willingly provide magical energy for research without compensation. As Blake pondered this, Oddles had already filled the tank with Laelina's magical energy and pressed the mechanical start button. With the press of the button, the enormous machine roared to life, emitting a sound akin to an aging engine. As the valves at either end of the machine opened, Blake and Laelina's magical energies surged into the central transparent tank. The 2 streams of magical gas began to intertwine, yet there was no sign of them merging. Suddenly, crystalline gases began to separate from the chaotic intertwining of magical energies. Could it be the blessing of the spirits? Emily exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at Blake. It seemed that she had been entirely relegated to a subordinate role by Oddles, yet her ability to recognize the nature of what was occurring impressed Blake, altering his perception of her slightly. Perhaps, as she had said, being close to Oddles indeed offered substantial benefits. Finally, as no further gas was extracted from the 2 streams of magical energy, they began to merge gradually, and it appeared that the crystalline gas had been inhibiting their fusion. It seems my initial assumption was correct, Oddles noted, scribbling something in his notebook. The same blessing can manifest differently in various individuals. What? Blake was taken aback. The same blessing produces different effects in different people? Your magical energy seems to resonate more harmoniously with the blessing's spirit than hers does. Currently, it remains uncertain whether this is an innate quality or related to other factors, Oddles replied, pausing to look at Blake. This is precisely why you were my first target during the assessment. Upon hearing this, Blake fell silent, deep in thought. What was happening? He mused. This concept had not been present when he played the game. The effects of the same spirit's blessing had always been consistent. Wait. Suddenly, Blake grasped something. In retrospect, although the players were different, they were all utilizing the same singular entity, Leonardo. He had once again glimpsed a truth that players could not perceive. Moreover, Oddles frowned as he observed Blake. There appears to be a faintly ominous aura within your magical energy. Though it is subtle, it is indeed present. An ominous aura? Blake lifted his head at this revelation. Is it akin to a forbidden magical energy? No. It felt familiar, yet not quite magical. Oddles pondered this, shaking his head moments later. We'll investigate this further later. For now, we must first ascertain the extent to which the blessing and your magical energy are compatible. The 3 of them arrived at the empty training ground late at night. Although it was supposed to be closed at this hour, Oddles exercised his privileges to bring them inside. As much as possible, release the spirit's blessing at maximum capacity. It essentially involves stirring your magical energy. You should be able to sense its existence. This should be quite simple for you. Blake nodded, and once Oddles and Emily had retreated to a safe distance, he took a deep breath. He slowly spread his arms, as if to embrace something, as strands of magical energy were released. A gentle breeze began to rise in the tranquil training ground under the moonlight. Blake's dark hair moved as if blown by an unseen wind, and as his fingertips traced through the air, Ethereal blue runes erupted like fireflies, sketching a complex summoning array on the ground. The wind intensified, visibly forming a vortex of magical energy around him. Gradually, a massive wolf-like shadow began to take shape behind Blake, towering like a house. He strained to maintain the flow of magical energy. The looming figure of the wolf became more distinct, and then, under the moonlight, it let out a resounding howl. Centered around Blake, the wind abruptly spiraled into a vortex, lifting dead leaves and gravel from the ground, coalescing into a shimmering silver outline of a wolf around him. Witnessing this, Emily and Audles instinctively took a step back. As the giant wolf howled again, tearing through the night sky, Blake's eyes seemed to ignite with an ethereal blue flame, and the magical energy bursting from his palms coiled around the spectral wolf's neck like chains. In an instant, the fierce wind transformed into countless sharp wolf claws. The air that was sliced apart seemed to be violently torn, leaving a grotesque gap. This was no jest. Unlike Emily's astonishment, the eyes of Odile's were filled with excitement and madness. Had the compatibility actually reached a level capable of constructing its model? Yet, just as everything was proceeding as planned, while Blake struggled to maintain the immense expenditure of summoning the Phantom of Codlerus, a pitch-black magic force split from the power he released. Under the night sky, in the brief moment when everyone was distracted by the colossal waves of wind, this magic initially appeared as a faint wisp, but gradually began to spread. This seemingly inconspicuous black aura swiftly enveloped the summoned Phantom of Codlerus, slowly wrapping around it. Odile's was the first to sense something amiss, his brows furrowing sharply. Stop! Almost simultaneously, the Phantom of Codlerus, as if struck by some agony, disregarded Blake's control and began to struggle violently. The black magic seemed to inflict tremendous pain upon it, and in a frantic attempt to tear apart the encircling black aura, it unleashed blades of wind haphazardly in all directions. Odile's and Emily hurriedly dodged the flying wind blades, unable to find any cover in the open training ground. Reinforce your control over the magic, then slowly retract. Although Odile's quickly devised a countermeasure, Blake could not hear him. At that moment, his eyes were filled with a dense network of blood vessels, and under the moonlight, the dark purple veins throbbed violently. Two intense energies clashed violently within him, much like a colossal wolf entangled with the black aura, each repelling the other. A mouthful of blood was expelled. In the end, Blake's vision faded to black. He lost consciousness. Chapter 50. I need you to help me honestly. Why must I follow along? Don't say that. After all, he is a new member, and besides, he is your senior. Humph, senior? Blake's name indeed resonates throughout the entire academy. Speaking of notoriety, you cannot be much better off, can you? Hey, do you want to start a quarrel this early in the morning? I'm not wrong. Your efficiency in offending people in just 1 month of school is already nearly on par with his. Get out. Today, I intend to test my newly developed potion on you. See, you are getting anxious again. All right, stop arguing. Blake furrowed his brow amidst the bickering, soon followed by the sensation of jolting beneath him. He slowly opened his eyes. The canopy of the carriage obstructed his view, and he raised a hand to rub his dazed forehead, his fingertips brushing against a damp spot of cold sweat at the corner of his brow. The vibrations of the wheels rolling over gravel reverberated through the wooden planks, the rhythmic sound of hoofbeats pounding against his eardrums like a death knell. You're awake? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Emily rushed over upon seeing Blake awake, then turned to the nearby boy, saying, Quick, go call the professor. Would you like some water? Emily offered as she brought the water to Blake's lips. Blake took it, pondering, where are we going? He found himself in a moving carriage, lying on a laid-out blanket. And aside from the boy who had just left, only the three of them remained inside. I want to ask the same thing. This is so bewildering. Blake turned his gaze towards the girl who spoke, momentarily taken aback. It was Kate. The last time he saw her seemed to be at the awards ceremony when she appeared alongside the protagonist. What are you staring at me for? It's not like I caused your predicament. I'm merely an unfortunate soul who happens to be in the same research group as you. Kate frowned. He was surprised to discover she was a member of the research institute. Where are we headed? Blake asked Emily again, as waking up to find himself in a moving carriage would make anyone suspect they had been kidnapped. We're going to visit an old friend. Before Emily could elaborate, Blake turned his head to see Odile's stepping into the carriage. What about Demas? I left him in the front carriage. It would be too crowded with too many people. Odile's replied as he took a seat. It is indeed too crowded. I'll go to the front carriage as well. Kate grabbed her bag of alchemical supplies and jumped out in one leap. How do you feel? Odile's did not hastily respond to Blake's question, but instead inquired about his health. Not bad. It feels like I just had a deep sleep. Well, it seems you're all right. Odile's looked at the notes in his hand. The chaos of magic within you resembles a tangled ball of thread. After you lost consciousness, I used my magic to help you untangle it a bit. What exactly caused this? He vaguely recalled the state of his magic going out of control, when the magic within him surged forth like a dam that had been opened. This was indeed my oversight. O'Deals candidly admitted to his negligence regarding the details. The black aura within you seems to be quite repulsive to the spirit energy of the elves. This was not evidently manifested within you, but once released, you witnessed it. After a moment of silence, Blake's expression grew grave. Is there a solution? O'Deal's expression turned serious. Since the blessing and that black aura are intertwined within your magic, for safety's sake, you should avoid using magic for now, particularly the effects of the blessing. Blake nodded, acquiescing to the other's advice. If he were to lose control of his magic again, it would indeed lead to significant trouble. However, he must find a way to resolve this issue. Otherwise, would he truly have to abstain from using magic in the future? The thought caused Blake a headache. He had initially believed that receiving the blessing of Codlerus was a stroke of luck, only to find it had turned into a poison in his hands. Where are we going? O'Deals looked out of the carriage window. To find someone who can help you expel that black aura from within you. Blake followed his gaze outside. They had already left the bounds of Sias Academy, evidently heading west, yet he was uncertain how far they had traveled. He lowered his gaze slightly, contemplating whether there were any matters worthy of his attention in the short term. The good news was that it seemed there were none. Fortunately, the upcoming narrative would enter a relatively tranquil period, with no major conflicts arising. Therefore, he likely would not need to keep a watchful eye on things. With this thought, he felt a bit more at ease. For now, the urgent matter was to address the issues plaguing him, and strive to return before the advancement of the plot to Chapter 4 of Act 1, in order to prepare adequately. This was to ensure the smooth progression of the boss battle in Chapter 5. After all, the final boss of Act 1, the Nightmare, possessed exceedingly unique abilities. Without proper preparation, he could easily be drawn into a dream like the vast majority of students. Sunlight filtered through the slanted wooden beams, casting fragmented rays upon the moss-covered stone path. In the village center, the surface of the old well was dotted with fallen leaves, and the moss on the well rope was thick enough to almost consume the rope itself. Occasionally, the faint calls of birds echoed through the somewhat desolate village, producing weak reverberations. A few wooden and stone houses clustered together, representing the village's only semblance of vitality. The old wooden door creaked open slowly, releasing a faint cracking sound between the doorposts. Well, what a rare visitor, the elderly man reclining in a chair remarked, his face lined with wrinkles as he gently fanned himself with a palm fan. Upon hearing the noise, he squinted his eyes slightly, gazing at the figure entering from outside. I didn't expect you to personally come to invite me. Though he could not see the face hidden beneath the black cloak, he felt certain it was the person he believed it to be. How long has it been since we last met? The last time we parted ways was during the campaign against the orcs at the border, was it not? Back then, you were far from the disheveled state you find yourself in now. Hearing the words of the other, the shadowy figure slowly removed his hat, directly revealing his intention. I need your assistance. The elder did not respond, seemingly oblivious to the request, continuing to fan himself with an antique fan. The newcomer, however, appeared unperturbed, standing quietly in place, observing him. Your subordinate is in the adjacent room. Lead him away, the elder indicated with his fan towards the nearby chamber. That fellow's strikes are ruthless, akin to a venomous serpent. I must admit, it certainly reflects your style. To avoid disturbing this rare afternoon, I have kept him quiet for the time being. Yet, the other remained unmoved. Finally, the elder, seeing that the other seemed oblivious to his refusal, let out a resigned sigh. Surely you can see that to maintain the seal, I have become this way. Do you truly believe that the elder before you is but a man in his 30s? He lamented, a soft sigh escaping his lips. I am nearly at my wit's end. This frail body cannot withstand your antics for much longer. The other regarded him, and after a lengthy pause, calmly remarked, Is the cumbersome disguise truly comfortable for you? After a brief silence, the elder clicked his tongue in annoyance. I have heard your magic has been sealed. Why can't you conceal your presence? At this, his voice bore no trace of age, the fan gliding through the air as wrinkles receded like the ebbing tide, and his sagging skin glimmered with a pearlescent sheen. The once gray strands of hair transformed into a rich black. He rose slowly, the hunched elder completely transformed into a handsome middle-aged man standing upright. While you did save my life back then, I had vowed to remain here for the sake of maintaining the seal for the rest of my days. Isn't that sufficient? Come with me, the other insisted, still repeating this single phrase. The man, feeling a headache coming on, pressed his forehead. Oh, you remain as unreasonable as ever. In the next moment, a formidable, almost otherworldly surge of magic erupted from him, causing a tempest around them. He lifted his gaze, shedding his earlier despondency, his sharp eyes locking onto the other. What if I refuse? Yet, the other was not intimidated by the released magic. Her calm crimson eyes, much like her demeanor, remained unruffled. I do not favor wasting time. Oh, are you intending to employ force? That depends on your attitude. I see. The man chuckled softly, the magic in his hands gradually taking form as he squinted at her. Do you truly believe that with your sealed powers, you can forcibly take me away? The other cast him a fleeting glance. Shall we see? Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the valley as the already dilapidated wooden house crumbled. Chapter 51. The seal. What is this? After disembarking from the carriage, several individuals found their path obstructed at the entrance of a village. A verdant barrier had been erected, preventing them from advancing, rendering the village seemingly distant despite its proximity. This must be his handiwork, Odil's deduced immediately. The sealing barrier magic and the stripping magic. This is his area of expertise. No one surpasses him in these domains. Hearing such praise from the proud Odil's undoubtedly affirmed the other's capabilities. However, further elaboration was unnecessary. In truth, when Blake arrived here, he had already discerned Odil's target. The magic within the human body spreads like blood, permeating every part of the being, making complete eradication a formidable challenge, let alone merely separating a portion. The only one capable of achieving such a feat would likely be the man named Swartkalaria. Yet, why would such a talented individual willingly seclude himself in this remote location? Emily appeared puzzled by this. Perhaps he seeks solitude. After all, most capable individuals are somewhat eccentric. Kate speculated. Moreover, it seemed the other truly wished to avoid being disturbed. She kicked the barrier before her. It was exceptionally sturdy, seemingly capable of resisting mid-level magic. This hardness rivals that of the barrier during the class division exam, doesn't it? Demas remarked upon witnessing this. Emily nodded, recalling that the barrier during the last exam reportedly required at least 4 sages to maintain. But, she glanced around. This immense barrier seemed to envelop not just the village but half the surrounding forest as well. This is terrifying. Can one person truly achieve this? Now is not the time for such musings, Kate interjected, glancing back at Blake. We urgently need his assistance, correct? So what now? Do we force our way in? The group fell into contemplation. However, just then, Blake quietly stepped aside while the others pondered their strategy. It should be around here, he murmured to himself, relying on his memory. After a brief search, he halted in front of a stone half his height. It seems to be here. He reached out, lifting a corner of the stone and crouching down to peer through the gap. In the shadow of the stone, a faintly glowing green groove caught his attention. He extended his hand into the groove and immediately encountered an object resembling a button, which he pressed firmly. Instantly, a gap appeared in the barrier, large enough for a person to slip through. The others stared in shock at this scene, while Blake silently returned to stand among them. Even Swart would find it challenging to maintain such an extensive barrier for an extended period. Hence, this barrier was not sustained by his direct magical power. Since it was produced and maintained by alchemical devices, there had to be a switch. The reason for placing the switch externally was akin to hiding a spare key beneath a doormat. What on earth is happening? Odil's frowned, perhaps sensing their arrival. TCH. Enough of that. Let us just go inside. Kate waved dismissively, her expression indicating that there was no time for hesitation. The others nodded in agreement with her statement. Only Odil's lingered for a moment, casting a discreet glance at Blake. As they ventured deeper, the group gradually sensed something amiss. Why is there not a single soul in this village? Are we truly in the right place? After entering the village, they found no sign of life. The doors of the houses were tightly shut, and even when they deliberately made noise, no one appeared. Odil's pondered this as well, speculating, perhaps there is a communal event? Something akin to a ritual? Unyielding, they pressed onward until the gentle breeze swept through the valley, rustling the remnants of walls, the tilted beams severed midway, and half-broken window frames creaking eerily, the faded curtains fluttering like shrouds in the wind. So we exerted ourselves to come here only to find this rubble? Kate grimaced, glancing at Odil's. Now, Odil's fell silent as well. With not a soul in sight, and the external barrier firmly in place, the most likely destination for the other was. Odil's gazed towards a massive fissure behind the village, which led to the back mountains. Almost simultaneously, Blake arrived at the same conclusion regarding Swart's whereabouts. Yet, as he surveyed the ruins before him, it was evident that this destruction was the result of a battle. Something feels off, he thought, his mind momentarily clouded, prompting him to retrace the narrative in his mind. Swartkalaria. The enigmatic man resides in this unremarkable valley village. his true intentions shrouded in mystery. One can only discover this place before the commencement of the third chapter of the first act, where a fortuitous encounter with him, disguised as an elder, awaits. He offers to purify your magical energy, akin to removing impurities to enhance its efficacy, a delightful surprise for novice players newly embarking on the narrative. Players regard this as a boon for beginners. However, this opportunity is transient. Once the timeline progresses to the fourth chapter of the first act, the village will vanish from the map. A toxic mist will envelop the village, seeping into the surrounding forest and transforming the entire area into a lifeless wasteland. As for Swart, his fate remains uncertain, with players speculating he may have succumbed to the toxic gas. Timing suggests he might have coincidentally reached this critical juncture. Blake, like O'Deals, gazes toward the rear mountains, where three figures navigate through the dense forest, their destination evidently clear despite the labyrinthine surroundings. You mentioned you've devised a way to eliminate it completely. Then, there is no need for us to engage, one man states, his left cheek swollen, presenting an asymmetrical visage that appears somewhat ludicrous as he maintains a distance from the nearby Alice. I thought you would disregard the lives of innocents in your quest for vengeance. Alice remains unperturbed, scanning her surroundings with a discerning gaze. Do not be alarmed. Although our battle with it devastated a vast expanse of land, that was years ago, and it is only natural for it to regrow. Swart gestures dismissively, being well acquainted with the situation due to his prolonged stay. Could you refrain from fixating on my back? Your gaze gives me the unsettling sensation of being targeted by a serpent. He glances back at the man closely trailing behind. Despite Swart's words, the Tsukinoko shows no intention of retracting his venomous stare, still recalling the humiliation of being easily subdued and bound by the other. Observing this, Swart casts a sidelong glance at Alice and hastily clarifies, "Young man, temper your anger. After all, you initiated the confrontation. I must ensure you do not commit any disrespectful acts against the master." The Tsukinoko replies coldly, "For heaven's sake, do you think I can best her?" Swart gestures animatedly at his own face, seemingly agitated. Noting Alice's silence, he gradually regains composure and inches closer to her. "By the way, you actually practiced that? Are you truly mad?" Swart's demeanor shifts from jest to seriousness as he scrutinizes Alice. "Do you not know that those who delve into dark magic seldom meet favorable ends?" Alice replies nonchalantly. "Is the seal upon you truly so formidable that you would rather pursue dark magic than attempt to lift it? Perhaps I could assist you. After all, this is my area of expertise, and you owe me a debt of gratitude. Grant me the opportunity to repay it, and we can part ways amicably. What exactly is the situation with your family?" Swart, now a veritable chatterbox, perhaps due to prolonged solitude, feels an urgent need to unburden himself. "Honestly, I cannot believe you would rise in rebellion for power and status. Is there something else?" "You speak too much," Alice interjects, her icy stare silencing Swart. The trio continues their arduous trek. As they delve deeper into the forest, a damp, putrid odor enveloped in purple mist assaults their senses. Nevertheless, they press onward. "We have arrived." At last, the three emerge from the dense thicket, standing atop a slope that overlooks a clearing below. The sight before Alice prompts her brow to furrow. The ground, littered with decaying leaves, is ensnared by a web of black veins, and once vibrant shrubs have lost their vitality. The leaves curl to reveal dark purple veins, with rotting sap dripping from branches, releasing noxious white vapors. At the center of the decay, a massive purple crystal pulsates with eerie patterns, each fissure exuding a viscous, blood-like fluid that twists into grotesque runes upon the earth, shrouded in an ominous purple mist that silently invades the surroundings. Its spiritual energy has been encroaching upon the area, and I can only contain it within a limited scope, Swart explains. Alice suddenly raises her hand, a dagger slicing through a tree trunk, revealing the foul purple liquid within. Has the prolonged sealing not weakened it? Swart sighs and shakes his head. It has been quite unruly, persistently attempting to break free from its confinement. Although I regularly strive to siphon its toxic energy to diminish its power, this merely addresses the symptoms. As long as there is air, it can extract energy. Ignoring the ominous aura emanating from the crystal, the trio approaches the massive purple gem. I have already ensured the villagers remain at a safe distance. The village was always sparsely populated, making it easy to evacuate. Swart begins preparations to lift the seal. Moreover, to prevent any unexpected interruptions, I activated the protective barrier at the village entrance, initially intended to keep it from escaping. Alice gazes intently at the colossal crystal, drawing closer to hear the low, rumbling growls emanating from within. "Are you truly certain you can annihilate it entirely?" Swart expresses concern, knowing that once released, Recapturing it would prove arduous. This endeavor differs from the previous time with an army. This time, only the three of us stand against it. He glances at Alice. Once it is resolved, you must accompany me. Swart rolls his eyes. If you cannot handle it, we shall all perish here. Taking a deep breath, Swart gently presses his hand against the crystal, releasing a soft green magic. Now, I shall commence. Chapter 52. Have we been attacked by corpses? It is eerily quiet here. The sound of Demas stepping on a broken branch disrupts the silence of the forest. Emily nods, her gaze sweeping over the surroundings, noting the peculiar absence of life. It is indeed strange. Despite the lush vegetation, we have yet to see any animals or signs of life since our arrival. Why does Swart choose to reside in such a desolate place? Is he a hermit? Kate scoffs. Rumor has it the royal family once dispatched troops to this area. But what transpired remains a mystery, seemingly sealed from public knowledge. Odile contemplates, examining his notebook. This is likely connected to Swart's seclusion. Are you suggesting he was stationed here on orders? Emily seems to grasp Odile's implication. It is merely conjecture, after all. There are tales of him having once fought alongside the army. Odile closes his notebook, his whereabouts always elusive due to his adeptness at disguise magic, leading to each encounter revealing a different visage. Do you frequently meet him? Blake suddenly inquires. We cross paths annually at the academic symposium organized by the Empire. But he has not attended since he announced his retreat 4 years ago. Blake falls into contemplative silence. It seems Odile's and Swart share a rather amicable relationship, as the latter would divulge his secluded location to him. Whether he is hiding or plotting something is irrelevant. Kate cautions everyone to stay focused on their objective. Can we truly locate him within this forest? Among all those present, unlike the deference shown by Demas and Emily, only she seemed to regard Odile with disdain. This was not the first time she had spoken to him in such an impatient tone along the way. Odile, however, appeared unconcerned, perhaps not being the type to value tedious formalities. I had unleashed my magical detection, but the entire mountain seemed to be shrouded in an interference barrier, allowing me only to roughly estimate his location. Odile stated with certainty that he was indeed present, and we were drawing closer. How close? Boom. Before the question could fully escape, a thunderous roar suddenly shattered the tranquility of the forest, the explosion reverberating through the swaying trees. The shockwave surged forth like a tidal wave. Before anyone could grasp the situation, a second, then a third sound followed, causing the entire grove to tremble. The brittle snap of broken branches mingling with the crackling smoke. What had just happened? As the commotion gradually subsided, everyone turned their gazes toward the source of the noise. Was that an explosion? Or an earthquake? Blake estimated the distance by sound, seemingly not far from us. Could it be that Swart was responsible? Demas suddenly remarked. It was not entirely impossible. Suddenly, Blake and Odile frowned in unison. Step back. Almost simultaneously, Blake and Odile reacted. Before the words faded, a ghostly blue light erupted from deep within the thicket. 5 deer, their antlers tangled in thorns and their purple eyes glaring, charged forth. Hooves striking the ground and sparking flames, their jagged antlers shimmering with an eerie dark purple glow. Blake's longsword was the first to be drawn, the cold gleam slicing through the air with a sharp whistle as he deftly severed the lethal antler of the foremost deer, splattering purple blood that arced through the forest. Simultaneously, Kate rolled aside to evade the oncoming herd, a glass vial slipping from her alchemical pouch. The alchemical potion exploded midair, engulfing 2 of the frenzied deer in amber flames, the burning fur releasing a noxious, charred scent. Yet the maddened deer did not falter. The remaining 2 suddenly reared up, charging towards Demas in a near-vertical stance. In a panic, Demas attempted to retreat but collided with a tree behind him. He screamed internally. It's over. The barbed antlers charged straight at him, the stench almost brushing against his neck. In a split second, a thunderous boom echoed as both deer were toppled to the ground. Blake and Odile, flanking either side, nearly simultaneously slashed across each other's necks with their silver sword and alchemical dagger. Odile's dagger evidently bore a special effect, as a mere palm-sized gash rendered its target motionless on the ground. The one struck by Blake fared far worse. Its neck and body were grotesquely severed, resembling a half-hanging chandelier. As the tumultuous scene settled, Demas slumped to the ground. The others, having cautiously surveyed their surroundings, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It had seemingly come out of nowhere. Kate pursed her lips. The group gathered around the carcasses of the deer. Demas and Odile exchanged glances. Understood. The bespectacled, freckled youth, now devoid of his earlier limp demeanor, deftly retrieved a pair of latex gloves from his pocket, slipping them on with practiced ease. It was surprising that someone would carry such items. Don't be too astonished, Emily remarked, discerning Blake's confusion. Demies possesses an almost obsessive dedication to the study of biological structures. He can even ascertain the cause of death from a mere skeleton. Kate, crossing her arms, added. So I've always had to be wary of him trying to stab me in the back. Anyone chosen by Odals, the scientific fanatic, must surely be no ordinary character. Is this a moose? No, it's an elf, Demies affirmed with a glance. Yet elves do not attack humans recklessly, and its condition was clearly amiss. Kneeling to inspect its state, Demies examined its eyes, discovering that the dark pupils were surrounded by a peculiar purple liquid. He then turned his gaze to the neck, where purple blood continuously oozed from the wound. Do elves have purple blood? Kate frowned. The known facts seemed to point here. What's wrong? Emily noticed Demies' brow furrowing, a rare expression during his autopsy. This elf has long been dead. What? At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. Kate appeared to have heard a rather unamusing joke. So you're saying we were attacked by a corpse? Or that what just assaulted us was some kind of ghostly entity? I understand this sounds absurd, but it is indeed the case, Demies admitted, somewhat perplexed. The blood had long since cooled and solidified, even showing signs of decay within. Amidst the murmurs of speculation, Odals stood quietly to the side, discreetly observing Blake. When Blake approached, Odals sensed danger through his magical perception, yet the interference barrier clearly hindered Blake from doing the same. How did he detect the threat and react almost simultaneously? Was it solely through keen hearing and battle intuition? Yet he belonged to the magic department. A member of the magic department possessing combat instincts rivaling those of elite members of the combat department? Meanwhile, Demies examined several more elf deer corpses, concluding that the results were consistent. This was illogical. Elves are born from spiritual energy. Emily protested loudly. Thus, they typically revert to spiritual energy shortly after death. Demies gazed at the fallen deer, now doubting his own judgment. It must be related to the purple gas within them. At this moment, Odals, who had remained silent, finally spoke, bending over to inspect an elf corpse before him. He produced a vessel from somewhere, collecting a bit of purple blood from the corpse and holding it in his hand. Channeling magic, he ignited flames in his palm and began to heat the vessel. Gradually, as the blood began to boil, purple vapor wafted into the air, prompting astonishment among the onlookers. As the purple gas dissipated, only a crystalline liquid, reminiscent of clear water, remained in the vessel. That was the color that should belong to elven blood, the essence of spiritual energy. It seemed that this purple gas was manipulating their corpses. If I am not mistaken, this purple gas appears to be spiritual energy itself, as only spiritual energy could achieve such a high degree of compatibility with itself. At this, Odals glanced at Blake. Human magic evidently could not accomplish this. Hey, you all must come see this, Kate suddenly called out from a distance. As the group converged toward her voice, their gaze was instantly riveted to a horrifying sight on the ground. 3 intertwined, deep grooves snaked across the once flat soil, the edges curling with diamond-shaped scales the size of a fingernail embedded within the churned earth. At the deepest part of the grooves, a slimy white membrane was left behind, cracking into fine fissures with the wind, faintly wafting a sickly sweet stench. What on earth could have caused this? Kate questioned, observing the marks that seemed to have meandered nearby before retreating deep into the forest. Blake examined the soil, rubbing a bit between his fingers. The marks were still fresh. Kate turned to Odals. That Swart wouldn't he be conducting some dangerous experiment in this godforsaken place, would he? At this moment, Odulf remained silent. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged. Blake's pupils flickered, and he swiftly turned around, drawing the dagger from his waist with a forceful flick. The dagger flew straight into the nearby thicket, and silence ensued. Was there something concealed there? Emily, startled by Blake's abrupt action, glanced in that direction for a moment. Could it merely be the wind? Blake remained silent. Yet his hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. Who carelessly tosses things aside? A voice echoed from behind the bushes, followed by the sound of rustling foliage. Under the vigilant gazes of the onlookers, a somewhat disheveled man emerged from the thicket, clutching the dagger Blake had thrown. Honestly, is there no basic sense of morality among citizens? I nearly became a hedgehog due to carelessness, the man complained. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Blake paused momentarily, then relaxed his grip on the sword slightly. At that moment, Odulf also recognized the individual. Swart? Chapter 53. Can this fellow be trusted? So, you fell into its ambush. Indeed, the moment we unsealed the barrier, thousands of elves surged forth. Swart, a reed grass clamped in his mouth, appeared tattered and worn, revealing the trials he had recently endured. That grand spectacle is something I will likely never forget. Those creatures lay dormant in the shadows like alchemical machinery, completely silent. So we were utterly oblivious. How could they remain hidden despite being sealed? Yes, it certainly caught us off guard. While I regret interrupting your reunion with an old friend, could one of you kindly elucidate who it is? Kate couldn't contain herself and interjected. Swart glanced at Blake and the others, then turned to Adolf, who nodded in affirmation. Before he slowly spoke, the earthly python Gad. Taking a deep breath, the name escaped Swart's lips with a weighty resonance. However, Kate could no longer restrain herself. Are you jesting? Are you trying to deceive us with a creature that exists only in legends? Swart shook his head. That is merely our designation for it. Its form aligns closely with that of the mythical being. Just as Kate was about to respond, Emily discreetly tapped her shoulder and exchanged a knowing glance. In that moment, they recalled the massive trench they had recently seen, undoubtedly the mark of some colossal entity. Kate fell silent. Blake turned to Adolf, his gaze profound. You were aware of its existence and the reason Swart is stationed here, yet you had no intention of informing us from the outset. Under the collective scrutiny, Adolf remained silent for a considerable time before finally letting out a deep sigh. Knowing too much is not beneficial for you. Swart nodded in agreement. The Empire suppresses information to avert unnecessary panic and chaos. This explanation seemed sufficiently adequate, and the group chose not to press further. Is it formidable? Dimace timidly inquired. The recent encounter with the frenzied deer still vivid in his mind. Swart pondered for a moment, then shrugged. We once dispatched a 2,000-man army to eliminate it, including 15 intermediate mages and 3 high mages. Blake frowned. Even such a formidable force couldn't eradicate it? Swart nodded. Its regenerative abilities are quite troublesome. Every one of its energy cells, filled with toxins, remains exceptionally active. Even if severed into segments, given enough time, it can fully recover. In other words, its toxins are alive. Swart glanced at the nearby deer carcass. You should have experienced this firsthand. We sealed it here at the cost of over half our forces, with 8 intermediate mages and 1 high mage falling in battle. Since such a price was paid to seal it, why did you suddenly unseal it? Kate crossed her arms and furrowed her brow. Don't tell me it was simply for reckless folly. Otherwise, I might just punch you in the face. This inquiry left Swart momentarily speechless. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately decided to conceal part of the reason, including Alice's involvement, because we discovered a method to completely annihilate it. After all, the seal is not permanent. It has been attempting to erode the barrier. We must find a way to resolve this nuisance, don't you think? Blake pointedly replied, yet your plan went awry. At present, that does appear to be the case. Swart scratched his head, but everything is still under control. Regardless, does this mean we can leave now? Blake stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances. Blake met Swart's green eyes with unwavering resolve. While the other could assist with their magical concerns, if it meant being entangled in such perilous affairs, he would refuse. Eventually, Adolf turned to Swart. I can remain to assist you, but I must ensure my student's safety. Otherwise, Modin will drive me to distraction upon my return. That is certainly possible, Swart sighed, scratching his head. I wish to send innocent individuals away, but given the current circumstances, that may prove challenging. The group looked toward him expectantly. Swart awkwardly rubbed his chin. To track our movements, they have already surrounded this vicinity, making it difficult for you to break free, as you are too numerous and conspicuous. In other words, we are now lambs awaiting slaughter? Daimai's voice trembled, the grim news weighing heavily on everyone. Seeing their distress, Swart quickly reassured them. Do not worry. I've mentioned before, everything is still within our plans. After a brief rest, we shall annihilate it. Rest? Adolf paused, recalling that they had seen Swart wandering in the forest moments ago. Yes, our main force has sustained some injuries, thus at this point. Swart seemed to suddenly remember something, smacking his forehead. Oh, right, I completely forgot that I came out to gather herbs. He then glanced at the satchel at Kate's waist, a glimmer of greed shining in his emerald eyes. You must have brought restorative potions, right? The group followed Swart to a concealed cave, taking care to avoid all controlled elves along the way, their deep purple eyes resembling surveillance. As a result, they took a considerably longer route. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Swart raised his hand, and the barrier protecting the cave's mouth immediately dissipated. Please wait here while I inform those inside. Swart instructed them to wait and proceeded into the cave behind him. As he walked over the gravel, each step produced a resonating friction sound, and a fetid wind laden with decaying leaves assaulted their senses. The stalactites hanging from the cave's ceiling were sharp as daggers, and the droplets falling created a delicate echo in the puddles below, intertwining with the distant sound of dripping water to form an unbearable hum. Such an environment was indeed repelling, yet the current situation left them no room to choose. As they ventured deeper, Swart spotted a woman leaning against the wall and a man standing beside her like a statue. How is she? Swart crouched down under the vigilant gaze of the man, examining the woman's wounds. At that moment, 2 rows of bloody bite marks marred the woman's abdomen, and the skin surrounding the wounds glowed an ominous dark purple in the dim cave light. You have managed to control the toxin. Witnessing this scene, Swart's eyes widened in astonishment. It is known that its aura is as uncontrollable as a flea. Seemingly truly in accordance with your assertion that your dark magic is inherently repulsive to the aura, it appears that you may indeed possess the ability to eradicate it completely. The excitement in Swart's voice was palpable. The thought of finally escaping the fate of being bound to the seal filled him with elation, to the point where he felt like jumping for joy, until the nearby serpent kicked him back to reality. Oh, my apologies. I became overly enthusiastic. I almost forgot you were still injured. You must recover swiftly and then proceed to eliminate it. As he spoke, Swart retrieved a vial of healing potion from his pocket and eagerly offered it. Where did this come from? Alice did not immediately use it, instead regarding him with a watchful gaze. Oh, an old friend happened to visit me, and this was brought by him. Swart understood the cautious nature of his companion. Rest assured, they are waiting outside to avoid any unnecessary complications. I did not allow them to follow directly. Upon hearing this, Alice finally accepted the potion. Your current identity is somewhat sensitive, is it not? Swart observed Alice, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor after she took the potion. Moreover, if others become aware of our association, it could pose difficulties for both of us. Alice regarded him with calm eyes, silently listening to what he wished to convey. Therefore, to avert trouble for both parties, Swart displayed a proud smile. Allow me to assist you with a slight disguise. This is my forte. Is this fellow truly trustworthy? Kate touched her somewhat deflated satchel. Still lamenting the effort she put into concocting the restorative potion. As he claimed, can they truly kill that monster? Do you not harbor any doubts? Odile sat on a nearby stone, flipping through his notebook. While he often appeared unserious, he never exaggerated. It is best if that is the case. Just then, Swart emerged from the cave. My apologies for the wait. Please come inside with me. The group followed Swart into the cave. The environment here seemed ill-suited for healing. Far too damp. Emily surveyed the surroundings and sincerely offered her suggestion. Swart nodded in agreement. Due to the urgency of time, we had no choice but to select this refuge. The moist scent of moss can help mask our presence, as that creature has not ceased its pursuit of us. As Swart explained, they finally reached the end of the cave. Shafts of fragmented sunlight streamed through the crevices in the cave's ceiling, where 2 figures rested. Hey, I have brought them, Swart called out, and the 2 turned their gaze toward the group. A middle-aged man with a scarred face stood nearby, eyeing them with a serpentine vigilance, remaining silent. This recalled to Blake the savage man he faced during the placement examination. Leaning against the wall was a silver-haired woman, her abdomen wrapped in bandages, suggesting she had sustained injuries. Yet for some reason, Blake felt as if her gaze remained fixed upon him. Chapter 54. I remain here to assist you. Emily approached the injured silver-haired woman, crouching down to perform a simple physical examination. The toxin seems to have been contained. Although I do not know the method you employed, it appears to be gradually receding. Blake then realized that this girl, who had not exhibited any remarkable prowess in the recent battle, was in fact an academic researcher devoid of any magical or combat abilities. No wonder she followed Odile's, serving as his assistant. After the examination, Emily bandaged the woman's injuries. At this rate, she should be fully recovered in no time. Once it was confirmed there were no issues, both Swart and the scarred-faced man exhaled in relief. With the life-threatening situation regarding the injured person resolved, the group took a brief respite in the cave. The already narrow cave suddenly felt cramped with so many people. What is your next plan? Blake inquired of Swart. It is well understood that hiding here to heal is merely a temporary measure. Their lingering presence suggests that the enemy still intends to eliminate the earthly giant python entirely. When it comes to strategy, Swart stroked his chin. It would be more accurate to say it is a plan to eradicate it completely. You mentioned earlier that you found a way to kill it, did you not? Indeed, the solution lies within her. Swart gestured toward the injured woman. Yet she seemed to be oblivious, simply resting with her eyes closed. Blake observed the woman leaning against the wall, then glanced at the man who stood sentinel-like beside her. That man appears to be her attendant. Despite having recalled their previous encounter, he found no trace of them in his memory. This should not be the case. If what Swart said is true, then someone capable of dealing with such a terrifying monster should not have been inactive in the sword saint of the descendants of Sias. Thus, Blake had been quietly watching her, but since entering the cave, She had not uttered a single word. The only moment of emotional fluctuation he detected was when she first looked at him upon entering. Do not worry, she is quite reliable in her endeavors. Since it is a promise she made herself, she will surely find a way to fulfill it, Swart remarked, glancing at the silver-haired woman, correct? The woman did not respond to him. What then do you require of us? Blake's question suddenly captured the attention of the others, and he regarded Swart with keen eyes. Given how meticulously you brought us here, it is clear that you have included us in your plans. The group turned their gazes towards Swart, without any intention of concealment. Swart nodded readily, looking at everyone. If possible, what we, including myself, must do is merely to temporarily distract those manipulated elven corpses for her. Upon the utterance of these words, a long silence enveloped the group. They were acutely aware of what Swart's words entailed. They would have to serve as bait to create an opportunity for her. This meant that should the woman falter, they would find themselves surrounded and utterly isolated. How confident are you? After a moment of silence, it was O'Deals who spoke. 50%. After pondering briefly, Swart extended 5 fingers, providing his estimated probability. The ambiguous figure elicited a variety of expressions among the group. The actual odds may be higher than that. Swart, seeing their varied reactions, assured them, to be frank, we have already inflicted considerable damage upon the enemy, which is why they have not recklessly pursued us, but instead sent puppets to harass us. Yet she too has been injured. Kate interrupted him, glancing at the silver-haired woman, then turning her gaze towards Swart, cradling her arms. We merely stumbled into this place. Why must we risk our lives involving ourselves in your undertaking? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room fell into an awkward silence. Due to her forthright and somewhat indiscreet nature, Kate's words, while blunt, left no one able to intervene. In the face of life-threatening issues, many would make the most cautious choices. Although Kate's statements seemed somewhat selfish, they were not without merit. Valuing one's own life is a form of respect for life itself. Even Blake did not lean toward aiding them, not to mention the high level of danger. Even without their assistance, the situation likely would not deteriorate significantly. In the original narrative, while it is uncertain whether they succeeded, they at least managed to contain the influence of the toxin within this valley. As for them, Blake directed his gaze towards the trio. The outcome remained uncertain, at least. Their figures had not graced the main storyline. Naturally, he could not impart this somewhat burdensome truth to them to dissuade their intentions. You may leave. A cold voice shattered the silence, echoing through the cavern like precarious droplets of water, resonating sharply in the oppressive air. Everyone turned their attention to the injured woman seated on the ground, who merely bowed her head, eyes closed, her voice devoid of any accusation or complaint. So tranquil it was almost unsettling. I never had any expectations of you. The moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere plunged into an icy stillness. Hey, Swart frowned, about to speak, but a single glance from his counterpart silenced him. After a brief standoff, Swart let out a slow sigh and turned to Blake and his companions. Since our main force has spoken, although we may encounter some difficulties, I will find a way to escort you out of the barrier before the operation commences. Although they reached a conclusion, the ambience was markedly less relaxed than when they first entered. Oh, by the way, Swart suddenly recalled, looking at Blake. I remember you came to seek my assistance regarding your magical energy issue? Indeed, Blake confirmed. Then let me take a look before you leave, Swart said as he approached Blake. Without waiting for Blake to respond, he grasped his wrist and began to release subtle magical energy to probe into his magical veins. Blake hesitated, feeling a twinge of discomfort. He had rejected Swart's request for help, yet here was Swart, choosing to assist him nonetheless. A fact that stirred an odd sensation within him. Swart furrowed his brow as he sensed a peculiar aura, his head tilting slightly as he shifted his gaze behind him. Is something wrong? Audiris inquired, noting Swart's unsettling expression. No, it's nothing, Swart replied, shaking his head, turning his narrowed eyes back to Blake. You mentioned that the mysterious energy within you conflicts with the blessings of the elves? Yes. At this, Swart fell into silence. You must also sense the presence of that energy, correct? Audiris asked. Swart nodded. Do you know what it is? After pondering for a moment, Swart shook his head. I see. Even Swart is unaware. Then, can you extract that energy from him? Although it posed a challenge, Swart's expression showed it was indeed feasible. He glanced around, but under the current circumstances, I fear it may be difficult to achieve. Why do you say that? Most of my equipment is stored in the basement of my house. Swart cast a significant glance at the woman behind him, but they are likely damaged. Turning to Blake, he continued, since that energy is very faint within you, extracting it thoroughly would require some basic instruments and a considerable amount of time. Upon hearing this, Blake and Audiris fell into a prolonged silence, clearly understanding that the current situation did not allow Swart to leave. Moreover, time was of the essence. In that case, I will stay to assist you. This declaration took Swart aback, and the others regarded Blake with surprise. Are you serious? I mean, shouldn't we leave here first, and then consider our options? I agree with them, Swart added. Think it over. Blake shook his head, looking at Swart. Since even Swart acknowledges this as a dilemma, it would be challenging to find anyone in the Empire more adept than him in the art of magical extraction. My abilities are limited, and I cannot guarantee that I will contribute significantly to the plan, which means I will only offer the utmost assistance within my capabilities. Blake felt it necessary to clarify this beforehand. I will decide based on the situation whether to take my leave. Swart did not respond immediately. Instead, he inexplicably turned to the resting woman, his eyes filled with inquiry. Yet she remained unresponsive, offering no indication. He then shifted his gaze to the man beside her. But the way he turned away caused a twitch at the corner of Swart's eye. He glanced back at Blake, then at the sword hanging from his waist, ultimately nodding. As you say, you may choose to leave at your discretion. The others, still eager to persuade him, were met with Blake's resolution. In that case, I shall remain. Their attention turned to Odiris. He is, in a sense, a student of mine. Moreover, I am quite intrigued by that creature's spiritual energy. If possible, I hope to collect a sample to take back. At that moment, Swart looked at Odiris, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly shedding tears as he opened his arms to embrace him. How fortunate it is to have a reliable old friend at such a critical juncture. Though I absolutely cannot agree to your taking Gade, as cells, Odiris interjected, slapping his notebook against Swart's chest to halt him. Then, under Swart's puzzled gaze, Odiris turned to Emily, extending the notebook towards her. Take good care of this. What do you mean? Emily asked, glancing between the notebook and Odiris, an uneasy feeling creeping in. It contains some unfinished projects of mine. Before I return, you must complete them for me. Despite Odiris maintaining his characteristic scholarly calm, Emily's hands trembled. She glanced at the notebook, then at his face, and slowly reached out to push it back. I refuse your research results. Adjusting her glasses, she resolutely shook her head. I would rather stumble through the path you have walked, even if I fall or stray. Ultimately, I shall surpass you. A competitive smile emerged on her face as she looked at Odiris. Odiris remained silent, observing her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Emily scratched her face and added, although I may not be able to assist you, and might even be a nuisance, I will stay here to guard. That way, if you are injured in return, you can at least receive treatment. To this, Odiris said nothing, turning his attention back to the other two. What on earth does that mean? Kate interjected before Odiris could act, swiftly snatching the notebook from his hands and slapping it against his chest. Who envies your worthless notebook? It's just you who treats it like a treasure. And what about Blake being your student? Am I not one too? Are you casting insinuations? He leaves me behind. Do you really want me to do something so humiliating? Hey, I returned alone, leaving those guys behind. Do you want me to say that to them? What a joke. Faced with the furious Kate, Odiris could only turn his gaze to Demas, the timid, dark-skinned boy who weakly raised his hand. Blake just saved my life. Odiris scanned the trio, remaining silent as he silently put the notebook away. When he turned back, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Swart, who looked on the verge of tears. Oh, the profound bonds of camaraderie and teacher-student affection. It nearly brings me to tears. How on earth did I end up with these cursed tears? Swart grasped Odiris' sleeve. I somewhat regret not becoming a teacher at Science Academy. Tell me, do they still need people there? Ahem. A cough echoed from behind. Swart's previously moved expression suddenly stiffened. Ah, alas. I am unlikely to be cut out for the role of a professor. Heh, we shall discuss this later. Swart patted his chest, making a promise. Rest assured, I shall act alongside you. Should any misfortune befall us, I will ensure your safe retreat, even at the cost of my own life. Upon hearing this, the group regarded Swart with somber eyes, clearly understanding that he had already resolved himself to sacrifice everything for their safety. So when shall we commence our action? Swart did not respond. Instead, everyone followed his gaze towards the woman who had been in deep meditation throughout. We can move tomorrow, she said, slowly opening her eyes, her dark pupils glimmering in the dim cave. Chapter 55, Strike Directly. The following day, just as dawn began to break, the group quietly stepped out of the cave. The morning air in the woods was thick with mist, providing them with a natural cover for their movements. There were 6 members in this expedition: Blake, O'Deals, Kate, Swart, the silver-haired woman, and the scarred man. Emily and Demas remained behind in the cave, where Swart had cast a protective barrier, allowing them to retreat if necessary. The 6 glided through the forest shrouded in fog, the damp mist enveloping the scent of pine needles. Swart's leather boots crushed the decayed leaves, leaving footprints in the soggy ground. Kate hurried along the old locust tree, the alchemical vials at her waist clinking softly with each step. The silver-haired woman's cloak billowed slightly in the wind. They resembled specters of the morning, the occasional low howl of spirits and rustling sounds echoing through the mist. Yet the small team swiftly traversed the fog-laden forest without being detected. It was not until Odil's raised a hand that everyone halted, thanks to Odil's perceptive abilities. They quickly identified the first layer of the enemy's deployment. Swart peeked out from behind a tree, surveying the area, observing the stationary elves standing like statues. They were low-level elves, but their numbers posed a considerable challenge. Owls and bats hung from the branches. At the treetops, the fluffy tails of snow fox spirits dangled, their emerald vertical pupils flickering in the shadows, while their pointed ears twitched, capturing the slightest sounds. On the slope, a panther-shaped spirit lay hidden in a rock hollow, its dark purple fur gleaming with a metallic sheen, its claws unconsciously digging into the ground, sending up glimmers of light. In the clearing, the antlers of deer spirits bore blossoms that opened and closed, releasing pale golden pollen into the morning mist. Under the fog, the entire valley appeared to be illuminated by countless azure lights, the dense points of light filling every inch of space. It was as if they faced a well-organized army. This was merely the outer perimeter. They could not afford to waste energy here, and someone needed to draw them away. Swart understood that the current situation was akin to a single thread that, when pulled, could unravel the entire tapestry. If any one of them detected movement, the others would converge upon that point. Suddenly, the silver-haired woman exchanged a glance with the scarred man. He nodded in understanding, dropped low, and swiftly moved. In his rapid motion, crescent-shaped daggers flew towards the stationed elves, exploding upon nearing their targets. As one elf after another fell, the airborne spirits first noticed his presence, promptly turning their heads, their ears twitching as they took flight in pursuit. "Go," commanded the silver-haired woman, and the others quickly sprang into action, darting into the gap created by the scarred man and moving deeper into the forest. As they moved swiftly, Blake stole a glance at the silver-haired woman. Her decisive command and strategic sacrifice of lesser forces revealed her to be a shrewd and ruthless character. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a strange familiarity toward her. Suddenly, she seemed to sense his gaze and cast a sidelong glance in his direction. Blake quickly averted his eyes. "Stop," Odile suddenly called out, his expression turning grave. The group halted, and they soon spotted several profound figures emerging from behind the mist-hidden clearing. Even without Odile's keen perception, the others could sense the powerful aura radiating from these beings. They were no longer the low-level elves. Kate frowned. "There are at least 10 mid-level elves? This is indeed alarming." Swart nodded. Kate suddenly turned to him. "You allowed them to establish an army right beneath your nose, and you remained completely oblivious?" Swart scratched his head. "To be honest, I typically only strip their spiritual energy regularly and check the integrity of the seal. Beyond that, I rarely venture into the back mountains." "You truly are an incompetent guard," Kate remarked, shifting the topic. "The very fact they have mobilized such forces indicates that the injuries they sustained last time have yet to heal completely. This presents us with a prime opportunity." "Ugh. This is why I despise troublesome matters," Swart muttered. "What do you mean by that?" Before he could respond, Kate hurled several alchemical vials into the air. Over 10 glass bottles arced through the sky, shattering against the rock wall and erupting in blinding blue light. A thunderous explosion sent debris flying, and corrosive poison mist spread like a spider's web, sizzling against the scales of the elves it touched, instantly turning their bodies to char. The ground where the venom landed erupted in purple smoke. With that batch of potions, half of the guarding mid-level elves were annihilated. "Make sure to reimburse me for new potions when we return." With that, Kate leaped forth, drawing the remaining elves away. "Idiot. What will we do after throwing everything at once?" Odile scoffed, shooting the others a glance before pursuing her. Watching the two depart, Swart's lips curled in irritation. They claimed to fear death, yet when faced with danger, they become even more reckless. "Do not waste time. Follow them," the silver-haired woman said, her enigmatic gaze piercing through the fog. Blake was left astounded by the scene before him. In the deep canyon, a colossal serpent, its scales shimmering with a purple hue, coiled upon the rocks. As it flicked its tongue, a foul wind swept through the valley, its vertical pupils reflecting the glowing moss cascading down the cliffside, its scales flaring with a fiery purple light. No wonder Swart and the others referred to it as the earthly giant python. Given its size, it could easily rival the final boss of the fourth act, the bound bone earth dragon. "Finally found this creature. Hidden quite well," Swart muttered. preparing to quietly cast a barrier spell to ensnare it. Since the lesser spirits had been drawn away, it was time for them to act. Something feels amiss. Swart paused, turning to Blake. A sense of abnormality tinged the air. His experience from numerous boss battles alerted him to something off. Although several mid-level elves were stationed around, there was no sign of any additional defenses nearby. According to game designers, aside from overcoming the challenges to face the boss, the final boss would be surrounded by elite monsters designed to disrupt players. For instance, in the third act, bloodthirsty Dracula was flanked by 7 vampire guards. Thus, every boss raid was conducted in teams, as tackling a boss solo was far too difficult for players. Could it be that they have dispatched all their forces elsewhere? Swart pondered, his brow furrowing. The silver-haired woman remained silent, her gaze fixated intently on the third joint of the colossal serpent, where a long sword was deeply embedded, emanating faint wisps of black smoke from the junction of its blade and the wound. At that moment, several healing elves endeavored to mend the injury while gradually extracting the sword. In an instant, a chilling aura radiated from the woman, restraining its movements. Understanding surged within her. The woman's silvery hair melded with the mist as her obsidian cloak billowed forth.